Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It's pleasant out, with the moon riding high, bright enough almost to read by. The very opposite of the night that Julie Connor's story begins for us. A black and lowering night, the atmosphere heavy with the promise of rain. Dark. The dark, not being able to see, only to imagine what surrounds us. For some, it is peopled with presences and things and unimaginable horrors. Why? That's what our story is about. It begins as we listen to Julie move and moan in her sleep. Our mystery drama, The Dark Closet, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. For the goblins will get you if you don't watch out. No American kid of my generation escaped the dire prediction of little orphan Annie, for whom James Whitcomb Riley had begun his poem prophetically with the words, "Came to our house to stay." I know for me she did. I can still remember the little boy who went to bed, and when they turned the covers down, he wasn't there at all. Or the little girl who says, "Two great big black things a-standin' by her side, who snatched her through the ceiling, for she knowed what she's about. For the goblins will get you if you don't watch out." I wonder what goblin holds Julie Connors in his thrall.
Help me! Help!
Julie, what is it?
The light, Pop. Put it on. The light, please. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
Why didn't you turn on the light by the bed? Did you have to break that lamp?
I didn't mean to. I was just so scared I reached out to turn it on and knocked it over by accident.
That was one of your mother's favorites.
Pop, don't blame me too much. Someone turned it off.
Someone meaning me. I told you time and time again, Julie. Waste not, want not. I looked in here when I got home and you were sound asleep. Lamp still lit.
I only keep it that way this time of year when it gets dark so early. Just till I know you're home.
Huh? Why? What are you afraid of? And you don't have to go to bed so early.
I got nothing else to do.
Oh, we're in town. You got the television.
I'm tired of that old tube, living other people's lives. I want to live my own.
Yeah, time enough for that.
I'm 17, going on 18.
All the more reason you don't need lights on when you're sleeping. And stop having those nightmares. I reckon that's what it was again. Huh? Another one of them?
Yes.
What?
Doesn't matter.
Huh? Then I'll say it for you. The boogeyman again, I suppose. I swear, I don't know what I'm going to do with you, child. Child! That's the trouble. That's what you ain't anymore. Except in half the time you act like you was one.
Maybe it would help, Pop, if you stopped trying to treat me like one.
You think you're not?
I'm in my last year of high school. And I've been keeping house for you ever since, Mama.
We won't talk about your mother.
Okay, Pop. All I meant to say was, if you can trust me to take care of the house, well, you could trust me to take care of myself. You work a 4 to midnight shift. I get lonely here nights. I could date, except...
I don't want you dating when I'm not around to meet the kind of guy you're going with. Not these days. The riffraff that's abroad.
Because maybe a guy has long hair and wears old jeans should make so much difference. On the farm, all we wore was jeans.
I just don't want to see you running around with trash. You was always a rebel, Julie. Don't try to be one here in the city. Think of your ma. That's the way you ought to turn out. Except that she...
Can't you ever forget Mom?
What?
I mean, try to hide her away in the back of your mind. Like we all have to. And just think of today.
Yeah, I can never shut your mother away. Yeah. I just wish you could learn to live like her. Make your peace with the world. Then maybe you could set out these dreams that hurt you. Yeah, and hurt me too.
Maybe if I just had a little more freedom,
In a couple of months, you'll be 18. I have no control over you then. But until you reach that birthday, I will not let you run wild like all the other kids. I promised your mother that before she died.
Why don't you trust me, Pop? Leave me to make my own decisions.
I can't. I promised Mary. She wanted only the best for you.
She isn't here to find it for me anymore. Let me do my own finding.
No, by heaven. I give my word, I keep it.
Tim Sadler's asked me for a date tomorrow night.
Yeah? I don't hear good things about him.
You mean I can't go?
I mean, you better not. I have 6 months left to bring you to your mother's image. I will do everything I can to make you that. But about your dream.
Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore. I was just being a child, and I know it. I can see that it's time for me to grow up. Good night, Pop. You need your sleep. Me too.
Yeah. You sure you're okay?
Don't worry about me. Sweet dreams.
Yeah. Well, any left for me. I just wish I could make sure that a whole lifetime of them I had for you. Well, I'll turn off the light.
No. I'll get it. I have to go to the bathroom.
All right, then.
Pop,
Huh?
I love you.
Sure. You know how I try to feel, Julie. It's just since Mary, yeah, there isn't much to give. Good night.
Good night. Even when she was alive, there wasn't much for you to give. Oh, God. Will the daylight never come?
Hey, you look pretty freaked out there, my old lady.
Thanks for the lift, and I'm not your old lady.
Oh, these last few weeks, I thought we were finally going to begin to make it.
Oh, Tim, it's not you, it's...
I know. Your father.
No, not that so much. Something else.
Well, what?
Oh, something I can't explain. Maybe you ought to dump me. I'm not any good for you.
Well, you have been stringing me along there. What's got you down? Sneaking out with me nights behind your old Dodo's back?
I don't like it, but what other way is there?
Still expect you to sit home and knit or something, huh?
That's the way he was brought up. And Mom, they were fine people.
Your mother's been dead for 6 years, hasn't she?
Yeah, that's the big hang-up, really. Pop goes overboard about trying to, protect me like he thinks Mom would have. Oh, forget it.
Look, we still got a date for tonight, right?
Oh, sure. I even tried to tell Pop about going out with you when he came home. When he blew a gasket, I let it go. I didn't want to upset him.
Upset him? He's gone out of style, baby. He belongs to a wax museum. You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You got circles under your eyes like some old broad of 30.
I told you, that isn't Pop. It's just this crazy nightmare I have all the time.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. Listen, I tell you what. You're going to get a good sleep tonight. Old Doc Tim is going to guarantee it.
Oh, how?
I'm going to borrow us some wheels and take a little booze, and you're going to take a couple of belts. See, what you need is to relax.
Maybe you're right, Tim. I'm so uptight, You know something? The last few weeks, I've really been afraid I'm going to flip my lid.
Well, tonight we're going to do better than that. You're going to blow your mind.
Gee, where'd you get a car like this?
Presto, presto, jingle, bingo, Marvel the magician. I wave my magic wand and...
Tim, you've been drinking.
How could you tell? Hey, open the glove compartment.
Oh, fizz of liquor. Where'd you get that?
It's all in the family, kiddo. Way my old man pours it down, he'll never miss one bottle here or there. And the car's my Uncle Joe's. Go ahead. Take the bottle out.
I don't want any. You shouldn't have any more.
Oh, come on. I'm just putting you on. I only had one little drink. And as I remember, you promised you were going to join me.
Okay, why not? Right out of the bottle?
I got no glasses.
Okay, here it goes. Hey, it's almost empty. Did you?
No. I didn't dare sneak a full bottle. Go ahead. Come on, kill it.
No, I just want a small sip. Where are we going?
Starland. Live it up big. All the rides, the games, the disco.
Fine liquor, Starland. What are you going to use for money?
That is no problem.
What are we slowing down for?
There's a liquor store up ahead of you.
Oh, why don't we forget it? I don't want any more.
Baby. Don't you remember tonight's the night we're going to open up your skull and let all those little men out? You just keep a running. I'll be right back.
The street is so deserted.
Oh, yeah. Turn on the radio. Keep it company.
Okay. Those are shots. They sounded like...
Julie.
Oh, my...
Julie.
Tim.
Julie.
Tim.
Help me.
Hey, Tim, what happened?
Hold me. I can't stay. You gotta get to the car.
Come here. All right, I've got you. Tim, that's a gun. You've got a gun. Give me that. What are you doing with a gun?
That's a car.
Oh, Tim. Oh, Tim, can you hear me?
Oh, that's car. Give her the gun.
Tim, how can I get
Okay, sister, all right. Just drop your guns.
It isn't mine.
Drop it.
Okay, Jake. Get inside the liquor store and see what happened. I'll handle this end of it. Now put your hand behind your back.
But, officer, I think...
Do you want your sidekick here to bleed to death? Now behind the back.
All right. Oh, no.
I'm
no,
sorry,
please
miss.
don't.
I'm sorry. You play rough games, you got to take what comes with them. Now come on, over to the car. I've got a radio emergency for an ambulance. Well, Dr. Sarah Browning, what are you doing here this time of night?
Well, I'll tell you, Reverend Samuel Pryor. I've been called in as a special consultant on the shooting case that was brought in.
Oh, you mean the boy killed the liquor shop owner?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Well, he doesn't need a psychiatrist, Sally. He's more apt to need me. They've had him in OR 2.5 hours already.
He's not my patient. The little girl who was with him.
Well, they took her back to the station house for questioning. And to lock her up.
Only she didn't stay locked up. There's a Sergeant Lawrence on the way back here with her. Oh, I guess they're here now.
Let me go, please.
Miss Connors, just you calm down now. If you'll only talk
I'm
quiet.
not saying anything. It's just... Oh, you're not going to lock me up again. This time I will bust my head wide open. I won't let him get me.
Of course we won't let him get you, whoever he is, Julie. This is a hospital. You're perfectly safe. Now, aren't you being foolish?
How do you know me? Who are you?
I've been expecting you. I'm Dr. Browning.
Oh, sure. The head doctor. Well, don't figure I'm putting me in any padded cell. Because if you do, you'll see the biggest wingding yet.
No padded cell, no keys. You'll have to be confined to your room, but you don't have to close the door, and there are 2 big windows.
All right.
Honest.
Well, then what?
It's late. I want you to get undressed and get into bed. Then I'll give you something to help you sleep, and while we're waiting for it to work, we'll talk a little. Nurse, will you show Miss Connors to her room?
Miss, do I have to have these?
Sergeant, does she have to be handcuffed?
No, if you don't think she needs them now, Doctor.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
You go with the nurse and the sergeant. I'll be up in a moment.
I will. For you.
Well, looks like you just made a friend.
Yes, and I need you, Sam. Could we go to my office for a moment or two? Something's haunting that child. Something beyond tonight. You talked to her earlier. Maybe you can give me a clue to who her private boogeyman is.
It's so easy for all of us, no matter how sure we think we are, to panic at what we don't understand. Terrors and strange noises that come to us from the dark outside. But when the nameless fright wells up from inside, creating our own boogeyman, call it what you want, then we are truly possessed. And the only last hope is to exorcise the unnamed thing within us. I'll return shortly with Act 2. Exorcism is a convenient, old-fashioned word. It conjures pictures of the damned or possessed writhing under the influence of some foul demon. It once was the sole province of the religious. and even in modern terms, still is. But it is well established by now that the psychiatrist is equally important, and church and medicine work as partners, like the Reverend Sam Pryor and Dr. Sarah Browning.
So the police want a psychiatric evaluation of Julie Connors. They were holding her for bail and locked her in a cell, and she went berserk. Did you see the bruises on her forehead?
I did. Claustrophobia?
Apparently, but that's for later. The point is that even if it is bona fide, it's only a symptom, not a disease. What worries me is less the girl than the father.
Oh, what's the matter with Mr. Connors?
What kind of father abandons a 17-year-old girl who's never been in any real trouble to face jail before she's been found guilty?
Well, she's a suspected accomplice in the murder of a liquor store holdup, or even the murder.
Sam, can you honestly believe that child could handle a heavy gun like the one that was used?
There's no way of proving that until the boy she was with comes to. If he ever does.
That bad, Sam?
He's young, but not so good, Sally. What was the bond on the girl?
The police don't really suspect her as a principal. Only a few thousand. Except that her father refused to post it.
Well, maybe he can't afford it.
He can. I called him this morning. He refused to talk to me.
Do you seriously imagine that my winning personality might succeed where yours failed, Doctor?
You might apply a little occupational leverage. The father is a deacon at the Plainview's church.
Oh. Of which the minister happens to be a close friend of mine.
Sam, I can't judge the girl without knowing something about her background, her history, her life. There isn't time for deep analysis. Her father is the only one who can tell me quickly.
Oh, no mother or relatives?
No mother, no relatives close enough to be of value. I know it's an imposition.
Well, not when you ask me, Sally. You give me the address, and I'll go and beard your lion in his den.
Hello, Julie.
Oh, it's you, Doctor. How's Tim?
He's still in the recovery room. How are you?
I don't know.
I promised you a view from a window. Is it all right?
Ever since the sun came up. Trees and shrubs, flowers, and green rolling out as far as you can see, just like the farm was.
The farm?
Where I grew up, before we moved to the city. About 1,000 years ago. Or maybe 5,000. Okay, Doc, what do we start with? The lie detector?
Don't fight me, Julie. I'm on your side. Do me a favor.
I guess I owe you one, getting those handcuffs off of me.
So I'll trade. Just tell me the truth. About everything. Good, bad, indifferent. Just all the truth. That's what I'm after.
You don't ask for much, huh?
When I was a little girl, my father used to say to me, Sally?
Sally.
Well, my name's really Sarah, but I always hated it, so I got to be called Sally. Anyway, Pop...
Oh, that's what I call my father.
Anyway, Pop always said to me, don't do a power of wishing, Sally, because the Lord's too busy to come through for everyone. But if you do wish, always wish big. So that's how it is with you and me, Julie. I'm wishing big. You'll tell me everything.
Gee, Doc. Oh, what's the difference? What have I got to lose? So Tim was just like any other boy. I had to bust out of home for some kicks some of the time.
But you'd known him for a while.
Well, sure, we were in the same class at school.
You weren't surprised when he picked you up in a car this time?
Sure I was, especially when he said we were heading for Starland Park. You know, the rides and all. And he wanted to go to the discotheque. I just didn't feel right. He never had money like that before.
But you went.
Yeah, I went. I was ready to go anywhere that night, I thought. I even had a drink. Now, I don't usually because it makes me feel kind of dizzy. But I thought it might chase away the guy that follows me.
Go on.
Tim had an almost empty bottle. He gave me a drink, and he said he wanted to stop and get more.
Tell me about the man you say follows you.
I don't want to talk about that.
Then don't. Tell me more about what happened.
Well, we stopped at this liquor store, and Tim left me in the car. He told me to turn on the radio. I heard him throw away the empty because it broke and smashed in the street. I didn't like that.
Why?
Well, things should be tidy and neat. Mom always... Well, I was listening to the radio, and then there were these two noises. I just couldn't believe they were shots. When Tim came out, he was all bleeding. He could hardly stand up, and then, I don't know, the police came, an ambulance. They took Tim away to the hospital and needed a station house.
And booked you as an accessory.
Yes.
Do you know the charges?
Well, robbery and...
You didn't know Tim was driving a stolen car?
No. He said it was his uncle's and he lent it to him. Why are you asking me all these questions?
Well, some of them I'm asking because I felt you'd rather have me do it than the police.
Well, why doesn't Tim tell him the truth?
Julie, dear, Tim is still unconscious. He can't talk. And Tim isn't my interest. You are. Tell me more about the police station.
Oh, I don't know. Things took forever. They came and took my fingerprints, and then they put me in a cell and locked the door.
Yes?
Well, they turned out the light. I tried to tell him not to because my pop was coming. I asked them to call him. They just didn't pay any attention, and suddenly the wall... He was there. I knew he was going to get me. I just screamed and screamed. The police lady came. I told her to get my pop to get me out of there.
And what did she say?
She said he'd been there, and he wasn't going to let me out. I'd have to spend the whole night. That's when I went bananas. I beat my head against the wall in the bar. And, I don't know, everything just went black.
And when you woke up?
They were bringing me in here to the hospital. When I met you.
All right, Julie. Just a few more questions. Sit on the bed. Okay, dear?
Okay.
Why don't you just lie back? That's right. Look, I know you've been through a bad time. A jail would scare the daylights out of me. But why would it drive you up the wall the way it did?
Because it was just like when I was a kid. And I'd get locked in the closet.
To punish you?
Yes.
Who?
Who what?
Who locked you up?
My mother.
And inside in the dark you were terrified?
I always thought I'd choke. There wasn't any light. You couldn't see. The walls. You could just feel them. You could feel them moving in. I close my eyes. I always hope my own private dark wouldn't be as scary as the other. And the other would come.
The other?
First I could hear his breathing. Oh, and his voice. Oh, terrible whispering sound.
But how did you know that this boogeyman wouldn't get you?
Oh, I always knew Pop would come to set me free.
And he always did?
That's right, except this time. Oh, how could he do that to me? How could he leave me shut up when he loves me? Just the way I love him. How could he let me be there alone to be swallowed up by the dark forever?
All right, Julie. It's going to be all right. Don't worry, we're going to get you all straightened out.
Oh, Dr. Brownie, I'm so afraid.
We're all afraid, Julie, of so many things. If I asked you to call me Sally as I called you Julie, would that make it easier?
Oh, you're so kind. I do trust you. Whatever you say, but I just want my Pop.
I know you do.
Sally, please, don't let him walk away from me. If he did, I couldn't live. You don't think he really will, do you?
Dr. Browning isn't back in her office, but she should be shortly. We can wait for her there.
I don't know why I was talked into this, except that you and my past are good friends, Reverend Pye.
A friend in need.
Yeah? What does that mean?
Something we all need on particular occasions, but really all the time. Yes, this is Dr. Browning's office.
I can't imagine going to a woman psychiatrist.
Well, neither can I.
Huh? Why, because you're a minister?
No, because I don't need one, and my collar, you must remember, makes sex immaterial.
Yeah, of course.
Whatever criminal aspects this case involves can scarcely touch your daughter. She was, by all evidence, she was an innocent bystander, except for the impetus that, drove her out of an empty house and involved her.
What are you trying to say?
I'm not trying. You see, I've discussed this case with Dr. Browning, and we are both in agreement. Your daughter is possessed by a malignant spirit, something beyond her comprehension or ability to handle, which has driven her into a horrendous situation. One innocent man's death and another possible one. The young man was the instrument of the first. But where does your daughter's guilt lie? Or has she any real guilt at all to bear on those young, shaken shoulders?
The holdup of a liquor store goes wrong. The owner is shot to death. A boy is the apparent murderer. A girl with him, a possible accomplice. What peculiar twist of fate put her there? What punishment or resolution should come from the circumstances? We will leave you to judge that after I return shortly with the third act. This is a story which wanders the fields of modern psychiatry and tries to plumb the depths of subjective terror, grown from within rather than impressed from without. So we return to a minister who faces an anguished father and a history still buried in the shadows of the past.
I don't know why I let myself get talked into this, Reverend.
For your daughter's sake.
Yeah, I told you. I'm through with her.
Miss Connors, you cannot abandon your child. She's only been arrested, not sentenced. She hasn't been proven guilty.
She was in a stolen car with a boy who had a record.
Oh? Well, I don't know that. So isn't it just possible that Julie didn't either?
Ah, forget it. She'd lie to anyone to try and take him in. But this time she didn't get away with it. Except she managed to fake a way out of jail.
I mean, why are you so bitter against her?
I'm not bitter.
Are you sure? And Dr. Browning doesn't think she's faking. She thinks Julie has real claustrophobia.
Yeah? What do you mean?
A terror of being shut away in a confined or narrow space.
So that's the story she's trying to sell.
Well, we all have it, more or less. Now, perhaps your daughter...
I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I just had a long talk with your daughter, Mr. Connors. I think it's true.
Who are you?
Oh, this is Dr. Browning, the psychiatrist in charge of your daughter's case.
A psychiatrist?
That's right. A profession, I gather, may not be too popular with you, Mr. Connors. But I'm going to be important in your life.
How?
I want to be frank, and I don't want to sound arbitrary, but what happens in a few weeks until the trial, as far as Julie is concerned, is almost entirely up to me.
If you're trying to trick me into posting a bond for her, the answer is no. Let her stay in jail and learn a lesson for once.
That's just what your daughter shouldn't, well, I'll amend that, can't do. She's a very insecure and disturbed girl.
Am I supposed to be responsible for Julie? Am I to take the blame?
I don't like the word blame. Let's say you might be a factor, along with others.
What others?
Julie's mother, for example.
Don't you say one word against Julie's mother. Mary was a saint.
From what Julie told me, a different picture could be imagined.
Whatever she said was lies. Lies!
Possibly. But if she's lying, I'd like to find out why. Now, Mr. Connors, won't you sit down and help me?
I'm sorry, Doctor. I have a job to do. I don't see how I can help you.
If you'll excuse me, I think I'm superfluous in this discussion, and also I have work to do. Now, I promised to visit your daughter. Can I tell her you'll be up to see her, Mr. Connors?
No, you can tell her I never want to see her again.
Well, that's a message you'll have to convey by yourself. Excuse me. Reverend Pryor. Is this intensive care? Yes, I want to ask about Tim Sadler. The boy who was shot in the holdup. Ah, I see. Well, if there's any change, I'll be on 4:15. Would you notify me, please, immediately? Yeah, thank you. Hello, Miss Connors.
Hi. Oh, excuse me, Reverend.
Well, for what?
Well, you're a minister and all. I didn't mean to be rude. I don't want to answer any more questions.
Oh, who does? So we'll avoid them. Leading ones, anyway. Ooh, it's a pretty nice view out of that window.
Reminds me of the farm I was... where I grew up.
You like being out there?
Better in the city.
Mm.
At least Pop was happy out there. And nice.
Well, he still seems pretty nice.
He's here in the hospital. Talking to the shrink.
The shrink?
You know, Dr. Browning.
Uh-huh.
But he won't come and see me. You don't have to tell me, I know. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters.
Don't give up hope, Julie.
Oh, I gave it up soon after Mother died. When I got old enough to realize he never wanted me. I could never take her place. I ought to have died, too. Never been able to admit it. He hates me for being alive instead of her. Only why can't I even it up and hate him back?
And I don't mean to pry, but you did love your wife very much, Mr. Connors.
My life began and ended with her.
She returned that love.
Oh, yes. Mary loved me.
Is that why she resented it when Julie arrived?
Mary resent Julie? She loved her.
And you?
Of course. Who doesn't want kids? Oh, sure, on a farm, maybe I was kind of disappointed it wasn't a boy. Farmer needs a boy more than girls, but that was only at first.
At first?
Well, there was things went wrong. We weren't to have any more kids. That was the Lord's will. Then, after all the years we tried and found God set against us, Julie was growing up, and the bad streak was showing through. I told Mary she was too soft on her.
What bad streak?
The things she'd do. When she was 8, she climbed that big old maple behind the house and got treated like a cat. We had to get the county hook and ladder from the fire department to fetch her down. And then one summer she fooled us all. She was drowned in the river. By the time she was 10, she ran away from home regular. Not so far she couldn't be found. Then at 12, I swear I couldn't blame them. The boys came swarming around. I tell you the truth, she was lovable and damnable to handle, Doctor.
And your wife tried to punish her somehow. Or at least control her, so she took to locking her in the closet.
Who told you that?
Why, Julie.
That was what she said?
Yes.
Damn. If now you don't see what a liar she is. Someone had to punish her. Now, I was the one who locked her in the closet.
Oh, I see. But you were always the one who came back to let her out.
Up till now, Doctor. But I'm not bailing her out anymore. As a father or a bailiff. This time she brought her whole problem. And she can stay in the closet for good.
Mr. Connors, I want you to listen to me.
No, ma'am. You can take up for Julie all you want, but you ain't going to change my mind.
I'm not taking up for Julie. I'm taking up for both of you.
Huh?
And I'll thank you not to call me ma'am. I am Dr. Sarah Browning, and a specialist in human relationships. 2 minutes is all I ask.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Well, a reasonable time.
No, that isn't what I mean. It's just... That's what Mary always used to say to me when she wanted something good for us. I reckon I'll give you your 2 minutes, Doctor. For what?
To try to get you to look at your lives clearly, yours and Julie's. To give you what you need, Mr. Connors. Love.
I had that and lost it.
Your wife's, but not your daughter's.
Julie don't love me. Not the way...
You couldn't be more wrong.
All her life she was set against me, trying to bedevil me, show me her own way, fight me.
Because all her life you couldn't give her what she really wanted, a father's love. Try to see it from her point of view, Mr. Connors. She was a child who grew up in a house where her parents loved each other so much she felt excluded. An only child with nowhere else to reach for love.
But Mary loved her.
Well, of course, a girl takes her mother's love for granted. Except that she so often thinks of her as a rival for her father's affections. How much love did you offer her? Did she ever find from you?
I was a farmer. I was up from dawn till sundown. Then there were still chores. Nights I was so tired I never had much time.
Exactly. And there was always the thought that had Julie been a boy, she could have worked with you, taken some of those chores off your shoulders, been more of a companion.
Listen here, don't make me out no ogre. Maybe some of the things you say are true, but Julie didn't have to act up the way she did.
That's just the point. Of course she did. She was trying to win your love the only way she could. Or at least attention. She climbs a tree, pretends to drown, runs away from home, anything to get you to come and rescue her. Even the punishment was worth it. The agony of the dark closet, because she knows you'll be the one to come and save her.
I ain't proud of that.
Oh, we're human. We do what we do. But have you any idea what that child suffered for your love?
What do you mean?
Claustrophobia is the most common fear people have. Have you ever been locked up in the dark, Mr. Connors?
Ever since my wife died, I've shut myself in a closet. I hide in it because I don't want to wake up and open the door to life again. I had such love that...
You could have it again. A different way. From Julie.
No. She doesn't love me. She hates me.
She wants to love you. Do you want to love her?
I don't know.
Now, don't throw it away. I've talked to her, Mr. Connors. Do you know about the boogeyman?
Oh, that childish nonsense.
Yes, childish, perhaps, but not nonsense. Imagine. Just shut your eyes and try to think back to your kid years. Thrust into inky blackness, the key turned, no escape. The gradual feeling that the air was getting too thick to breathe. Above all, the dark. And the fear that you were locked in a coffin. And then, from somewhere, some fairy tale or ghost story, you begin to hear a voice.
Trapped, Julie, trapped. No one to help you. No one to love you. At last I can get rid of you the way I want, the way I should have. Because you never should have been. Do you feel me closing in? Like the walls crushing you, taking away your breath. Stop it. Don't you know how wrong I was? Don't you see, no matter what she says, I know she hates me.
But she doesn't. In spite of everything, you couldn't be better loved, and I can prove it to you.
How?
Whose voice do you think it was she heard? Because she wasn't a boy, but just a little girl. Because she felt unwanted. Whose voice, Mr. Connors?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Yours.
God forgive me.
He will. And Julie. It isn't too late. All her rebellion, everything she's ever done, even last night, if she has any guilt in what happened, has been a cry for your love. Can't you offer it to her at last?
Pop.
Julie.
I thought you'd... I never thought you'd come.
Yeah. Well, about time.
I didn't rob anybody, Pop. Honest, I didn't. I had no idea.
It doesn't matter, hon. All I know is you're released from the hospital and you're getting dressed. And you and me are going to the police station to post that bond. And then we're going home. And no matter what happens, I'm going to fight to keep you there.
Oh, Pop. Pop, I don't know what to say.
Neither do I much. It ain't going to be easy. So many years to make up for.
You could just one way. With one move.
What?
Could you just hold out your arms?
Julie, my little girl.
Oh, Pop. All my life. Just this. It's all I ever wanted.
All of us have closets in the mind where skeletons rattle and boogeymen breathe heavy in the dark. Thank the Lord for the people who open the doors for us. And pity all those who don't have the doors opened. I'll be back shortly. Well, Julie and Seth Connors made their peace the hard way. Perhaps this time it will stick. At least there won't be any more dark closets. Life is too full of them. And the trick is to find out how to open them. The key is easy to find, of course. It's something very simple. Love. What the real trick is, however, is to be able to give it to the right person. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Jada Rowland, Christopher Tabori, Francis Sternhagen, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Browns. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's WOR Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program was furnished by the Columbia Broadcasting System. Your dial is set for news with John Scott, WOR New York, and RKO General Station.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. The director of the Gulf Theater and your host, Roger Pryor.
Our play tonight, The Enchanted Cottage by Sir Arthur Wing Pinero, is a modern fable in which we meet Helen Hayes as Laura Pennington and Frederic March as Oliver Bashforth. And now, as stage manager, I call for lights, music, curtain. The curtain rises on the living room of a country cottage in England. It's mid-morning, and Mrs. Minette, the housekeeper, is opening the door for some early visitors.
Good morning, Miss Pennington.
Good morning, Mrs. Minette. I brought Major Hillgrove to call on Mr. Bashford.
Mr. Bashford's not down yet. Come in. Oh, may I, sir?
Huh?
Mrs. Minette will take your hat, Major Hillgrove.
Oh, of course. Forgive me, Mrs. Minette, for appearing stupid, but the blind are sometimes socially awkward.
Blind.
The sofa.
I didn't know.
Over here, Major Hillgrove.
Thank you.
How is Mr. Bashford?
Not one of his good days, Miss Pennington. You must be prepared for that. Excuse me, I'll get Mr. Bashford.
There you are, Major.
Yeah. So, that was Mrs. Minette?
Yes.
I say, does she look like a witch?
Well, now you speak of it. Oh, but not like a wicked witch.
Well, the townspeople say that a grandmother was seized by a mob in 1865 and burned for witchcraft.
Oh, well, there's the story, yes, but surely you don't believe in witching.
Well, we blind amuse ourselves with all sorts of odd fancies. And then, who knows?
I think Mr. Bashford's coming. I don't know him very well, so perhaps I'd better wait in the garden.
Oh.
You can call me when you've finished, and I'll take you home.
No, I won't be staying long. Wait here, please.
Well,
Hello.
good morning, Mr. Bashford. This is Major Hillgrove.
How do you do? You must forgive me for breaking in on you like this. Your housekeeper said you were a bit under the weather.
It's this pain in my head. It'll split on me one of these days.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Have you any phenacetin?
Nothing does it any good.
Oh, do let me get you some. I can go to the druggist and be back in 10 minutes. I'll hurry.
You don't have to.
Kind little person. My man's in bed with influenza. She gave me an arm across the path. I wonder why the plain women of the world are the kindest, Bashful.
How did you know she's plain? You can't see her.
I sensed it. By the way, since we're neighbors, I thought you and I might get together for a talk occasionally.
I took this cottage for the sole purpose of being lonely.
Sick man?
Well, don't I sound like one?
Where were you wounded?
They are gone. August 18.
Where did they get you?
My leg, can't you see? Oh, that's right, you can't. Messed up my face with shrapnel, too. But it's my head that pounds and pounds and
You
pounds.
made work right in time.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop that rot. What about you?
Attack at Vimy, 13th of April. They gave me a permanent eclipse. Good Lord. What time is that?
11.
I had an appointment. I'll miss the chap entirely.
Suppose I lend you Mrs. Manette. She'll take you home. Mrs. Manette,
I would appreciate it.
Yes, Mr. Baxter.
will you help Major Hillgrove across the park?
Of course, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Minette.
I hope you'll forgive my bad manners, Major. Will you come see me again?
How about tomorrow?
I'll look for you, Major.
Good morning. Now, if you'll just warn me of the steps, Mrs. Minette, I think we'll get along famously.
Yes. Yes. Oh, Mother. Yes, hello, Mother. Oh, no, please. Oh, please, let's not discuss that again. I tell you I'm perfectly all right. No, there's no use in your coming down here, Mother. But don't you see, I said, don't you... Hello, you...
Mr. Bashford.
Huh? Oh, Miss Pennington. Yeah, the Major remembered an appointment, and Mrs. Manette took him home.
Oh, I hurried as fast as I could. Here's the phenacetin.
Thank you. There's water there in the carafe.
Yes. 2 tablets now and 2 more in 3 or 4 hours, if your head still hurts. Now, you must lie down here on the sofa. I'll fix the pillows.
Thank you.
It's best to keep quiet after phenacetin. There. Is that comfortable?
Yes, very.
Well, good morning, Mr. Bashford.
I say, Miss Pennington.
Yes?
Hey, I've discovered I shall have to leave this cottage.
Leave? You mean for good?
Yes, hide myself somewhere or other.
But hide from whom?
My people. They won't let me alone. I mean, they will pester me and torment me.
Torment you?
I came down here because they were turning me into a raving lunatic with their meddling. You see, they don't realize that I'm done, I'm finished, I'm washed up.
But, Mr. Bashford, that isn't true. When you've rested and your head's
They
better...
don't realize that I have to avoid people who knew me as I was, healthy, strong, and active. They don't know how I loathe a shriveled face and shrunken carcass.
Mr. Bashford, you can't... You mustn't say those things.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be pouring all this out on you.
Oh, it isn't that.
I'm terribly upset. You see, I was just talking to my mother on the telephone before you came in. You know what their latest plan is? They're sending my sister Ethel down here to take care of me.
Won't you like that?
Ethel. We've always fought as long as I can remember. She irritates me. She rubs me raw. I can't stand anymore.
But if she's your sister, Mr. Bashford, I should think...
She's a tyrant. A meddlesome tyrant.
You must relax. Just lie back and close your eyes. There, Mr. Bashford. I hope you won't be angry with me for offering you advice.
Oh, why should I? Everyone gives me advice.
You know, it isn't good for you to live alone. Whether you remain here in this cottage or go somewhere else.
Oh, Mrs. Manette looks after me.
You can't count on Mrs. Manette or any housekeeper. Why don't you fall in with this plan of your people's? Give it a try.
Pain in my head's more than I can stand.
Dreadful that you should have no companion. Nobody to read to you or play cards with you on a wet day. Fill your pipe for you. Chat over the news in the papers in the long evenings.
Oh, I don't mind it. Better than having my family around.
But you're not well. You need someone. Why, often and often, during the rough weather we've been having lately, when the wind has been roaring in my chimney and my fire hissing at the rain, I've pictured you sitting here alone, and oh, they'll be waiting lunch. I really must go.
No, wait. No, don't go yet.
Oh, but I must. You see, it's...
No. You're kind. You're very kind. You wouldn't get on a man's nerves. Strip the very skin off of him.
Goodbye, Mr. Bashford.
Now, look here. I am desperately lonely at times. And you must be, too. We're both in the same boat.
Two misfits, you mean?
Well, something like that. Miss Pennington, I know this may seem a rather startling idea, but why not give up your lodgings and move into my cottage?
Oh, you don't... Oh, you're laughing at me. This is your idea of a joke.
Oh, no, I'm dead serious. Oh, we'd be married first, of course. That would keep my silly mother and sister away. And my stepfather, too.
Oh, it's fantastic. You don't know what you're saying.
What I do?
Oh, if you want to marry and keep your people away, well, there must be dozens of smart, pretty girls in London in your own friends.
Pretty girls? Those are the kind I can't face. Do I look like an eligible husband for a pretty girl?
Oh, I see.
You see what?
You asked me to marry you, Mr. Bashford. Not only to protect yourself from your family, but because I possess the special qualification of being ugly.
Miss Pennington, I didn't mean to...
Doesn't matter. I think I'd better go.
Miss Pennington, don't go, please. Please.
Oh, how could you? How could you?
Oh, please. I wouldn't have hurt you for the world. What I meant to say was that no woman would marry me except in pity. And the girls in my set, as you call them, are not the sort who devote themselves to an unsightly, neurotic wreck such as I've become. Oh, I am sorry I've hurt you.
Oh, it was stupid of me to be upset. Of course, I know I'm plain, but it's a shock to be told about it so bluntly.
I'd give anything to call it all back.
May I make one suggestion, Mr. Bashford? Ever again you approach an unattractive woman in this way, remember that even unattractive women have their dreams.
Dreams?
Of forgetfulness, of oblivion. Dreams in which they're just as lovely and desirable as the loveliest and the most desirable of their sex. Remember that. And if you can spare them too complete an awakening, it's an act of charity.
Miss Pennington, your name's Laura, isn't it? Laura. Yes, Miss Manette?
The mail, sir?
Leave it there on the table.
Yes, sir. I suppose Miss Pennington is staying to lunch?
Oh, no, I'm just going, Mrs. Manette.
No, you must stay. Now, really, you must.
Oh, no, I can't.
No, please.
Well, all right, if you want me to.
Yes, Miss Pennington will stay, Mrs. Manette.
Yes, sir. I thought she would.
I say, did you see her face when she came in? I wonder if she was listening outside the door.
Why should she?
I don't know, but you know the story. They say she's a witch.
Do you think she's planning to cast some kind of spell?
Oh, no, that's poppycock, of course. Listen.
What is it?
Mrs. Manette. Good Lord. Mrs. Manette's laughing. People may call this a hill, but I say it's a mountain.
Oh, you can't take it. That's what comes of not eating your bread crust when you were little.
Oh, you've got it all wrong. Bread crusts that'll make your hair curly.
Oh.
Here, let's sit down.
Look. You can see the whole countryside from here. There's the river, there's the crossroads, and there's the church, see?
Hey, Laura.
Yes, Oliver.
Mother phoned again this morning. Ethel's planning to move in on me next week. So I'll have to disappear.
You mean go away?
Must. I've got to.
I'll miss you.
Oh, don't think I won't miss you.
I'll always remember these last 2 weeks.
I shan't forget them. We have had fun.
When will you go?
Tomorrow.
So soon? Oh, no.
Well, I wouldn't have to go at all if you'd marry me. I can't ask you to love me, but we do get along. We could be happy together. Very happy. I need you.
Do you, Oliver?
desperately. Be kind. Say yes.
Then yes, Oliver. Yes.
Oh, no. Something dreadful would happen if a bride wasn't carried over the threshold. There you are.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, Mrs. Manette.
I didn't mean to frighten you. I'm so happy for you both.
Thank you, Mrs. Manette. And now, if you'll rustle us up some supper.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, right away.
Make it something special, please. I say, it's getting dark, isn't it? Better light the lamp, hmm?
Oliver, did you notice how she looked at us?
Mrs. Manette? Oh, don't bother about her. Yeah, that's better, isn't it? A lamp can...
What's the matter?
Nothing's happening. I don't know what. Can't you feel it?
Yes. Yes, I can.
It's in the air. It's all about us.
Oliver, I'm frightened. Hold me. Tight, Oliver.
Nothing can hurt you now, darling.
Oliver.
What is it?
When you carried me just now, you didn't limp. You're standing so straight. And they've gone. Your scars. Look there in the mirror. Walk, Oliver. Walk, let me show you.
Wait, Laura, don't move. Stand just as you are.
I can't believe it.
With the light falling on your hair like that. Striking sparks in your eyes. I hadn't realized. But you weren't like this. You've become... Yes, that's it. You've changed.
What is it, dearest?
Oh, Laura, you're beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful.
And now, in this brief moment before the curtain in the Gulf Theater rises on Act 2 of the Enchanted Cottage, we'd like to send all our neighbors here in America our best wishes for the Thanksgiving season. Each one of us must make up for himself his own list of things to be thankful for, but high on every list will be the fact that all Americans can call each other neighbor. That use of the word neighbor tells us an important fact about our country. It tells us that the miracles of modern communication, especially the family automobile and our coast-to-coast network of good roads, have made neighbors even of families on opposite sides of a continent. Perhaps you drove home to see your folks last Thursday, or possibly you're planning to take a trip in your car sometime soon. Well, just that kind of travel is what helps maintain sympathy and understanding between all Americans. And speaking for the good Gulf dealers along your way and for the Gulf oil companies, let me tell you how proud Gulf is of its share in the work of making automobile travel more convenient and more economical for all alike, in helping to keep all Americans neighbors. And so, the curtain's about to rise on the second act of The Enchanted Cottage, starring Helen Hayes and Frederic March. Lights. Music. Curtain. It's the next evening at the cottage. Oliver and Laura, frightened and incredulous at the spell that's been cast over them, send for their blind friend, Major Hillgrove.
I had my man bring me over as soon as I got your note, Bashforth. Is something wrong?
If you could see us with your eyes, I mean.
We had to talk to someone. You sound frightened.
You understood from Oliver's letter, didn't you, that something had happened, something out of the common?
Vaguely.
Well, I didn't dare be more explicit in the letter.
You'll never believe us, Oliver.
No one could.
Major Hillgrove, I'm not plain anymore.
She's beautiful. Gloriously beautiful, Hillgrove.
And Oliver, oh, if you could see him.
Laura's growing lovelier and lovelier every day.
And Oliver's stronger and straighter and handsomer.
But don't you hear the difference?
Yes, don't you hear it? Major Hillgrove.
Why, yes, yes.
Oh, I'm frightened. I'm so frightened.
You see, we believe, I know you laugh at us, but we believe it's that woman.
Woman?
Mrs. Manette.
You know, my housekeeper.
The witch.
Oh, don't laugh, please. We believe it. How else could this thing have happened?
Unless we're under some sort of spell, enchantment.
Tell me, Oliver, when did this... when did the change begin? Yesterday.
On our homecoming.
After the marriage.
Almost as soon as we set foot in this cottage.
Mrs. Manette was waiting at the door to welcome us.
That moment was when the change began, Major Hillgrove.
See, we thought it was some sort of illusion. But in the morning, over the breakfast table, we both saw clearly how we'd changed.
It was so frightening.
But why? What is there to be alarmed about?
But don't you see, if Mrs. Manette is a witch and our transformation is due to sorcery... Well, what she's given, she can take away.
Exactly, Hilgo.
Supposing I offend Mrs. Manette, or Oliver does. It's so easy to offend without meaning to. Oh, you must advise us, Major Hillgrove. What'll we do?
Yes, what? Well, I do hear this change in you, and I say take the gift and enjoy it without question. Accept it humbly as a heaven-sent miracle, and thank God for it on your bended knees.
A heaven-sent miracle.
Yes. Yes, that's just what it is. A heaven-sent miracle. Bedtime, Laura?
Tomorrow. How I dread it.
Oh, you'll knock Mother and Stepfather right off their feet.
You haven't told them about it. I mean about the change.
Not a word. No, I want them to see. And they shan't see until Major Hillgrove breaks the ice a bit.
I hope your mother and stepfather will like me.
Like you? Oh, darling. You'll be irresistible. Put out that light while I lock up the door, will you?
Oliver.
Hmm?
I want to be married all over again.
Good heavens, what for?
I want to have a grand wedding with a bevy of bridesmaids and a page to carry my train. I want to be married by a bishop, a grave, portly bishop with lawn sleeves and all the rest of it. And I want to wear a dress of ivory satin and a Honiton lace veil and a magnificent pearl necklace, a present from the bridegroom.
Oh, you're really doing it in style.
Oh.
We'll take it up with Mother and Stepfather tomorrow.
Oh, yes, tomorrow.
Well, you ready to go up?
Yes, darling, ready.
Mr. Smallwood, your son Oliver and his wife have been kind enough to invite me to meet you and Mrs. Smallwood here this afternoon.
I had no idea that my daughter-in-law was having it at home.
Yes, we were under the distinct impression that our visit was to be a family affair.
Purely a family affair. Oliver should be here to receive us. This is his duty.
Oh, the young person he married.
Well, Mrs. Smallwood, your son is in the next room.
The next room?
With his wife. They're waiting for me to summon them.
Really, I can't understand this extraordinary behavior.
Well, they've asked me to prepare you for a very great surprise.
I must say this sudden marriage was a bombshell. He's simply thrown himself away.
We understand his wife is nobody and unsightly into the bargain.
Well, that brings us to the point, Mr. Smallwood. Your daughter-in-law was a plain young woman.
Was?
Your son and Miss Pennington were married. They entered that door, he a shattered, wry-necked, half-crippled fellow, and she a little, meager, wasted thing whose only charm was a gentle manner.
Most unattractive.
When they crossed that threshold, the change began.
Change? What change?
Do you believe in miracles, modern miracles, that may happen to you, to me, today, tomorrow, that may relieve misfortune, retrieve disaster, that may heal the sick, make the lame walk and the blind see?
Well, really,
I do. For I tell you that Oliver and his wife have been touched by a power which is beyond earthly power, and they're wonderfully, gloriously transformed.
Transformed?
Did you say transformed?
Laura is beautiful, with music in every sound she breathes, and my ear tells me grace in every movement of her lovely body. And Oliver walks erect. He's limp. He's gone. I'll bring them in now.
This is my wife, Mother. I hope you and she will be great friends. Stepfather, this is Laura.
How do you do?
How do you do?
It's so kind of you both to come to see me.
Mother? I suppose Major Hillgrove's explained the way it all happened.
Happened?
Yes, the change in us. You ever know anything so marvelous? I mean, you can't judge of the change in Laura, of course, but you can see the difference in me.
My dear boy,
Yes. The change is most marked, Oliver, most marked.
Marked?
Is that all you've got to say? Well, look at us.
Poor Oliver. Don't you
We're very
see
sorry, Ollie. We had to go away so quickly. We warned you this is only a flying visit. Mother!
Oh, Major Hillgrove, how could you?
Never mind, Agnes. Goodbye, Oliver. Every happiness, my dear. Come, Agnes.
I'll write you soon, Oliver. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Major Hillgrove. Major. Flora. What's the meaning of their behavior? What's the meaning of it?
Oliver, don't.
You are beautiful. You are.
And you, Oliver.
Laura, come here.
Yes, Major.
I want to touch your face. Yes. Yes, I see.
Major Hillgrove. Am I beautiful? Am I?
Well, why don't you answer her?
Oliver, Laura, I'm afraid we've been under an illusion.
Mrs. Manette.
You called me, madam?
No. No.
Come here, Mrs. Manette.
Yes, sir?
Tell me, you've known Mrs. Bashforth for a long time,
Yes, sir?
and Mr. Bashforth for some months.
Yes, sir?
Then you are thoroughly familiar with their appearance before they were married.
Yes, sir.
When they entered this cottage after their marriage, were they just as you'd always known them?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Their outward appearance, their looks, there's been no change? Answer me, Mrs. Minette.
No. No, sir.
Look at them. Are they still just as you've always known them? Are they?
Yes, sir. I knew you had to find out the truth this afternoon.
I'm sorry, Oliver.
Mrs. Manette.
What is there to be sorry for? Shall I let you into a secret?
Secret?
Oh, yes. Yes.
A man and woman in love have a gift of sight that's not granted to others. Keep your love, and you'll always be beautiful to each other. Scarecrow that I am. If my man could rise out of his grave and walk in this minute, even I would be pretty to him. Even I.
Well, I'd better go home now, I think.
Laura and I will take you, Major. Unless Laura's tired.
I am tired. You'll forgive me, Major Hillgrove.
Forgive you. Forgive me.
Dear friend.
Goodbye.
Till tomorrow. Don't hurry, Oliver. I shan't be lonely.
Come, Major. We'll be expecting you for lunch tomorrow, so don't disappoint us. Thanks.
Oliver.
Yes, Laura? What is it, darling?
You forgot to kiss me.
So I did.
Darling, if there should be a child, there's a chance that it'll be beautiful, isn't there?
Not a chance. A certainty.
Because of you. Because of you.
If it's a girl, it'll be the most beautiful thing in creation. If it's a boy, the sturdiest kid that ever breathed.
Yes, it will. I know it will.
You're lovely. You're lovely beyond anything I ever imagined.
You're more wonderful than anything I've ever known.
Those silly people. Why can't they see?
We see. We know. That's all that matters. We know.
Thank you, Helen, and thank you, Freddie. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, ready for our weekly question box, in which the stars appearing on the program are asked one question each, and if they fail to answer, they have to pay a forfeit.
Good night, folks. It was nice meeting you all.
Wait a minute, Freddie. Wait for me.
Oh, you too, Helen?
Oh, yes. I just remembered to let some potatoes on the stove.
Oh, now, Helen, you're not afraid of questions.
Oh, yes, Roger, I am. Whenever I hear a lot of questions, I start getting confused.
Well, that's natural enough. I know that often when there's some kind of a discussion, lots of us get confused because we hear so many different statements that it's hard to know what to think. Isn't that right, Harry?
Yes, it certainly is, Roger. And you know, folks, a good many confusing things can be said. In fact, I fear sometimes are said about gasoline. The important thing, however, for you to remember always is to buy the product of a company in which you have the utmost confidence. A company whose avowed policy is to manufacture and sell only the finest products that skill, science, and great resources make possible. And will you remember also that this is the policy of Gulf? that its gasolines, Good Gulf and No Nox, are today greatly improved over what they were even 6 months ago. Just as 6 months ago, they were better products than they were the year before. All this is done as a matter of course and is the result of forever keeping pace with every known means of product improvement. With Gulf, the policy of constantly improving the quality of its products is a pledge that you motorists will find maintained whenever you stop at the sign of the Gulf orange disc.
Thank you, Harry Von Zell. And now for the question box. The first question goes to Freddie March. Freddie, I'm going to give you the history of a certain star. And whenever you think you know who it is, you say so.
All right.
Now, she was born in London, has appeared in 37 stage productions, introduced the song Limehouse Blues, and has appeared in more Noel Coward shows than any...
wait a minute. Gertrude Lawrence.
Absolutely right, Freddie. And incidentally, Gertrude Lawrence will appear in the Gulf Theater next Sunday with Herbert Marshall and Johnny Mac Brown. And now here's a question for Helen Hayes. Helen, do you know Bing Crosby?
Oh, yes. Well, that was an easy question. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. That's not the question. What's Bing Crosby's real full name?
Bingham?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. He probably wishes it were, but his real name is Harry Lillis Crosby. And Helen,
golly.
for your forfeit, you must read this.
Oh. The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath. It is twice blessed. It blesseth him that gives and him that takes.
That's right, Helen. That's easy. But now read it as Jimmy Durante would read it. Come on.
The quality of mercy is not strained.
Thank you, Helen Hayes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we say goodnight, I'd like to extend you an invitation to tune in next week when we bring you from New York Gertrude Lawrence, Herbert Marshall, Johnny Mac Brown, and, of course, Oscar Bradley and his Gulf Orchestra. Until then, this is Roger Pryor saying goodnight, everybody.
Helen Hayes appeared tonight with the courtesy of the makers of Campbell's Soup. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Hollywood, California, Monday, January 11th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Fred MacMurray in The Gilded Lily with David Niven and George Chandler. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Claudette Colbert, Fred MacMurray, David Niven, and George Chandler. Our guests, Linton Wells, famous newspaper correspondent, and Janet Riesenfeld, dancer, recently returned from war-torn Spain. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. To you who crowd our theater on Hollywood Boulevard tonight, and to Lux listeners the nation over, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap extend a hearty welcome. Perhaps more so than anyone else, does a lovely screen star have to guard a beautiful complexion. Constantly before the public, she knows the camera will catch the slightest blemish should her skin reveal one. How significant it is, then, that 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux Toilet Soap. The same beauty care so inexpensive that every girl can use it every day. Begin your Lux Toilet Soap beauty care tomorrow. The Lux Radio Theater presents its distinguished producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Claudette Colbert has starred twice for me on the radio and 3 times on the screen. Highlights of our association run through my mind like sequences of film through a projector. Once I made her pass by a pair of leopards, brushing dangerously close to their fangs. But I protected her in that instance by pouring perfume on the cushions where the leopards crouched. Leopards don't care for stars if they can get perfume. Then there's the story of the centipede in Hawaii. After I had told Claudette that there was nothing in the Hawaiian jungle that could possibly harm her, she sat down to find a 6-inch centipede roosting in her chair. Jumping up, she forgot the fierce-looking insect in her fury at me. And going across the studio lot one day, I met her on the way to lunch. How would you like to play the role of the wickedest woman in the world? I asked her. I'd love it, said Claudette. So I cast her as Poppaea in The Sign of the Cross. Later, she starred for me as history's most glamorous woman, Cleopatra. And someday, I hope to star her as the bravest woman in the world, a part I have in mind for her that she knows nothing about. But Claudette is something of a star maker herself. 3 young men who have risen to prominence in the past year scored first as leading men for Miss Colbert. They are Melvin Douglas, Charles Boyer, and a frequent visitor to my set while I was shooting The Plainsman, Fred MacMurray. When Paramount cast him as Claudette's leading man in The Gilded Lily, the effect of his charm was instantaneous. Everywhere, people were suddenly talking about him. A 10-letter man in high school, Fred now gets 10,000 letters a month. But he's just as regular as the man he plays tonight. Pete, a ship news reporter. Claudette Colbert, born with the name of Lily, resumes that name for the evening. David Niven will be heard in the role of Charles Gray, and George Chandler as Eddie, a photographer. And this is the moment when we introduce them to the Lux Radio Theater audience. Ladies and gentlemen, Claudette Colbert and Fred MacMurray in a story based on the Paramount picture, The Gilded Lily. Second and Fifth Avenue, New York City. From a park bench not far from the steps of the public library, 2 young people are idly contemplating the surge of traffic at the busy intersection. They are Pete Dawes, a newspaper reporter, who leans back against the bench, his long legs stretched out before him, and Lily David, a stenographer. They haven't been talking very much, just watching, and eating popcorn from a paper bag.
Big stuff, eh? Watching the world go by?
Right, big stuff.
Of course, there's different ways of watching. Now, you take the guy who eats peanuts. Every time he cracks a shell, he has to see that his thumb is in the right spot, and then he has to take the peanuts out and then throw the shells away. A guy like that can't concentrate. See what I mean?
Oh, sure.
But popcorn. Popcorn was made for watching the world go by. Look, I stick my hand in the bag without taking my eyes off the street. I throw the popcorn in my craw, I chew, and I'm still looking. That's what I call class.
Sure, peanut eaters don't know how to live.
Nah. Tell me something, Lily. You love me?
No.
That's the way to talk. No worries, no jealousies, just meeting here every Thursday and eating our popcorn. Why don't you love me?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I don't know what love is, but I think I do.
What do you think?
About love?
About love.
Well, I think when it hits me, I'll start walking 3 feet off the ground, and if the man has a mole on his nose, I won't be able to see it. And I have a feeling that when I find him, he'll be flat broke.
Right. And when you're married, you won't be able to quit your job until you have to. And there'll be plenty of reasons why you'll have to.
Well, that's the fun of being married.
Fun? You'll do your own cooking and washing. You'll lose your figure.
Oh, you newspaper men know everything.
Sure. What you're trying to be is a Lizzie Glutz.
Lizzie Glutz?
Yeah, the girl who runs her own little world to suit herself because she's too unimportant to have the world run her.
Well, that sounds great to me.
Of course it does. The smarter you are, the harder you try for that kind of life. But Lizzie Glutz is Lizzie Glutz simply because she's too darn dumb to be anything else. And that's not you.
Oh, Pete, you're talking through your nose again.
There's a dame for you. I try to tell her she's got it in her to be big stuff, and what does she do?
She says, let's go for a walk.
Only as far as the subway, though. I got to work tonight.
Say, is there a boat docking?
Yeah. I got to get an interview with some visiting goof about what he thinks of our beautiful buildings and tall women.
Oh, Pete, someday I'd like to go down and meet a boat with you, just to see what celebrities are like, huh?
If people really knew, there wouldn't be any celebrities. Well, let's go. I'll walk you to the subway.
Wait a minute. Don't you think you'd better put your shoes on?
Gosh, I forgot I took them off.
You're just a grandpa heart. Come on, hurry up. I don't want to miss the West Side Limited.
West Side train, West Side. Let 'em out, let 'em out.
There's your train. See you next Thursday.
Same bench.
Same time.
So long, Lily.
Big luck to you.
West Side train. Keep moving in there. Don't block the doors. All right, lady, if you're going in, go on.
What do you think you're shoving?
I know me job, lady.
There's no more room in this car.
Well, then we'll make it. Go on, go on.
Stop it!
Look here, you can't do that. You're practically flattening this young lady.
Shut up and turn around before somebody steps in your face. Come on, get in.
You let her alone or I'll do a bit of pushing myself.
Oh, yeah? I'd like to see you try it.
I'm afraid I'll have to.
Hey, let me up, will you?
You better get out of here, mister.
Are you all right?
You're a wise guy, huh? Going around knocking people down.
Well, I'm sorry you fell over, but this young lady's had difficulty, and
Oh, so I fell over, huh? Maybe like you're gonna fall over.
Why, you...
Hey, get a coat! Hey!
Come on, get out of here before they arrest you.
Arrest me, but
I... Don't look back, but is anybody following us?
I can't see without looking.
Well, let's duck into a store.
A store here, in this one.
Oh, mister, whatever you do, never sock a subway guard.
Not even for you?
Well...
What is it, please?
No, what's what?
Can I wait on you?
Well, no.
Oh, no, we're just browsing around.
Browsing? For an artificial leg?
Artificial what?
Well, that's all we sell in here, sir.
Well...
That's a lovely day, isn't it?
I think so.
Oh, quite. Well, thanks very much. Come on, let's get out.
Well, here we are.
Is this your house?
Mine and about 20 other people. I've got the second floor front. Well...
Well?
Did I thank you for the dinner?
3 times. Am I going to see you again?
Why not?
Of course, why not?
Did anyone ever tell you that you talk like an Englishman?
I was born in England.
Maybe that's why.
Yes, maybe that's why.
Well, I don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
No, I feel as though I just come out of ether.
Well...
May I see you tomorrow?
For what?
For fun?
What's your name?
Gray. Charles Gray. Shall I say about 2?
Tomorrow's Friday. Don't you work on Friday?
No.
Do you work on Thursday?
No.
Do you work any day?
No.
Oh. Well, why don't you go out and look for a job tomorrow?
But tomorrow I want to be with you.
Well, not at 2 o'clock. I work until 5:30.
Oh, I can wait. Better still, I'll meet you in the morning and take you to your office.
Will you look for a job Monday?
If you'll let me see you on Saturday and Sunday, too.
Well, why should I care if you find a job?
Of course. Why should you care?
Well, good night. Thanks for socking the guard.
No trouble.
But my name's Lily. Lily David. I forgot to tell you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, that's all there is to tell about me. I make $20 a week. It was $35 a few years ago, but I don't mind. I haven't many friends, and I don't mind that either. Now, do you want to dance?
I'd rather just sit and talk if you don't mind.
Sure. Isn't it funny? We've known each other almost a week now, and this is the first time we've let down our hair and talked seriously. What about you?
Me?
All I know about you is your name so far.
Well, there's very little else. My life story is very dull, and I wouldn't bore you with it.
Are you going to keep your promise about finding a job?
Why are you so interested in a job for me?
Well, it's the right way to live now, isn't it? Instead of going along from day to day, just trusting that something will come along to keep you going.
That's true, I suppose.
And we're going to see each other again, aren't we?
So often that you'll become annoyed with me.
Do you think so?
No, not really.
Do you want to hear a secret?
About you?
No, about both of us. If I were ever to become annoyed with you, it would have happened years ago.
What?
That's when I first started thinking about you. How you'd look,
Oh.
the way you'd have, what you'd say when we were together.
And do I live up to the picture?
Perfectly, even to being without a job. But that's the way I wanted you to be, so that when I met you, actually, I could help you.
Well, there's not much I can say after that. If I simply told you I loved you, it would sound rather flat, wouldn't it?
I don't think so.
Shall I try it, just to see how it sounds?
Will you mean it?
How could I help but mean it?
Then try it.
I love you so much. Happy?
Oh, gloriously. But we shouldn't have taken a cab.
We had to celebrate. Isn't every night I tell a girl that I love her?
I hope not. I'll pay half the bill.
All right. And what about tomorrow? Will I see you?
Oh, tomorrow and the day after and the day after that and... Oh, no, wait a minute. No, tomorrow's Thursday, isn't it?
Yes, why?
Oh, I can't see you tomorrow night. I have a date.
Oh.
You don't mind, do you? It's been every Thursday for such a long time.
What do you read?
Some more popcorn, Lily?
No.
What's the matter? Sick?
No.
You know something? There's no reason why we shouldn't force the city to put a water bottle beside this bench. A man can't eat popcorn all night without drinking something. I said a man can't eat popcorn all night without drinking something.
Oh, yes.
Hey, look at me. What's the matter with you tonight?
Pete, I want you to shake hands with Lizzie Glutz.
Lizzie Glutz?
Yeah, Lizzie Glutz. The girl we talked about. The girl you said I wasn't, remember? The girl who was going to meet some man who'd sweep her right off the ground, and he'd be broke, and neither of them would care, and all at once they'd be living in their own little world.
Oh. So what happened, huh?
Yep, just like I said it would. You see, you were wrong.
Yeah. Who is he?
Just a nobody, but you'd like him.
Would I?
Oh, Pete, it's the swellest feeling. All at once, you're face to face. You don't know how it happened, but there you are. And from then on, it's just one roller coaster ride after another. Wait till it happens to you.
You think it will?
It's bound to.
What'll I do?
Well?
I know what I'll do. Just sit on the bench and eat my popcorn and watch the world go by. And then all at once, there won't be any more popcorn, and a man can't watch the world go by without popcorn, can he?
Pete.
Can he?
Pete.
No. I bet he's a darn nice guy.
Yeah, he is a darn nice guy.
I was nuts about this bench, weren't you?
I still am.
Well, I'll put a for-rent sign on it tomorrow.
But, Pete, you're still the best friend I've got. What I do with him won't make any difference with us.
No?
No, you don't understand about him. I want you to meet him right away. There's no reason why the three of us...
You don't know your guys.
But I don't want to lose you. I won't.
I know. Just old reliable. That's how I stack up with you. All right, forget about the for-rent sign. If you're ever in a spot or if you feel like you want to talk it over with somebody on a Thursday night, you'll know where to find me.
I'll be here.
But don't come unless you have to, because it can never be the same anymore, see? You understand that, don't you?
I guess so.
Well, I got to beat it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I got some stuff to finish up over at the office. I'll be working pretty late, I guess, so... Well, so long, Lily.
So long.
In just a moment, we will continue with the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Gilded Lily, starring Claudette Colbert and Fred MacMurray. For the moment, we want to tell you a little inside story about Mr. DeMille's own studio, Paramount. Yesterday, there was a story conference. Now, as we tune in, some of the girls are still typing away at the script. Madge is particularly rushed. She and Virginia have a special date tonight with two special gentlemen, and Virginia's all ready to go.
All set, Matt? Come on. Oh, Virginia, is it that late? Oh, I'm tired. Honest, I don't know how I can go out tonight. I've been digging in my files and typing like mad all day long. Couldn't we go tomorrow night?
Oh, no. I'm tired, too, but I know what to do about it. I just pop into a nice, warm, Lux toilet soap bath. Haven't you tried that? It makes you feel swell, round to go.
Thousands of popular girls all over the country are in on the Lux Toilet Soap Beauty Bath secret. Famous screen stars like Betty Davis and Carole Lombard find it a wonderful pick-me-up after a hard studio day. And most important of all, you can depend on Lux Toilet Soap's active lather to protect daintiness, keep your skin sweet. You'll love the delicate, expensive fragrance of this fine white soap. Once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with The Gilded Lily, starring Claudette Colbert and Fred MacMurray with David Niven. A few days have passed since Lily said goodbye to the easygoing news hawk. We're in a richly furnished apartment of a Park Avenue hotel, where two men stand facing each other across a table. The older man is the Duke of Loamshire, visiting America incognito. The younger is his son, known to us as Charles Grey, known in England as Lord Granville. The Duke of Loamshire breaks a long silence.
So, it's actually that serious, Charles.
Yes, Father.
Well, and now what?
Well, first I'll have to cable Helen and ask her to break the engagement.
Well, that's going to be rather difficult.
I know.
And this Lily?
Well, I'll simply tell her that fate takes care of idiots and supplies them well with money, and I'll take her back to England and we'll be married.
And that's that.
Well,
Gray, why did you lie about yourself to this girl? Tell her that you were a nobody, that you had no money.
I didn't. She told me that about myself. And after that, I was afraid to tell her the truth because...
Because you wanted to be what she thought you were.
Yes.
Oh, that's human, I suppose. But you'll forgive me, of course, if my mouth seems to hang open at times. Why, back home you were so enthused about social things. Parties, clubs, and all that. And here, all at once, you plunge yourself into a terrible, serious romance with this shop girl.
She's not a shop girl. She works in an office.
Oh, forgive me. But I still can't understand it.
But don't you see, I asked that we make this trip to America secretly just to get away from all that social nonsense.
For how long?
Oh, I'm sincere about this, Father.
Oh, of course you are. You're sincere about everything, for the moment.
Well, if that's your way of objecting to Lily...
I don't object to her, Gray. If you're set on marrying Lily, I'll accept her. And so will Mother. But there are various ways of handling a delicate situation, and you're diving into it headlong. Lies, cables. Oh, it's all so crude, my boy.
What should I do?
Go back to England. See Helen. Give her an opportunity to call off the engagement decently. And talk to your mother, as a son should talk to her. And then, with your house in order, come back here and ask Lily to marry you. You will have the right to ask her after that.
I wonder what Lily would say if I told her the truth.
Well, my boy, it would be easy enough to find out.
Oh, no, not yet. I'll just tell her I'm going away and that I've got a job. And heaven knows that's no lie.
Hey, Pete.
Yeah, what do you want, Eddie?
The boss is looking for you. You better put your shoes on and get on in there.
Okay, take it easy.
Well, it sounds important.
Sure, it's always important. Oh, Jack, you want to see me?
Old Pete Dawes, the demon reporter. Say, why don't you wake up and notice what's going on in front of those St. Bernard eyes?
What?
Well, would it interest you at all on this beautiful sunshiny day to know that the Duke of Loamshire and his son have been playing around town here for 6 weeks without a line of print?
Well, how'd they get here?
Phony names. But where were you? We run pictures of the kid when he got engaged to some English dame. Can't you use your eyes?
Well, what am I supposed to be? Secret Service operator number 13?
I don't know what you're supposed to be. And while you're walking around here in a trance, we have to pay a smart little hotel bellhop $5 for the tip.
Okay, where are they?
They're sailing today at noon.
Noon? I'll get them at the boat.
Hey, wait a minute. Take these pictures and clips along so you can at least tell them from Adam. And keep your mouth shut. We're the only sheet in town that's got anything.
Ha you hope.
Hey, Pete, what are we supposed to do? You ought to tell a guy.
I'm getting a story. You're here to get some pictures, see?
Yeah, but who?
Well, what's the difference? I'll point them out and you snap them. Try to get them with their mouths open, Eddie. It's funnier that way.
But their mouths open. But, gee, Pete,
Don't be artistic. Hey, there they are, up there on the deck. Come on, Eddie. Hello, gents.
I beg your pardon?
Say, what's the idea of visiting our little city without letting the papers in on it?
Papers?
Yeah, don't you think New York would like to know that it's been visited by the Duke of Loamshire and his son?
What?
Hey, all right, Eddie, snap them.
Perfect, Pete, just like you said.
But, my good man, you must be mistaken.
Oh, not at all. How about a little statement as to why you were here, what you were doing?
Look, couldn't you be a good sport and forget that you saw us? We'd appreciate it tremendously.
Oh, is it that important to you?
We can assure you there's no significance to the visit. We simply came here to enjoy ourselves quietly. And a report of the trip in the papers might call personal embarrassment.
Mm-hmm. To your fiancée, for instance, Miss Helen Fergus?
Well, yes.
You're still engaged, aren't you?
Yes, of course.
We'd be glad to make it worth your while.
Oh, don't bother. If it's that important, well, as far as I'm concerned, I've never seen you.
You promise that?
Sure. Come on, Eddie.
Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Hey, what do you mean, promising those guys you didn't see them?
What of it? You saw him, didn't you?
Sure, I got their... Oh...
Pete Dawes speaking. Oh, hello, Mac. Yeah. I thought it was swell myself. Say, did you see that picture of Granville with his mouth open? Was that a laugh?
Hey!
Well, Hey, I'll call you back, Mac. What are you doing here, Lily?
I've got to see you alone now.
Okay, we'll find an empty office. Well?
Pete, this picture in the paper. Did you do it?
Sure. Why?
Did you see these people? Talk to them?
Of course. Why all the excitement?
Why? Because Lord Granville, this man engaged to a girl in England, that's Charles Gray.
Charles Gray?
Yes, Charles Gray. The nobody I was telling you about.
Charles Gray Granville. So that's it. That's why I got the runaround.
He said he was going out of town for a couple of weeks to get a job. Pete, what did he say? What did he talk about?
Oh, you just...
Well, go ahead. I'm asking for it.
Well, he said he'd just been fooling around in America on the quiet and that he was going back to marry that English dame. His father tried to bribe me to keep the whole thing quiet.
Oh, that's swell, isn't it? Well, Lizzie Glutz did all right by herself, didn't she? He was broke, a nobody. He said he loved me. Now, what did he think I was?
Oh, don't get all worked up about him. If he ever comes back here, I'll break his neck.
He won't come back.
All right, what are you going to do about it?
What can you do? I'd like to do to him what he's done to me. Make him something to laugh at.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, no. When you're the sap, you're the sap. Anything you do makes you even more the sap. Well, there's a story for your paper. Lord Granville walks out on poor working girl. Can't you see the headlines?
Yeah, I can see the headlines.
Paper! Working girls points blue blood. Working girl points down marriage.
Here, what do you read, paper? Lily David says no to nobility, paper.
Hello? Hello? Listen, I want to speak to Pete Dawes. It's Miss David calling. Lily David. What? He is so in. You tell that big gorilla if he doesn't speak to me. Hello? Hello? Oh.
She finds him. Read all about it. His heart is broken because she's finds him.
Poor little office girl discarded the love of Lord Charles in unshaken belief that romance would eventually be hers. Lord Charles is now returning home, his heart heavy with grief at the thought...
Oh, stop it, Father.
Well, there you are. The latest radio bulletin. The captain has kept it out of the ship's paper, but it's all over England.
I can't understand this. What's her idea? What's she after?
A girl of her type? You'll hear from her later, asking for money to stop further publicity.
Well, I'll have to admit, she had me fooled completely.
Now, we'll have to be very careful. Of course, the harm has already been done with Helen.
Oh, it's a shame she was drawn into this mess.
Oh, that's over. But if there are going to be reporters at Southampton waiting for you, asking for statements...
I'll give them a statement.
No, you won't.
Oh, if I'd known I was going to drag you and Mother into cheap scandal...
My boy, all we have to do is be sure that nothing is done to encourage it. If there was only some way of stopping her without resorting to the courts.
Well, that won't be difficult, now that I know her language.
Oh, hello, Lily. Oh, maybe I find you here.
Did you? I've been waiting an hour and a half. Sit down.
Yeah, thanks. The popcorn?
Aren't you going to take off your shoes?
I don't know. I may not be staying very long.
All right. Why?
Why what?
You know what. Why did you print those fake stories?
Oh, that.
Go ahead.
Okay. I did it because I love you, and that guy Gray hurt you. And nobody's going to hurt you while I'm around and get away with it.
That's what I thought. Oh, you old windmill.
Well, at least nobody will ever walk out on you again. You're somebody now.
Yeah, somebody is right. People pointing at me in the subway, on the street, photographers trying to break into my house.
Sure, you're a celebrity now. One of those peculiar people made strangely important by ordinary newspaper print.
Strangely important. A busted romance, no job.
You lost your job?
I didn't lose it, I quit.
What for?
I got tired of answering questions. And look at this.
What's that, a cablegram?
Read it.
How much would it cost for a poor little working girl to forget she ever met me? Charles Gray. Well, there's a sweet boyfriend for you.
Yep, sweet and to the point. Well, if he wants to be forgotten, here's the one who can do it.
That's the stuff.
Pete, you're a smart fellow. What do poor little working girls usually do next?
Well, they usually drown themselves one way or the other.
I'll take the other. Let's go.
Nice joint, huh? Not classy, but it's comfortable. Hey.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking.
Yeah, I noticed it.
You know, there's one thing about Gray, Pete. He gave me the swellest moments I ever had in my life.
How much will it cost for a poor little working girl to forget?
Oh, all right. I'm quiet.
If you ever pull another crack about that guy...
Hello, Pete.
Oh, hello, Nate.
Where you been? I expected to see you when we had that Pip murder here last month.
I'm handling ship news now, Nate. Byline and everything. Don't you read it?
Nah. Where's your girlfriend?
Oh, Nate, I want you to meet Lily David. Lily, this is Nate Sarkopoulos, the smartest cafe man in the business.
Hello. How are you?
Hi.
Lily David, huh? Yeah, I read about you. Kicking Lord Huses back to England. That's what I say. Send all these foreigners back where they're supposed to be.
Say, Nate, how's business?
Terrible. Too many nightclubs. You haven't got something to drag them in, you starve. What I need is a first-class A1 attraction. A name.
Yeah, that'd help, Nate.
Sure, but where do you find them when they don't ask for $1 million?
Hey, wait a minute. Listen, Nate. I've got just the thing you're looking for. Not too expensive, but a big attraction. Should jam the place for months.
Yeah? Who is she?
Lily David.
What?
Now, wait a minute.
I'm getting out of here.
Sit down. Nate, this is it.
Well, maybe you're right.
Listen, if you think I'm going to turn myself into a nightclub
Shut
queen...
up. I tell you it's a cinch, Nate. Publicity, that's all it takes.
Well...
You spread her name over every billboard in town. You've read about her, you've talked about her, you've wondered about her. Now see her at the Gingham Cafe.
Well, it sounds good to me.
Well, it doesn't sound so good to me.
We'll get a singing teacher for her. We'll teach her to fake a song.
Oh, is that so?
I can see it all now, Nate. Enlarge the place. Redecorate the whole business.
Wait, that's expensive, Pete.
Oh, what's the difference?
Listen, what I want to know...
You'll make it all back in a couple of weeks. I tell you, she'll pack them in like sardines.
Oh, Pete, for
I'd
heaven's
have
sake.
to get an orchestra.
That's an idea. A 20-piece orchestra.
Wait
No,
a
we'll make
minute.
it 25 pieces and draw it on her voice.
No, wait a minute.
I can hear it now. 25 pieces swinging like mad.
Who's there?
Pete.
Oh, go jump in the lake.
Hello.
What do you think this dressing room is, a public thoroughfare?
Say, you ought to see the crowd out there. It's packed. I told you we'd do it. They're waiting to see you, Lily David, the little office girl who thought she was Lizzie Gladys.
Waiting to see me. Ha!
Well, you don't have to get hysterical about it.
Oh, Pete, can't you see how silly this is? Let's pretend we're sane again and call the whole thing off.
No, why do that?
Why? Look at me. I'm supposed to go out there and try to sing, try to dance. Dance. In an outfit like this, I can't even walk.
Oh, you'll come all right. Just sing your song and do your dance. That's all. All they want to do is all they want is a chance to see you.
Yeah, I'd like to see you go out there in this and let them look you over. I feel like a fancy porch swing.
Lily.
Oh, shut up.
Well, Lily, look, I brought you something. See, a bracelet.
A bracelet? Oh, Pete.
Like it?
It's lovely, but you shouldn't have done it.
Ah, that's all right. I got a lot of other stuff, too. Here, look. A necklace, diamond earrings, a couple of brooches, an anklet, and 6 ruby rings. Swell, huh?
Where did you get this?
The whole layout cost me $15. From 5 feet away, nobody can tell the difference.
And this is your little present to me.
Now, look. We don't know where this stuff came from. There'll be rumors, of course, that this necklace was given to you by the prince of some place or other, and the earrings are a little token of esteem from the Duke of whatchamacallit.
Uh-huh.
And the anklet from some king of some little country. I'll work out a good gag on that.
Oh, sure.
Of course, we'll pay no attention to the rumors. We'll just wear our jewelry and let people talk.
Sure. Say, Pete, isn't there something missing?
Missing?
Where's that little gadget I got from Napoleon?
Well, wouldn't be a bad idea at that.
Yeah.
But don't worry, I'll have your name in headlines every day. Lily David, the famous Knoll girl, the glamour girl. I'll have you ditching everybody from a count to a Raja.
Oh, could you by any chance be living my life for me?
Miss David, they're waiting.
Ah, she's coming. Ready, Lily?
Oh, I suppose so.
Oh, come on, buck up. You know, just to show me that everything's all right.
Oh, Pete, you're such a fool. I don't know whether to kiss you or kick you.
Well, a kiss would be easy to take, but I guess the kick would be easy to give.
Oh, Pete.
Hannah, girl. Oh, and say, Lily, that first little bracelet I gave you, it's personal, from me. It's on the level.
No kidding?
No kidding. Now go out there and murder him.
Murder them? Do you realize you're talking to the corpse?
Go ahead, Lily, lots of luck.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lily David, the world-famous No Girl.
Go on, let your music get on it.
No girl refuses key to city.
Read on. No girl says no to Raja Punjapur. No girl.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Pete.
Hello, Dora. Is Lily home?
Yeah, sir. But she going out soon.
Who's that, Dora?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Get my coat, will you, Dora?
Yeah, sir.
Going out, huh?
Yes, why?
Do you realize I've hardly seen you in 3 weeks? Gosh, I know it was my idea to have you step out now and then.
It
but...
was your idea, all right. I must be seen in the right places with the right people, correct?
Yeah, but look, I didn't mean all the time. Gosh, a fella gets kind of lonesome sitting around talking to himself. What are you doing tonight?
A date? The old guy with the 43 creameries. I suppose you forgot you've introduced me to him.
Oh, can't you call it off? Just this once. You know, tell him you're sick. You had your throat cut or something.
Why?
Well...
All right. Tonight, you and I?
Ah, swell. We'll go out and get some popcorn, huh?
Oh, Dora.
Yeah, sir?
Never mind the coat. And you'll find Mr. Decker's phone number in the little book. Tell him I'm staying home tonight.
That a girl.
With a headache.
Nice crack.
All right, what'll we talk about? The weather?
Oh, listen, Lily, I got to talk to you seriously tonight.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Randall. It's the millionaire from Yonkers.
Oh, hang up on him.
How are you, Mr. Randall? Oh, just fine. What? Oh, Mr. Randall.
Hey, what's he saying?
No, I can't. No, I said I can't.
You can't what?
No, some other time, Mr. Randall. Oh, of course I do.
Hey, give me that phone. Pete. Hello. Listen, you. Hang up that phone and don't call back again. Miss David isn't in. Huh? This is her father.
So Papa's getting burned up.
Well, the way those mugs talk, you think they owned you.
How do you think I feel about it? Do you think I asked for this? No time for myself, working most of the night, reporters hounding me all the time, people expecting me to do something crazy every time I step outside. Gosh, why haven't you thought of having me pushed over Niagara Falls in a kiddie car?
Well, let's drop the whole thing. It was my idea, and I'm admitting it's wrong. We could go away to the mountains, maybe, where you could get some rest, and then maybe we could... Oh, Lily, I know I'm just a mug, no class, not even a crease in my pants, but... Do you know what I'm trying to say?
I think so.
Well, how do you feel about it?
Oh, Pete, I'd marry you in a minute if it would make either of us any happier. But something happened to me once, and I'm not going to be satisfied until I find out why.
Oh, you're going to let that guy bother you for the rest of your life?
Pete, I can tell you this because I know you'll understand. I feel like a kid must feel when someone he loves slaps him in the face. He's hurt, he's angry, but he still loves.
Same old Lily.
I have to see him.
Sure you do.
I wonder what would happen if I took one of those London nightclub offers. Then if he really wanted to see me...
You do that and he'll be camping on the doorstep. Say, how many times do I have to tell you you developed into a mighty swell dish?
Pete, I'm going to London.
And what's going to happen? You'll see Gray, find out in 10 minutes he's still a lug, and come tearing back home.
At least I'd know.
Right. I'm just blabbing. Sure, you go ahead, and I'll sort of stay here to keep things rolling.
What? You're coming along.
Me?
Yes, you. What do you expect to do while I'm bodging around in a strange country? Stay here and write fan letters?
Oh, Lily.
I say you're coming with me.
All right, I will. But get this. I don't like that guy, and I never will. And if he tries to pull any more of his fancy tricks, I'll pop him right in the nose.
Oh, Pete, you've got the soul of a poet.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
In a few minutes, we resume the Gilded Lily, starring Claudette Colbert and Fred MacMurray with David Niven. We left Miss Colbert rapidly gaining fame in our play as a dancer. And it's a dancer whom we hear from now. Miss Janet Riesenfeld, daughter of the distinguished conductor, Dr. Hugo Riesenfeld. I met her first as a child when she came to my office with her father, who scored many DeMille pictures. Known professionally as Raquel Rojas, Miss Riesenfeld left this summer for Spain, where she was to meet a new dancing partner. She found him in the army and herself in the midst of the fierce siege of Madrid. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Janet Riesenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Yes, I went to Spain to dance and learned all sorts of new steps, dodging bombs and bullets.
With fighting going on, Janet, how were you able to enter Madrid?
I met a newspaper correspondent who had a passport, but no knowledge of Spanish. So I got through posing as his assistant. Once there, I stayed, thinking the rebellion would be over in a few days. When I changed my mind, I couldn't leave. After 6 terrifying weeks, the American embassy left Madrid for Valencia on Thanksgiving Day, and I went along.
Did you see much actual fighting?
You couldn't live in Madrid and not see it, Mr. DeMille. Madrid is a city of death and ruin, but the spirit of the people is incredibly magnificent. I was only half a block away when the first rebel bomb struck. From then on, the gunfire and cannonading was ceaseless. I spent my time in Madrid dancing at benefits for soldiers, searching for food and avoiding shells. We managed to get by on a scant supply of rice, lentils, and bread. When one is in the midst of a siege, without light, warmth, or sufficient food, and with death raining down in bombs and shrapnel, one doesn't exactly look for the luxuries of life. But nonetheless, I was able to secure a few of the minor comforts during my stay in Madrid. One of these you will be especially interested in, Mr. DeMille. It was Lux toilet soap. Although I would have rather had a nice juicy steak, at least I was able to keep a whole skin and keep it clean. I bought Lux soap in sections of the city where no other foreign product was displayed. Madrid, of course, had no hot water, but that didn't bother Lux toilet soap very much. I found it lathered just as beautifully in cold water.
Are the reports true that women are fighting with their men at the front?
Yes. They're just as heroic and brave as their soldiers. But principally, they have taken over the civilian work of the men. Being an American, nothing moved me as much as when the word came that President Roosevelt had been reelected. In the midst of all the suffering and bloodshed, Madrid welcomed that news enthusiastically. President Roosevelt's picture appeared everywhere, and I soon realized that next to their own, our flag is closest to the hearts of the Madrileños. The hardship of my few months were nothing compared to the suffering of the Spanish people. More than anything else, the experience has made me grateful that I'm an American. Thanks and good night.
Good night, Miss Riesenfeld. Once again, Claudette Colbert, Fred MacMurray, and David Niven in the Gilded Lily. A figure of international reputation, Lily went to London, where she quickly became the toast of Mayfair. She's been seeing Lord Granville regularly for almost a month, and Pete is convinced that his own case is quite hopeless. It's 11 o'clock in the morning as he knocks at the door of Lily's hotel suite.
Come in. Oh, Pete.
Hello.
You almost missed me. I was just going out.
With Granville?
I was going to leave word downstairs that I'd be back tonight.
You didn't mention it yesterday.
It was just a little trip into the country for a rest. This is Sunday, you know, and I don't work tonight.
Yeah. Say, Lily, I just dropped in to tell you I'm sailing today.
Sailing? Why?
Well, I can't express it exactly. But you've been going right along so swell, and I seem to be in the way more and more.
Well, that's not true.
Oh, it is true. I'm just something you needed when everything was new to you. Can't you see that, well, that you've reached a point where I can't help you anymore, where the best thing for both of us is for me to bow out in a hurry?
Pete, I can't stay here without you.
What about Gray? Don't you intend to keep on seeing him?
Yes, but...
You know what's going to happen. I know. Seems to be a nice guy, and he's crazy about you. And all at once you'll be married to him. That's what's in your heart, isn't it? Honestly?
Yes.
Well, it's all great with me. I'm glad to see you get what you wanted. And now that my job's finished, I'm going home.
Well, if you've decided on going back, I can't stop you. Pete, have I hurt you?
No. I'm the one that should be asking that. You'll never be sore, will you, Lily, about the crazy way I shoved you into this racket?
Oh, of course not.
You know now that it's made certain things possible. Things that couldn't have happened any other way.
Yes, it did. Oh, Pete, couldn't you please stay?
I'll get my old job back and everything will be jake. And every Thursday night I'll show up at the bench and eat a bag of popcorn for both of us. Just for a gag, sort of.
But you're leaving so suddenly.
And look, if things don't go so well with you. Oh, but they will. I know they will. Goodbye, Lily.
Pete.
So long.
Like it?
Oh, it's heavenly. I'd almost forgotten what the country was like. And now this place. Oh, I can understand what that old innkeeper meant now.
Hey, what was that?
Didn't you hear him?
Oh, yes, something about this being the very place where his wife said she'd marry him. That was it, wasn't it?
Yes, 30 years ago, right here.
He's a queer old bird. It must be very funny, really.
Oh, I'd love to have seen them. Hugo and Lizzie Glutz.
Glutz? Who told you that was her name?
It had to be. I'll bet she sat right here where I'm sitting. And Hugo stood up, of course, because he had on his Sunday pants.
It's rather pathetic, isn't it? Look, there he is now with his broom and the drudgery that he hates. And that little girl aging into a bitter old woman.
I don't feel that way about them. You have everything that matters when you're just Hugo and Lizzie Glutz. Two happy nobodies.
You wouldn't be able to stand that sort of existence for long.
It's what I've wanted all my life. Great. What possible pleasure is there in parading ourselves before crowds as though we're trying to let the whole world see that we're actually in love?
Well, is it so terrible that I'm proud of you? Lily, do you realize what's happened to you? You're known all over the world. Men everywhere have talked about you and wanted you. Now all those people that laughed at me when they thought I'd lost you. Now they're going to see that you belong to me and that you always did belong to me.
Gray.
Yes, what is it, Lily?
Oh, nothing. Nothing.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah?
This bench private?
No, sit down.
Thanks. Can you spare a cigarette, buddy?
Yeah, here you are.
Thanks. Oh,
What's the matter?
it ain't my brand.
That's too bad.
Yeah, but it'll do. That's the worst of being broke. You can never get your own brand.
No girl may say yes. No girl may say yes.
No girl may say yes. Boy, that gal come up from nowheres. I wonder how much dough the Englishman's got.
She doesn't care.
No? How do you figure?
Oh, it's just my guess.
Maybe so, but a couple of $1 million would come in handy for a cold winter.
$2 million or 2 cents. Doesn't make any difference to that girl. She's got an idea in the back of her head about what the perfect life should be. And she's not going to stop hunting until she finds it.
Yeah? I suppose you got all this straight from her.
You're darn right. And she was sitting right here on this bench.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Say, you ain't Napoleon, are you?
No. Are you?
Me? No, I ain't. I think I'll be going.
Hey, wait a minute. How do you mail a bag of popcorn?
I don't know. Ask your keeper.
Popcorn, all the way from America. Look like Mr. Pete's on another tear.
No, he knows what he's doing.
Here, a card with it, honey. Listen. I just remembered how tough it is to get popcorn in London. Have you and Gray found a bench yet? Now, what do you mean by that, Miss Lily?
Oh, funny face. Can't you see him, Dora? Draped all over that bench, his shoes off, that popcorn bag in his hand. You know, Pete never would touch peanuts. No, he says peanut eaters don't know how to relax.
Well, excuse me, Miss Lily, but it wouldn't hurt you none to sort of, well, rest up.
Don't I know it?
Oh, now, honey, couldn't you stay in this afternoon?
Lord Granville probably has something planned.
But working 6 nights a week at the club and never in a single day? Well, if Mr. Pete was here, he'd sure put a stop to it, he would.
Never mind, Dora.
Yes'm.
I'll answer it.
Yes'm.
Hello.
Hello, Gray.
Right on the hour.
That's right.
Well, no kiss? What's the matter, Lily?
I'm tired, that's all. Gray, you haven't anything arranged for this afternoon, have you?
Oh, nothing much. Just tea at the Clydes. You'll have to know them sooner or later.
I have to know them. How many more hundreds of people must I meet before...
Before what?
Oh, nothing.
I had no idea my friends were annoying to you.
Gray, listen, we'll have to decide something right now. I came to England because I loved you, and because I thought that you still loved me. But something's wrong. Something... Have you ever forgiven me for what happened in America?
I told you I was as much to blame as you.
Then why can't we be satisfied with each other? Why do you insist that we spend day and night putting ourselves on display? Is that the only thrill you get out of being with me?
Oh, I've been selfish, I know, but why don't you take a week from the nightclub? It could be arranged. And you remember that little inn, Hugo's? We could spend the week there.
A week at the inn? Then what?
Well,
Back to London as though we had never been away, is that it?
Well, Lily, you make it sound so... Shall I answer it? Lily. Yes? Who? Photographers from the American Syndicate?
Photographers? Give me that phone.
Lily, you don't want...
Hello. Hello, send them right up.
But we don't want to see them here.
I'll handle this. You just entertain them until I'm ready.
But this isn't exactly the place. Lily, come out here. Lily, listen to me.
You wanted to show the world, didn't you? All right, we will.
Lily, come out.
All right, come on.
How do you do, Miss David? How do you do, sir? Set up the cameras, boys.
Where's my flashbulb?
Why, gentlemen, what...
We're the photographers, Lord Granville.
I'll get one here first, the fireplace shot.
What's the meaning of this? These...
We have to be prepared, you know. In case of a surprise wedding, our papers will already have honeymoon pictures.
Well, haven't I anything to say about that?
Sure you have.
Lily.
You can make your statement after I make mine.
What are you doing with that grip?
Get your cameras ready, boys.
For heaven's sake, Lily.
So you've been playing around with a celebrity. Okay, I'll show you how this celebrity racket really works. The way Pete taught me. No matter what you do, surprise them.
Lily, don't. I'll admit I was wrong.
You bet you were. Boys, the whole thing's off.
What's that?
I'm walking out. Yeah, here's a swell picture for you. Grip in hand by the open door. Come on, snap it.
Hold it.
That's
you,
a
Miss
tip.
Lily, wait.
Tell your papers I'm going home to sit on a bench and eat popcorn.
What else?
Maybe he'll show up, maybe he won't. But if he does, I'm going to sit back and watch the world go by with the greatest mug on earth.
Can I use your telephone, will you? Come on.
David, can you use the telephone?
Are you sure you didn't see a man here? He'd be waiting right at this bench.
Listen, lady. I seen lots of men here. Right up there's the public library. Men go in and out all the day and half the night. I can't remember all of them. Now go in. Let me sleep.
Listen, he's tall, see? About that high with big feet and a bag of popcorn. Oh, now try to think.
You know, there's something funny about this bench. It's haunted by crackpots. Now go away.
No, I won't. I've got as much right here as you. What time is it, do you know? I said, what time is it?
Hello, Lily.
Oh, Pete.
I tried to catch you at the boat, but I missed it.
Oh.
Gee, you're looking swell.
Oh, Pete, I'm so glad to see you. If you ever get away from me again.
Say, what goes on here?
Oh, I don't know. All the way across the Atlantic, and I find that on our bench.
Oh, I know him.
What?
Hey, you, wake up. You remember me?
Oh, yeah.
I want you to meet the girlfriend, Lily David.
Lily David.
Ooh.
Oh, let me out of here. Let me out of here.
Well, I got some popcorn.
So I see.
Want to sit down?
All right.
Have some, Lily?
Thanks.
You know, this is what I call living. Yes, sir, just sitting tight and watching the world go by.
Is that all?
Oh, what else is there?
Can't you guess?
Yeah, but I'm afraid to say
Oh, Pete, you old mug. Take off your shoes and kiss me.
From Claudette Colbert and Fred MacMurray, we'll hear again a little later. Our hero tonight was a newspaper man. So I thought I'd ask one of the most famous reporters in the world, Mr. Linton Wells, to be our guest. His record reads like a page of Richard Harding Davis fiction. During 20 years in foreign fields, he's been war correspondent in Mexico, China, Asia Minor, Siberia, Morocco, Syria, Nicaragua, and more recently, Ethiopia. He was a lieutenant in the Chinese Army and a major in the Mexican Army, a colonel in the Nicaraguan Air Forces, and holds decorations from 12 foreign governments. He's in Hollywood now, completing his autobiography, Blood on the Moon, and recuperating from wounds and illness acquired in Ethiopia while correspondent for the New York Herald Tribune. Ladies and gentlemen, Linton Wells.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. You know, the last time I encountered you and Claudette Colbert was in Cairo, Egypt. Indirectly, of course. There in the shadow of the pyramids, I went to the movies and saw your production of Cleopatra.
Tell me the worst. What did the Egyptians think of the way I handled their history?
Well, I heard a couple of dark-skinned natives wishing Cleopatra were running Egypt again, Colbert fashion. You know, Egypt's certainly movie-conscious. In Cairo, all society turns out one night each week and goes to the cinema. It's a ceremonial occasion with a display of evening dress and jewelry, rivaling an opening of the Metropolitan Opera.
Well, you've seen pictures in about every corner in the world, Linton. How do other countries like Hollywood?
Well, the stars, Charlie Chaplin, being human in any language, is most universally beloved. I've seen his antics roared at by the nose-pierced savages of the Belgian Congo, by Chinese and the Indians of the Peruvian Andes. Next in line, there's Mickey Mouse, just as popular in Brazil, Manchukuo, and Finland as he is here. All the world loves American musicals. And believe me, there's nothing so strange as hearing a native singing a hot-cha tune in the depths of fever-ridden jungle. But I've heard it. In French East Africa, you go to the movies in the open air and are bitten to death by mosquitoes or drenched by a sudden torrent of rain. A huge native who ran a projection machine there wore a charm given him by the local medicine man as a guarantee to prevent the film from breaking. And in Japan, where most kissing sequences are cut out, the picture is explained by an interlocutor as the mood strikes him.
I read your war dispatches from Ethiopia and noticed you occasionally had time to see a movie.
Yes, in Addis Ababa, there were 3 ramshackle theaters infested with fleas and ancient pictures. The natives were enthusiastic over American films, though, and I saw them roll in the aisles of the Laurel and Hardy comedy, while their friends were fighting only a few miles away. By the way, my wife, who's also a reporter for the Herald Tribune, went with me to Ethiopia and insisted on taking her case of Lux toilet soap along.
Thoughtful woman.
That's what we figured out until we got there. You can believe this or not, Mr. DeMille, but after bringing that soap from New York to Egypt, from Egypt to French Somaliland, and then 500 miles inland by rail at 14 cents a pound, after worrying about carriers and customs collectors, I saw 5 different shops in Addis Ababa selling Lux toilet soap and charging much less for it than I paid for transportation costs alone. And I said then what I'm saying now. Good night.
Good night, Linton Wells. Since starring on the Lux Radio Theater last summer, Claudette Colbert has observed her first wedding anniversary with Dr. Joel Pressman, established a lovely new home in Brentwood, and made what will undoubtedly prove another hit film, Maid of Salem. Fred MacMurray, not to be outdone, has completed Champagne Waltz, is co-starring in Maid of Salem, and has taken to himself a wife. But from this point on, they'll have to report for themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, Claudette Colbert and Fred MacMurray.
Mr. DeMille, after nearly an hour on the air, I'm afraid I'm all talked out. However, I do want to thank you again for the top productions you give us every Monday night. And before I go, just a word of praise for the product responsible for this program. I could say many fine things about it, but the best indication of what I think of Lux toilet soap is the fact that I've used nothing else for years. All right, Fred, your turn.
Thanks, Claudette. I had hopes of being neatly left out of this, Mr. DeMille. You and Claudette know me well enough to realize that I'm not one to get up in front of the microphone and make clever speeches.
Well, then don't say anything.
Oh, thanks. That suits me fine.
Just a minute. Don't go either. I've heard a lot of music coming from the sets of your 2 pictures, Maid of Salem and Champagne Waltz. Since you'd rather not talk, suppose you sing.
I thought you were a friend of mine. Well, since I'm on a spot, I'll try a chorus of a tune from the picture Champagne Waltz. The name of it is called When Is a Kiss Not a Kiss? When is a kiss not a kiss? Whenever I'm not kissing you, when my 2 arms are missing you, nothing means a thing I do when it's not concerning you. When is a hug not a hug? Whenever I'm not hugging you, if you'd allow me to always tag about, then I'd have something that I could brag about. When is a kiss not a kiss? When I can't do my kissing with you.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you. That was splendid.
Good night, Mr.
Good night. Good night to both of you.
Thank you, Miss Colbert and Mr. MacMurray. This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melville Ruick. The Lux Radio Theater program for next Monday night will be told shortly by Mr. DeMille. In our cast tonight were George Chandler as Eddie, C. Montague Shaw as the Duke of Loamshire, Chester Clute as the editor, John Gibson as the bum, Georgia Simmons as Dora, Lou Merrill as Nate, Frank Nelson as the man, William Royal as subway guard, Mary Arden as the woman, and Warren McCollum and Ross Forrester as newspaper reporters and newsboys. Miss Colbert, Mr. MacMurray, and Mr. DeMille appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studios. Mr. Niven through Samuel Goldwyn. Mr. Niven is now working in the Universal picture We Have Our Moments, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film 1 in a Million. And now, Mr. DeMille.
To the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night comes one of the most accomplished actors the screen has won from the stage, Edward G. Robinson. With him, Beverly Roberts and Paul Guilfoyle. Recently returned to Hollywood from abroad, Mr. Robinson stars for us as Warden Brady in Martin Flavin's tense melodrama, Criminal Code. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson, Paul Guilfoyle, and Beverly Roberts in Criminal Code. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, bellwether of the flock that assembles here for ceremonies in the mysterious and the macabre. Anyone will tell you that it's impossible to foretell the future, to predict the outcome of events that have not yet happened. That is, anyone with even a modicum of common sense. And yet, if this is so, why does a vast majority of mankind try so desperately to do it? Why do people who, in other respects, are reasonably sane, risk their substance in the belief that they can foretell which stock will go up, which horse will win a race, and where the wheel that turns round and round will finally come to rest? Why? If we only knew. Our mystery drama, The Last Lesson, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
In case you've forgotten how much fun driving can be, Buick would like to introduce you to Skylark, a small car that's all Buick, with room, comfort, and an engine that no other compact car in America offers, the incredible Buick V6. Skylark, it's free spirit made practical.
What's for dinner? Your ShopRite supermarket has all the answers for a great low-cost menu plan.
Fresh American whole leg of lamb, just $1.17 a pound. Served with fresh California broccoli, only 39 cents a bunch. For a quick meal, try Encore frozen entrees for two. Chow mein, veal, meatballs, or Salisbury steak. A 2-pound package for 89 cents. For delicious menus that are easy on your food budget, visit your ShopRite and save.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
New York, spend Columbus Day with us for thousands of good nights to come.
Klein Sleep sets you free. Sleep right in luxury. Klein Sleep sets you free.
Discover Klein Sleep's Columbus Day sale and a new world of luxury and sleep with the lowest prices on the best bedding and convertible sofas in town. And they're all ready for immediate free delivery to your town. Pick up a copy of our newspaper circular in any Klein Sleep store for the most incredible prices on bedding and convertible sofas. Remember, there's a new world of luxury waiting for you at Klein Sleep Columbus Day for thousands of nights to come. Klein Sleep in Manhattan, the Bronx, Yonkers, White Plains, Norwalk, Connecticut, and Ramsey, New Jersey. All Klein Sleep stores are open Monday, 10 to 9.
Klein Sleep sets you free. Spend the night in luxury. Klein Sleep sets you free.
Life is a matter of reconciliation. On a spiritual level, we must reconcile our dreams with reality. On a practical level, we must reconcile our income with our outgo. A difficult matter at best. And you can imagine the problem it poses for Clarence Porter. Clarence is 40-ish and stylish, handsome, well-spoken, charming, a prince of good fellows, but he is no judge of horseflesh, nor is he able to predict the fall of the ball at roulette or the draw of the card at blackjack. And so, Clarence, as they say, is strapped.
Oh. Is that all you can say, Clarence?
Oh? Come in, Mr. Stretch.
Clarence, meet an associate of mine, Mr. Chadwick.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Chadwick is my silent partner.
I'm glad to meet you, sir.
No, Clarence. You will not be glad you met Mr. Chadwick. Believe me.
Huh. Fix you gentlemen drink?
We never drink on the job.
The job?
Oh. Were you under the impression this is a social call? We're here to collect the money.
The money? Oh, yes. Well, I happen to be a little tight at the moment.
Ah, but this is the moment. The particular moment. The agreed-upon moment.
Yes,
Clarence, Mr. Chadwick and I have a problem. Do you know what it is? We must decide whether or not to kill you.
Now, just a minute.
Emotionalism is hardly conducive to rational analysis.
I want to pay you.
Of course you do, but the question is, can you?
I'll pay.
How? Please list your assets.
Well,
no assets. Prospects?
At this time?
Yes.
I'm sure something will turn up.
No prospects at all?
Please, Mr. Stretch.
Clarence, I've been frank with you.
I know, and I do appreciate that.
And now, you had better get your jacket.
Where are we going?
I'm not quite sure. Mr. Chadwick has various places where
No.
Well, Clarence, a gentleman may lack for many things, but he can always have his dignity.
Wait.
Wait? What for?
Prospects. Now that I think...
Yes?
There may be a prospect.
Oh, I hope so, Clarence. Believe me.
Why? Why didn't I think of it before?
What is your prospect?
If it's the only way to save my life, I guess I'll have to do it.
Do what?
Get married. It sounded like a marvelous idea, except that rich, unmarried ladies are rather like policemen or taxicabs. There's never one at hand when they're really needed. The only lady I could think of at the moment was Penelope Meadows. Penny. She had several $1 million, and she wasn't too bad looking, but there was so much of her. She was 6 feet 2 inches tall and built to scale.
I'm going to move you around a bit, Clarence. And how'd you like that one? Trying to put it away, are you? Oh, you're getting old and fat. What's the next? Now go back. That's it. It's game, set, match.
Yeah, you were great, Penny. Just great.
Well, you better sit down before you collapse.
I need a drink.
Of course. Milk. You have to pile up the protein. Waiter, 2 milks, please. Well, old fella, your tennis was abominable, as usual.
Penny.
Oh, no.
How do you know what I'm going to say?
Well, when you get that look on your face, I'm sure it has to be something foolish.
I love you.
I was right.
Penny, I love you.
It's impossible.
Why do you say it's impossible?
Well, 2 reasons. First, it's only possible for you to love yourself.
No, that's not fair.
Well, it may not be fair, but it's true. You see, Clarence, old boy, you're a rogue, a rascal, and a scoundrel. I mean, you're completely self-centered. You're irresponsible, shallow, reckless, lazy.
But you have to admit, aside from that, I'm nice.
Oh, yes, Clarence, in a superficial way.
I'm attractive.
Yes, you have a surface charm.
Penny, I love you.
Well, the second reason why that's impossible is that nobody could really love me.
Oh, Penny.
Well, look at me. I'm sort of... No, I'll say it. I'm big.
Well, generous.
Gawky.
Nevertheless, you are quite graceful. I love you.
You love my money.
Well, why not? The money's part of you. Penny, I won't deny it. Many of the things you said about me are true. But that was all before we met. Because of you, my life is now changed.
Oh, Clarence, do you expect me to believe this?
Penny, darling, I know you have a feeling for me, too. I sense it. Marry me.
Clarence Porter, I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man on Earth.
And let me tell you something, Penny. If I were the last man on Earth, and I could choose among millions of women, I would still choose you.
Oh, well, you do have a certain charm, Clarence, but I have no intention of getting married now, even if I love you, which I assure you, I do not.
Why?
Well, I don't want to belong to anyone, and I don't want anyone to belong to me.
But these days, people don't belong to each other. Each can go his or her own way.
Well, then why get married?
Give yourself a chance to know love. Find out for yourself that it's love that makes the world go round.
Thank you, waiter. Oh, and doesn't that look delicious? So rich and creamy.
Don't be afraid of love.
Oh, drink your milk, Clarence.
Don't miss the sweetness.
Clarence, old sport, you're wasting your time.
The tenderness.
Yes, Clarence, you're becoming a bore.
She was my last hope, and now I would have to leave town. Perhaps it wasn't the worst thing. After all, the willingness to strike out in new directions, find new opportunities, new frontiers, was the spirit that motivated our pioneer ancestors. I had done it before. I could do it again.
Oh. Yes, Clarence. Once again, it's time to say, oh. Going on a trip, I see.
Who? Me? Oh, no.
Why are those bags packed?
The bags? Oh, the bags. I've got some old clothes that I'm taking to a church rummage sale.
I'm all for charity, Clarence. But it should begin at home.
You know perfectly well I'm working very hard at getting your money.
How did the marriage thing go today?
Marriage? Oh, that. Well, she's crazy about me.
And she is.
And any day now she'll be ready to say yes.
She will.
I told you. Her name is Penelope Meadows.
We checked her financial standing.
Well, then, everything's just fine. Isn't it?
Of course. It isn't possible that you're packing in preparation for a departure?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm going to pop the question tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Certainly have to be here to do that, don't I? Excuse me.
No, permit me. Mr. Porter's apartment.
Yes? Thank you, I'll tell him. Well, now, that was the doorman of all people. He says to inform you that the car has been checked, and it's out front and ready for your trip.
There must be a mistake.
No doubt. Well, Mr. Chadwick and I are ready, Clarence.
Look, please, why? Why can't you give me another chance?
Another chance. She turned you down, unfortunately. Which is why you decided to leave town.
What are you going to do to me? Look, you won't get anything at all if you kill me.
That's where you are wrong. We get a great deal. That's where your value is now. When your remains are found tomorrow, people will know why, and it will encourage certain lackadaisical folk to acquire a sense of urgency, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yes. I knew what he meant. I looked at their faces, their cold, hard, cruel faces. There was no appeal. There was nothing I could say to them. And as they stepped forward to take me by the arms, for the very first time in my life, I prayed. Please give me another chance. Get me out of this somehow, and I'll never get into this kind of trouble again. Never.
Who's that?
I don't know.
They mustn't make a sound. Perhaps they'll go away.
Clarence, I know you're in there. The doorman said you were still upstairs. I must talk to you, Clarence. I intend to stay here until you let me in.
I'm afraid we'll have to do that. Let her in. And we shall be watching and listening from the kitchen. I advise you to be discreet.
I'm coming.
Please, let me in. Clarence, you simply must save me.
Save you, Penny?
Oh, I know. I'm sure you must despise me after all the tactless things I said this afternoon, but I'm in trouble, terrible trouble, and there's only one way I can get out of it. You'll have to marry me.
I'll have to what?
Marry me, Clarence. Marry me. Right now.
Now?
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock. The License Bureau closes at 6 or is it 5 o'clock? We must hurry.
Well,
Was it only a joke? When you proposed to me this morning, I mean, you did propose, you know, and I accept, Clarence. I mean, I must marry you. You know why?
You love me.
Well, if I don't get married, I can lose my inheritance.
Why?
It comes from my uncle. He was a great believer in marriage, and I just found out. There's a clause in his will that states if I'm not married by the age of 35, I forfeit all my rights.
You just found out?
Yeah, tomorrow I shall be 35. See, so now I only have till midnight tonight.
Well, then, come on. Let's hurry.
Oh, Clarence, old man, now I must be truthful. I don't know if I'm marrying you because, well, you know, you're the only one I can get a hold of in such short notice, or if I really, truly, and honestly...
Oh, darling, believe me, this marriage was made in heaven. It was just made in heaven.
Where else? If you consider what the extremely fortuitous arrival of Miss Penelope Meadows has meant to Clarence Porter, you might conclude that his troubles are over. However, this goes against all conventional wisdom, for everybody knows that when a man marries, his troubles begin. But this will be the business of Act 2, which I shall bring to you in just a few moments.
The happy holiday season is nearly here, a time of gift-giving to family and friends. The question is, will you have enough money this year? If you start your 1976 Happy Holidays Christmas and Hanukkah Club at Metropolitan Savings Bank now, next year the answer could be yes. Come the holiday season 1976, you have saved all the money you want, plus Metropolitan's high interest on completed clubs. Best of all, you can choose a gift for yourself right now, free. And remember, only Metropolitan Savings Bank gives you MetroPack, the unique payment order way to pay those holiday bills or buy that gift in a hurry. Get full details about MetroPack and join the new Happy Holidays Club and choose your free gift today at Metropolitan Savings Bank with 12 convenient offices in Brooklyn, Queens, Nassau, and Manhattan. We want to help you save because...
at Metropolitan Savings Bank, $1 billion savings bank. We know what you're saving for.
Member FDIC.
This is John Scott. Be sure to join me at 8 o'clock tonight for the latest news from the WOR New York newsroom.
America discovers mailgram. All over the country, people are discovering the speed and impact of mailgram. Charlie O'Donnell had a problem with a bill that wouldn't go away. He used mailgram.
Charlie, how did mailgram help you?
About 2 years ago, I canceled one of my charge accounts. But then I started getting bills for something I never ordered. So it started out at like $15, and it's now up to $34. Now they kept charging me interest.
Did you try to get in touch with them?
Sure. I sent back the statements. I even called them, but the bills kept coming.
So you decided to use a mailgram?
Yeah, we sent off a mailgram, and we got a letter back saying that they're sorry, we hope to do business with you again, and it's all taken care of, and so forth.
I've been talking with Charlie O'Donnell of New York. He's one of millions of people who are discovering that mailgrams get through to people and get results.
It's easy to send a mailgram. Just call Western Union's toll-free 800 number anytime, day or night. Mailgram, impact of a telegram, at a fraction of the cost.
Marriage, as we idealize it, is based on romantic love. Marriage, as a practical way of life, should also be rooted in self-interest. Did two people ever need each other more than Clarence Porter and Penelope Meadows? She needed him to preserve her fortune. He needed her to guarantee his life. Certainly, we have here the basis for an enduring relationship. Or do we?
You know how it is. We make certain promises under the pressure of certain situations. And then we discover we may have been a bit hasty. Oh, yes, I prayed and I promised I would follow a different kind of life. I did say I would experience a change of heart. But what can you do with the heart? It has a life of its own, and it didn't want to change. Meanwhile, I must say my bride bloomed, blossomed, flourished as a result of our marriage.
Have some more goat's milk, Clarence.
I'm just not very hungry this morning, my dear.
Oh, now. One must be prepared to face the world bravely, ready at all times for a fight or a frolic. Proteins, my darling, proteins. Milk, cheese, nuts, beans.
Yes, dear.
Clarence, old sport. Well, you were right.
About what?
Everything. You were right about love and marriage and, well, that's everything. I'm so happy. I never knew what I was missing.
Yes, dear.
Well, now what shall we do today?
I was thinking we might go to the track.
The race track?
It was just an idea.
The race track? It's infested by the lowest elements.
Some of the very best people can be found at
Well, now, Clarence, if you're looking for thrills...
Well, I'm not really looking for thrills.
I know exactly where we can go.
But we don't have to go anywhere.
Oh, but we must. You've got to be on the move, up and about, or you'll develop hardening of the arteries.
I should live that long. 2 hours later, I was dangling precariously in the sky, 1,000 feet above the earth, in what is called a free balloon. There we were, in a little wicker basket suspended from a huge sphere filled with air, and there was a crazy kind of stove contraption to heat up the air, or whatever it was, inside that silly balloon. And when I wasn't hanging onto the ropes for dear life, I was terrified. The whole thing could burn up or blow up. What am I doing here?
Isn't this fantastic?
Yeah.
Oh, you see, Clarence, you have to learn to live, to pit your mind and body against the elements. Are you enjoying it?
Oh, yes, fine.
Oh, I was afraid you'd be bored.
Bored? No.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Clarence. Tomorrow, let's do something really exciting. Count to 7. Now, just make sure you clear the aircraft and then pull.
Look, Penny.
Oh, you were for this?
But supposing the parachute doesn't open.
That's negative thinking. Yeah, but
what if?
Now, Clarence, These parachutes are packed by experts, and they're very closely supervised. And if your chute doesn't open, why, the man loses his job.
Oh.
Now, you're holding the ring. See, now I'm going to give you just one little push.
Penny!
He's coming right after you.
No!
I'll have us a little foothold chopped out in just a couple of shakes, Claire.
Yeah.
Cold, are you, darling? Well, that's because you aren't moving. Now, we'll be on our way soon.
Oh, that's great.
Only 1,000 feet more to the summit.
1,000 feet more?
Well, we could have gone up the safe and simple way, but I know how you despise the routine and the ordinary.
I don't exactly despise...
No, Clarence, don't look down. Look up. What an accomplishment. To climb up the sheer face of the rock. You look bored.
Who, me?
Oh, my dearest old boy, I know you. How can we make this more exciting?
More exciting?
I know. We'll do it in the dark. This is what spelunking is, darling. Cave exploring is just like mountain climbing. In the dark. Isn't it?
Yes, it certainly is.
Now, we must be positive, absolutely positive, not to take a wrong turning, you see, and that's so easy to do. Most of these tunnels and passages have never been explored, while we could be lost forever. Stay close to me, darling.
Where are we?
Well, I think we're at the rim of a simply, enormous abyss. I don't know how far down the bottom is. Let me drop this rock. Well, I guess there is no bottom.
How is an idea born? I don't know. It seems one minute it didn't exist, and the next, why, there it is. There are those who say the idea was lurking about in the subconscious all the while. Well, at any rate, there it was. The idea, the thought, the concept that I had to kill Penelope. And this was nothing that I would have to analyze, consider, or debate. I was going to do it. I have to do it. I can't live this way. Indeed, this way I would be dead long before my time. And so, actually, I'm going to kill this impossible woman in self-defense.
Got him.
Yes, you certainly did.
Oh, the ugly brute. See how his friends have gathered round to finish him off? Let me bag a few more. Oh, hold the boat steady, old boy. Oh, that was a feast, my friends. Anything more ugly than a shark. Well, enough fun for one morning. Let's head for home.
It has to be an accident. Anything else would arouse the suspicions of the police. Now, we could have an accident right here. I could throw her overboard. It's too far to swim, and besides, the sharks. But that's no good. I definitely have to be somewhere else when it happens, and therefore beyond suspicion. Besides, look at her. I mean, if it came to it, she could throw me overboard. But I know she'll want to take the boat out again tomorrow. And then, well, we shall see.
Try some yak butter, dear. I understand it's fantastically low in cholesterol.
Thank you, my dear.
Oh, ready for some sports this morning?
I thought I would play some golf.
Golf? Clarence, old man, time enough for golf when you're in your 80s.
Well, an old friend from the service is in town, and we agreed to meet for a couple of holes.
Okay. Why don't you boys have your fun? I can take the boat out alone.
This is exactly the idea. My darling, while you were deep in slumber last night, I was working on the boat. I cut out several very large timbers in the hull, and then I replaced them. But they will not hold too well. And by the time you get out to your favorite shark hunting grounds, some 3 or 4 miles offshore, the vibration of the engines and the pressure of the water should knock them out, and the boat will be instantly swamped. Well, accidents happen, and I'll be playing golf. Who would suspect me? So, I went to the club. The starter placed me into a foursome. I played my 18 holes. I established my presence on the golf course, and then I went home to sit and wait for, let us say, word from the Coast Guard. I was quietly reading and listening to some music when I heard a car pull up. Aha, here comes the tragic news. I shall be properly shocked.
Hello, darling.
Penny, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? I live here.
I thought you'd still be shark fishing.
Oh, Clarence, I had the most fabulous adventure. You should have been there.
What happened?
Well, there I was, 5 miles out, and the water was literally solid with sharks.
Yes?
Yeah. I was prodding away at them with my rifle when suddenly, I don't know how to describe it, I was in the water.
Did you fall out of the boat?
No. Suddenly there was no boat. It was as if the bottom had fallen out of it.
But the sharks?
Well, there I was in the water, and I was still holding the rifle, and this shark was practically at my elbow. I kind of rapped him on the nose with the rifle butt. That must have scared him away.
Yeah, but the other sharks?
Well, obviously, those fellows weren't paying any attention to me. They were much too busy feasting on their wounded friends.
What did you do?
Oh, I started swimming away from there in a hurry. Fortunately, a Coast Guard boat had spotted me, and just in time, too.
What could have happened to the boat?
Well, it's on the bottom of the ocean, old sport, I guess. We'll never know. Some salad, old chap. It's a special southern Pacific algae, and it's garnished with plankton. You won't get better protein anywhere.
Yeah, thank you, my dear. I'm not hungry.
I'm worried about you, old man.
No, I'm fine.
Aren't you coming down to the Oval?
No, dear. I'm too nervous to watch your race.
Oh, it's fantastic sport.
But you go around those curves at 90 and 100 miles an hour. Well, it's too much for me.
Oh, that's nothing.
I wish you luck, dear, and I wish you would quit racing. Well, she may quit after today. Last night, while she was asleep, I arranged matters with the stock car she races. You know those lugs that hold the wheel to the axle? Well, I filed some of them down. And given the strains of high-speed driving and turning, the wheels should fly off. And at 90 miles an hour... Wait, the race should be on now, on one of those stations kind.
Well, here we go into the last 10 laps, folks, where we separate the men from the boys. And I should say the girls from the women, because the leader in this race so far is Penny Meadows Porter. And what a race she has run. Smart, bold, all out, hell-bent for leather. Yes, sir, she has beaten off challenge after challenge by the best and the most daring drivers in the business. And here we go. She's heading into the far turn. Dead man's bend. And watch her take it. Wait, something's wrong. The wheel. Her left front wheel, it is just blown off. And her car is out of control. And she's going to... No.
Hello, darling.
Penny, you're all right.
Of course.
I heard it on the radio. I came over here as quickly as I could.
I'm fine. Doc just wants to look at some x-rays. But I could get out of bed at this minute and go right home.
The car was a total wreck. What happened?
Well, we'll never know. It burned up. Exploded.
And you were in it. And you survived.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'm the penny that keeps turning up.
Yes, but the longest road has a turning. A sinking boat, a burning car. Sometime, somehow, her luck has to run out.
Or does it? Some folk are fortune's favorites. They survive, they come through. Well, all this is awkward for Mr. Clarence Porter. If only his wife would die, so that he can resume the lifestyle he yearns for. Well, he's cooperating. He's doing everything he can to ensure she has a lethal accident. But fate just won't cooperate. Well, we're only a few moments away from Act 3.
Buick's 1976 Century Regal is the most luxurious midsize car Buick builds. But it's also got a practical side. In fact, it makes a concession to practicality that no other American midsize car does. It comes with a V6 engine, and a Buick V6 at that. Regal, it's got the spirit. That's how it's gonna be.
Listen, I don't have much time. Brought my car to AMCO. They usually fix a transmission in 1 day. They did it for me. They did a good job. Time's up.
You're gonna be surprised, but don't be surprised by the nice little extras at AMCO.
They've serviced 4 million transmissions. They do things right. AMCO, AA, MCO.
Transmission trouble? Take your car to one of the AMCO transmission centers in the greater New York area. Their famous 19-point multi-check is free.
We're all a little leery of the dark. That's why some lonely night, you'll be glad you bought a Delco battery. A Delco quality battery with instant starting power. Delco batteries. Some lonely night, you'll be glad you bought one.
Enter the AC Delco Energizer sweepstakes and win a Holland America cruise for 2. For details, go to Dave Turner Auto Diagnostic Center on River Road in Kearney, New Jersey. The All-Stars, your 4 Queens Oldsmobile dealers, are the champions of the Auto League for deals and service featuring AC Delco parts. They're kicking off their 1976 season with a sensational free offer of a Delco AM/FM radio, yours absolutely free with a purchase from now until October 31st of a new 1976 Olds at any of the All-Stars, the Queens Oldsmobile dealers. See and test drive the great new 1976 Oldsmobiles at M&M Oldsmobile, 87th Avenue and Queens Boulevard. Steel-belted radial tires, the longest-wearing, gas-savingest tires made. And until now, rather expensive. What's happening now? Macy's and Bamberger's Auto Centers teamed up on a special purchase of 30,000 first-quality steel-belted radial white-wall tires from one of America's 4 top manufacturers. They're selling them for only $39 for the largest sizes, down to just $32 for smaller sizes. You heard right, $32 to $39 a tire, plus federal tax, in sizes to fit most popular American cars from Mustang to Cadillac. Installation included. If you've priced steel-belted radial tires, you know they range $60 to $80 each. And that's why this Macy's and Bamberger sale is truly sensational. There are 15 Macy's and Bamberger Auto Centers in the New York, New Jersey area. Call for the location near you. Famous makers, steel-belted radial tires for $39 or less this week at Macy's and Bamberger's Auto Centers. The tire buy of the year. Don't miss it.
They say the pitcher that is brought to the well too often is sure to be broken. If you will permit the analogy, that's what Clarence Porter is trying to do with his wife. He has arranged for a series of deadly accidents, but from each one, she skips away unscathed. Now, which will prevail? Clarence's persistence or Penelope's luck?
Darling, would you mind turning on the TV? There's a special documentary.
Uh-huh. Anything you say, old sport. Oh, my goodness.
What happened?
Oh, well, I touched the on button, and I felt this little tingle in my fingers. What happened to the set?
What happened to the set? It burned out. That's what happened to the set. And that tingle in your fingers? You know what I did? I wired the on button right to the power supply, directly, and without insulation. And so when you touched it, you'd get the full load. There's almost enough voltage in there to run the electric chair. And all you got was a tingle in your fingers. No, there has to be a better way. There has to be. Oh, my, the view from here is fantastic.
Oh, it is, Clarence. You can see for miles. I didn't know you were a nature lover.
Now, dear, let's stand back. We're at the edge of the cliff. We're too close.
Oh, you know me. How very careful I can be.
But that's a drop of 4,000 feet, my darling.
Oh, really, old sport? You mustn't worry so much. Oh, what splendid colors on those hills.
Penny,
What's that?
look out. This time, I have to win. Last night, I came here. I removed some rock, and I filled in the space with earth, so it would look solid. But it's not. And the minute she stepped on it, she would go right through, and I maneuvered her so that she would walk right there. And now she's going over the side, a sheer drop of 4,000 feet to the jagged rocks below. Her luck finally has run out.
Hello, darling!
Penny, where are you?
Look out! Just over the side. Now be careful. I managed to get hold of the scratch.
What do I do now? What else can I do? It's just not meant to be. That's all. I can't kill her. Because she obviously can't be killed. And I will simply have to reconcile myself to my fate. And live a clean, healthy, outdoor life. Please, believe me. I said that and I meant that. And I would have stuck with it. But one morning, there was a knock on the door. Oh.
Ah, yes.
Oh.
It's Mr. Stretch and Mr. Chadwick. May we come in? Thank you. Lovely, lovely home you have here, Clarence.
Oh, thank you. Won't you gentlemen sit down? Drink?
Surely by this time, Clarence, you must know that Mr. Chadwick and I never drink on the job.
Oh. You're here on business.
Precisely. You see, you owe us a sum of money.
Yes, I know.
And you asked for time so that you could make a suitable match.
Yes. Well?
And so?
I just can't ask my wife for that kind of money.
My boy, your wife has it.
But she isn't going to give it to me. I mean...
Clarence, that is your problem.
But...
Unless you want Mr. Chadwick and me to make it our problem.
No. I'll see to it. You'll get your money.
Of course we will. Now, can we set a date?
Well, soon.
Soon? In that case, you will hear from us soon.
And there it was. I had my choice. I could go to her and say, I need $50,000. And she would ask, why? And if I told her, she'd probably divorce me. And then where would I be? Or I could kill her and inherit. But maybe she would let me have the money. Maybe if I put it to her in the right way. Darling, suppose a very dear friend of yours, someone very close to you, needed a considerable sum of money. A matter of life and death.
Well, old sport, why was the money needed?
Supposing he had squandered the money.
Oh, we all make mistakes.
Supposing he had lost it betting on horses and roulette.
Oh, say no more.
And the underworld was after him to make good.
Such a person is beneath pity, even contempt.
Well, not necessarily.
Now, Clarence, did you want to help some friend of yours?
Well.
Oh, Clarence, you're so generous. I'm so naive. I mean, keep away from people like that.
Yeah. But he's really a very nice person.
Such a person would not be allowed in my home.
Now I have to kill her. But how? I've done everything. Maybe it's true. She can't be killed. No, can't be true. Anyone can be killed. I'll point the gun at her. I'll pull the trigger. That's going to do it. But I'd better prepare for it. I waited for a rainy night, so I'd be harder to recognize. And I stole over to a neighbor's house. They were an elderly couple. I stood outside their living room window. I made a slight noise. I heard the lady call out.
Who's there?
I could see how frightened she and her husband were. I watched as he picked up the phone. Good. That's exactly what I wanted him to do. Then I stole away to another house. A woman lived there, alone. At this house, I actually broke the lock on the back door before she heard me. From there on, it was plain sailing. I had established what I had to establish, the presence of a prowler in the neighborhood. I got it. Hi, it's the sheriff.
How do, Miss Porter? Mind if I come in?
Oh, please do.
Evening, Miss Porter.
Anything wrong, Sheriff?
Well, I'm afraid so. Folks around here have been complaining about a prowler. You been out tonight? You seen anyone, Mr. Porter?
No, I wasn't out. I've been in all evening.
The Jeffersons seen him, so the Watsons and old Mr. Blake.
What does the man look like?
I said they seen him. That don't mean they seen his face. They seen someone prowling about. Miss Blake says he actually forced open a back door, but her screams brought some other neighbors running, and that scared him off.
Well, we haven't seen anyone.
Well, just keep your doors and windows locked, folks, till this is over.
Oh, I don't think I'd be afraid of him, Sheriff.
Ma'am, with all due respect, he's probably armed. Now, just be careful, will you?
Well, now to do it. I'd bought the revolver, a big .38. Do the job right. I needed an alibi, but that was no problem. I informed Mr. Stretch of my requirements, and since it was in his interest as well, a very respectable gentleman was found who would swear we had a business dinner together in the city. And so only the deed remained. And the deed, well, it was simple. I thought I would agonize over it more than I did. She was sitting in the library, just reading. I approached her, and she said,
Why don't we have a glass of milk, old chum?
Those were the last words she ever said. I drove to the city, and I drove back late that night. There was considerable activity in my home, as you might imagine. The police were there. And I must say, I gave the impression of being terribly surprised.
I'm so sorry for her and for you, Clarence.
Doctor, it's terrible. Where's the sheriff?
He said he'd be right back. He may have some evidence.
What happened?
Well, you know there's been a prowler, and I suppose she surprised him, and he killed her.
Any clues, any idea of who this animal could be?
The sheriff's working on it, but that's not so important anymore.
How can you say that?
Well, I say that because she was dying.
What? Who was dying?
Penny. She didn't want you to know.
I don't understand.
Well, a few weeks ago, when she crashed in the stock car race.
Oh, you mean she received an injury that...
No. But I had her in the hospital, and I was taking tests. And we discovered something. It seems she had acute myelotic leukemia.
I don't understand.
Nor do I. Nor does medical science. It's a quick and subtle and fatal disease. Why, how, who knows? You're perfectly all right one day, and then suddenly it hits you, and within a few weeks you're dead.
And she had this?
Yes, Clarence. She didn't want you to know. She was losing ground so rapidly, she would have died within a few weeks.
No. Oh. No.
Mr. Porter.
Sheriff.
Mr. Porter, I'm going to arrest you for the murder of your wife. And everything you say can be used against you.
What do you mean? Arrest me? On what ground? Why would I want to?
You'd know that better than I would. Now, last night, I come to your house in the pouring rain. I says, there's a prowler. Might you have seen him? You said you hadn't been out. I had seen that you had mud on your shoes. Now, I said nothing, awaiting further development. Now, this prowler left footprints beneath the windows of 3 houses in the neighborhood and your own house. Now, we got casts of them shoe prints. Earlier this evening, I examined the shoes with the mud on them, the ones you wore last night. They fit to a T. Now, will you talk to us now or later, Mr. Porter?
He waited till later, but they broke him down, or he broke himself down, just thinking he had tried so hard. And he didn't have to do anything. You shouldn't do anything either until I return in just a few moments.
Hey, you up there on the scaffold.
Me?
Yeah, you, the guy that's painting the Greenpoint billboard sign.
So you got me. Now what do you want?
I want you to paint it right.
It is right.
Look.
It says the Greenpoint Earnings Bank. See?
It's supposed to say Savings Bank, huh?
Hey, mister, don't give me aggravation. If you don't know that the Greenpoint Savings Bank is the earnings bank, that's your problem. Now, just let me finish up here, huh? I mean, heights confuse me anyway. I shouldn't even be up here. Even.
Savings, earnings. Greenpoint depositors know there's nothing confusing about our name because we're more than a safe place to save money. We're a safe place to earn money. The Greenpoint Savings... the Greenpoint Earnings Bank.
Greenpoint Earnings Bank, your neighborhood savings bank.
Member FDIC.
New York, spend Columbus Day with us for thousands of good nights to come.
Fine sleep, set you free. Sleep right in luxury. Fine sleep, set you free.
Discover Klein Sleep's Columbus Day sale and a new world of luxury and sleep with the lowest prices on the best bedding and convertible sofas in town. And they're all ready for immediate free delivery to your town. Pick up a copy of our newspaper circular in any Klein Sleep store for the most incredible prices on bedding and convertible sofas. Remember, there's a new world of luxury waiting for you at Klein Sleep Columbus Day for thousands of nights.
Hollywood, California, Monday, March 22nd. The Lux Radio Theater presents Frederic March and Florence Eldridge in Death Takes a Holiday with Kay Johnson, Arthur Byron, and Gene Lockhart. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Frederic March, Florence Eldridge, Kay Johnson, Arthur Byron, Gene Lockhart, and Howard Phillips. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our guests, the celebrated screenwriter and adapter of Death Takes a Holiday, Mr. Walter Ferris, and the famous star of silent pictures, Miss Blanche Sweet. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. So do the makers of Lux Toilet Soap welcome you to another hour in Hollywood and to the 125th production of the Lux Radio Theater. Now, a word to the ladies in our audience. If there's a man in the room with you now, your husband, your brother, your sweetheart, what is he thinking about your complexion? Is it so smooth, so fresh and clear that he's bound to be admiring? If you're not quite sure, better begin today to use Lux Toilet Soap, the soap with active lather. And be sure you're removing cosmetics thoroughly, too. Use Lux Toilet Soap regularly before you put on fresh makeup. Always before you go to bed. Women everywhere find this simple care guards against unattractive cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores. Remember, too, that right now in Hollywood, actually 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux Toilet Soap. And now, our distinguished producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Throughout the thunderous years of the World War, an Italian soldier named Alberto Casella heard the command to die. It was blasted in his ears by screaming shrapnel, whispered by gases that crept into shattered outposts, sung by the fatal choirs of machine guns, until Death and Alberto Casella became bosom companions. Yet the soldier survived. Inspired by his grim associate of the trenches, he wrote the tender fantasy from which tonight's play, Death Takes a Holiday, was adapted. Casella's regard of death as an almost physical being, not cruel, but wise beyond understanding, may be interpreted in the lines he once wrote to a friend. Speaking of death, he said, occasionally we felt His Highness was on a vacation. Many a time he willfully overlooked a comrade, later coming back to escort someone else out of a tired, bleeding world. Death often seemed human to me. Originally produced in Italy, the adaptation of Death Takes a Holiday met with great success on stage and screen. The leading role tonight, as in the film version, is played by one of the most discerning and believable performers it has been my pleasure to direct, Frederic March, who starred for me in Sign of the Cross. Freddie's presence here tonight can be traced to an attack of appendicitis, which sent him to the hospital from his desk in a New York bank. While recuperating, he decided to leave finance and turn actor. Playing in Denver, he met and married Miss Florence Eldridge, who is again this evening his leading lady. Hollywood has also brought new honors to Miss Eldridge. Featured in many films, we remember her best for her splendid performance as Queen Elizabeth in Mary of Scotland. And hear her tonight in the part of Grazia. Our Madam Alder is Kay Johnson, whom I saw on the stage in The Silver Cord and brought to Hollywood to play the leads in Dynamite and Madam Satan. Before I could engage her for a third film, director John Cromwell made an engagement I could not interfere with. He married her. Arthur Byron, recently on the stage with Katharine Hepburn, with Catherine Cornell in St. Joan, and with John Gielgud in Hamlet, is heard tonight as Duke Lambert, Gene Lockhart as the Baron, and Howard Phillips as Corrado. Behind the wings of the stage, our stars have left their dressing rooms. The call boy is shouting curtain time, and the Lux Radio Theater presents Frederic March and Florence Eldridge in the romantic fantasy Death Takes a Holiday, featuring Kay Johnson and Arthur Byron. A lonely road in Italy. A full round moon hangs low in the sky, bathing the countryside in ghostly radiance. An automobile purrs softly through the night, making its way toward the old castle of Duke Lambert. At the wheel is the Duke's son, Corrado, and beside him, Grazia Sanluca, a lovely young girl who seems lost in a dream as she surrenders to the beauty of the night.
You haven't heard a word I've said, Grazia.
What?
You haven't been listening to me.
Yes, I have. Really, Corrado. It's just this night. It's so beautiful.
I asked you when we were to be married.
I know, dear. And I told you.
Yes, you told me soon. You can't expect me to be satisfied with that. I love you too much, far too much. And soon so easily becomes never.
Please, let's not talk about it now.
Well, why not?
I don't know. It wasn't meant for talking this night. There's something miraculous in the air. Haven't you felt it? Like an old story you can't quite believe. And the strangest shadow is following us.
Shadow? You're imagining things.
It's been behind us all the way.
It's the shadow of a tree, perhaps.
It isn't a tree.
Maybe it's a cloud across the moon.
There are no clouds. And it is a shadow. Sometimes it's close by. Sometimes we almost lose it.
Very well, then. We lose it. Watch.
Oh, yes. Go fast, Corrado.
How's this?
Faster, faster.
Like it?
Oh, it's glorious to go fast. It feels like wings.
We are almost flying at this speed. The car won't do much more than... Grazia!
Corrado!
I can't see the road. Get down! Get down! Grazia. Grazia.
Here, Corrado.
Are you all right, darling?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, thank God.
I haven't a scratch. You, Corrado?
No, nothing. At least, no, not even a mark. Why, it's a wonder we weren't both killed. Why, it's a miracle, Grazia. Look at that car.
I said there was something strange in the air. Something miraculous.
Grazia, that shadow you saw. I saw it, too, just before we crashed. seemed to envelop the whole car. I couldn't even see the road. Strange.
And I wasn't imagining things.
No.
What was it? What could it have been?
We'd better get on to the house. You know, Father will be waiting for us. Here, give me your hand, darling, and stay close to me. And that was it, Father. We seemed to turn over and over endlessly. I'm sorry about the car, sir.
Never mind the car. I'm thankful that you both weren't killed.
You're sure you're both all right?
No, we haven't a scratch between us, Mother.
Perhaps you'd better go and lie down, Grazia.
Thank you, but it's not necessary.
It's a lucky night for all of us, it seems. We had a rather narrow escape ourselves this evening.
Who, Father?
The Baron Cesaria, Madame Alda, and myself. We were driving home from the village, and we ran into a street vendor's cart. We were traveling rather fast at the time. Must have carried the cart 50 feet, and the peddler with it.
Good Lord, Father, he wasn't...
No, luckily. We picked him up, and he seemed to be none the worse for it. It was a relief, I can tell you. The strangest part of it was that none of us even saw the cart. There seemed to be a cloud in front of us.
A cloud?
Well, not exactly that, perhaps. More like a shadow.
Shadow? Well, that's what we saw.
What?
Yes, just before we crashed.
It doesn't seem possible. Do you know, son, I think...
Yes, sir?
I think the night has been playing tricks with us. And in the future, we'd better have our headlights cleaned more often.
It was my fault you found it. I asked Corrado to go fast. It felt as if we were flying.
Really? Well, Grazia, we think you've been flying long enough. When are you going to fold your wings and become my daughter-in-law?
Yes, we were speaking of that tonight. No, I've been trying to persuade Grazia to make it next month.
Won't you, dear?
I wish I could, but...
It's only a question of making up your mind, my darling.
You know I love you all and want to please you. But don't you see, I'm not ready.
But why, Grazia?
Because life is too full. There's a kind of happiness I want to find first if I can.
Aren't you happy with me?
Oh, yes, dear. But that isn't quite what I mean. I wish I knew how to tell you. There's something out there in the night, which I must find first and understand.
Grazia.
I'm going into the garden.
Well, may I come with you?
I'd rather be alone, if you don't mind.
Grazia's so strange at times. I don't understand her.
I don't myself sometimes. She's so fine, so delicate, so utterly remote from us all. It puzzles me.
I wouldn't worry, my son. You'll win her yet.
Madame Alda, I believe the peddler thought you were an angel when we picked him up.
Baron, Madame Alda, I hope you've both quite recovered from your shock.
It was hardly a shock, you plan, but more in the nature of a very intense thrill. I rather enjoyed it.
Madame Alda lives for thrills.
Well, why not? Is there anything better to live for, Baron?
Only love, and you probably count that among your thrills. I know I always did, in my younger days, of course.
Corrado and Grazia had a lucky escape tonight themselves.
Really?
Yes, we were driving home along the hill road when...
What on earth was that?
Grazia. She's in the garden.
It sounded as if she...
Grazia! Grazia!
We'd better see.
Came from the fountain.
This way. Corrado, where are you?
Here, Father.
Corrado.
There's Grazia lying on the ground.
Is it? Corrado, what's happened?
I don't know. She was just lying here.
Is she wounded? Oh, Lambert.
Now, my dear, it'll be all right. Lift her up a little, Corrado.
Yes, she's coming. Grazia. Grazia.
Don't let it come near me. Don't let it come near me.
What happened, Grazia?
I don't know. There was something cold and terrible. I was sitting by the fountain watching the water, and then an icy wind touched me. But it wasn't a wind because all the leaves were still.
Oh, perhaps you fell asleep and dreamed.
No, I saw it.
What? What did you see?
A shadow. An enormous darkness. And yet it wasn't a shadow because the moon shone through it. Oh, Corrado, I felt something behind me running. It wasn't any sound, but I felt someone. And then it touched me. Something cold.
Oh, Grazia.
Carry her into the house.
I'll help you, Corrado.
Stephanie?
Yes.
Call Grazia's mother. Tell her there's nothing to worry about, but ask her to come. It's just a case of nerves, I think, but we'd better play safe.
Yes.
Fidele, have you searched the grounds?
Thoroughly, Your Excellency. But we found nothing. Not even a footprint.
Oh, there must have been something. I'll have a look myself.
Duke Lambert.
My revolver is in the desk drawer, Fidele. Give it to me, please.
Yes, Your Excellency. Here, sir.
Don't tell my wife I've gone out. Don't tell anyone.
Very good, sir.
Who's there? Who's there in that shadow? Answer, or I'll shoot.
It will be quite useless against me.
Stand back.
You see?
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Shall I show you my face? Look, my friend.
Good God! Who are you?
I am not of your world. I am, how shall I describe it? A sort of vagabond of space. I am, or I was, until I came into this garden, death.
Death?
But please be reassured. I am not on my usual mission tonight. I have already stood beside one of your number tonight without harm. That lovely young girl in the garden.
Then it was you?
Yes. And on the road I was there too, and no one was harmed. Doesn't that reassure you that I have no fatal intentions?
But why did you come here, if not on your usual mission?
Why? That may be rather difficult to explain. However, I am about to take a holiday. I shall take only 3 days, and after that I must go back.
But why? Why do you do this?
For a number of reasons. For one thing, to discover why men fear me as they do.
Don't you know?
How should I know? What could terror mean to me who have nothing to fear? Can you conceive how weary I am of always being misunderstood? Can you conceive how lonely I am when there is nothing that does not shun me?
What is it you are seeking?
There must be something here on earth to be known and felt. Something desirable that makes men fear me and cling to their life. I must know what it is. Will you accept me for these 3 days? As a guest?
As a guest?
Don't be alarmed. As a mortal, of course. I assure you, I shall be quite a man of the world. Will it be a great trouble for you to put me up? Well?
Oh, no, not at all. No, I have a suite of rooms prepared for an old friend who is expected. Prince Serki.
Indeed. Prince Serki of Vitalba Alexandri?
Yes.
Prince Serki will not come to see you. Not in this life.
I don't understand.
I saw him early this morning.
Then he's dead.
Yes. I did not know, of course, that he was a friend of yours.
Poor Serki.
Tell me, was the prince known to your family and your guests?
No.
Excellent. I shall be Prince Serki of Vitalba Alexandri for these 3 days.
What?
Oh, please understand that my presence in your house will not be a menace, but a protection.
Thank you.
But there is one condition on which I shall insist.
Yes?
I am to be Prince Serki and no other. When I leave you now and return later in his person, I shall be mortal. And I must be treated as a mortal in every particular. No one under this roof must show repulsion or fear on pain of my instant displeasure.
I don't understand.
No. Let me put it this way. If my secret is divulged, I shall leave instantly as Serki and return in my proper person. Do I make myself clear this time?
I understand. Your Highness.
So at last, I am to become mortal. Change my whole person so none will fear me. I shall feel blood in my veins, the warm blood of life. I shall know what you know and feel what you feel. My hunger shall be appeased for an hour. My hunger that is as old as time. And those that I love need not be afraid. not afraid. I am beside myself. My holiday is just caprice, a mad joke I play with life. But what a monstrous, what a sublime joke. And you, my friend, will be distinguished among hosts. For none has entertained death before and lived. You may expect me soon.
I've never found anything like it. But why at this hour?
Unusual, but interesting, Baron.
My husband asked especially to see everyone in the library. I don't know why.
Ah, here he is. Well, Lambert?
I'm sorry to arouse you at this hour, my friends. It's important, believe me.
Lambert, Grazia's mother is here.
Ah, Maria. Oh, I'm glad to see you.
I was so worried about Grazia when I heard.
She'll be all right. Have you seen her?
She's upstairs resting. It isn't necessary for her to be here now, is it?
Why, no, my dear.
Well, Lambert?
My friends, I have received a message tonight from Prince Serki.
Oh, so he's coming at last.
Yes, he's coming. I want to tell you all something very seriously. This guest whom we're expecting is no ordinary person. Now, if he should appear eccentric or strange in any way, you must take no notice. Treat him as a prince and a gentleman always. And above all, you must not be afraid.
But Lambert, I don't understand.
And no matter what happens, you must never shun him or protest or run. It wouldn't do any good if you did. You can't run from...
From what, Lambert?
Nothing. I didn't mean... Well, Fidele?
His Highness, Prince Serki.
Serki. Welcome, Your Highness, to our villa.
Thank you, my dear Duke. I am so happy to be here.
We're more than honored. May I present my wife, Prince Serki?
Your Highness is most welcome.
Thank you. I have rarely been so charmingly received.
And now, may I present my guests?
It will be a pleasure.
Madam Alda.
How do you do, Prince Serki?
May I say I had not realized that the women of your country were so beautiful.
Your Highness is most kind.
I wish that we might never meet when you are less beautiful and I must be less kind.
The Princess Maria, Prince Serki.
Your Highness.
Your Highness.
The Baron Cesaria, sir. A statesman who was once important in the affairs of the world, who now looks back on a long and interesting life.
I am delighted to meet the Baron at the last.
And I to meet you, Your Highness.
Considering your distinction and your age, it is surprising that fate has not introduced us before.
Your Highness, my son Corrado.
Yes. The son who drives his car so furiously.
I beg your pardon, sir?
My friend, please, permit me to call you my friend.
Your Highness.
Please, make no change in your plans because of my sudden appearance. I should like to join in your pleasures, if I may, and enjoy the hours with you. I beg you not to make a stranger of me.
Your rooms are ready, Your Highness.
My room?
Yes, at your pleasure.
Then, if you will forgive me, I think I will go now. I have not slept for ages, and I feel curiously tired.
Mother.
Grazia.
I couldn't sleep, Duke Lambert. I was too restless.
This is a guest I have not had the pleasure of meeting.
Oh.
Grazia, this is Prince Serki, the Princess Maria's daughter, Your Highness.
How do you do, Your Highness?
How do you do?
We have not met before, Your Highness.
Perhaps. For a few fleeting moments.
Yes. Yes, that is how it seems. A few fleeting moments. I am happy to welcome you now, sir.
Please, give me your hand, Grazia. So young and firm and full of life. And it lies so trustingly in mine.
Is there any reason why it should not?
Thank you, Grazia. You have done me
a great kindness tonight. My friends, my holiday begins most agreeably.
Before we go on with the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Death Takes a Holiday, starring Frederic March and Florence Eldridge, we're going to let you in on a Hollywood beauty secret. We're going over on La Brea Avenue to a little stucco house where happy Mrs. Thomas F. has been chatting with her friend Ethel over tea. Ethel has suddenly looked at her watch.
Marion, I had no idea it was so late. It's 6:15. Gosh, I haven't left you any time at all to rest.
Oh, don't be silly. I loved having you. I have plenty of time to get dressed before Tom gets home. My bath only takes 2 shakes, and it always rests me. I'll feel like a million.
And Tom will think you look it, too. We always talk about the way you keep Tom so adoring. Oh, so long, Marion.
So long, dear.
Call me if you're home tonight.
Marion keeps Tom in love with her because she knows this secret. One thing a man adores in any woman is skin that's sweet. That's why Marion is devoted to Hollywood's beauty bath. Lux Toilet Soap's active lather removes perspiration, every last trace of dust and dirt from the pores. Its delicate, expensive fragrance lingers. After her Lux Toilet Soap beauty bath, Tom's sure to greet his wife like this.
Hello, darling. How's my girl? Gee, you look so swell. I think I ought to take you out. How about it? We could go anywhere, and I wouldn't find another girl that's half as sweet.
Why don't you protect daintiness? Keep romance the Lux Toilet Soap way.
We continue with Death Takes a Holiday, starring Frederic March and Florence Eldridge. 3 days have gone by, and the Phantom Death is still a guest at the home of the Duke, still enjoying his brief visit to Earth in the person of Prince Circe. Meanwhile, the world is an astounded witness to a series of miracles. In London,
SS Cedric explodes at sea, sinks within an hour. No lives lost.
In Paris, man jumps from Eiffel Tower in attempted suicide, walks away uninjured. In Japan,
Island of Kobushima totally demolished by heaviest earthquake in history. All residents are safe.
And so for 3 days, no life is endangered, no living thing destroyed, while death amuses himself, now at conversation, now at yachting, now at the gaming table of a fashionable resort, where his luck amazes other players.
It's unbelievable.
He's doubled 7 times on the 6th.
If he's right once more, he'll own the casino.
You mustn't double again, Your Highness. No, Baron. Should I not? You lose all you've won. Mademoiselle, shall I or shall I not?
Yes, play it. I think the world is all yours to do with as you choose.
Your Highness?
Yes, croupier?
I'm very sorry, but it's against the rules of the house to double again.
Oh, but look here, you make it necessary for me to take a great deal of this metal away with me.
I'm sorry, Your Highness.
Very well, but I have no use for it. Here. You divide it, please, among those who need it. Baron, shall we go out on the balcony?
Delighted. A magnificent gesture, Your Highness. Magnificent. You make life exciting again. I felt 20 years younger ever since you arrived.
You know, Baron, out here is the night, crowded with beauty. And all of you herd inside in smoky rooms, feverish over little games. Why?
Why? One comes here to gamble, and one gambles to win.
It seems to me that men have not begun to discover the magnificence of this life.
Will you tell me what in the world you're looking for, Prince Circe?
I came here looking for a game to play, a game worth playing. I have been among you almost 3 days, and what you do with yourselves still seems to me so very futile and empty.
There are only 3 games: money, love, and war. Have you tried more?
Plenty of it. I could never make out what it was they were fighting about. It's usually a flag, isn't it? Or a barren piece of ground that neither side wants.
Well, I suppose they fight to make themselves heroic for someone they love.
Oh, so. It all comes down to one game.
One game. That's what it comes to. One never grows tired of love.
Shall I tell you something, Baron? This last great game of yours, this of which you never tire, seems to me to be the strangest, the saddest, the emptiest of all.
Can it be that you're inexperienced in such matters?
Entirely.
You don't know what you've missed. One pair of lips will change your mind for you someday. It depends upon the subject. Madame Alders, for instance.
Madame Alda?
She's quite taken with you, you know.
Oh.
Thinks you're fascinating.
Oh.
You might try your game of love in that quarter, Your Highness.
Yes.
You don't seem very interested. You were thinking of another, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Who, Your Highness?
It is growing late, Baron. I think we'll go back now.
Lambert, I must know what all this mystery is about.
Mystery, Maria?
I felt it too, Father. I don't know what it is, but you seem afraid of something.
My dear boy, please.
Lambert, who is this guest of yours?
He is Prince Serki.
I feel that you are concealing something.
Maria.
And Grazia has been very strange these past 3 days. Restless, almost exalted. I think she is attracted to this man.
I've seen it, too. And Madame Alda.
No, they couldn't be.
Why?
I mean, nothing could come of it. He wouldn't encourage them. And Maria, it's his last evening. He goes at midnight.
Why at midnight?
That's his natural... that is... Oh, it's a whim of his. Just a whim, nothing more.
Your Excellency.
Yes, Fedele?
You asked to be informed as soon as Prince Serki returned from the casino.
Oh, yes.
He's in the library, Your Excellency.
Very well. You'll excuse me, Maria?
Of course.
Thank you. Your Highness.
Oh, good evening, my friend.
You have returned early from the casino.
Yes, I was very bored.
I'm sorry. I had hoped that your last evening...
Yes, my last evening. But it isn't over as yet.
No, Your Highness.
You haven't told anyone about me. None of your guests know my real identity.
No one knows, Your Highness.
Good. I wish that reserve kept without fail. I shall be in the garden for a while now. There's very little time left. And I still have not found your reason for existence.
Good evening, Your Highness.
Ah, Madame Alda, good evening. You're all by yourself?
Yes. I felt that you would be out here. I've been waiting for you.
Many people do, but none quite so cheerfully. Aren't you afraid?
Of you? Well, perhaps I am a little. But my interest is far greater than my fear.
Oh, I am glad. But if you knew... You are so fortunate here, you people. I think I used to despise you all with your little whims and desires, all leading up to nothing. And now, there is nothing I want so much as to share them.
I've so often thought all that of myself.
Oh, but my dear Alda, you can have whatever dreams you wish. But suppose you had been set down for a few hours or a few days among the inhabitants of the moon, and that was all the life that you could have forever. And you knew no one there. And no one dared to know you.
Do you really feel that?
Yes. I am not one of you.
Then I wish that you were.
You do?
I've waited for someone like you.
Even though I am not what I seem?
Oh, but you are.
No, I am a fear, a shadow, a wandering thing. Isn't there a story among your legends of a merman who came asking a woman to love him so that he might have a soul?
Well, if there is, I'm sure she'd give him what he asked. I think she'd give up her own soul gladly.
If she were in love.
Yes.
You see, I have come asking for that.
Of me?
Yes. But also, it is impossible.
Why?
Because you will take one step toward me and know my secret and lose courage.
Try me.
You do love me?
Yes.
How much?
More than life itself.
You can give me a soul only if you know me and can still love me. Now look into my eyes. Look deep. What do you see there?
Shadows.
Look into those shadows. Let your thought go to its wildest reach. I will you to know who I am.
No. No. I want to live.
You're afraid of
Oh,
me.
let me go. Please let me go.
You're afraid. The mere thought of my real person puts a chill around your heart.
Let me go. Pity me.
Go, then. Go back to your petty little existence. You are not great enough for me, Olga. I am looking for a response such as you could never give. I am searching for someone who knows and is not afraid.
It's such a lovely night, Your Highness.
You? The very serene and lovely princess.
You do me too much honor, Your Highness. I'm not really a princess, you know.
Let me call you so.
I like to be called Grazia by my friends.
How charming of you. Grazia, then.
You make it sound like music.
It is like music. It has overtones that go singing on and on. But they are not sad, no, they are full of grace and light.
Oh, when you speak like that, I hear music, too. Great sweeping chords.
I could say so much more.
Your Highness is being very kind tonight.
I wonder if I am being kind.
Perhaps I should have said gracious.
No, not gracious either. I have discovered that even the mightiest must sue for certain favors.
I should think Your Highness would never need to sue.
On the contrary, I am feeling strangely humble for the first time in my life.
And I'm feeling strangely thrilled and proud.
Grazia,
Yes, Duke Lambert?
your mother is asking for you, my dear.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Until later, Grazia.
Until later, Your Highness.
Your Highness.
Yes.
You'll forgive me, but I'm worried, Your Highness.
Worried?
About Grazia. She's a lovely child. I hope that one day she and Corrado will be...
Enough.
Your Highness, I hope that you are not thinking...
Enough, I say! If you don't understand, Duke Lambert, I've been caught in this web of flesh, caught and tortured. I thought to put it on like a garment and cast it off as easily. But to put it off is to die. To die without having lived. To die alone, without loving or being loved. And that I will not have.
But it is fatal to love you, and you promised to harm no one in this house.
Have you forgotten that in an hour I must go with empty hands?
Are you certain it will be with empty hands?
Quiet! I am an expert at conclusions, my friend.
Grazia! Grazia!
Here, Corrado.
Oh, Grazia, I'm so glad to find you.
Why, dear?
You should be in the house, not walking out here alone. Grazia, will you do me a great favor?
Of course.
May I stay very close to you this evening?
Why?
Because I love you, and I'm afraid.
But there's nothing to be afraid of.
Grazia, why are you so strange?
I seem to be waiting for something.
Let me stay with you.
It's not you that I'm waiting for, Corrado.
Grazia, you're so far away. Please come back to me. There's some awful danger. I know it.
Oh, no, not danger. Happiness. Something I've been waiting for so long.
Grazia.
Please don't be unhappy, Corrado. I love you. In some way I can't make clear. If I didn't feel so far away, I should be in your arms crying and holding you close to me. I want to do that. But somehow, I think I never shall.
Oh, you're trembling.
I'm only a little cold. Will you get my cloak from the hall?
Oh, I don't want to leave you. Won't you come with me?
No. I must wait here, Corrado.
Grazia.
I must wait here for him, alone.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And this is KNX, the Columbia Station, Los Angeles.
We call an intermission in our presentation of Death Takes a Holiday, starring Frederic March and Florence Eldridge, to introduce the dramatist who brought this play to American audiences. Formerly instructor in English at Yale University, Walter Ferris is now one of the screen's most valued writers. With such hits to his credit as Under Two Flags, Maid of Salem, and Lloyd's of London, he interrupts his work on Shirley Temple's film, Heidi, to be with us tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, Walter Ferris.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. There are no doubt people in our audience who think me morbid for having dealt with this subject, but my intention was anything but morbid. Mr. Casella's brilliant and compelling conception of death on a holiday suggested all sorts of fascinating ideas to me. One was this. I thought if I were to treat death as a fellow who couldn't understand why people were afraid of him, since his job was only to escort them from one world to another, that those who saw the play might cheer up a little. I thought they might go out of the theater stepping a few inches higher than when they came in, which was what Mr. DeMille and David Blasco achieved with their fantasy on death, The Return of Peter Grimm. That, to my mind, is what every play or motion picture should make an audience do, step a little higher, whether the theme is comedy or tragedy.
The adaptation of Mr. Casella's play must have been a very difficult task.
It was. Adrienne Morrison, the mother of Joan and Constance Bennett, asked me to do it. At first, I refused. But then the theme haunted me so that I finally accepted and spent nearly 2 years in writing the play you are presenting tonight.
And 4 actresses found their way to fame through the part of Grazia: Rose Hobart, Helen Vinson, Margaret Sullivan, and Katharine Hepburn. But how did you happen to turn playwright?
By playing hide-and-seek with death myself, really. Like Mr. March, I found myself in a hospital with lots of time to think things over. Freddie got better and became an actor. I became an author.
You're both getting better all the time.
Certainly, Mr. March has recovered splendidly, but I sometimes have doubts about myself. We've been very lucky in the stars we've had in the part of death. First, Philip Merrivale on the stage, then Frederic March on the screen. And now on the radio, we have Mr. March and his distinguished wife playing together. And before saying goodbye, I should like to express an author's gratitude to the Lux Radio Theater for the very intelligent fashion in which it uses his material. It's been a pleasure to be here and see how you present a program in behalf of a product which we use every day, both at home and at 20th Century Fox Studios, Lux Toilet Soap. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure, Mr. Ferris, to have you with us. Death Takes a Holiday, starring Frederic March and Florence Eldridge. The time grows short. Death's holiday on Earth is almost over, and soon Prince Circe must again take up the black cloak of his real existence. In the garden, Grazia and His Highness sit hand in hand, gazing deep into each other's eyes.
You kept your promise, Grazia. You came to meet me.
Didn't you know that I would?
Yes, I felt it deep within me. It is strange. We seem to understand each other so. We hardly need to speak, do we?
Thoughts are so much clearer than words.
Then perhaps you can tell me what I've been doing here.
I think I can, almost.
Tell me.
I think you've been holding life in your hands, as I do sometimes. I think you've been a little afraid of its beauty.
You do know. You wonderful, exquisite child. Something new has been born in me. And at last, I know the meaning of this life men lead here. I know for the first time, men bear a dream within them. A dream that lifts them above their petty lives. And that dream is love. You have brought this to me, Grazia. You have shown me a new world. A world which you made for me and which we share together. And yet, I am alone, too. Still alone.
I think we'll never be alone again.
We must, Grazia. And I shall miss you so. I shall hear your laughter in every wind that passes. I shall hear your footsteps wherever you are. When our two worlds hold us apart.
Why should we ever be apart? What is this that will happen? Who are you?
Prince Serkei.
I don't mean that. You seem to come from a distant place. You're like the mystery that's just beyond sight and sound. Always just beyond my reach. Something that draws and frightens me.
Oh, Grazia, please, do not be afraid of me. I am Serkei who loves you more than any man could love you. I am Serkei who needs your warmth and your beauty more than any man could need them. Listen to me, Grazia. I am a great power, and I am humble before you. And tonight, I must go back to my distant kingdom.
Will you take me with you?
Take you?
I should be unhappy alone.
Take you? Oh, no, not. Do not tempt me. Oh, but Grazia, please. Give me 1 hour with you. Let me hold you close to me. For you are the meaning of beauty that I must know. Let me hold you in my arms, Grazia, and know that I have lived.
Oh, my love. My love.
What is that?
Only the chimes of the hall clock. It's striking the 3/4 hour.
3/4 hour? Oh, then soon it will be midnight. Midnight.
I tell you, Father, she's slipping away from me, away from all of us.
Corrado, please. Maria.
She's out there in the garden with him now. He has some strange power over her.
We must save her from him.
We can do nothing.
Stand there and say that. We must do something. We can go out there together and take him by the throat.
If we could, should I be standing here? Grazia is in no danger. There is nothing to be alarmed about.
But you're alarmed, Lambert. Yes, Father, you're terrified. I must know why.
Lambert, let me go to her.
No, wait.
Then I'll go.
No, I forbid you to move.
Then tell me why I can't go. Give me your reason, or by heaven, I'll kill that man.
You can't kill him, but he can kill us. If he but points out his hand, all of us...
Who is this prince?
You don't know what you're asking.
I don't care. I only know that Grazia's in danger.
Very well. I'll tell you. He said if I reveal his secret, he will leave instantly as Serkei and return as... Steel yourselves, if you are to hear it. He is not Prince Serkei. He is the one who waits, the one whom all men dread. His Majesty, Death, amusing himself on a holiday.
Father, Death!
So, my friend, you have broken your promise.
Yes, I was desperate, sir. It's my son's life against my promise. I had no choice.
I am not used to these distinctions. I thought we should part as friends with kindly remembrances. But now my shadow has come between us.
Not already.
No, I am immortal still for a few minutes. No longer as Prince Serkei, but as myself with my own feelings. In a few moments I shall be what I was. And for me, too, there will be an end.
But you are above pain and loss.
Am I? I thought tonight I had reached the end of my experiment. I had found love. But it was not the end. Beyond that, I have found the pain of losing love. If I must lose it,
But it must be lost to you.
Why?
Because you are...
Death! Death! My dear Duke, thank you for defining the problem.
Your Highness, won't you give her back to me?
It's your pain against mine. Why should I deny myself because of your childish fear? You know nothing of the meaning of death. I tell you there is no death, only a life beyond. A richer, simpler life than yours, and infinitely more kind.
But she is so young to die.
Go with me now in love would be triumph, not death, as it is known to you.
Oh, in God's name,
Give
please!
her back to me! Give her back to me!
One lover must always lose, Corrado.
But not like this. Not with death.
There are worlds between us, and I cannot reach your minds. Why do men fear my coming? Death. Death is but a word that you've been taught to fear, a symbol of the unknown. And because of that word, you keep her from me. I would only lead her through the gateway to the life that lies beyond.
Your Highness, we are not answered. Are we to keep Grazia?
Is she yours even now?
But she doesn't know who you are. Now, if she knew, what would she choose?
Yes, you're right. Even Grazia was born to fear the face of death. She would die with me now as Circe. But as death, I cannot tell her.
You gave me your word.
You think me bound by that?
I do. An honorable man would be bound.
Because I assumed your flesh, must I assume your weakness?
Then pity our weakness. I've seen pity struggling in you. We beg the life of Grazia.
I bound myself to life, and with it to the petty rules by which it is lived. And now I must bow to it. What a monstrous comedy.
Where is he going?
To fetch Grazia.
Oh, what will he do? What will he do?
We must wait, Maria.
He's been so long. What is the time?
4 minutes to the hour.
4 minutes.
Shh, Maria. Your Highness.
She is coming in.
You'll give her back to us?
No. It is for her to choose.
Your Highness.
Come here, Grazia.
Oh, Grazia, darling, I've been so frightened. Grazia, don't run away like that again. Not in the night.
But I was quite safe with Prince Circe, Mother. I love to be with him. I must stay with him always.
Grazia.
He's kind, Mother, and more tender than anyone I've ever known. Even more tender than you.
Don't, Grazia, you don't know what you're saying.
Why are you all so strange? Why are you suffering so? I've found my love. There ought to be lights and music.
Save her. Oh, please save her.
Tell her what you will.
What is there to tell? Do you think there's anything I don't understand? I love His Highness, and I must go with him.
Your Highness, you must tell her.
Say what you like. It will make no difference.
It's nearly 12, Your Highness.
Yes, I know, Grazia. Grazia, I came to this house in jest and made love to you as a jest.
You're trying to destroy my love because they wish it. It was not a jest.
Grazia, listen. You must stay here with those who love you. I am going far away to a distant country. If you went with me now, you could never see them again.
Why must you say these things to me? They can make no difference.
But you don't understand. My holiday is over. I am going at once.
I'm ready.
No, you can't come with me.
Yes, I can. Shall we go now?
But you don't know who I am.
You are my love. My love.
You heard her, all of you? You wish me to speak and destroy this happiness?
You must.
Oh, Grazia. Grazia, my little love. Please. It was not a jest, but I must go, dear. Alone.
Oh, no.
Goodbye, my friends. Remember that there is only a moment of shadow between your life and mine. And when I call, come bravely through that shadow, and you will find me only your familiar friend.
Now, Grazia, you see me as I am.
Good heavens.
As I am, Grazia. As death. That is why I must go alone. You understand now, Gracia.
But I've always seen you like that. You haven't changed.
You have seen me like this?
Yes, always. And I'm going with you.
Then there is a love which casts out fear. And I have found it. And love is greater than illusion, and as strong as death. Come, Gracia.
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Yes, holiday is over, and with it our play. But Frederic March and Florence Eldridge rejoin us at the microphone later. Along with the Gish and Talmadge sisters, Mary Pickford and Marguerite Clark, Blanche Sweet will always be remembered among Hollywood's favorite stars of the silent screen. Discovered by D.W. Griffith, Blanche was in no small measure responsible for the box office competition he constantly gave me. I thought the best way to remove the competition was to acquire the star, which I did. 1 million miles of film have run through Hollywood's cameras since then. But as I welcome her tonight, I see the same charming Blanche with the lovely blue eyes, who brought to silent pictures the eloquence of a great performer. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Blanche Sweet.
Thank you, Cecil, and thank you all. Rather amazing, isn't it, to think back to what pictures were like when you and I began, long before we ever dreamed of speaking to each other with a microphone between us. You know, I was just 13 when I made my film debut with the old Edison Company back in New York. My salary was the staggering sum of $3 a day. And I remember my first Hollywood film for Mr. Griffith at Biograph. It was a one-reel thriller called The Lonedale Operator. At that time, you know, the names of the cast were never mentioned by the leading studios, and Biograph made it a point to always withhold the identity of their players. Then, names were advertised by independent companies, who chose this as a new means to combat opposition. So quite unwittingly did the system featuring star personalities come into being.
Which do you remember, Blanche, as the most outstanding films of your career?
Well, now, Cecil, that's not for me to say. But I particularly like doing Tess of the D'Urbervilles, Anna Christie, Judith of Bethulia, and, of course, your own production, The Warrens of Virginia.
Recently, many of us saw you on the stage, playing with Leslie Howard in Petrified Forest. After your success in that, have you any thought of returning to pictures?
Well, I'm due back in New York this spring for a play. I leave next month and expect to go into rehearsal soon after. I'll miss listening to your program, Cecil, when I'm in the theater. But I assure you I don't have to be reminded to keep on using Lux toilet soap. Mm-hmm. I hope I'm not a fussy individual, but I am particular about what I use for my complexion. I've used Lux toilet soap for many years, and I'm glad to have this opportunity of saying what a marvelous beauty care it is. Now, thank you again. Goodbye.
Sweet, isn't she? Patience, as Disraeli once remarked, is a necessary ingredient of genius. And in calling back our leading man to the microphone with Miss Eldridge, I call back the most patient man I know. Forward, March. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. and Mrs. Frederic March.
Thank you. Thank you, C.B. I don't know quite what you mean by patience, though, unless you refer to the fact that it's been nearly 5 years since we last worked together in The Sign of the Cross. But to have been in another DeMille production tonight has been worth all the patience in the world.
Thanks, Freddie, but I referred particularly was the patience you exhibited in The Sign of the Cross.
You mean the time you fed my husband to the lions, Mr. DeMille? I think I deserve the medal for patience, not Freddie.
This scene, Florence, was just before he was served to the lions. A jailer was supposed to enter with the simple speech, "Forgive me, but we must proceed. The Emperor is waiting, Excellence."
Oh, I remember that, yes. And the jailer was so terribly scared that he just couldn't say the word Excellence.
Every time he'd ruin the scene by saying Your Majesty or Your Highness or Your Lordship.
And what happened?
As I remember, after wasting hours, we went to lunch, and while Mr. DeMille dug up another jailer. And this new actor looked the part, and he caught his cue perfectly. He glared at us fiercely, and he declared, "Forgive me, but we must proceed. The Emperor is waiting, Excellency."
When I heard that list, they had to keep me from throwing that jailer instead of Freddie to the lions.
Weren't you just a little bit frightened, Freddie, playing the lion scene?
Not a bit, my darling. You see, I had just found out that those lions didn't like ham.
Freddie tells me, Florence, that you and he are going back on the stage.
Yes. We wanted to wait until our children were a bit older. But now Penny's 4.5, and Tony's a little past 3.
Time marches on with the marchers.
Incidentally, C.B., Penny's a great booster of yours. She told us to be sure to give her love to the man who sells that nice soap.
Well, after all, Lux toilet soap has been a standby of the March household for a good many years, Mr. DeMille. Not because just about everybody in Hollywood also seems to prefer it, but because it happens to be just about the finest complexion care we know of.
Yes, and now, darling, don't you think it's about time we went home and put the kids to bed?
Oh, yes, I do. Goodbye, Mr. DeMille. And to all of you out there, our sincere thanks.
Goodbye, all.
March goes out like a lion.
Mr. March, Miss Eldridge, our thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Rowe. There's great news coming from Mr. DeMille in a moment. Mr. March will be next seen in the David O. Selznick Technicolor production, A Star is Born. Mr. DeMille appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studios and Louis Silver's 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film, Seventh Heaven. And now, our producer.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater brings you George Burns and his pixelated partner of screen and radio, Miss Gracie Allen. The vehicle for these nitwits of the networks is supplied by those sharp-witted satirists, George S. Kaufman and Mark Connolly, and was the first play that brought them fame, Dulcie. In addition to Burns and Allen, our cast will include 4 of the original players, Howard Lindsay, Wallace Clark, Elliot Nugent, and Norma Lee. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater stars George Burns and Gracie Allen in Dulcie. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred MacMurray and Paulette Goddard in Front Page Woman with Roscoe Carnes.
Lux presents Hollywood. It's a fast-moving romance comedy we bring you tonight. The love story of 2 reporters. The boy who thinks that journalism is purely a man's profession, and the girl who won't say yes till she shows him that he's wrong. Starred are Fred MacMurray and Paulette Goddard with Roscoe Carnes. And as special guest, you'll hear that ace news gatherer, Mr. Floyd Gibbons. Louis Silvers is our musical director. Just a word now before our producer takes over. We are grateful to all of you for your loyalty to Lux Flakes. It is your purchases of our product that makes it possible for us to carry on with this program. And Lux can help you carry on with the many household tasks you have every day. Its rich, pure suds make short work of dirt, yet leave your hands soft and smooth. Yes, Lux gives you double help. It gets rid of dirt fast and protects your hands, too. Yet you pay so little for this extra help. A little goes so far, makes such fine, rich suds. Lux is thrifty. Keep a large box of Lux Flakes in the bathroom and in the kitchen, another in the laundry. And now, your host and producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Front page women are not new in history. There was, for example, that fabulous creature, Anne Royal, who wrote a column signed Paul Pry. Finding John Quincy Adams bathing in the Potomac, she sat on his clothes, which he left on the bank, until the embarrassed Mr. Adams gave her the most extraordinary interview ever granted by a president of the United States. The front page woman of my boyhood was that darling of the press, Nellie Bly. She aroused international attention when, in 1889, armed with 2 knapsacks, a toothbrush, flannel underwear,
a cap, ulster, and stopwatch, she dashed around the globe on behalf of the New York world in the then incredible time of 72 days. Songs, games, and a racehorse were quickly named after her. And I still have a dim recollection of that beautiful reporter, Nora Donnelly, called the Tut-Tut Girl. On the day Admiral Dewey returned from Manila, Nora boarded his ship for an interview. Rushing up to the Admiral, she waved an American flag in his face and promptly burst into tears. Whereupon the Admiral remarked, "Tut-tut, little girl, don't cry." That gave Nora her new name. Tonight's front-page woman, Paulette Goddard, is a star after only 3 pictures, her latest being the Selznick International film, The Young in Heart. Born on Long Island, Miss Goddard is a former Ziegfeld Follies beauty and is heard tonight as Ellen Garfield. Hollywood knows Fred MacMurray as the man who said no. In the days when he was a $5 a day extra, working in a mob scene, the director singled him out from 100 others and offered Fred what to every extra is the opportunity of a lifetime, the chance to speak a line. But Fred was frightened, turned down the offer, and went happily on at $5 a day until Paramount featured him. He stars soon in the new picture Cafe Society, and tonight he's Kurt Devlin. One of the screen's most reliable comedians, that perennial favorite, Roscoe Carnes, is heard as a news photographer who answers to the name of Toots. And so we go to press as the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred MacMurray and Paulette Goddard in Front Page Woman with Roscoe Carnes. The reporter's room at North Prison. At a long table running halfway round the wall, a dozen telephones stand ready for service. They're silent now, but soon the wires will be screaming news as a woman pays the supreme penalty for murder. The reporters converse in hushed tones, nervous as the hour approaches. In a corner of the room, a lone girl reporter waits quietly. She's outwardly calm, but her heart thumps wildly. From the doorway comes Kurt Devlin of the Daily Express.
Hiya, fellas. How was everyone on this festive occasion?
Hard guy, huh?
Just had a talk with the warden. It won't be long now.
Well, that suits me.
I hate these affairs.
Yeah, the sooner the better.
How are you, Mr. Devlin?
What? Well, I'm a so-and-so.
That's what I always thought.
What are you doing here, Garfield?
Well, I'm covering the story for the Star.
You mean to say
Have a
Spike
sandwich?
Kiley handed you this assignment?
I asked for it.
You asked for it?
Well, why not? It's a big story, isn't it?
Oh, look, Tidbit, an electrocution is no place for you.
Why not? I'm a reporter.
No, you're not. You're just a sweet little kid whose family let her read too many newspaper novels. Now take my advice and
Oh,
get out.
shut up. You think you're so cute, don't you? It's a wonder you don't talk baby talk.
All right, all right. By the way, I don't suppose you've attended one of these high-tension parties before, have you?
Well, there's always got to be a first time.
Yeah, but somehow it all seems a little worse when they burn a woman.
Well, why make an exception because she's a woman?
Sure. Well, it ought to be quite an experience for you if your knees hold out.
Don't worry about me, Mr. Devlin. You know, I'm really grown up now. Sometimes I even cross the street without taking the policeman's hand.
Yeah?
Yes.
Listen, little Miss Front Page, it's okay for you to chase fires and ambulances, but this is different. It does something to you. It chews you up inside. Look at those guys. They've seen them before, and they're really tough. Don't go through it, kid. You don't have to. I'll cover for you.
No, not for me you won't. I was sent here to see it, and I'm going to.
Oh, come on. Let me get you out of here. I'll write your whole story for you.
No. I can take it if you can.
Okay, Tidbit.
Here's the warden, fellas.
Well, what do you say, Warden?
All right, boys. You can go in now.
Well, it's time for the slow music. Helen, how do you feel?
Well, I'm fine.
Well, come on, then. You wanted to join the parade, and I'll keep step. Oh, honey, let me cover for you. No one will ever know.
No, I'm going myself. I'll write my own story. Oh.
Helen! Hey, Nick. Mac, give me a hand here. Little Miss Front Page just pulled a feint. How you doing, honey?
Well, I guess I'm all right now. Where are we?
Almost back to town. It's all over, and you're all covered. I phoned a story in for you.
Oh, Kurt, I'm so ashamed. Thanks.
No, that's all right. Ellen,
Uh-huh.
if you were me, would you ask me if I loved you?
Uh-huh.
Do you? Sort of?
Not sort of. Lots of.
Yeah? I know a guy that's married. He likes it.
How about his wife?
And she wishes the guy were twins, so she could commit bigamy and be twice as happy.
What do you suppose it'd be like, Kurt?
Heaven with all the modern conveniences. Gee, Ellen, why not? All this stuff about being a newspaper woman, that's kid stuff. You don't have to work.
No, but
Well, I just want to prove to you that I can be as good a reporter as the next fellow.
Oh, stop it. Look, we could get one of those studio apartments with a fireplace and... What do you say, hon?
Oh, you make it sound nice, Kurt.
Hey, wait a minute. The paper's on the street.
Guys in chair. Here you are,
Hey, boy, give me the Express.
Yes, sir.
Let me have the Star, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Keep the change, kid.
Thanks. Here you are. Get your paper. Read all about
Hey, here we are, honey. Listen. By Kurt Devlin, Express staff correspondent, North Prison, November 10th. With a song on her lips, Mabel Gay, Broadway's female Boniface, walked to the electric chair last night to expiate the murder of dapper Rudy Spain. Ah, boy, that's beautiful.
Kurt Devlin, you're a rat.
Sure. What?
Well, you're a low, sneaking, vile, despicable...
What are you talking about?
I'll show you what I'm talking about. Listen to this. By Ellen Garfield, Star correspondent, North Prison, November 10th. With a song on her lips, Mabel Gay, Broadway's famous female Boniface, walked to the chair last night to expiate the murder
Why,
of
it's
dapper...
the same story.
You covered me, didn't you? Oh, yes, you covered me beautifully. Well, you sent them the same thing, word for word.
But I told him to rewrite it. Ellen, honey, I
You
didn't...
double-crossed me.
What do you mean I double-crossed you? Do you think this is going to do me any good? They'll can me. Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
I'm getting out of here before I slap your face in.
Well, how are you going to get home?
Well, the subways are still running.
Yeah, but not to worry. You can go as far as I'm concerned. Goodbye.
Hey, Kurt.
What do you want?
Are you going to eat that sandwich?
What do you care?
Well, if you ain't, I will. No sense letting all that mustard go to waste.
Oh, go ahead. Take it.
Thanks. Say, what are you beefing about? You ain't been fired. Not yet, anyway. Oh, boy, that was a swell story you two had. I looked at the Express, and I looked at the Star, and I thought I was seeing double.
Oh, get out of here, will you, Toots? Go on, take some pictures.
Pictures of what? Oh, I get it. You want me to beat it, huh?
Smart guy.
Okay. Kurt Devlin, the sourpuss of the Press Cafe. I'll get a picture of you like this someday, and you won't know you from a lemon.
Hello, Kurt.
Ellen. Oh, hello. Thought you'd be out of the newspaper business and taking a course in domestic science by this time.
Kurt, I found out you really did try to cover me last night.
Oh, you did?
I'm sorry, Kurt. I should have believed you, I know, but do you think I'm a sort of a rat?
Well, no. Just a little mousy, that's all. Did they give you your notice?
No, but I got a piece of our Mr. John's mind, and it was certainly no present that a gentleman should give a lady. What about you?
Oh, Hartley was really quite pleasant about it. All he said was that he'd appreciate it if I could arrange a suicide pact with you.
Well, I guess we're both in the doghouse.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I've been in the doghouse for so long I'm commencing to bark at strangers.
Well, I'm not so worried about you. It's myself I'm worried about.
Well, 2 more weeks and you'll be back covering the Dahlia shows.
Are you going to start that again?
Sure. Why don't you marry me? I'd make a swell husband even if I am a reporter. I don't write novels and newspaper plays and I take off my hat in the house. Perfect.
Well, don't forget that I'm a newspaper woman, too.
And don't forget that women make pretty rotten newspaper men.
Oh, is that so? Listen, I'm as good a reporter as any man, and I can prove it.
Pecans.
And what's more, I'll make you admit it.
Almonds.
And I wouldn't marry you for anything in the world.
Walnuts, both English and black.
Why, you? What's that?
That? Why, that's the fire alarm bell, remember? They keep it here for the convenience of ambitious reporters who like to chase the engines.
Yes, I do seem to recollect, but thank you anyway.
Hey, Kurt, you hear that? That's a 3-alarm.
Well, now, what do you know? Toots has learned to count. Congratulations, Toots.
Well, ain't we going to cover it? It's at the Granger Arms, that snooty apartment joint. I ought to get some pictures, maybe.
Take your time. I'm having a talk with Miss Front Page.
Well, the interview's ended, Mr. Devlin. I'm going to that fire.
Fine. If it starts to burn out, put some kindling on it and keep it going till I get there, will you?
You're so smart. Good day, Mr. Devlin.
Hurry up, and maybe they'll let you ride on the hook and ladder.
Get back there, you. Get back. Stay behind the fire lines. Go on now.
But, officer, I tell you, I'm a reporter from the Star. This press card says so.
No, I'm not going to risk letting any woman through the fire lines. I don't care if it says you're a billy goat. You can't get through.
Well, I'll be a billy goat if I want to.
Oh, no, you won't. If you're going to be a goat at all, you'll be a nanny goat in black.
Officer,
Huh?
officer, tell me, could you get me a cab?
A cab? Oh, am I the doorman?
Will you please do as I say? I've got Mr. Stone here.
Oh?
He's been overcome by the smoke.
Oh, Mr. Stone? Oh, yes, sir. Let the cab through here.
How are you, officer?
Oh, Mr. Stone, what are you doing here, sir?
Showing remarkably good sense by leaving a burning building, that's all.
Officer, Mr. Stone is very shaky. Would you hurry that cab?
Oh, sure. I'll have it in a jiffy. Hey, cab.
Stone, are you all right?
I don't know. Did she get out of the apartment all right?
I think so. She slipped out the back way. No one saw her.
Find her. Tell her I'm sorry. It was all my fault.
Here's your cab, Mr. Stone.
Thanks. Go ahead, driver. I'll tell you where to go.
Now, young lady, Are you still here?
Yes, officer, I'm still here. And would you mind moving over just a little bit? You know I can't see through a person.
Oh, yes, you can.
Oh, no, I can't.
You can see through me uncle. He's a skeleton.
Morning, Spike.
Good morning, Miss Garfield. And where have you been?
And why don't you go back?
Oh, what's the matter, Spike? Didn't you like my story of the fire?
Oh, that was literature. The hungry flames greedily licked the paint from the building. I don't think my goose pimples will ever go down from that line. I'll bet we've given 1 million readers duck bumps. Yep, you got everything there was to get. Everything except the story. If you want to get the real thing, take a look at this copy of the Express.
Marvin Stone disappears after fire. Broadway producer missing after apartment house fire by Kurt Devlin. Spike, how do you suppose he got that?
By being a newspaper man, Chickadee. There are 200 fires in this town every day, but only one Marvin Stone. You know, to me, you're just another dame that missed her calling. You ought to write poems on birthday cards.
Go on, give it to me. I have it coming, but... Stone? There was a stone at the fire. Spike, I think I've got a scoop.
You couldn't scoop the insides out of a cantaloupe.
Give me 24 hours. I think I've got something.
Yeah, I think so, too. Sleeping sickness.
Will you hand me that phone?
Huh?
Just 24 hours, Spike. Just let me start out by finding where that cab took him.
Took who?
Stone, Marvin Stone. Hello? Brown and white cab? This is the Daily Star. Listen. One of your men picked up 2 men at the Granger Arms last night about 9:30. One of them was sick. Dark coat, gray fedora hat. We want to know where the driver took him. All right, I'll hang on. They're checking.
Well, who was the other man?
I don't know. I heard Stone mention a woman, too.
Well, what woman?
I don't know.
No, I didn't expect you would.
Oh, please, Spike, give me a break.
A break? You've had your breaks. One more and you'll break the whole newspaper.
Hello? Yes? Oh, I see. Thank you.
Well?
This is it, Spike. The driver took Stone to the Plaza Hospital.
Plaza Hospital? I'll get a man over there right away.
Oh, no, you don't, Spike. You've got a woman, and she's on her way now.
Plaza Hospital. One moment. Hello, Plaza Hospital. I'll see if he's in.
Miss, will you please tell me?
Go ahead, please. I did tell you. There's no one here by the name of Stone.
Well, look. Was there anybody admitted about 10 o'clock last night? A man?
Well, James Craig at 9:45.
Well, that's it. I want to see him, please.
You aren't family, are you?
Family? Oh, no,
Well, then you can't see him. Mr. Craig died a half an hour ago.
Died? Died of what?
Well, I'm not supposed to tell, but it was a stab wound.
Stab wound? Are you sure of that?
Well, that's what Miss Ohms said. She was the nurse in surgery.
Miss Ohms, get her here for me, will you please? Give me 2 minutes with her, and I'll make her famous.
Oh.
Yes, and you, too. Hurry up.
Here we are. The Star makes another beat. Marvin Stone dead of stab wounds. Entered hospital under an alias by Ellen Garfield.
Lucky little Ellen.
Marvin Q. Stone, theatrical producer, was found dead of a stab wound in the abdomen. That's the stomach, ain't it?
Yeah.
That's what I thought, yeah. In the Plaza Hotel last night, search is being made for an unknown man and an unseen, unknown woman referred to as she by the mystery man in Stone. In an overheard conversation? I'll bet she overheard it herself. Oh, to think of you being beaten by a dame.
Yeah. She pinned a rose on me, all right. I got a hand of that.
Pardon me, isn't your name Devlin?
Well, how are you? Mood of my delight? What's on your mind?
Oh, nothing. Just wondered if you'd been reading a Star lately.
Yeah, there was an interesting article by Lydia Pinkham in your last edition. Oh, you mean your yarn. Oh, you just had a lucky break, that's all. You stumbled over something and it turned out to be a corpse.
Really? You know, I think I hear a noise like the sound of crunched sour grapes.
Listen, you haven't got a story. All you've got is a lead. The real story is digging up the unknown man and the unseen she and the guy who did the foul deed. That's where I come in my quiet way.
If I don't beat you to it.
All right. If I turn up this murderer, will you give in and marry me?
Good. Are you proposing?
Sounded like that to me.
Shut up, Toots. Will you or won't you?
Maybe. If you find the murderer.
It's a deal. Read all about it, honey, in the Daily Express.
The curtain falls on Act One of Front Page Woman, starring Fred MacMurray and Paulette Goddard, with Roscoe Carnes. In our short intermission, before going into Act Two, let's turn to our friends, the Brownings. It's late afternoon, and 16-year-old Dot, home from school, finds her mother in the kitchen.
Mother, may I make some fudge for the crowd tonight?
Why, Dot, I'm right in the middle of getting supper, but...
Oh, please, Mother. I'll wash all the dishes.
Well, perhaps.
Whoopee! Did I hear fudge? Dibs on licking the pan, Dot.
Pan lickers or pan washers, Bobby?
Aw, shucks. There's too much washing up round this house all the time.
Oh, but you wouldn't mind, would you, Bobby? It's easy.
Well, you should know. You're the demon dishwasher around here. Gosh, I never saw anybody liked washing dishes the way you do.
Well, gee, it's easy. With Lux Flakes, there's nothing to it.
You're right, Dot. Dishes are easier with Lux. Easy on your hands, too.
Yeah, and Archie Smith said...
Bobby, you hush up.
Well, anyhow, Archie Smith did
Bobby,
say...
please.
Bobby, you better run along and play.
Well, shucks. Archie Smith did say, your hands are like rose petals.
Well, people will always say nice things about Dot's hands, and yours, too, if you depend on gentle Lux for your dishes. These fine, pure flakes help hands stay lovely. In fact, Lux is so mild, beauty experts advise it for dishwashing. Lux contains no harmful alkali to dry the natural oils in your skin and make your hands rough and red. And it's inexpensive beauty care, too. You need just a dash of Lux to give you a fine, big panful of real beauty suds that protect your hands and make speedy work of your dishes. Yes, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. Buy Lux Flakes tomorrow for your own dishes. And be sure to get the large-size box for extra economy. Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Front Page Woman, starring Fred MacMurray and Paulette Goddard with Roscoe Carnes. It's the following day. In the office of the Daily Express, Kurt and Toots are hot on the trail of the mystery woman. The desk in front of them is piled high with clippings from the newspaper file, clippings of the murdered Marvin Stone. Toots is furiously writing names on a pad. As he comes to the end of the long list, he looks at Kurt in despair.
Oh, the mystery woman.
Boy, she is a mystery.
Yeah. As far as I can make out, this guy Stone has kept company with every dame in the world except Whistler's mother.
Yeah. Look at this list. You can interview the Follies line for 10 years back and be only half through his address book.
Never mind. You got them all down?
Yeah.
Well, come on, let's go.
Oh, Kurt, we ain't going to look up all these dames, are we?
You think I'm crazy?
I wish you hadn't asked me that.
Well, the first dame we're going to look up never twirled a toe at the bald heads in the first row of the Follies. We're going to see the nurse who was present at the death of the late lamented and punctured Mr. Stone.
Say, wait a minute. Are we on the expense account?
Sure, Sap.
Okay. Hello? This is Toots. Call me a taxicab. Yeah, never mind the old gang.
Well. So this is the room where Marvin Stone breathed his last.
Yes, it is, Mr. Devlin, but I'm afraid I can't help you. There aren't any details at all, and he never regained consciousness. The body's been taken to the morgue.
Are his clothes still here?
Yes, but I'm afraid they won't give you any clues. Police took everything out of the pockets.
Nothing has less personality than a vacant suit, but I'd like to take a look at it, if I may.
Well, it's not regulations.
Oh, come on now, beautiful. What do you care about those old regulations, huh?
Very well. It's in the closet. This is the suit he was wearing.
Beautiful piece of material, ain't it?
You'd toast marshmallows on the candles around a coffin. Do you mind if I examine it a little more closely?
Not at all.
Perfume. Have a sniff, Toots.
It smells like foolish gardenium. Say, Kurt, what's perfume doing on a guy's suit?
That's what I'd like to know. By the way, Toots, why don't you take a picture of the little lady in white here?
Huh?
Make a good human interest story. You know, the modern Florence Nightingale.
Oh, now, really?
Well, that's an idea. Now, don't pose, honey. Just try to look like a cross between an angel and an ambulance going to a wreck.
Oh, but I look too awful.
You look very retrograde to me. Hold it.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Miss Nightingale.
All right, Toots, we're in a hurry. Goodbye, miss, and thanks.
Goodbye.
Hey, Kurt, what was the mush about taking her face? We can't use her picture.
Shut up. I just wanted you to keep her busy while I was cutting myself a slice of suit.
Stone suit?
Yeah, stone suit. I took myself a small piece of lapel smelling of foolish gardenia.
Okay, so what?
Let's find out who used to clean Mr. Stone's clothes. I think I've got an idea.
For years I cleaned the suits.
Fine. Do you happen to remember this piece of material?
Material? Say, this is a good piece of goods. Sure, that's off of Mr. Stone's suit. A double-breasted. I cleaned it the day Mr. Stone was killed.
Yeah? What time did you deliver it to him?
Well, the same night at 8 o'clock. Personally, I delivered it.
8 o'clock, huh? The fire was at 9.
Sure. Are you a detective?
I'm beginning to think so. Much obliged. Come on, Toots.
Say, would you be violating a confidence if you told me what we're doing?
We're smelling out a murderer. What we need now is a perfume shop, some place with class. Now, what we need, Mr. Chenard, is an educated smeller like yours. Just take a whiff of this cloth and tell me what you can about the perfume.
It's very fine, expensive perfume. Not a standard brand, an individual creation, very feminine.
Did you blend it?
Oh, no, but whoever did is a fine parfumeur. It's heavy without being soggy. It has a distinct personality.
In other words, the perfume might have been blended to reflect the personality of the woman wearing it?
Oh, undoubtedly.
What sort of woman?
Well, naturally, I couldn't be certain, but I definitely know it is the kind of perfume I would blend for a dark, decidedly Latin type.
Latin type, huh? Thanks, Mr. Chenard. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your poking your nose into my business.
Oh, not at all, not at all.
Toots, my good man.
Yeah, what do you want, Brains?
We're going hunting for Latin. I tell you, I've got it, Toots. When Stone was stabbed, the mysterious woman was with him.
All right, Sherlock, I'll bite. How do you know she was?
Simple, Watson. The suit was delivered to Stone at 8 o'clock. The tailor said so.
Yeah?
It couldn't have come from the cleaner smelling of perfume.
No.
Therefore, the perfume must have permeated his clothes between 8 and 9. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He was stabbed between 8 and 9, so the woman was with him. Still right?
Yeah, you're right. Now, the Latin type was with him when he was knifed, so we go looking for Latins.
Yeah.
So we've seen a dame on our list named Conchita Renal.
Check.
A dame named Martelli.
Mm-hmm.
A dame named DiCosta.
Mm-hmm.
And a dame named Volini.
Right.
And where are we?
We're on our way to the Gaiety Theater, my friend, to see a name named Inez Cordoza.
So I says, I'll get my chance if I have to break the leading lady's leg myself.
Yeah, that's the way I feel sometimes. Gee.
Hello.
Say, what's the idea of breaking in on our rehearsal?
Oh, I'm sorry. Could either of you two lovelies tell me if Miss Inez Cordoza is around?
Inez? No, she quit the show about a month ago.
Oh, she did, huh?
Huh?
Where is she now?
She moved. I know that because I called her up this morning to get the dirt on her boyfriend being murdered, and they said she left.
Mr. Marvin Stone was her playmate, huh?
Say, what are you, a detective?
With dainty little feet like mine? No, sister, I'm a reporter, and if you help me out, I'll pay off with some good publicity.
Well, my name's May LaRue. M-A-E.
M-A-A. Take that down, Toots.
I got it.
Mine's Olive Wilson.
Fine. Now, what do you know about our Inez?
Oh, I don't know so much, except that Stone was pretty crazy about her.
Oh, she went for him, too. That is until Mr. Coulter came along.
Coulter?
You know, Maitland Coulter, the big shot polo player. And what Stone burned up.
Yeah, tried to take a poke at Coulter one night right outside the stage door.
Yeah, it was disgusting. They both led with their right.
Mm-hmm. The next day she quit the show, and nobody's seen her since.
Hey, this is wonderful. I'll bet you're the girls that, the kind of showgirls that write novels and sculpt statues on the side.
How'd you know?
You have minds.
Huh.
By the way, did Inez leave any dresses or handkerchiefs around?
No, she took everything. Inez was that way.
Oh, she left the slip hanging on my rack in the dressing room. But I don't see what good that'd do you.
Get it for me, will you?
Okay.
Yep. Leave it to babyface Inez to get publicity like this. You know, if I thought for a minute that I'd get splashed all over the front page, I'd slip a little cyanide to Butch.
Who's Butch?
Oh, that's my boyfriend.
What's the matter? Don't you like him?
Yeah, sure I like him. He's swell, but a girl has to think of her career.
Now, there's a girl with a brain, Toots.
I'll bet she has a Ph.D.
Who told you?
Here's the slip.
Oh, do you mind giving it to me?
Of course not.
Thanks. Perfume, huh? Hey, Toots.
What?
That's a perfume, the same as on the coat. Toots, the unseen she is Inez Cordoza.
Yeah, try photographing an unseen she.
Hello. Hello, Mac. This is Kurt. Hold the first edition for a stop press and get a picture of Inez Cordoza and Maitland Coulter out of the files. And send them down to me at police headquarters. I'm waiting there now. Have I got something? Listen, I've got a story that'd curl the hair on an eggplant. Hey, Sergeant, is the lieutenant still busy?
Yep. He'll see you in a minute.
Hello, Sleuth.
Well, how's the future Mrs. Kurt Devlin?
Fine. And the disappointed bridegroom?
Aimless, just aimless. How you doing?
Up a tree and no coconuts. Just got some routine stuff from the lieutenant.
Anything to pick up your ears about?
Not much. They found a loaded automatic in Stone's apartment, but no knife. The gun had never been fired.
Gun, huh? What happened to the knife that did the deed?
That's what the lieutenant would like to know.
Yeah, I'll bet. Any signs of a struggle?
Yes, and the Negro houseman says a man asked the number of Stone's apartment and went up about 8:30. And just before the fire broke out, neighbors complained of loud voices.
Add that up, and what do you get?
A question mark. I suppose you've made some startling discoveries.
No. In fact, it looks as though you're going to have to marry me out of love and not defeat.
Maybe I will when you admit I'm as good a newspaper man as you.
Oh, come on, Ellen. Let's call it a draw right now and never talk about it anymore, huh?
Look, I made a bet with you on this Stone case. If you back out, you're a welcher.
Okay. How about having dinner with me tonight? I'll meet you at the Roma about 7.
Dutch?
Oh, let me take you for once, will you? I'm commencing to feel like a Dutch uncle.
You're commencing to talk like one. See you at Roma's.
Okay.
The lieutenant will see you now, Devlin.
Oh, thanks, Sarge. Oh, and by the way, you'd better notify the homicide squad. Tell them to dig up a guy named Maitland Coulter and a Latin lovely named Inez Cordoza. I've got a hunch the lieutenant will want to make a couple of arrests. Hello, Roma.
Ah, Mr. Devlin. The lady is waiting for you over here.
Hello, honey. Do you think I'd never get here?
Oh, I didn't mind waiting for you. Sit down.
Thanks. Gee, I like you.
I'm sort of fond of you, too. Don't know why, except you remind me of an Irish Terrier I had once.
Smart dogs, Irish Terriers.
Well, this one wasn't. He bit me.
All of which shows us Irish Terriers will just stand so much. Which reminds me to tell you, you're through playing newspaper. You're going to get off that sheet and marry me.
That's right. When you admit I'm as good a reporter as you.
Listen, I'm tired of humoring you and trying to save your face. You're not a reporter, and you never will be. You're just another dame getting in the way around a newspaper office. In fact, you don't even know when you've been taken to the cleaners.
So that's what you think, is it?
Yeah. Here, take a look at the Express. Go on, read it.
Coulter and woman implicated in Stone murder. Maitland Coulter, wealthy polo player, and Inez Cordoza showgirl, were definitely identified by an Express representative as the mystery man and the unseen she who were in Stone's apartment the night he was stabbed. Why?
Sure, look. Coulter was arrested in his luxurious bachelor quarters at the exclusive town apartments at 6 o'clock this evening, but refused to make any statement. Police are searching for Inez Cordoza, who has disappeared, and so forth and so forth and so forth. Well?
All right. You win. Good night, Kurt.
Hey, where are you going?
You forgot to find Inez Cordoza. I suppose I've got to do it for you. So long.
Oh, 2 women who are what goiters out of science, a pain in the neck.
Give me Spike. Hello, Spike. This is Ellen Garfield. Spike, I've got a lead on Inez Cordoza. I found out where Devlin picked up his stuff. He went down to the Gaiety and pumped the girls. Well, I did too, and I've got Cordoza's slip. Yes, but it has a laundry mark on it. What do you mean, what good is it? Don't you know human nature? People don't change their laundries. Now, all I have to do is to find out which laundry it is, who the mark belongs to, and then wait for someone to call for some clean shirts. I'll tailor home, and 10 to 1, I'll find Inez Cordoza. All right, 20 to 1. Goodbye, Spike.
There's another laundry, miss.
Thanks. Wait for me, will you?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, miss. What can I do for you?
I've been to every laundry in town. Maybe you can help me. I'd like to know if this is your laundry mark.
Yeah, let me see. Oh, yes. This is one of our marks.
It is?
Uh-huh.
I'm from the Star on the Marvin Stone case. Can you tell me whose mark it is?
Well, not the name, miss. But there's a gentleman who calls for laundry with this mark. In fact, I have a package for him now on a rush job.
Today?
Well, yes. He said he'd be here just about... Oh, pardon me, please.
You got my laundry?
Yes, sir. Right here, sir.
How much?
$1.50. Thank you, sir. Good day.
Good day.
Oh, miss.
Yes?
That man, he's the one. He just took the package with the same mark as you showed me.
He did? Say, where does he live? Do you know?
Well, no, miss, I don't. But I might be able to find out.
Well, never mind. I'll follow him. Thanks very much. Oh, hello.
What do you want?
I'm looking for Inez Cordoza.
Come in.
Oh, thanks.
Sit down.
You followed me from that laundry, didn't you?
Well, no, I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did. I saw you there.
Robert.
Come here, Inez.
Inez. So you're Inez Cordova.
Robert, what does she want? Who is she?
She's a dirty little fly
You're
cop,
crazy.
sis.
I'm no cop.
Shut up. Sis, go in the other room.
No. Robert, don't. Give me that girl.
Get away from me. Go on, do as I tell you.
Wait, listen, you've got me all wrong.
No, I haven't. I got you dead to rights, sister. So if you know what's good for you, you'll sit tight and keep your clapper shut, or you'll be going back to headquarters on a slab.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've just completed Act Two of Front Page Woman. Fred MacMurray, Paulette Goddard, and Roscoe Carnes are heard soon in the third act. Now it's intermission time, and time for Mr. DeMille to introduce the evening's special guest. But before he does, just a word about our product. Lux is the world's largest selling package soap for fine fabrics. And here's why. Lux contains no harmful alkali. It's so mild, so pure, it's safe for anything that's safe in water alone. A little goes so far. Makes such fine, rich suds. Lux is thrifty. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We've just been hearing about the adventures of a front-page woman. Right now, we're going to hear from a man whose stories have been printed on page one many times, with date lines from Paris, London, Berlin, Shanghai, Madrid, and 100 other cities around the globe. If I were to tell you the story of Floyd Gibbons in one sentence, I should say that he was there when it happened, because for many years he's shown an astonishing ability to get to the scene just in time for a big news break. I can't see all the way to New York, but I know exactly how Floyd Gibbons looks as he waits in a New York studio. He's a brawny, strapping fellow with a red face and bristly hair, sitting before a microphone with his hat hanging precariously on the back of his head. He's full of nervous energy. When he talks, his fist flies out, driving home his words. Over one eye is that familiar white patch, a relic of 1918 and Belleau Wood. Speaking to you now from New York is the headline hunter, Floyd Gibbons.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and hello, everybody. Here in New York, I've been listening to Fred MacMurray and Paulette Goddard in Front Page Woman. Now, that's a play about my kind of people, newspaper men and newspaper women. We make fun of ourselves, but we do our darndest to outwit each other on the job. For many years now, I've been, trying to figure out just what it is that changes a normal, happy, everyday sort of a person into a newspaper man or woman, and by golly, I still don't know. One day, some 20 years ago, I stood in a boxcar down in Mexico talking to Pancho Villa, the revolutionary leader. I was just a kid, and I threw questions at him one after another. I was so dumb I didn't know that nobody dared question Pancho that way. Pancho got sore as a boil on the neck. He snarled at me in Spanish, "What do you want to come down here for, gringo? You have a nice soft bed at home." Well, sir, I couldn't think of the answer to then, and I still can't. But I stuck it out with Villa and his army, and I saw plenty happen during that frightful war, including a 300-mile retreat, which I think I led. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here tonight. The newspaper reporter tries his doggonest to be there when it happens because the best and most truthful report of any happening is that of the personal eyewitness who can honestly say, "I saw it. I was there when it happened." He has to keep in mind the importance of the main event, but must not overlook the apparently unimportant little facts that prove the truth of the story. I was on the 19,000-ton liner Laconia when it was torpedoed and sunk in mid-Atlantic. We were carrying a huge cargo of explosives. The thing I remember most is what a Canadian aviator named Dugan said when the torpedo hit us. 3 of us were sitting in the smoking room listening to a phonograph playing For a Butterfly. Dugan passed a pack of cigarettes and offered a light. He was the third man on the match. A few seconds later, the ship gave a sudden lurch. The deck began to slant, and the foghorn began to blow the signal of distress. That was when Dugan became one of my candidates for immortality. He blew some smoke out of the side of his mouth and said, that was a lousy torpedo. It didn't even blow up the munitions. Well, sir, the boat sank, but we got away all right and were picked up by a patrol boat without wireless the next morning. It took us so long to reach the Irish coast that American newspapers thought we were lost. The boss printed my obituary in the papers, and oh boy, was his face red when he got a 4,000-word cable story on the sinking of the Laconia from me the next morning. Of course, my clothing, trunk, and typewriter and everything went down with the ship, and they also went down on the old swindle sheet. I mean the expense account. It isn't just ability to write that makes good reporters like these kids, Ellen Garfield and Kurt Devlin, in the play tonight. One of the best writers I know is my pal Westbrook Pegler. But Peg would still be a great reporter if he couldn't write a grammatical sentence. When King George V died, Pegler and I were covering the story of the funeral in London. Newspaper men had to stand in line like the tens of thousands of mourning subjects of the late king, a line that stretched out for 4 miles, moving slowly forward in the rain. It looked as though it would take us 10 or 12 hours to reach Westminster Hall, the place where the body was lying in state. Peg found a fellow who had a little sympathy for us when he found we were newspaper men, and he slipped us through the back door of Westminster Hall. That's just across the street from the Abbey. And Peg beat the other correspondents by several hours. It cost us 8 bob each to get in. That's $2, you know. That was the first and last time I ever got into a royal funeral by the back door. There was nothing irreverent in our act, but it really was crashing the gate. A newspaper man does get around to a lot of places, and incidentally, Cecil B. DeMille, so does that product of yours. I've run into Lux Flakes all over the world. I've seen it in store windows from Shanghai to London. How do you do it, Mr. DeMille? And now, good night.
How do we do it? You've got to be good, Floyd. You've got to be good. That goes whether you're a reporter or a flake of soap. Good night, and our thanks to you, Floyd Gibbons. And happy headline hunting. We're back in Hollywood and ready to star Fred MacMurray and Paulette Goddard in the third act of Front Page Woman with Roscoe Carnes. A few minutes have passed. Ellen, worried but calm, gazes steadily at the revolver which Robert Cardoza holds pointed at her head. Then she smiles quietly.
You wouldn't really use that gun on me, would you?
You never can tell, fly cop.
But I'm not a fly cop. I tell you, I'm a reporter.
Robert, maybe she is a reporter.
Miss Cardoza, believe me. I'm the only one who knows you're here. I want to get your side of the story because every day you don't tell the story, the public gets more and more convinced that you're guilty.
But I'm not guilty.
Well, then tell the world you're not.
Stop trying to peddle that phony chatter or I'll fold you up.
Well, I'm only trying to help her.
Shut up and sit down. Listen, Inez, you're leaving here tonight. Go inside and start packing.
All right. But, Robert...
Get inside.
All right. Nice place you have here, Mr. Cardoza. You know, if you'd listen to me,
I said
maybe...
shut up.
All right. May I smoke?
Some cigarettes on the table.
Thanks. My brand, too. Lucky Ellen Garfield.
Where are you going? Get away from that window.
It's awfully stuffy here.
I thought you wanted to smoke.
I do.
You better come back in and sit down.
Listen,
What are you doing? Look out!
The curtains are on fire.
You rotten
Well, put it out. Do something. We'll be burned to death. Oh, you'll never get it out that way. Pull the curtains down. Jump on them. We'll be burned.
There, it's out. I ought to bust you in two.
I wouldn't if I were you.
You? Where'd you get that gun?
Thanks, Mr. Cardoza, for putting out the fire, and thanks for putting your gun down when you did. Now, Mr. Cardoza, you wouldn't believe me when I said I was trying to help your sister, so I'll have to prove it to you. Call Miss Cardoza, please. We're going to see the DA.
Now, Miss Cardoza, I want you to tell your story and tell it as straight as you can. Not only to help me, but to save yourself.
Go on, Inez. The DA doesn't bite.
Well, I went to Mr. Stone's apartment for dinner. When I arrived, Mr. Colder was there and Stone was sick. Colder wanted to call a doctor, but Stone wouldn't let him. He said it was nothing, and, well, I thought he'd been drinking too much. We got to arguing. Stone struck Colder. I got frightened and ran out of the apartment. That's all I know, everything, I swear.
Well, why did you hide out?
I was afraid Colder might be drawn in. I didn't want to testify against him. I love him, but he's innocent, I tell you, innocent. You've got to let him go.
Please, Miss Cardoza, no hysterics. You can go now. We've assigned a matron to stay with you until Colder comes to trial.
Go on, Inez. They won't hurt you.
Thank you so much for everything. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, Miss Garfield, congratulations. You did a splendid job finding Cardoza.
Oh, nothing at all.
Hello. Said you wanted to see me here.
That's right, Devlin. I want to thank you for what you've done on the Stone case.
I think Miss Garfield's done fairly well herself.
Well, thanks, Kurt. Well, I guess Colder's your man, all right. Looks open and shut.
Open and shut? Hardly. Where's Exhibit A? A man who brings a gun to commit a murder doesn't bring a knife, too. A man who thinks to take a knife wouldn't forget and leave his gun in the middle of the floor. To build a case, we've got to have Exhibit A, the instrument with which the murder was committed. The knife hasn't been found.
Well, how can they find it? They've searched Stone's apartment from stem to stern.
Sure. But what that search lacked was the Devlin touch. Leave it to old Slewfoot, folks. I'm practically there now. Brandishing the knife.
Oh, sure. I clean up apartment for Mr. Stone. Every day I clean with vacuum. Woo.
You did a very good job, too.
I clean up after murder.
You sure did.
Pipe down, Toots. Now, look, I wonder if you'd be a good boy and let me see your vacuum cleaner.
I go get. Woo.
Say, what do you expect to find in that Bronx bagpipe?
I don't know, but our little Chinese friend Swing Out here says he cleaned up the mess in the living room with it, so we might as well take a chance.
Say, Mug, you get more and more elementary all the time.
Here, vacuum cleaner.
Oh, thanks. And now let's see what's in the vacuum bag. Here, Toots, make yourself useful. Help me dump out the dirt.
Oh, I wish I'd never loaned you that Philo Vance book.
Wow, look at the sand. Sand? How do you suppose that got here?
Maybe Swing Out cleaned the spinach with it.
Oh, wait a minute. Sand. What's in that big vase standing over there by the door? Well, what's in it?
Sand.
Sand. Sand.
Oh, but you see, you sound like delirium tremens lost in the Sahara. It's an ash urn. They're always full of
sand. Yeah. Here, give me a hand with this. We're going to dump it.
Maybe you'd like to put up a few beach umbrellas.
Come on, help me here. Let's see. Cigar, cigarette butts, cork, cigarette
So you know you could get a job in the nightclub doing that act. Cigar, cigarette butts, cigars.
All right, wise guy, look at this. Here it is.
Oh, for the love of Mike. The knife.
Yeah, the knife. And this little instrument, my friend, is going to give the DA a thrill and Mr. Colder the shock of his life.
Hi, Kurt. Hi, Toots.
Hey, hide that knife, Toots. Well, look who's here.
Oh, I felt a great need for you, Kurt, and I knew you'd be here.
Mm-hmm.
What a mess. I see you've been looking around. Find anything?
Me? Oh, no such luck. There's a knife in this room. It'd take Lady Macbeth to see it.
Well, too bad, Kurt.
Yeah, certainly is a shame.
Extra, Colder indicted. Express finds Stone murder knife. Kurt Devlin finds knife.
Paper extra. Call the trial near's end. Call the trial near's end. Get extra.
Then, ladies and gentlemen, the knife was found in an ash receptacle. Why? Because this is what happened. There was a quarrel. Colder drew his revolver. In the struggle, Stone knocked it from his hand to the floor. Then Colder snatched the paper knife from the table and plunged it into the man he hated, committing the crime for which he came. Murder, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Premeditated murder. A crime of which the people demand you find him guilty in the first degree. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state rests.
Ellen.
What do you want, double-crosser?
Say, we've got plenty of time to hang around the courthouse. You better stick with me. I really got something this time. I'll cut you in.
No, thanks. You might slip and cut my throat again.
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it. Hey, Toots, wait for me.
Okay, what's on your mind?
Listen, Toots, I've got an idea.
I'm sick of your big ideas. I hang out with you, and I never get a chance to take any pictures.
Toots, come with me to the superintendent's office. Everybody's gone out for air but the jury.
Well, what do you want in the super's office?
Keys, Toots. One key to be exact. The key to the broom closet.
Listen, I can't take no pictures in a broom closet.
Oh, shut up, will you? I've been studying the plans of this courthouse, and I find the broom closet's got a double door. One opens into the hall, and the other opens into the jury room. And I, my friend, am going to listen at the keyhole.
I get it. You scoop the verdict.
Brilliant. Come on, Toots.
Here's the key.
All right, hurry up. Open the closet. If we're too late, I'll kill you.
What do you mean? You spent 4 hours getting the key.
Come on, open it up.
It's dark in here.
Shh. Close the door.
It smells like old mops.
Shut up. Listen.
We'll vote once more. And this time, Mr. Harrow, I hope you see the light and vote guilty.
I'll vote the way I like.
It's 11 to 1.
Holy
shut up. Once more. Smith.
Guilty.
Vance.
Guilty.
Noyes.
Guilty.
Adamson.
Guilty.
Norris.
Guilty.
Phillips.
Guilty.
Barkley.
Guilty.
Warburg.
Guilty.
Stacy.
Guilty.
Karofsky. Guilty. 10 for guilty, and my vote makes 11. And now, Mr. Harrow, how do you vote?
I vote the way I please. It's guilty.
Guilty. Colder's guilty.
What a scoop. Better Hurry and phone that news in.
Yeah, that's where I'm going now. Look, Toots. The judge is out to dinner. That means the jury will have to wait in the outer room. You get in the jury room when they leave and mark the ballots not guilty.
Not guilty? What for? The jury just said he was guilty.
Yeah, I know, but will you do as I tell you? Mark all the ballots not guilty and leave them lying on the table. I'm manufacturing a news beat for Little Miss Front Page.
You mean she scoops the verdict and it's the wrong one?
Right. She'll be hanging around the press room with the rest of the boys. I'll go and tip her off. Now remember, not guilty.
Sorry, Spike. No news yet. Signed your dead and dying Garfield.
Hey, Garfield.
What do you want?
Come closer. I know a secret.
What secret?
You'd better hurry to the jury room through the broom closet.
Through the broom closet with what?
With the key. Toots is there, and he's got the key. Go find Toots if you want to scoop.
I'd like to believe that.
Listen, go in there and read the ballots. I know the verdict, but you wouldn't believe me. Go in there and see for yourself.
All right. Thanks, Kurt.
It's nothing.
Extra, get your express. Cold or guilty.
Extra, get your star. Cola not guilty.
Extra, cold or guilty.
Extra, Cola's not guilty.
He is so.
He is not.
Extra, extra,
Order in the court.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have.
The defendant will rise and face the jury. What is your verdict, gentlemen?
We find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
Bailiff.
Yes, Your Honor.
That reporter Devlin knew the verdict before it was brought to court. I want to see him in my chambers at once.
Hello, Spike. Spike, I steered you wrong. Yes, Coulter's guilty. Yes, guilty. Signed your loving but fired Garfield.
Hey, Garfield, what's the matter? What are you crying about?
Oh, I'm washed up to it. I don't need Spike Carley to tell me I haven't got a job.
Oh, gee, tough luck, kid. I'm sorry.
You're not as sorry as I am. Oh, I'm going over to the press cafe and drown my sorrows.
Well, you can console yourself, honey. The judge just put Devlin in the can.
As for you, Devlin, you look swell behind bars. You can rot in jail. I wash my hands of the entire matter.
But, Lester, you're my editor. For heaven's sake, get me out of here.
No, and don't call me Lester. You brought this down on yourself. The Express disclaims all responsibility.
All right, the turnkey's gone. Now what?
Fine, great stuff, kid. Congrats. You did a great job. Don't worry, we'll spring you. So long.
So long.
Hello, Kurt.
Well, look who's here. What's the charge on you?
Nothing. I've been fired, that's all. I'm through, washed up.
Oh, I'm sorry I tripped you up in that yarn, but after all, you should have known better than to fall for that.
You don't have to rub it in, Kurt. I know when I'm licked. Well, I guess you're right. No job for a woman.
Sure. Women make bad newspaper men.
But not too bad, you lug. Look
Huh?
at what's in this copy of the Star. Start memorizing this one.
I killed Stone. Inez Cardoza, showgirl, fiancée of Colder, confesses fatal stabbing by Ellen Garfield. Say, where did you get
You
a
know,
story?
Kurt, you see, I had a hunch about that girl from the very beginning. I met her at the press cafe after the verdict. She was all set to break down, so I broke her down. She told me how it happened. When Coulter drew his gun, Stone grabbed it. Inez said that he'd have killed Coulter if she hadn't grabbed up that knife in desperation and let him have it.
Yeah, but the fingerprints, those were Colder's prints on that knife.
Yes, but Inez was in evening dress. She had on long white gloves. And the minute she stabbed Stone, Coulter grabbed the knife out of her hands.
Well, for the love of Mike. That's the way to work. That's being a good newspaper man.
Do you mean that?
I hate to say it, but I do.
Well, that's all I wanted to hear.
Give in, darling. I do.
Oh, darling.
Nice clinch, folks. You can cut out that silly stuff now. I've got the picture.
So ends Front Page Woman, starring Fred MacMurray and Paulette Goddard with Roscoe Carnes. Our stars will be back in a few seconds for a personal interview. But right now, here's something I bet is news to a lot of housewives. Did you ever stop to think how much walking you do every day in the course of your housework and shopping trips? Well, I can tell you, it's nearly 8 miles every day. Yes, and that comes to 3,000 miles a year. Why, that's the distance across the United States. And you get more exercise than that, too. What with all the kneeling and stretching and stooping you do around the house. Think what that does to your stockings. They're apt to get runs if they aren't nice and elastic. Elasticity, you know, helps your stockings give under strain instead of breaking into runs. Now let me tell you a way you can help your stockings wear longer. Every night, when you take them off, give them a quick dip in a basin full of rich Lux suds. Lux flakes save stocking elasticity and cut way down on runs. Soaps with harmful alkali or rubbing with cake soap weakens elasticity. Gentle Lux has no harmful alkali. It's safe for anything safe in water alone. So give all your nice things this special care to help them stay new-looking longer. Your underthings and nightgowns, your washable dresses, and all the little accessories that make or mar your appearance. And remember, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. And for even greater thrift, buy Lux Flakes in the large size box. Now, Mr. DeMille.
Now for a 3-star final. A short session with tonight's headline makers. Here's Fred MacMurray, and here also is the new star, whose brief but brilliant record is holding the attention today of every Hollywood studio.
CB, perhaps not every studio, but I know what you mean, and I want to say it's darn white of you, and I hardly know what else to say.
Well, then suppose we skip it, Roscoe, until I finished introducing Paulette Goddard.
Huh? Oh, excuse me,
It's all right, Roscoe. And thank you, Mr. DeMille. But let me stay in character as a reporter for just another moment, because I'm sure it's news to many Lux listeners that you're making this broadcast from a stretcher.
Oh, not just this broadcast, Paulette. It's picture, too.
What was the disaster that swept you off your feet, Mr. DeMille?
Well, just a little accident on the set, Miss Goddard. But it has its advantages. The cast of Union Pacific felt so sorry for me today, directing from a stretcher, that they accomplished 2 days' work in one. With results like that, I'm seriously considering remaining in this perambulator till the picture's finished.
Once I fell for a stunt something like that, Mr. DeMille. It seemed he just couldn't play a scene the way the director wanted it. So finally, we drove him into such a fit of rage that he snatched his watch from his pocket and smashed it to bits on the floor. There was a dead silence as we watched him get down on his hands and knees and pick up the pieces. Tears streamed down his face as he told us that the watch was his most prized possession. His father had given it to him years before. Nothing had meant quite as much to him. The cast felt pretty bad about it, and finally the director dried his tears and we went back to work. This time, of course, we played the scene perfectly, and he sent us out for lunch. As I was going out the door, an electrician stopped me and said, "Don't let it get you, Fred," he whispered. It was just a $1 watch. I've seen him pull that stunt a dozen times, and it's never missed yet.
Yes, now I can tell you another time that Fred failed to live up to expectations, Mr. DeMille. When he was born, his folks were hoping he'd be a girl.
Well, what's wrong with that? Mine were hoping for a boy. That's why I'm Paulette, the feminine version of Paul.
Yes, but they were going to call Fred Rose because he was born on St. Rose Day. Can you picture MacMurray with a horticultural handle like that?
You take it easy, Mr. Carnes. Fred spent the last 6 weeks learning to box.
Yeah. After being called upon to sock somebody in almost every picture he's made, they've finally given him a pair of 8-ounce gloves and turned him into a professional slugger. Do you like the idea, Fred?
I like it, but it has a couple of good drawbacks. The first was that I planned to take a hunting trip, and I had to forget all about that and take boxing lessons. And the second drawback is the plaid suit I've got to wear. It's got checks bigger than the first prize of the Irish sweepstakes. But as I always say, that's the movies for you. So long, CB.
Good night, Mr. DeMille. And many thanks for this chance to appear on a program which I listen to with so much enjoyment.
Yes, me too. And I hope, Mr. DeMille, that you don't have to take it lying down much longer.
Thank you, Roscoe. Miss Goddard, Mr. MacMurray. Report here soon again.
There's an outstanding dramatic event awaiting you here next Monday night. Listen for Mr. DeMille's announcement of it in just a moment. Assisting tonight's stars were Inez Seabury as Olive Wilson, Margaret Brayton as May LaRue, Lindsay McHarry as Officer Holohan, John Fee as Maitland Coulter, Lee Millar as Marvin Stone, Lou Merrill as Spike Kiley, Ralph Sedan as Robert Chenard, Abe Reynolds as a tailor, Frank Nelson as Robert Cordoza, Mary Jane Carnes as Inez Cordoza, Ted Osborne as District Attorney, Edward Marr as Laundryman, David Starling as a Chinese cleaning boy, Harry Humphrey as Judge, Joe Franz as Bailiff, Elizabeth Wilbur as a nurse, Eleanor Harriet as telephone operator, Sidney Newman as taxi driver, Ross Forrester as Warburton, James Eagles as newsboy, and James Robbins as a reporter. Our musical director, Louis Silvers, appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios. He was in charge of music for their new picture, Jesse James. Front Page Woman was produced on the screen by Warner Brothers Studio. Here is Mr. DeMille.
Next Monday night, the anniversary of his first appearance on the air in drama, Mr. George Arliss returns to the Lux Radio Theater. This beloved artist will be heard in our adaptation of one of his most popular screen triumphs, the dramatic story of an uncrowned king of France, Cardinal Richelieu. Our play is the story of one of the world's greatest statesmen, a man who matched his wit and life against the intrigues of the nobility that France might be united. Supporting Mr. Arliss, you'll hear an all-star cast featuring Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrill. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents one of the world's greatest actors, George Arliss in Cardinal Richelieu, with Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrill. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Our Lux Radio Theater presentation of Front Page Woman has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, those fine, gentle soap flakes used in the wardrobe departments of all the leading studios here in Hollywood and by housewives everywhere. Join us again next week. Be part of the large audience that gathers each Monday to enjoy an hour of dramatic entertainment and a chance to meet Hollywood and its famous people. This is your announcer, Melville Ruick, bidding you all good night on behalf of our guests, our cast, and the staff of the Lux Radio Theater. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Much has been written about fate. Retribution. You get what you give. Those who live by the sword die by the sword, and so forth. But often one starts out in life with what one believes are the best of intentions, only to be dealt a blow from which some of us never recover. This does not mean our lives are preordained, but, as Shakespeare has said, the fault, dear Brutus, is in ourselves, not in our stars. In other words, know thyself.
You took long enough, Grishka. 8 bells is the time we agreed upon. We were stopped by the cursed Coast Guard. If we are delayed and cannot pull up anchor with the tide, we risk everything.
Don't be nervous, Captain. I shall be back in an hour. When have I ever failed you?
Our mystery drama, The Guilt of the Innocent, is adapted from a story by Maxime Gorky, especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, and stars Fred Gwynne and Bob Caliban. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Let me paint the scene for you. Russia. A seaport town on a hot summer day. The sky blue 1 hour, and the next boiling with black clouds and storms. From morning till night, cargoes from Greece, Turkey, Europe are loaded and unloaded. Sailors, dock workers, customs officials shout and curse one another, a bedlam of perspiring activity. Standing, watching all this with wide eyes is Ivan, a farm boy who has come to the city to find work.
I first saw Grisha Chelkash on the waterfront yesterday afternoon. He didn't see me. If I hadn't gone to church, I never would have met him. But that comes later. Can you imagine, Father, what a hungry wolf looks like? Scrawny, clever, shoulders humped, eyes looking everywhere. That's Grishka, a human scavenger. I was on the dock, lying behind a big coiled hawser, enjoying the sun, when I overheard two voices.
Hey, Grishka. What do you want?
Is this when you come out of your hole? When it's 12 noon and everyone has stopped work to eat?
Haven't you anything better to do than spy on me, eh?
Grishka, who do you think you're fooling? It's me, Alexei. I've been working these docks for as many years as you've been stealing from them.
Who says I steal?
My dear comrade, it doesn't bother me. It amuses me. Oh, by the way, Grishka, the dock officers have gotten wind of those 2 cases of goods, remember? They're on the lookout.
What are you talking about, Alexei? Everyone on the waterfront is my friend. The guards, too.
I can't waste any more time talking to you. Just a word of warning, that's all.
Hey, wait a bit. Have you seen Leonid?
No, not for a week. You might ask your good friends, the dock guards. Turn around, Grishka. Your good friend Semyonich is right behind you.
Hey, Semyonich, I didn't see you.
Well, I see you, Grishka. You have been ordered not to come near this dock. Now turn around and go before I break your ribs.
Semyonich, old friend, you break my heart talking to me like that. Shake my hand, huh?
Let go of my hand. Let go, I say.
I'm just shaking it out of pure friendship. No hard feelings. I love you like a brother.
Let go of my hand.
Tell me, dear old friend, have you seen Leonid?
Leonid? Who's Leonid? I don't know any Leonid. Will you let go of me? The inspector will see you, and he won't like this.
How can he object to old friends shaking hands, huh? Now, tell me, have you seen Leonid?
He's been taken to the hospital already 3 days. He was trying to steal some iron bars, and they fell on his foot.
The poor man.
Crushed his foot. Serves him right.
Now, was I asking too much? Listen, Semyonich, I hear you've been sneaking off with 2 cases of goods, old boy. Huh?
You devil, you get out of here.
You had better watch your step. You'll get caught one of these days. I'll tell you what I'll do. I am that concerned for your soul. I shall go across the road to the church and pray for you. Who knows? I might even light a candle.
It so happened that I, too, Ivan Ivanovich, was in that church to pray for my mother and father, who are sick, and for Masha, the girl at home I wanted to marry, and to offer a prayer to find work in this city, so that I could take enough money home to make my parents well again and be able to marry Masha. As I was leaving by the side door, I felt this Grishka Chelkash behind me.
After you.
Oh, no, sir, after you.
No. You were first at this church door. I insist.
Please, sir, politeness is necessary.
I'm amazed. A youth so well spoken in this day and age. We shall walk out at the same time. Arm in arm. Huh? My, what a muscular fellow you are. Hey, feel those biceps. You certainly are not from the city.
You can tell?
Oh, broad shoulders and sunburned face. That comes from plowing, and planting. The bag you're carrying, probably with your passport and papers. And your hand scythe. What use would a scythe be to a city fellow, You've been off mowing, I'll bet,
You have to mow an entire acre and all you get is pennies. It's poor business. I can't save anything, and every day I'm getting older, and I want to get married.
Married. admirable desire.
Would you believe it? 60 kopecks an acre they paid in Kuban. That's why I left there. Why do people work for so little?
If you can't afford a meal, even a crust of bread tastes good. What's your name?
Ivan Ivanovich.
Huh? Grishka Cherkash.
What are you, a cobbler, a tailor?
A fisherman.
A fisherman? You catch fish?
Fish? You are a country boy. No. People here don't only catch fish. They fish for drowned men, old anchors, sunken ships, anything available.
Oh, so that's your trade.
Uh-huh. You have to be bold to be that kind of fisherman.
I'm afraid to be bold.
Huh? That means you're afraid to be free. Don't you care for freedom?
Oh, yes. Be my own master, go where you please, do as you like. Oh, what a life it would be.
But you don't have the courage for it.
I don't know. I'm too mindful of others, I suppose. And of course, I'm mindful of God.
Oh, God.
What were you doing in a church if you don't believe in God?
Who says I don't believe in God? I never said so. Have you eaten?
Not since last night.
I like you. I invite you to eat and drink. Come on.
Why I went along with Grishka Chelkash that day, Father, I will never know. Curiosity, I suppose. He was such a disreputable-looking man. I thought it was something of a joke. He should invite me to be his guest.
Come. Ivan, boy. Finish your glass. Do you want to make Grishka ashamed of his new friend, huh?
It's no use. What can I do? I was born poor. I will die poor.
Would you like a job tonight with me?
A job? What kind of a job?
Look who's being choosy. A job. We're going fishing. You row the boat.
I don't mind a job, only I don't want to get into trouble.
What trouble?
I heard you talking on the dock. I just wouldn't want to do anything wrong.
You watch what you're saying, unless you'd like to see your nose on the other side of your face.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I need work. I don't care who I work for, but...
that's more like it.
I only meant you don't look like a working man or a boss, the way you're dressed.
You just do as I say. Here, aren't you going to finish your drink? Huh? Oh, give it to me then. It's a sin to waste vodka. What's keeping you? Huh? Ivan, what's the matter? I can't hold on to the prow of this rowboat all night.
The oar lock doesn't fit. Can I just knock it with the oar?
No. Not a sound. Push it down with your hand. It'll go in by itself. I told you to be quiet. Quiet. Ready or not, I'm shoving off. Now, row straight out to that blue light. See it? Row quietly. Do you have to make all that noise?
You are there in that rowboat.
Does he mean us?
You in the rowboat, bring it back. You hear me? Bring that rowboat back.
Keep rowing.
I thought this was your boat.
It is. Of course it is. Who else is?
Hey, robber! Somebody is stealing their boat.
Oh, good Lord. What have I gotten into?
Stop blubbering, will you? It's not yelling at us. It's someone else making off with the boat. It's not us.
I've never done anything like this in my life. Oh, Lord, forgive me.
Maxim Gorky, the author of this story, lived what he wrote about. He had a miserable childhood. It was hard. He was poor. In fact, the name he wrote under, Gorky, in Russian means the bitter one. Grishka, the dock thief, and Ivan, the country bumpkin, are both pieces of this great writer's own life. How these two are transformed by time and events, we will discover when I return shortly with Act Two. We're in a small rowboat skimming across the dark harbor. At the oars, Ivan, a country boy with a thirst for money and dreams of tomorrow. In the stern, an old, experienced rascal of a thief, Grishka, with no thoughts of the future. Grishka, who lives only for each day, for which he steals by night. Here is Ivan.
Why, I am in this boat. What am I doing? Whatever this old robber is engaged in, I'm sure he is up to no good. The night is black as ink. Everywhere there are anchored vessels like ominous floating gravestones. I'm terrified.
You are rowing well. We shall reach our destination soon.
Grishka, I'm frightened.
What a fool you are, boy. There's nothing dreadful about water. You know, I have always loved the sea, especially at night. That dark, wide expanse, boundless, free, mighty.
Are we near?
Soon. A fisherman must be patient.
I don't see any tackle in the boat. Where's the tackle?
The tackle in the stern, right under where I'm sitting.
What sort of tackle is it?
Be quiet, huh? Don't poke your nose into what's not your business. You've been hired to row, and you'd better row.
You told me I'd get 5 rubles. Did you mean it?
Would I cheat you? If I said 5, when you've done your part, you'll get 5.
Ahoy there, you rowboat!
Oh, who's that? What's that? Searchlight.
Only the Coast Guard. You do as I say and keep your mouth shut. Ahoy, Coast Guard!
Pull up alongside us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll row right up to you. Now, mind what I said. Play dumb. I'll do the talking.
What do they want?
They're only looking for smugglers. Don't worry.
To begin with, I would like to know what a rowboat without lights is doing out in these waters this time of night. What is your name?
Grishka Chelkash. Why, my boy, I'm old enough to be your father. And a very good job you're doing, patrolling. I've always said so, haven't I, Ivan? These Coast Guards, I've always said, I'd hate to be a smuggler trying to get away with any contraband in these waters. Haven't I?
Who are you, young man?
He's my cousin, Ivan Ivanovich. He's from Kuban.
Are you Ivan Ivanovich?
Oh, yes. I'm Ivan.
We just went out for a little row.
And you are just showing him the sights of the harbor. Is that it?
How did you know? Ivan's never been in a boat before.
Oh, is that so? Well, where did you learn to row, Ivan?
Who, me? I always knew how to row.
Isn't he the boastful young liar? You know that's not true, cousin. You must speak the truth to the Coast Guard.
I always speak the truth, as God is my witness.
And whose rowboat is this?
I don't know. We just took it.
He has such a quaint way of putting it, like all country boys. Of course, he doesn't know my boat. He just came in from Kuban today.
Well, I'm letting you go. We haven't found anything in your boat.
Oh, why should you? There isn't anything. Huh? So good. We'll be on our way.
And you'd better get back to shore before you run into trouble. We're stopping all boats without lights.
Back to shore. We certainly shall. Come, Ivan. Good night, Captain.
I am not the captain.
Good night anyway.
Ivan,
You can thank your lucky stars. If that Coast Guard officer had been suspicious, they would have clapped us in irons. And I'll tell you once again, and I mean it, when I say play dumb, I mean just that. Now, row to that boat with the little blue light.
Let me go, please. For the Lord's sake. Put me on shore somewhere. What am I to you? I can't go through with this. I'm not used to such things.
What are you babbling about? We haven't done anything.
Wrong things, wrong. I know what you are up to.
Hold your tongue, idiot. That's what I get from taking some lout from Kuban. If I didn't need you, you wouldn't be here. So, keep quiet and row. More to the left, idiot. Or we'll go right by her.
I can tell you, I was never so terrified. This man will kill me. He would use me and kill me. Or if he didn't, the others would. Who they were, who he was in league with, I didn't know. But I knew something was very wrong. And something was going to happen. I was being punished by God for seeking so much money. 5 rubles for a night's rowing. We tied up at the big steamer with the blue light and climbed on board. On deck, I held onto the rail in the dark. I couldn't stop shaking.
You took long enough, Grishka. 8 bells is the time we agreed upon.
The cursed Coast Guard stopped us, Captain.
Stopped?
Nothing happened, Captain. Nothing. I told them I was out for an evening's row with a country cousin.
They believed you? With this cousin?
Hook, line, and sinker.
They didn't see which way you went?
Of course not. What do you think I am? An amateur?
Late, and excuses. Not the way I do business.
Leonid is in the hospital with a crushed foot. I had to take what I could find. I was looking for hours.
You should have looked sooner. With the anchor and the morning tide. What will you bring?
The same as last time.
Only the same?
It will be worth at least 1,000. At least.
Are you sure?
Have I ever told you more when it was less? That's not the way I do business. 1,000 rubles, guarantee. And you shall have it in the hour.
All right, it'll do.
You expect too much, Captain. One cannot make a killing every time.
All right. Is that your rower, that creature by the rail, your cousin?
That's him.
Is he strong enough to go back and return here in an hour?
Oh, strong as an ox.
Then go. 1 hour from now, I shall expect you.
Don't be nervous, Captain. When have I ever failed you?
Now I knew for certain I was in trouble. Shady doings. And God is punishing me. I was a lost soul. I rowed with the devil behind me to another dock, further along down the waterfront. Let me go, for heaven's sake. Let me ashore here. I won't say a word.
Stop whining. Give over rowing. Now, push the boat along with your hands on the wall. Quietly, you idiot. Stop. Give me the oars. Give them here. Where's your passport, huh? Your papers in the bag, huh? Give me the bag. Good. That, my dear fellow, is so that you won't run off.
Huh?
Without oars, you might have gotten off somehow, but without a passport and identity papers, you will be afraid to. Now, watch what I'm doing. Tying the stern line to this iron ring by the ladder. I'm climbing up that ladder to the dock, and you wait for me. If anyone asks you anything, hold your tongue. If you want to get off alive, 1 peep out of you, and I'll find you and sink you to the bottom of the sea.
In a moment, Grishka was up the ladder and gone. I was alone in the boat in the water. Everywhere I looked, I saw death. On my left was a half-sunken big black hulk without masts, like a huge coffin. Death. I could see storm clouds rolling in Everything was cold and sinister, like death. I knew I would never see my mother and father and Masha again. Oh, Lord, what have I done?
Hey, you, Ivan. Huh? Are you asleep? No. I'm going to lower this box. You grab it from below. Mind you, it's heavy. Carefully now. Put it into the middle of the boat. Carefully now. Now, here's another one just as heavy. Now, take the oars one at a time. Good. I'm coming down. I've untied her. Now, row. Row, I said, row. Back to the boat with the blue light. Come on now. Put your back into it. You've earned good wages, mate. Now we only have to slip by the Coast Guard, and you can take your money and go home to your Masha.
The Lord knows if I shall ever see her again.
How frightened were you?
Me? Not at all.
You needn't work so hard now, the oars, huh? Ease off. Row more slowly as we pass this breakwater. Softly. There are guards on duty at the end of the stones. They might fire a gun at us if they see us.
Holy Mother, pray for us sinners. Not the hour of our death.
Good. Now. That's good. We're past them now. See, there's our ship up ahead. Nothing to be scared of now. Hey, you've earned a good sum. How would you like 25 rubles?
Huh?
No, not 5. 25.
I don't want anything. Only to be on shore.
You're a fool. On shore. What kind of a life will you have? A work like this, huh? Fishing. You'll have plenty of rubles in your pocket. Enough to be a gentleman. Don't do like I do and drink it away. Here's the ship, huh? Easy now. Easy. We'll go around to the other side with the ladder. They've got ropes to pull up our fish. One night and I've made 500 rubles. What do you say to that, huh?
500? What's in those crates?
Well worth over 1,000, 2,000. But I sell cheap. Isn't this better than poverty in a village, huh, Ivan? Business, huh, Ivan? Smart business. Ahoy there, Captain!
500 rubles. Oh, if I had all that.
Hey, let down the ladder. Hey, up there.
Not you, Grishka?
No, it's my great-grandfather. Hey, lay down the rope ladder.
Bonjour, Grishka.
When the ladder comes down, Ivan, you tie the boat to it. They'll let down some ropes. We'll haul up the fish. And then we spend the night on board. And tomorrow, cousin, we'll have ourselves a nice row back to shore. I promised you the sights. I want you to take happy memories back to Kuban with you. And a few rubles.
Rubles. Money. It isn't money, as it's sometimes said, that is the root of all evil, but the love of money. To Grishka, it's not the value of what he steals, but the escapade, the joy of outwitting the authorities. But to Ivan, I'm not so sure. Watch him. Rubles dance before his eyes. So I say, be a little wary of sympathizing with this country boy, and don't be surprised what's in store for you when I return shortly with Act 3. If I remember, we were talking about the effect of money. Good, bad, stolen, or borrowed. And to borrow an observation from the great Shakespeare, he said, "He that wants money, means, and content is without 3 good friends." But let's not generalize. Specifically, Let's look down on the deck of that ship, the one that buys contraband. In other words, stolen goods. Ivan is sleeping on that deck.
Wake up, wake up. Yeah. Good morning, little peasant. Wake up, Ivan.
What? What am I?
You and I spent the night on my good friend's ship. He's about to pull up anchor. The sun is rising, so we must also.
I could have slept more. I'm still tired.
You had better not be. There's a bit of rowing to do to get us back. And the water's choppy. That means a storm.
Grishka, you haven't left yet. Better get a move on. We're just going to give the order to weigh anchor.
When will you be back, Captain?
1 month from today. Look for the light.
That I will. Goodbye, Captain. Have a good journey. Make a large profit. And come back with an empty hold. Grishka will fill it. Will you look at that? Wow, it begins to rain. It couldn't have rained last night to hide us. When I think of it, I have to laugh. I really do. Oh, Ivan, you should have seen your face last night. Frightened? Frightened. Tell old Grishka now that it's over. How many times were you ready to die?
It was my first time on such a thing. I could have ruined my soul for life.
Would you do it again?
I don't know. For how much money, that's the point. Grishka?
Oh, he's getting bold enough to say my name. Grishka. Well. You're entitled. You're a full partner now.
Grishka, how much did they give you?
Look here, in my shirt. See here, in my trousers. So many ruble notes, I can't even hold them in 2 hands. 540.
I thought you were bragging. What a lot of money.
We'll have us a good time, my friend. There's enough here for that, huh? Food, wine, women. Now, don't you be worried, Ivan. I'll give you your share. What would you say to 40 rubles? Not 25, 40. Satisfied? If you like, I'll give them to you now.
If you don't mind, I wouldn't say no.
You wouldn't say no. Oh, Ivan, I beg you to take the money. Please, take it. I don't know what to do with such a lot of money. Please, little Ivan, help me. Here. I put 40 whole rubles at your feet. Look at him. He dropped the oars and look at him grabbing up the money. Oh, look at him stuffing all those wet notes into his shirt. Ivan, rubles against your chest. They'll keep you warm, huh? I'll wager you never saw 40 rubles before in your whole life. Huh? And there they are, in your shirt. You know, little one, you know you are greedy. It's in your hands, your fingers, your eyes. I can see it. That's bad. That's bad. But of course, you're a peasant. Ship your oars, lad. We'll let the next wave drive the boat onto the beach. Good. That does it. Now, climb out with me before another wave catches it and drags it out again. These waves are strong. Come on. We'll pull it up as far as we can. Up the beach. Pull. That's it, boy. Pull.
It is far enough.
Yeah. Fine. I wouldn't want to lose the boat. Those who own it will come along one day and fetch it. Well, we must say goodbye. It's, I'd say 8 miles from the beach here to town. What are you going to do? Going back to the town?
No, I don't think so. I'm not right away.
I don't understand you. Standing there with your head down. Ivan is saying goodbye to me, upsetting you. What's wrong?
Don't go. Please don't go.
What is it? I'm getting soaking wet standing here. What's the matter with you? Take your arms off me.
No, please.
Here, will you stop that or I'll give you a good smack across the mouth. Get away from me.
Frank, give me that money. Give it to me for the Lord's sake.
What money? What? My 500?
What is it to you? You spend it in one night. All of it. In only one night. 500 rubles. It would last me years. Give it to me, Grishka. What do you care? Give it to me. And I'll pray for you every day in 3 churches for the salvation of your soul. You'll only cast it to the winds in sinful ways. I'll put it into land. Please, give it to me. All of it. What can it mean to you? Did it cost you so much? 1 hour, 1 night, and you're rich. Do a deed of mercy, Chris.
You stupid, greedy pheasant, groveling on your knees. You disgust me. You're not a man. You're not even an animal. No self-respecting dog would crawl like you. Here, take it. Take the money. Take it all. I throw it at you. Look, it's dancing in the wind. Oh, look at it. It's blowing away. You want it so much. Run to the water, Ivan. Pull it out of the sea. Get it. Find it. Find it. Go debase yourself.
Come here. I got you. Take one. You thought you'd hide under that shell? I got you.
Greedy, to humble oneself for a ruble.
Good. Dear friend, the Lord have mercy on you. I'm a rich man. You're a fine man, Grishka, good man. Never will I forget you. Never. And my wife and children, I shall bid them to pray for you. You don't know how happy you have made me. Give me your hand. I kiss it.
I wipe my hands. I, who thought you were so innocent. Your guilt is beyond anyone. Beyond anything.
Do you know what I was thinking about when we were rowing back to land? I saw the money in your trousers, sticking out of your shirt. I thought, I'll take the oar. See? The oar I'm rowing with. I'll give it to him. You, one hard blow. The money's mine. All of it. 540 rubles. Mine. And into the sea with you, I thought. Who'll miss him?
Ivan, my little Ivan, the money has made you mad.
Why do you look at me like that? Why are you standing so close to me, Grishka?
You have a very short neck, mad dog.
Let me go. Let go of my throat. No. Here.
You didn't think, did you, when you were thinking of hitting me with an oar and dropping me overboard, you didn't think this old man would squeeze your neck so hard, did you? Squeeze. You don't deserve to share the earth with God's creatures. Yeah, you soil my hands. Oh, look at you there on the sand, squirming like a jellyfish out of water. Ivan Ivanovich, you dirty the clean sand.
My neck.
Your neck is not broken. I should have, but I didn't.
I can't get my breath. I'm joking.
I leave you now, and I curse the day that brought us together.
He had been my friend. He was now my enemy. He started to turn away, turn his back on me. I picked up a stone and let it fly. Many a bird in the village I have killed with a stone. The stone hit Grishka in the back of the head, and he fell, his face on the sand. He tried to move a leg. I saw him twitching, tried to lift his head. I saw him quiver like a bowstring. Grishka, it's Ivan. I'll turn you over. Oh, you are heavy. Grishka, so much blood from your head. Get up, and I'll help you.
Get away.
So much blood. I'll stop the blood. Rip my shirt. Make a cloth, a bandage. Tie around your head.
Get away. Buzzard. Vulture.
Forgive me. It was the devil tempted me. I kiss your hand.
For heaven's sake, go away. Go to the devil. What more do you want? You've done your job. Go away. For Mary's sake, forgive me. Sniveling idiot. God may have mercy on your soul. But I, Grishka, Grishka, who will not forgive.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. This is my true confession. He's still lying there, Father, on the beach. I came back here to the church where I first met him. This church, Father. I was going to give all the money I had to the poor. Put it in the poor box. But when I stood outside the confessional, Father, I felt my pockets, and there was nothing. Not 1 ruble. I have no money. I have nothing but the sin of blood. I confess it. His blood. Grishka's. Can you see? Still on my hands. This is it, Father. I am going now to the police and tell them where to find him. It is all madness. Everything I hoped, dreamed, all gone. Goodbye, Father.
How does the author, Maxim Gorky himself, end this story? He writes, "Soon the rain and the sea spray had washed away the red stain of blood where Grishka Chelkash had lain. Washed away Grishka, washed away the footsteps of the peasant lad, and no trace was left of them on the seashore." The end. I'll be back with a postscript very shortly. There is a bitterness and a truth in this tale by Maxim Gorky. It was, in fact, the second story he had ever penned to paper. This account of Grishka Chelkash and other stories he wrote were based on his own experiences tramping about Russia. But it was this story of Grishka that brought the author worldwide recognition. Now, having heard it with our own ears, I think we know why. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Bob Caliban, Earl Hammond, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Look, they want me to play Love and
No,
Bloom.
they don't want you. They want you not to play Love and Bloom. Mr. Benny killed vaudeville. Today, the murderer returns to the scene of his crime. I have the ad right here in the paper, Mr. Benny. It says the biggest show in town, 14 days only, due to Mr. Benny's prior commitments. You have to put it in there. You're going back with the good humor people. I mean, you have to. It says. It says the biggest show in New York, you will die laughing.
Yeah?
Now, the show is over, and I'm still alive. I would like to have my money back. I would like to have my money back. I paid
Fred,
80
I'm
cents.
sorry. You paid 80
80
If you
cents.
want your money back, you'll have to go to the box office.
They told me at the box office you're taking it out after every show. They told me I should come to you direct.
Now, wait a minute. 80 cents. The show cost 80 cents.
80 cents
Now, look
to
what
get
you
in.
got for 80 cents. You got the Sportsman Quartet, Marjorie Reynolds, Rochester, Phil Harris, and myself. Now, you did like the Sportsman Quartet.
Very good, very good.
Is that worth 15 cents?
15 cents of anybody's money. 4 for 15
That's
is
right.
good.
Okay.
4 for 15.
Marjorie Reynolds, is that worth a quarter, Marjorie Reynolds?
Let me see. You drive a hard bargain. A quarter. Yes, I'll
40 cents.
40 cents. I'll give in 40 cents.
All right, 40 cents.
40 cents.
All right, that's 40 cents. Now, Rochester.
Rochester, very good. Excellent.
That's certainly worth 20 cents, isn't it?
Yes, 20 cents.
That's 60 cents.
60 cents.
All right. Now, Phil Harris is worth a dime. Is that right?
8 cents.
All right.
8 cents.
All right. That's 68 cents. That leaves you 12 cents.
12 cents. I would like to have 12 cents.
Look, and remember, this is my last quarter that I got with me. I didn't get paid yet. I got to have dinner. I got to have a sandwich. I got to have something to eat.
You're in here all day.
I'm going to be here all day. I haven't even got money to ride home. Not even on the bus. Nothing.
You can't go home tonight?
No.
Well, how are you going to get home? With your
I don't
legs will
know.
give away about 9 o'clock. You'll never be able to walk it.
Well, if you could just let me have a dime so I could get back on the bus.
The bus?
That's right.
Now, on Sunday morning here at the town hall, the Hay Fever Guild will meet for pollen drill.
Mr.
And
Allen! Mr.
Now, quiet.
Allen!
The acoustics bruise easily here. I may have to dab some minute rub on the walls if the acoustics sort of...
Hello?
Well, sir, they laughed when I said the magician's hair was coming out. They didn't know I was going to pull his rabbit out of the hat. If it isn't, well, you have to make faces with a joke like that. A poor old joke like that, you drag it out, you have to help it as much as you can. What I really should do is hide that monkey on me and let it out on rare occasion. Well, if it isn't, what's her name?
Yes, Mama sent me out to get a golf club.
Well, don't tell me your mother's taking up that rollicking game of meadow badminton.
No, but our baby swallowed a golf ball.
A golf ball, and your mother is...
Mama's going to spank it with a niblick.
Well, you'd better get right home and caddy for your mother. The baby might turn out to be a tough course, you know.
Hello, Portland.
Pardon me, but I never speak to strange men at microphones.
Portland, this is Andre Baruch. Andre's taking Harry Von Zell's place, remember?
Oh, yes. Hello, Andre. Gosh, you were swell last week.
Yes.
Thank you, Portland. Hello, fans.
Hello, Peter.
Optimist in the plural, yes. Not Stuff Van Steeden.
It isn't Benny Goodman.
Well, you could be with the top of your head going into that big apple.
Be careful. You know what you got from Jack Benny Sunday night.
And did I laugh when Jack beat Mr. Allen up on his program.
Say, I nearly passed out when Fred started crying.
Yeah? When I started crying, dubbed in a cry for me. How did Benny beat me up? In effigy. And at that, he had to make me a little boy in his sketch before he could do it.
You can't take it even as a kid.
Well, Benny'd better not start anything with me, or Jell-O's going to have 8 delicious flavors.
What 8, Fred?
What?
I said, what 8?
Well, out strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, lime, and black and blue.
You shouldn't fight with Jack now. He's pretty weak going on that
He's
diet.
always weak.
Say, I wonder why Paramount made Jack cut down on his food.
Well, he's making the picture for his room and board. And Paramount caught him overdoing the latter. Why, they tell me a waiter walked into the commissary one day with 15 meatballs, and Benny ran pool before the waiter could set down the plate.
Benny's better in pictures than you are for my money.
Oh, yes? Who won the Academy Award last year?
Spencer Tracy.
And I know Spencer Tracy better than Benny does.
So what does that prove?
It proves that if Benny keeps making pictures, he's going to make fresh air fiends out of a lot of theater goers.
You can say what you want, but I thought Jack was swell as Tom Sawyer Sunday.
Tom Sawyer. He played the part like one of the Finn boys.
Huckleberry?
No, Mickey. Beating me up as a kid. Why, I could have met him in a day nursery and licked him with open safety pins at 10 paces.
Now, look, kids, I've made up my mind. If Alan doesn't get here for rehearsal in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to cancel him. I wonder where he can be. He hasn't any friends out here. Maybe... I don't know.
Will it be anything else, Mr. Allen?
Yes, waiter. I'll have another cup of coffee.
You know, Mr. Allen, before I took this job here at the Brown Derby, I was a waiter at Lendy's.
Really?
Now, how are things back in New York?
Well, they're about the same, except we have a water shortage, you know.
Oh, yeah, I've been reading about that. Did it affect you personally?
Well, it didn't bother me much at first, but after several weeks, something told me to take a bath.
See, that reminds me, Mr. Allen, aren't you supposed to be on Jack Benny's program today?
And how I hate it.
Well, this is none of my business, but how much is Benny going to pay you?
Well, I don't know yet, but my lawyer filed suit against him 2 weeks ago.
Oh, wait a minute. You ain't even been on his program yet, and you started suing him 2 weeks ago?
My friend, when you deal with Benny, it's always best to get a running start.
You mean he's really that cheap?
Cheap? Why, Benny is so tight that last summer when he was out on a dude ranch, he kept his money in a wildcat's mouth. And he was snide enough to find a wildcat with tonsillitis so it couldn't swallow. Well, I'd better get going. I have to go to that old man's rehearsal over there. Say, which network is he lousing up now?
Oh, he's at CBS. It's just 2 blocks from here.
Say, on second thought, you know, I think I'll let him stew a little while. Bring me another cup of coffee.
Gee, I can't understand what's keeping Fred.
Oh, Jack, take it easy. He'll be here any minute.
Well, when we go to court, I'm certainly going to bring up about him being late. Oh, Rochester, will you run out and see if you can find Mr. Allen? Maybe he's at Lyman's or at the Derby. Somewhere.
Yes, sir.
See, that Allen is certainly a thoughtless guy. He's been doing things like this to me since the first day I met him.
Jack, I've been with you for so many years, and I never knew how you first met Fred Allen.
Oh, it happened in Boston a long time ago.
Well, tell me about it, Jack.
All right, Don. It was many, many years ago when vaudeville was at its height. I was the headliner at the Metropolitan Theater in Boston. One night after the supper show, I was sitting in my dressing room resting from my 7 encores. I was removing my makeup. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Mr. Benny, my name is Fred Allen.
Uh-huh.
I'm appearing here at the Metropolitan.
Well, that's funny. I don't remember any Fred Allen on this bill.
I'm in the opening act.
Oh, I thought the opening act was Fink's Mule.
I took my makeup off.
Oh, so you're with Fink's Mule?
Uh-huh. May I sit down?
Yes, but not too close. Now, what can I do for you, young man?
Tell me, Mr. Benny, what do you think of this new entertainment medium that's just starting up, this thing called radio?
Well, I've been giving it a lot of thought. In fact, I already have an idea for a radio program.
You have?
Yes. On my program each week, I'll visit a place called Benny's Boulevard, where I'll start knocking on doors and ask topical questions of 4 people.
4 people?
Yes, a Southern senator, a rube who says howdy, bub, a Bronx housewife, and an Irishman.
Gosh, what a novel idea for radio. You know, that might even replace the street singer.
Yes. You'll have to excuse me now, Alan. I've got to get dressed for dinner.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny, and thank you so much, sir, for your help. I will always treasure the memory of this meeting the greatest comedian in the world, sir. I'm backing out, sir.
Thank you. And that, Don, is how I first met Fred Allen, and why I dislike him so much.
Jack, you mean...
Yes, he stole my radio idea and called it Allen's Alley. Gee, I wonder if Rochester has found him yet.
Say, waiter, I'll have another cup.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Allen. I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, hello, Rochester. Say, I was just getting ready to go over to the studio.
Well, let's hurry, Mr. Benny's awful upset. Come on, I'll show you the shortcut to CBS.
Sure. After all these years, Rochester, you'd think Benny would change. But he's just as bad as when I first met him in Boston many years ago.
I never did hear about how you two first met. Would you tell me about it, Mr. Allen?
I was headlining at the Metropolitan Theater in Boston. And one evening after the supper show, I was sitting in my dressing room removing my makeup. Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
My name is Jack Benny.
Well, I'm glad you got here. It's the cold water faucet that's leaking.
No, I'm not the plumber. See, I'm appearing here on the vaudeville bill with you.
Jack Benny, Jack. Say, I didn't see your name on the program.
Oh, I'm in the opening act.
But the show opens with a Japanese flash act. Yamaguchi and Takamura. Gosh, they're wonderful. The way they lie on their backs and juggle that big barrel with their feet.
I know. And inside of that barrel, me.
No.
Oh, yes, Mr. Allen. While they're balancing that barrel and kicking it up in the air, I'm curled up inside with my violin, playing Ireland Must Be Heaven, because my mother came from there.
What an inspired touch. I can just hear that music coming out through the bunghole. Well, so much for flattery. Now, what can I do? What can I do for you, son?
Mr. Allen, sir, you've got to help me. I want to be a great comedian like you.
Well, if you're so anxious to earn big money, why don't you turn to radio?
Radio?
Yes, it's a gold mine. Say, I'm working on an idea for a program for myself. Now, my idea is this. I'll be the star, you see. A girl to insult me, a drunken orchestra leader, and a fat announcer.
Well, here's the studio, Mr. Allen. Let's go in.
No, Rochester. I can't go in.
What?
I can't do it, Rochester. I can't let Benny give me a job. I may be a derelict, down and out, but I've still got my pride.
But, Mr. Allen...
No, I'm sorry, Rochester. I just can't do it.
But, Mr. Allen, you haven't got any money. How are you going to live?
Don't worry about me. I'll get along. Maps! Get your maps to the movie star home. Mr. James Mason, Ronald Coleman, Mr. and Mrs. Gary Cooper, Mr. and Mrs. Robert Taylor. You can't tell me...
Come in.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Rochester.
Well, Fred Allen.
Well, Fred, this is a surprise.
Really?
When did you get in town?
Last night?
Last night? Well, why didn't you call me at my hotel?
You mean you're staying at one that has phones?
Well, no, but there's a candy store in the lobby that takes messages. Oh, I see.
Say, boss, as long as Mr. Allen's in town, why don't you put him on your stage show?
Well, thank you, Rochester, but I couldn't very well go out on a stage now. I haven't got any material.
Well, don't you have any of your old vaudeville routines left?
Well, if I did, I'd be on television.
It would be great if you could join me on my stage show, Fred.
Well, I'd really love to, Jack, but I have to rush back to Hollywood. I've been offered the lead in a new picture.
A new picture?
Uh-huh. No Dimension. It's a new thing that's coming out. When it comes out, you don't dimension the whole thing.
So far, that's better than what we've got written here.
But in this picture, Jack, yes? I play the part of a test pilot in Los Angeles.
I see.
The picture is called Breaking the Smog Barrier.
It's a shame you can't stay over, Fred, so we could appear together. It'd be like old times.
Say, Mr. Benny, did you and Mr. Allen once do an act together in vaudeville?
We sure did, Rochester. We had a lot of fun in those days.
Oh, gosh. You remember, Jack, how we'd always celebrate with a big dinner at Lindy's every time we got a job?
Yeah, we'd always get the best. Shrimp cocktail, turtle soup, chef salad.
Filet mignon, stuffed potatoes, strawberry shortcake.
Then I'd top it all off with a big glass of Ovaltine.
Ovaltine?
Well, he wanted to be asleep when the check came.
Those were the good old days. I'll never forget the time we rehearsed and polished our act for weeks. And we went to see Mickey Rockford, the biggest booking agent in New York. Come on, Fred. I think Mr. Rockford's office is down the hall.
Hey, it's crowded in here, Jack.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to talk to the secretary. Miss, we'd like to see Mr. Rockford.
Do you have an appointment?
Appointment? Yes. We're Benny and Allen.
Benny and Allen?
Yeah. Don't you recognize us?
Why? Is there a reward?
You don't understand, girlie. We do a vaudeville act.
Really? Which one throws the fish?
Say, that is clever. Miss, you ought to be in show business yourself.
Me in show business?
Yes. I know a magician who saws a woman in half. You'd look better in two pieces.
Take it easy, Fred. Look, miss, we don't want to argue. We just like to see our agent, Mr. Rockford.
Well, first I'll need some information. Now, what's the name of your act again?
Allen and Benny.
I thought you said it was Benny and Allen.
Well, at 2:00, our billing changes.
Well, what kind of an act do you do?
Violin, clarinet, and snappy patter.
Uh-huh.
And where have you played?
Oh, all over.
Well, where?
Well, just tell her the important dates, Jack.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, we did a week in Sow Belly, Wyoming. A week in Loose Tooth, Arizona. 3 days in Stagnant Water, New Mexico. And we also played the Palace here in New York.
Sow Belly, Loose Tooth, Stagnant Water, and the Palace. Well, at least you worked your way up.
No, we played the Palace first.
Well, Mr. Rockford's busy right now, so just have a seat and I'll call you.
All right.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Allen, I don't mean to be personal, But are you an American citizen?
Yes, I got these slant eyes from pulling off a tight derby.
Come on, Fred, let's sit down.
Yes? Yes. Oh, very well, Mr. Rockford. Oh, boys, Mr. Rockford will see you now.
Good. Come on, Fred, let's go in.
Okay.
Well, come on in, fellas. Come on in. Close the door. Sit down.
Thank you. Mr. Rockford, I'm Jack Benny. This is Fred Allen.
That's right, Mr. Rockford. Remember, you booked our act in the Palace 7 years ago.
Oh, yes. What business are you in now?
Well, we're still in show business.
Yes, and we thought you could book us.
Please, fellas.
Our new act is sensational. At least give us a chance, Mr. Rockford.
Yes, all we need is one good break, you know.
I gave you a break when I put you in Lowe's Flatbush.
Some break. They opened with Fink's Mules, then Major Doty's Dogs came out, then Manny's Monkeys, then Power's Dancing Elephants.
So what?
Well, by the time we came out, we looked like the last two passengers on Noah's Ark.
Well, look, boys, I'm very busy.
Please, Mr. Rockford, just listen to our opening number. It'll only take a second.
All right, but before you... Oh, excuse me. Here, come in.
Mr. Rockford, here's the 10% commission I owe you for booking my act last week.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, wait a minute. The cute boy. Sonny, what's your name?
Eddie Cantor.
Eddie Cantor?
Potatoes are cheaper. Tomatoes are cheaper. Now's the time to fall in love.
Mr. Rockford, how about listening to our new act?
Oh, all right, if you insist.
Ready with your clarinet, Fred?
Ready.
Okay. 1, 2. Oh, Mr. Allen.
What is it, Mr. Benny?
Have you heard that they're making women's bathing suits out of spun glass?
Women's bathing suits out of glass? Well, that's worth looking into.
I'll take it, Mr. Allen.
If you will. You know, Mr. Benny,
Yes, Mr. Allen? Oh, pardon.
I love music.
So do I. Music once saved my uncle's life.
Well, how did music save your uncle's life?
They played the Star-Spangled Banner just as he was sitting in the electric chair. Take it, Mr. Allen.
You know.
You don't have to finish it, you know.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Mr. Allen.
I want you to meet my new girl. Her name is Well Enough.
Why do you call your girl Well Enough?
Because I want the boys to leave Well Enough alone. How about the finale, Mr.
In unison? All right. Well, Mr. Rockford, what do you think of it?
Wait till he gets his head out of the drawer.
Maybe he's looking for a contract.
Fellas,
Yes,
Yes, Mr. Rockford. To tell you the truth, fellas, I'm confused. The whole act leaves me cold. It's neither fish nor fowl.
Well, that's funny. The last agent we went to thought it was both.
Well, Mr. Rockford, you mean you can't book us anywhere?
Well, actually, I don't have a thing open for a double. Have either of you considered doing a single?
What? And break up the act?
Why, we've been together for years. You can't split Benny and Alan.
It's ridiculous. We're more than just a team. We're partners, friends, buddies. Why, we'd rather starve than let anything come between us.
Well, that's a shame because I've got an opening for a single in Scranton for $15 a week.
I'll take it.
Well, if that's the way you feel, I'll take it for $14 a week, Mr. Rockford.
Fred, you'd steal a job away from your partner, your buddy, your friend?
Some friend. What did you ever do for me?
Why, you puff-eyed ingrate. For years, we've lived off my violin, my brains, my talent, my joke.
And my money. And listen, you miser. As for your violin playing, I have heard cleaner notes from a toothless Russian sipping borscht. You are just lucky you've had me and my clarinet.
Clarinet? The only way you could make a living with that clarinet is if you put a nail on the end of it and went out in the park. Mr. Rockford, rather than let you hire this no-talented wage cutter, I'll take the job for $10 a week.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll take it for $8.
I'll take it for $5.
Well, I'll take it for $3.
Well, I'll take it for nothing.
So will I.
Well, at that price, I can afford both of you.
Jackie, did you hear that? We're working. Fred! Jack!
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes another program, and we'll be with you next week at the same time. And, Fred, it was nice reminiscing.
Oh, say, Jack, we forgot to tell him about the time we played in Burning Stump, Arkansas. Remember that insulting audience?
Oh, yes. I remember while we were doing our act, the audience threw pennies on the stage, and you complained to the manager.
And when they stopped, you complained to the manager.
Come on, Fred, let's go out and get a cup of coffee.
Okay,
Good night,
Jack.
folks.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ginger Rogers and Frederic March in Bachelor Mother with Frank Albertson. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. To the young ladies of our modern business world, the lunch hour means a great deal more than just lunch. It may mean a shopping trip, a visit to the hairdresser, a rendezvous, or perhaps an unexpected adventure. And during a lunch hour, the alert young businesswoman is prepared for almost anything to happen. But Miss Polly Parrish in our play Bachelor Mother was just minding her own business when something happened that not only upset her lunch hour, but changed her whole life. One thing led to another in such a gay series of adventures that RKO's picture, Bachelor Mother, turned out to be one of the comedy hits of the year. Although taken by surprise, the modern young woman of our story knew exactly what course to follow. In fact, we take our hats off to the resourcefulness of our modern girls in general. Consider the example sent to me by a member of our audience. It's a clipping from the Birmingham, Alabama News, in which a resourceful young lady advertises, "Girl in need of work at once. Will consider dishwashing if Lux is used." I'll make a bet she got a job with a wise employer. When Lux Flakes is in the dishpan, both Judy O'Grady and the Colonel's lady are sisters in the care of their skin. For the role of the modern young Miss Polly Parrish in Bachelor Mother, our choice was the modern young Miss Ginger Rogers, who played the part with typical ginger and wit on the screen.
She comes to us from the set of the new RKO picture, Primrose Path. As David Merlin, the son of Polly's employer, we planned to have Joel McCrae. But Joel was taken ill during the week, and I'm glad to report that he's improving rapidly, and that Frederic March returned to Hollywood just in time to play this role. We've been trying to get Freddie back to our microphone for a long time, but a stage engagement in New York held him there. This week, he begins a new MGM picture, Susan and God, and tonight you'll hear him as David Merlin. I suggest now that you move up to the edge of your chair as we raise the curtain on Act One of this gay and exciting comedy, Bachelor Mother, starring Ginger Rogers as Polly Parrish and Frederic March as David Merlin, with Frank Albertson of the screencast as Frank Miller. Polly Parrish, young and pretty, is about to lose her job. This is hard enough to face at any time, but when it happens on the day before Christmas, it's almost too much. During her lunch hour, Polly Parrish walks slowly along a street in downtown New York. Vaguely, she wonders what's to become of her. As she passes the Atkins home for foundlings, fate steps in. Gallops in. For a woman in a heavy shawl is just leaving a bundle at the door. With a gasp of indignation, Polly rushes to the woman and catches her by the arm.
Here, don't you dare. Why, don't you dare leave your baby.
Please, I'm not the baby's mother. There is no mother. They'll take good care of it here.
Just the same, you have no right to do
I thought I could take care of it after the mother died, but I couldn't. Oh, it's such a wonderful baby. They'll be good to it.
Wait! Hey, come back here! Come back! Oh, you poor little kid. All alone? Now, don't cry, darling. Here, I'll hold you. Oh.
Won't you come in?
What? Oh.
Just come this way, please.
Oh, take your finger out of your mouth. There, now, don't eat your finger. You hungry? Well, I'll give you something to eat here. That's a good baby.
Right here, please. Another one, Mr. Fry.
Oh, yes. Your name, please?
Poor little thing.
Your name, please.
Polly Parrish. Come on, take your finger out of your mouth.
Are you employed anywhere?
I'm at Merlin's until tomorrow. You darling, that's a good baby.
Now, just why did you abandon your baby, Mrs. Parrish?
It's such a sweet... What? Oh, well, this isn't my baby. It was on the doorstep.
Yes, we know.
Well, no, really. Well, an old lady left it on the doorstep, and I thought it'd roll off.
My dear, we're only here to help you. We're your friends.
Well, I wish it was mine, but it isn't. I wasn't leaving it. I was just picking it up.
Many mothers say babies are not their own, but from experience, we've discovered the wisest thing is to make a clean breast of it.
Now, look here. This is ridiculous. This is not my baby, whether you believe it or not. Here, nurse, you take the baby. I'm getting out of here.
You see, my dear? When you give the baby to the nurse, it cries.
Take it back. Just for a moment. There.
Well, my dear.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
The baby seems to know you.
Well, I don't know it. Here, you take it.
No.
No, let me alone. When I want a family, I'll get married and do it right.
Oh, it's pathetic, isn't it? Well, anyway, we know she works at the Merlin department store. Mr. Merlin and his son have always been very charitable. I'll go right over there after lunch.
Sit down, Mr. Fry. Now, what can I do for you?
You are Mr. Merlin, sir?
Mr. Merlin the younger. Was it my father you wanted to see?
Oh, no. I'm sure you can take care of this.
Well?
Mr. Merlin, an employee of yours, a young woman in the toy department, left a baby at the Atkins home today.
Oh, I see.
And I discovered, on calling your personnel manager, that she was discharged as of tomorrow.
She was probably only hired for the holiday rush.
Exactly. But I believe the loss of her position is the reason she has abandoned her baby son. Mr. Merlin, give her back her job.
Well, this is really very unfortunate. What's her name?
Parrish, Polly Parrish. Mr. Merlin, if you had seen this mother denying the parenthood of her own child, it would have touched your heart.
Excuse me. Hello, Miss Wilson. Call the toy department and have a girl named...
Parrish.
Parrish sent up here at once.
Oh, it was pitiful, Mr. Merlin, to see the child crying as soon as it left her arms and stopping its crying as it returned to the bosom where it rightfully belonged.
Yes, pitiful.
And as you may know, it's the home's policy not merely to care for unwanted babies, but to make possible, if possible, the return of the baby to its mother.
I think we can arrange that, Mr. Fry. As a matter of fact, I'm almost sure of it. When the girl understands...
Good afternoon, madam. Can I interest you in a mechanical duck? You see, it winds up with a key and it...
No, Henry's much too old for that. Hiya, Polly. How's the girl? Hitting on all six?
Hello.
Hey, no kidding now, Polly. What are you getting me for Christmas, huh?
You wouldn't drink it.
Oh, what a day, Ma. She's crazy for me.
Go away. Will you get that hand truck moving and bring back some more ducks? We're running low.
Oh, now, take it easy. I've been pushing that truck overtime. Say, Polly, I saw you hoofing at the employees' ball, and you got it, babe.
Think so?
I'll prove it to you. We're going dancing tonight.
But I don't feel like it.
Is it worth $50?
You mean you're going to give me $50?
Well, not exactly. No, listen. There's a dance contest at the Blue Heaven. Now, the orchestra leader is one of the judges, and he's my best pal. The prize is $50, and we split it up the middle. Cheese it. Here comes a floor walker. What do you say?
You just made a deal.
I'll be around to pick you up after dinner. Miss Parrish? Miss Parrish.
Yes, Mr. Hargraves.
Miss Parrish, you are wanted in Mr. Merlin's office.
Mr. Merlin?
At once, please. I don't know why.
Mr. Merlin?
Oh, yes, come in. Come in.
Oh.
Won't you sit down, Mrs.
Miss Parrish.
Oh, Miss Parrish.
That's right.
Oh, well. Did you receive a card today saying that you were discharged as of the end of this week?
Yes, I did.
Well, it was a mistake. Will you excuse us? It won't happen again. The job is yours for as long as you care to have it.
Huh?
What do you say, Miss Parrish?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
And you're being raised $5 a week, starting as of last week. Is that satisfactory?
What do you say, Miss Parrish?
Oh, thank you.
You're quite welcome. But merely getting your job back and an increase is not your real Christmas present.
No?
No. Your Christmas present is probably the greatest gift a woman could possibly have. I almost envy you. Yes, I do envy you.
Really?
Oh, you fortunate girl to have an employer like Mr. Merlin.
Yes, but I don't...
When you go home tonight, you'll get your Christmas present. Tonight, Mr. Fry? Tonight. Fine. You may go back to your department now, Miss Parrish.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
And I want to wish you and yours a very, very Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you. And same to you.
Good day.
Good day. Good day.
A nice-looking girl like that.
Yes, it's a funny world. I can just see the look on that girl's face tonight.
Yes, so can I.
Wait a second. I told you 7 o'clock.
Merry Christmas, Miss Parrish.
Well, what do you want here?
I brought your baby.
What?
Here you are, my dear. Your Christmas present from John B. Merlin and Son.
Christmas present?
And what do you say, Miss Parrish?
Well, I'll tell you what I say. You take that baby right out of here in this minute.
What? Do you realize what you're saying?
I certainly do. That's not my baby, and you can just take it back to the foundling home where it belongs.
Do you understand that Mr. Merlin has given you your job back, that you can raise your child in security and comfort, and you are choosing instead to let it be raised as an orphan without a mother's love?
This is not my baby. I am not its mother.
Oh, for shame, acting like this. Take your baby and be happy. Good night, Miss Parrish.
Wait, this baby will be back at the foundling home before you get there.
I wouldn't try that if I were you, and there's no use leaving it elsewhere either, because it'll come back to us, and we have its footprints.
Oh, well, the nerve. You... Oh, I'm sorry, kid. Oh, well, gee, this is nothing personal. Gee, I'd love to have you around, but I couldn't do right by you. Well, come on now. Now, you don't want your teeth to grow in there crooked, do you? No. Come on, take your fingers out, please. Yeah. Oh, who is it?
Hi, Paul. This is Frank, the well-dressed man from the toy department.
Oh, my. Oh, 1 minute. Oh, just a minute. Now, look, kid, I'm going to hide you behind the sofa. Now, you just stay there and don't you make a sound, do you hear? All right. Just a minute.
Hiya, sugar.
Oh, hello.
Well, what a layout.
Look, Frank, I'm sorry. I won't be able to go with you tonight. I think I'm going to have a headache.
Oh, now, wait a second, baby. You can't do that to the chief. Stand up the old maestro? Why, everything's all set. My brother let me have his car. It's champing at the curb right this minute.
Yeah, well, I'm really awfully sorry, but something's come up.
Oh, now, you just listen to the old doctor, honey. Everything's fixed. The orchestra leader's a pal of mine. I just spoke to him on the phone, as a matter of fact, and... Hey, that's funny. I thought I heard a baby crying.
Oh, well, go on, Frank.
Well, so I talked to him, and it's in the bag.
So you talked to him, and what did he say?
Well, he says he's got it all fixed. Hey, listen. I do hear a baby crying.
Oh, that's next door. Yes, it keeps me awake sometimes till I think I'll go out of my mind.
Oh, that's tough.
Oh, yes.
You know, it sounds like it's right over here behind the... Holy mackerel! Look, it's a baby, a live baby.
Well, what of it?
Well, what did it do? Crawl through the wall?
Don't be silly.
Is it yours?
No, it's not mine.
Well, where did it come from?
I got it for Christmas.
Oh. Huh? This Christmas or last Christmas?
Now, listen, I don't know what you're thinking, but you're all wrong.
Oh, sure.
And if you'll wait until I get my hat and coat on, we'll go stepping.
Oh, well, now, look, if you've got a headache or if you think you might have one, well, just don't bother.
Don't worry, it's all cured, and I've got another little situation to cure when we're on our way. Come on, baby.
Hey, wait a minute. You're taking that along with us?
Certainly. I've got a little errand to do. We're just going to drop it off someplace. Come on.
Oh, listen, this is worse than a blind date. I didn't figure...
Pull up over there, Frank.
Hey, you certainly picked a nice place anyway.
Come to the door with me, will you, Frank?
Okay. Is this where the baby lives?
From now on, it does.
Pretty fancy, all right.
Ring the bell, will you?
Okay.
Goodbye, baby. You certainly are cute. Gee, isn't this a cute baby?
Yeah. Well, why don't they answer the door?
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. Is Mr. Merlin in? The son. I'd like to see him.
Merlin?
Hey,
Shut up.
Would you tell me in reference to what?
Well, it's a personal matter. He'll know what it's about when he sees me.
Well, madam, he's not in just now. Couldn't you write him a letter?
Well, I can't take care of this baby. After all, it's his responsibility, and he's got influence, and he got me into this fix. He can just get me out.
I'm very sorry, madam. Good evening.
Oh, no, you don't. Take this baby.
Look here, madam,
just put your hand under its back. That's right.
But wait a minute, madam. You can't do
I
this.
just did. Come on, let's get going, Frank.
Yeah, let's.
Well, here we are.
Yeah, back home and broke. I'm sorry we didn't win that prize, Polly.
Oh, forget it.
My friend double-crossed me.
Yeah. Well, thanks for bringing me home.
Oh, wait a minute. Say, Polly, how about giving a fellow a little drinky, huh?
Sorry, I haven't any liquor here.
Well, then, how about letting a fella in for a smoke?
I haven't any cigarettes either.
Well, I've got the cigarettes. I only need a match.
Now, Frank, it's pretty late, and I have to get up early.
All I want is a match. You could give a guy a match, can't you? One little match. That'd never hurt you. One little matchy. Come on.
Frank,
Come
get
on.
out of here.
Oh, stop.
Get
Stop.
out.
Get out.
Who said that?
I did. Go on. Get out of here.
Mr. Merlin.
Did you hear me?
Yes, sir. Sure. I just... good night, Mr. Merlin.
Well, Mr. Merlin, how did you get into my apartment?
The landlady was kind enough to let us in out of the cold. I've been here 3 hours.
Us?
Yes, us. You'll find your child right there on the chair.
But I tell you that...
Miss Parrish, I followed you tonight, and I came back here to ask you just one question. What possibly could be going on in that peculiar brain of yours that lets you jump around a dance floor like an idiot 10 minutes after you've left your child in a strange home with strange people who, for all you know, could strangle it?
Are you through?
No. I've seen some low things in my time, but a mother who's just abandoned her child going out to enter a dance contest. That will stand alone in my memory as something revolting.
I thought that was pretty revolting myself.
Are you interested in knowing what I'm going to do?
Would it interest you to know that I am not the mother of that child?
That, to me, is the lowest thing of all. To deny your own child when it cries as it leaves your arms. Those people have experience. They know a real mother when they see one. I'm going to fire you. In fact, you are fired. But that's nothing.
I am not the mother of that child.
Fine. You're not the mother. As you go from place to place looking for employment, you will discover that no department store in the entire Merchants of America Association will hire you. I'll see to that. But that's nothing. Any employer will ask you for a character reference. In my wildest imagination, I cannot conceive of anyone with a character less deserving of a reference than you. I'll explain your character.
Why? That's persecution.
Yes, I'll say it is. What? And eventually, you'll come and you'll plead for your job back. And then you'll realize what a privilege it is to have security and a chance to raise your child yourself.
What?
You danced, yes. Well, now you pay the fiddler fella. You have an obligation to that child. You fulfill it. Well, you made up your mind to ask for your job back? Or are you going to starve a while first?
Well, I'll take my job back.
Now, that's better. I'm only doing this for your own good, Miss Parrish. As the years go by, you'll realize what a terrible thing I've saved you from doing.
But I'm really not as bad as you think.
Well, then why did you do it?
Well, I had to. There was no one I could turn to.
Oh, I see. Well, but isn't there some legal way to make the father support the baby?
I don't want anything to do with him.
Oh, I see.
He used to beat me.
No.
Yeah. See that scar on my head?
Where?
The coffee pot. He threw it at me.
Oh. You poor kid.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be going now. You'd better get some sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And don't worry about anything, Miss Parrish. This store is behind you.
Thank you, Mr. Merlin.
Well, that's all right. Good night.
Good night. Well, baby, what do we do now? Have you got any suggestions? Gurgle, huh? That's fine. Well, I'll think about that. In the meantime, well, thanks for the job, anyway.
Mr. DeMille brings us Ginger Rogers, Frederic March, and Frank Albertson in Act 2 of Bachelor Mother in just a moment. Suppose someone asked you to illustrate speed. How would you do it? One way is with music. A fast, lively tune like this on the xylophone. That expresses musically the marvelous speed of new Quick Lux. It's really amazing how fast it is. An added ingredient speeds up the action of Lux Flakes, so you get suds in a second. Try it yourself and see. Just pour out the delicate tissue-thin flakes and turn on the water. Then watch the suds bubble up. Those suds come so fast, it's amazing. In water as cool as your hand, new Quick Lux dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. New Quick Lux is not only wonderfully fast, it's thrifty. Ounce for ounce, it gives you more suds than any of the other soaps tested. That's true even in hard water. There are no builders or fillers in new Quick Lux. It's rich, pure soap. Have you tried it yet? Well, your grocer has new Quick Lux now in the same familiar box at no extra cost to you. Women who've used it are so enthusiastic, they keep saying,
I didn't think Lux Flakes could be improved. They've always been so wonderful. But now, they're even better than ever.
Don't delay another day. Buy new Quick Lux tomorrow for all your washables and your dishes. Get the generous big box. Now our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Bachelor Mother, starring Ginger Rogers as Polly Parrish and Frederic March as David Merlin, with Frank Albertson as Frank Miller. 2 days have passed, and with them, of course, 2 nights. Silent, restful nights, interrupted only by the constant screeching of Polly's adopted baby. Back at her job in the toy department, Polly is still winding up ducks. But her heart isn't really in her work. Her eyes are half closed from lack of sleep, and she moves slowly as in a dream.
Well. Good morning, Polly, my girl.
Good morning. Don't talk too loud. You'll wake me up.
Why, what's the matter? Haven't you been sleeping?
Not for 2 nights. How long can a person go without sleep, Frank?
Oh, Polly, listen. You can trust me. I'm the kind of a guy, see nothing, say nothing. How about putting in a good word for me with, upstairs?
What's the matter with you?
Well, the assistant floor walker job is open right in this department, with that little carnation and everything. Now, one word from you, and I stop pushing this silly wagon around. What do you say?
Miller, get that truck out of the aisle.
Yes, sir, right away.
Don't let me catch you talking again, Miller. Converse in your own time, not on the stores.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, Mr. Hargrave.
And Miss Parrish, keep those ducks in motion, please.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Hargraves.
Oh, good morning, good morning. Quite an honor having you visit our department, sir.
Oh, not at all, thank you.
Any special reason, sir?
Oh, no. Yes, matter of fact, the new assistant floor walker. I wrote you a memo about it. It's to be a man by the name of, I can't think of it right now, but he's entitled to promotion by seniority.
Frank Miller, sir?
Yes, that's it. Unless you have some personal objection.
Oh, no, sir, no. I'll tell him now, sir. He'll be very happy, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine. I can hear you all right, but I can't see you so good. I haven't been sleeping for 2 nights.
Why not?
The baby's been crying.
Is it sick?
No, it's just being a baby.
Well, why don't you have it sleep on its stomach? I read that someplace. That's how they sleep.
Do you know how to get a baby to sleep on its stomach? You turn it on its stomach, and then you go to bed. Then the baby turns over and starts to cry, and then you get up and turn the baby over, and then you go to bed again, and then the baby turns over and starts to cry again, and then you get up and turn it on its stomach, and pretty soon it's 9 o'clock and you're winding ducks.
Well, but don't any mothers sleep?
I'm beginning to think they don't.
Well, you'll get on to it. It's a natural instinct.
So sleep.
Well, then how are you managing? Who takes care of the baby while you work?
My landlady. She knows all about babies, thank heaven.
Oh, well, there can't be much to it. After all, everybody here was a baby, and they all got through it.
I'll think about that.
That's a pose that all mothers put on, that it's so difficult raising a child. I saw through that when I was 6 years old.
I'll think about that, too.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning. Come on now, baby. Come on and eat your dinner. Yeah. See the pretty duck? Now you watch the duck and you eat your dinner, and before you... Come in.
Hello.
Oh, well, hello.
I was walking through the book department, and I saw this book, How to Bring Up Your Baby Scientifically, by Dr. Ernest Eggleman. Greatest thing I ever read. Everything you have to know is right in here.
You mean a doctor would know more about a baby than its own mother, with her natural instincts?
Well, this is scientific and includes the instincts, too.
All right, come on, baby. Just eat your dinner.
Hey,
Go right ahead.
No, wait a minute. How do you know you're doing that right?
Doing what right?
Feeding it.
Oh, there's nothing scientific in this. The baby opens his mouth, and I put the food in it, and he swallows it. From then on, he's on his own.
Ah, well, that's what you think. We'll just have a look at the feeding. Feeding with an F here. There. Here we are. Now, listen. After the food is prepared, the mother will, A, get a spoon.
Wonderful. How he ever thought of that.
Don't be so smart. Just do as it says.
Spoon. I've got it.
And warm it to room temperature. Warm it?
I did.
How?
I put it under the warm water.
Well, that may not be right. I think it has to be sterilized. Well, anyway. B, take a spoonful of food and, just a second. Place on a piece of gauze. You a piece of gauze?
What for?
Will you please do as the book says?
All right, but I still think it's
No, please. It's just possible, you know, that a doctor with 20 years of experience knows what he's talking about.
All right, go ahead. Next.
And gently rub into the navel.
What's that? What?
And gently rub into the navel.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Well, no, it isn't. No, that's probably to adjust the temperature of the baby's stomach to the food. But I think it's very logical.
Oh, I never heard of such a thing. Here, let me see that.
Well, I read very well, you know. I've done it for years.
Yes, I read little, too. Let me see.
Begins
Okay.
right here, at the bottom of this page.
Oh, yeah. Take a spoonful of food and place on a piece of gauze and gently rub into the navel.
You read very well.
Well, I don't believe it. I don't care what it says.
Now, don't make out that you know more than a doctor and a printed book on the subject.
I know I'm not rubbing any oatmeal into this baby's navel. Who is this Dr. Eaglefoot, anyway? This book is ridiculous. Oh, look.
What's the matter?
The pages were stuck together.
Well, what do you think of that?
Just listen. To relieve gas on child's stomach, take a spoonful of warm oil and place on a piece of gauze and gently rub into the navel.
Oh, isn't that funny?
It certainly is. If the page had said hang baby by neck, you'd thought it very scientific. I'll feed the baby my own way. Come on, baby, now eat your dinner.
You know, somebody could sue the store for a thing like that.
It's a good baby. You might wind the duck, Mr. Whirler, if you've got nothing better to do.
Well, you know, just because those pages stuck together is no reason to condemn that book entirely.
Well, that's fine. Now you've broke it.
Well, it's a defective duck.
Could it be that you wound it too hard?
I just wound it normally. This is inferior merchandise. Where'd you buy this duck?
John B. Merlin and Son.
Oh. Well, that's all right. It's still inferior. Out of 10,000 ducks, one or two can be less than perfect. That's what we have an exchange department for. Just have it exchanged tomorrow.
Ha ha.
What's the ha-ha for?
Nothing. Just ha ha.
What's the matter with our exchange department?
I only work for you.
We never resent criticism. We appreciate it.
You won't get angry.
Certainly not. What's the matter with our exchange department?
They won't exchange anything.
Oh, they won't, eh? They only exchanged $60,000 worth of goods last year. You don't have to overdo that flip attitude about the store. It isn't very cute. Just have that exchange tomorrow.
No, I'll just throw it away and buy a new one.
Well, I'll exchange it for you. Give it to me.
Oh, sure, you could probably get exchanged for a grand piano.
I'll show you I can have it exchanged without anybody recognizing me. I'll wear dark glasses. I'll disguise myself. And I'll have a new duck for you by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. What do you think of that?
Ha ha.
Come on, girls. No leaning against the counters. Here, pick up that paper. Straighten those boxes.
Okay, take it easy, Frank.
Mr. Miller to you. I'm the assistant floor walker now.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
Well, that's better. There's going to be a few changes around here. Come on. No gossiping there. Break it up.
Oh, Miss Parrish.
Hello.
How do I look?
I'd never recognized you.
Oh, they won't know me. Would you mind escorting me to the exchange department?
Right over here. Just speak to the gentleman behind the counter. He'll take care of you.
I'll have this duck exchanged in exactly 1 minute, and courteously.
Here we are. Go ahead.
I have a duck here. I'd like to,
Just a minute, please.
Oh, of course.
Well, what do you want, please?
Well, I have a duck here I'd like to have exchanged.
Certainly, sir. What's your complaint?
It's broken.
Oh, I can see that. How did it happen to break?
What difference does it make?
I have to know where to place the responsibility.
Oh, well, just place the responsibility on the duck and give me a new one.
May I see the sales slip?
Oh, just a minute. Have you got the sales slip?
I threw it away.
You should have kept it.
I threw it away. You should have kept it.
How did I know the duck was going to break?
Well, how did I know the duck was going to break?
It's clearly printed on the slip that it's to be kept for 30 days.
You can't expect me to keep a sales slip for everything I buy.
You can't expect me to keep a slip for everything I buy.
My house would be full of them.
My house would be full of them.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't make the rules for the store. They're made by the executive office.
I don't care anything about the executive office. I want another duck.
Well, you're not going to get it by shouting.
That's what you think. I'm exchanging it for a new duck, and you straighten it out any way you like. Give me that duck. I'll show him.
Hey, you. Where you going with that duck?
Get out of my way.
Oh, a shoplifter, huh? Hey, come
Frank,
here.
stop.
Let go of me.
Oh, I got you red-handed.
Did you hear what I...
Hey, Mac, shoplifter, come on.
Will you let me...
Where is he? Okay, I got him.
Trying to get away with a duck.
Let me go. I'm David Merlin.
Mr. Merlin? Oh, excuse me, Mr. Merlin.
Merlin, oh.
Come here, you.
I didn't know it was you, Mr. Merlin. I thought it was a customer.
A customer, eh? You're lucky it was me. A customer at Sue the store. How long have you had this job?
Well, you know, since yesterday.
What did you do before that?
I was a stock clerk.
Well, I've got a little secret to tell you. You're still a stock clerk. Get a new assistant, Hargraves.
Oh, Mr. Miller, you've disgraced the toy department.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're broadcasting from the heart of Times Square, surrounded by thousands of persons waiting to usher in the new year just 3 short hours away. Listen to that crowd.
Who is it?
Man from John B. Merlin and Son.
Oh, well, it's you.
Here you are, madam. Your duck. I exchanged it. No trouble at all.
Oh, well, come in. I certainly didn't expect to see you tonight.
Well, I didn't expect to come here. I was taking my shower, and it suddenly occurred to me you must be having kind of a shabby New Year's. You get dressed. We're going to a swell party.
Stood up, huh?
Huh? Huh?
You were stood up.
Well, I just told her I'd call back, and then I forgot to do it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, I'd like to go, but I just can't leave the baby alone.
Oh, the baby. You don't have to devote your whole life to the baby.
That's what you told me to do.
Well, it's New Year's Eve. Get somebody to take care of it. Get the landlady to take care of it.
Oh, wait, there's something else.
What?
Well, me in a sweater and skirt, and you with a... We'd make half of a very lovely couple.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. I'll take care of the clothes.
Yes, how?
Stop at the store. Everything you need. Dress, shoes, ermine wrap. You'll be beautiful.
Oh, but look, these people, your friends. I don't know how to talk to those people.
Well, I'll tell you. You just say no to the men, and the girls won't talk to you anyway. Come on.
This is where I live.
Yes, I know.
Well, it's been a grand night. See, I've had a wonderful time.
So have I. I can't ever remember a better one.
Thank you, sir. Well, good night.
Good night. Oh, say.
Yes?
I was just thinking, don't people usually, on New Year's, don't people usually exchange greetings? You know.
Yes, usually.
That's what I thought. I mean, there were a lot of them back at that party. Remember, they were kissing each other. Sort of kind of silly, isn't it?
Is it?
No. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Well?
Good night. Oh, you'd better take this coat back. I don't want to keep it over Sunday.
Well, nothing can happen to it. You wear it and bring it into the store when you come in.
All right. Thanks.
Say, look, it's just 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock?
Mm-hmm. In Chicago. See, they exchange greetings there, too, you know. Happy New Year in Chicago, Polly.
The same to you.
You, wouldn't want to stay up and welcome in the New Year in Los Angeles.
Oh, well, it's pretty late. Good night.
You know what we ought to do tomorrow? Why don't we take a long drive in the country?
Oh, that would be wonderful. Oh, but don't you think it'd be a little too cold for the baby?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the baby.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, if you want to see us, we'll be in the park all day tomorrow.
Well, I don't know if I can make it, but I'll try.
Well, thanks again for a very wonderful evening. Good night.
Hello, Miss Parrish.
Oh, Mrs. Wise, thank you so much for minding the baby.
Oh, it's nothing. Look so cute he is.
Why, he's awake. You waited up for me, didn't you, baby? You wanted to see if I'd come home early, didn't you?
He's such a good baby. He didn't cry even once. My Jerome, he's just now 31, used to cry all the time.
Well, thank you again, Mrs. Weiss. I didn't think I'd be out this late, though. And
it's nothing. What else have I got to do? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Oh, is that so? Listen, baby. I think he likes me. Or maybe it's just that I'm hoping. But, baby, I don't think he likes you. Well, now, don't frown. Nobody's going to come between us. No, sir. No, because you're my fella. Good night, darling. And Happy New Year.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille will return with Ginger Rogers, Frederic March, and Frank Albertson for Act 3 of Bachelor Mother. Men are interested in science, women in beauty. I want to tell you about a most remarkable scientific test made recently in New York, which has a lot to do with beauty, with the loveliness of a woman's hands. Now, every woman knows that coarse, harsh hands, the kind we call housework hands, are unpleasant to look at. And while everyone admires the woman who does her own housework, nobody admires rough, red hands. That is why clever women who cook and wash dishes don't let their hands shout, grudge. They've discovered by actual experience that gentle, new, quick Lux for dishes leaves hands lovely. Now comes scientific proof of the wonderful mildness and gentleness of new, quick Lux, a series of tests conducted by scientists in a laboratory. To this laboratory came hundreds of women, and each made a one-hand test. She put one hand in Lux suds and the other hand in suds from another soap. She dipped her hands in and out of the suds for 20 minutes, 3 times a day. In some cases, for as many as 27 days. Now, mind you, these women didn't know what soaps were being tested, and they didn't use any creams or lotions on their hands during the test. Conditions were similar to home dishwashing, and they were equal for each of 5 leading soaps, including Lux, used in the test. Well, sir, when this exhaustive test was over, there was no doubt about the result. It clearly demonstrated that Lux was kindest to those hands. In case after case, the Lux hand looked smooth, soft, and lovely, while the other hand looked rough, red, and unattractive. Now think of it. The same woman, one hand embarrassingly rough, the other charming as ever, thanks to gentle Lux. Now this convincing test, the most dramatic test ever made of dishwashing soaps, merely confirms scientifically what so many women know, that with gentle, new, quick Lux, free from harmful alkali, you can wash dishes, do other soap and water jobs you must do every day without having rough, red hands. So why not do this tomorrow? Get a big box of new, quick Lux Flakes at your grocer's and use it for your dishwashing. Prove for yourself how lovely and soft and feminine it leaves your hands. It's so gentle. And it's speedy, too, and truly thrifty. Yet it costs you no more. We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We continue with the third act of Bachelor Mother. The meetings in the park have become a Sunday ritual with Polly and David, and, of course, the foundling child. But now a new character enters our story. the personification of dignity and breeding, a frock-coated, silk-hatted gentleman, known to the Merlin employees as Old J.B., and to David Merlin as Dad. On a certain Sunday morning, Frank Miller, brooding over the loss of his job, has slipped a note into Old J.B.'s car. On his way home from church, J.B. reads it.
Dear Mr. J.B. Merlin, this is to let you know that you are a grandfather. If you don't believe me, just ask your son and a certain girl whose name I won't mention because I am not a rat. They go to the park every Sunday and wheel the baby. How do you like that, you stuffed shirt, a friend? Good Lord, a grandfather. Jones.
Yes, Mr. Merlin?
We're not going home yet. Drive through the park.
No, you mustn't try to sit up, baby. There, that's a good boy. Look at him. Isn't he darling?
Mm-hmm. You know, you've come a long way from the girl who wouldn't even admit it was her own child. You think it's quite a baby now, don't you?
Well, you get used to it. You get used to anything if it's around long enough. But this is an unusual baby. Really it is.
Oh, I don't know.
I guess it's heredity.
Oh, yes?
Why, what's the matter with me?
Oh, nothing. What about the other 50%?
Oh, him. Well, if there's anything in heredity, the baby ought to be able to play a wonderful piano.
That's quite a quality, yes. He might also get to be the world's best coffee pot thrower.
Now, that was unnecessary. After all, you don't know the circumstances. Maybe I was to blame.
Never mind. Let's not discuss it. It's none of my business, and I haven't any interest in it anyway.
Good morning, David.
But, Dad, what are you doing here?
Just strolling around, my boy. Just strolling around.
Polly, this is my father. This is Miss Parrish.
How do you do?
How do you do? And who is this?
Oh, this is Miss Parrish's little boy.
A boy. Would you mind, Miss Parrish, if I was very careful, would you let me hold him just for a moment?
Of course.
Thank you. Come to your Come to me, little fellow. There. Oh, he's wonderful, isn't he? I'd know that chin anywhere.
Why?
What's his name, Miss Parrish?
Oh, John.
John. Well, thanks for that anyway.
Is there something I can do for you?
No, you've done it, my girl. Here, go to your mother, John.
Well, thank you.
I wouldn't keep the baby out much longer. I think it's getting chilly.
Dad, you're acting very strangely. What's the matter?
I'll discuss this with you at home. Goodbye, miss.
Goodbye.
I'll expect you home in an hour, David.
What's the matter with him? I don't... Oh, holy mackerel. He thinks that he... I'll see you later, Polly.
Dad, wait! Now listen, Dad. I want to tell you...
Quiet! I'll do the talking. 20 years I've been waiting. What do you think for? Why was I living? What was I looking forward to? So this is the modern generation. So this is the 20th century.
Dad, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, don't you? Well, marriage was good enough for your father and mother, bless her. And it's good enough for you.
What?
Young man, you're going to marry that girl. You're going to bring my grandson into this house.
Well, now, I've got something to tell you.
Now, don't you start with me. You know my temper. Remember what I did to Governor Meade?
Listen, you haven't any grandson.
Don't deny it. The least you can do is not deny it. I saw him with my own eyes. I saw you with a girl. I saw you wheeling the baby.
That's not my baby.
The least you can do is not deny it. I have other information. A letter from a friend. And if I didn't have it, if I never saw you wheeling him, if I saw that baby on a desert island by himself, I'd know it was my grandson. Why, he looks exactly like me.
Dad, for heaven's sake, you're jumping to conclusions.
I figured out what to do. My mind's made up. Nobody is playing around with my grandchild. I'm taking it, and I'll get it if I have to go to the Supreme Court. I'll take it now, and you try to get it back.
Will you listen, Dad, before your blood pressure goes through the ceiling?
Never you mind my blood pressure. You don't know me in a fight.
You're the stubbornest person I ever saw in my whole life. I'll prove to you it's not my child.
Oh, you're crazy. That's what's the matter with you. You're unbalanced. You've worked too hard, and your mind's cracked under it. What you need is a vacation. Take a vacation in Florida.
have to see him try it. He can't take that baby away from me.
You don't know him, Polly. He's sending for lawyers and investigators.
Well, he can't do it. The baby belongs to me. Well, we've got to stop him.
All right. But if you could dig up the piano player, it'd be a big help.
Well, I can't do that.
Well, you'll have to. I mean, when half a dozen lawyers walk in here questioning your fitness to raise a baby...
Look, take me to your father. Let me talk to him. I'll convince him.
He won't believe you either. He's gone off his head. He even wanted me to marry you.
Oh.
He wanted to set me up with a ready-made family so he'd have a grandson. I tell you, it's serious.
Yes. I would be serious marrying me.
No, I didn't mean that. I just...
Would you please go?
Well, I didn't realize how that sounded.
It doesn't matter. All that matters is that you tell your father to leave Johnny and me alone.
Well, I'll do what I can, Polly.
Will you please go now?
I'm sorry, Polly.
Get out!
Well, hello, Miss Parrish.
Hello, Mrs. Weiss.
Come in. You know my son, Jerome.
Oh, sure. Hello.
Hello. Mrs. Weiss, would you help me pack? I'm going away.
Away? Where?
Well, I don't know, someplace. They're trying to take the baby away from me.
Who is?
That there fella just went out?
No, his father.
He's the papa of the baby.
No, but his father thinks he is.
Well, that's ridiculous. Now, I don't pretend to be an attorney, but I know your rights, and I say he can't do it.
Well, he'll send people to ask questions, and that's just as bad.
Polly, darling, why don't you get the real papa to go to his father, huh?
I can't. I wish I could.
Sure, that would be the solution.
Wait, I'm thinking. Jerome, if you could be the papa just for a little while...
Huh? What?
That's it.
Mama!
Jerome, this is your chance to do a good deed.
But, Mama!
Your name's Miller, isn't it, Frank Miller?
Oh, yes, sir. That's me, Mr. Merlin.
Let me in. I had a hard job finding you.
Oh, Mr. Merlin, if you came about that note, I didn't mean to make any trouble.
What note?
Nothing.
Listen, Miller. Do you know who the father of that baby is?
Huh?
Who is the father?
Well, I don't know anything, Mr. Merlin. Nothing at all.
You don't? You sure?
No, sir. I don't know.
Well, all right. Look, would you like to be an assistant floor walker again?
Would I?
Then I can fix it for you. Miller, this is your chance to do a good deed.
Beg pardon, Mr. Merlin.
Well, what is it?
There are two people to see you, sir. A Mr. and Mrs. Jerome Weiss.
Weiss? Never heard of them. Tell them to write a letter.
It's about a baby, sir.
A baby? Well, send them in.
Yes, sir. This way, please.
Thank you.
Thanks. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Mr. and Mrs. Weiss, eh? I thought you were Miss Parrish.
Well, that's the name I use in the store. Jerome and I have been married for 2 years.
Yeah, that's right. 2 years.
Your son just called, and, well, there seems to be a misunderstanding about our baby.
Your baby, Mr. Weiss? Uh-huh. Hey,
So,
yeah.
So there's no need you're sending anybody to investigate the baby. It's only a waste of time.
His baby. It's as though there'd been a death in the family. I can't believe it.
All right, Miller. Right in here.
Sure.
David, what is this?
Well, Dad, maybe this will convince you. This man I brought with me is Frank Miller, the father of that baby.
Oh.
Really?
Oh, that's right, Mr. Merlin. I'm the father. You see, my wife's a very nervous woman, and your son just came over to our flat and said you had the wrong impression about my son. Well, my son is my son and nobody else's. Why, I never heard of such a thing. And I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't send any investigators around to make trouble for us.
Just a moment. David, do you know who this other man is?
No, who?
This is the father she brought around, Mr. Jerome Weiss.
So you finally showed up, did you?
Well, I couldn't come any sooner.
Oh, that was pretty cute, running out on her like that. Come here. You know what this is?
Yes, sir. It's a silver service. I mean, it's a coffee pot.
Yeah, you ought to recognize it. You give your wife scars on the head, eh? Well, here's one for you. Oh! How do you like that, piano player?
You keep your hands off of him. Don't you
it's
touch
all right.
him.
You go ahead and stick up for him.
Stop. You might as well cut all this out. It doesn't convince me. And I'm not through with you, Mr. Miller. I'm going to prosecute you for something.
Mr. Merlin, your son made me do this. I'll tell you the truth, and I know what I'm talking about. Your son is the father.
Dad, this is the truth. Now listen, that man Weiss is the father.
I'm not the father. I don't care who the father is. I'm the grandfather.
Now wait. I'll straighten this whole thing out. Now listen, Polly. Polly, where is she? She's gone.
Gone. She'll take the baby. Catch her. Stop that girl.
Oh, Lord.
Sorry I gummed you up, Mr. Merlin, but a guy's got to think quick.
He does, eh?
Sure, got to use the old bean.
Well, you use it now.
Ooh!
Open this door. Open it, I say.
I'll never open it. Get away.
All right, and I'll break it down.
Get out of here. Go away. Let me alone.
Now,
You're not going to get this baby.
Polly, listen. I'm not trying to take your baby from you. Since you threw me out this afternoon, you don't know what I've been going through. I thought I was only doing all this because I wanted to help you. But then I realized it's because I'm in love with you.
You sound as if you mean it. But I'll tell you one thing. I'm not going to give up this baby.
Where is he? Where's my son? Ha! I knew I'd find you here.
Dad, I want to confess something. I am the father of that child.
Those are the first true words that have passed your lips in 48 hours. Where's the baby? Come on, Johnny. We're going home. Yes. Going bye-bye. Yes, sir. You and Grandpa.
David, did you mean what you said before?
Yes.
And you're willing to spend your life with a ready-made family?
If the family is you and Johnny. And I've got a surprise for you, Polly. We're getting married. Tonight.
Oh. You still think I'm the mother of that baby?
Oh, certainly.
Ha ha.
In just a moment, our stars return for their curtain calls. But first, a word to women who want their hands to stay lovely looking in spite of dishwashing. Remember the one-hand tests? They've proved how kind these gentle flakes are to your hands.
Yes, and it's just as gentle to your nice things, too.
Oh, that reminds me, Sally. Will you read what Mrs. Mayton Britton of New York wrote?
I'd be glad to. She says, New Quick Lux leaves my sweaters as soft as a kitten. They look perfectly lovely. I've been using Lux Flakes for years for my sweaters, silks, and other nice things. I didn't dream it could be improved, but somehow you've done it. New Quick Lux is amazing. It's so fast. It's thrifty, too. And it has the same marvelous gentleness Lux has always had.
Now, there are 3 good reasons for using New Quick Lux. Count them on your fingers.
So fast? Why, you get suds in a second.
A little goes so far, it's thrifty to use.
And New Quick Lux is so very, very safe for everything safe in water alone.
Yet you don't pay a single cent more for this wonderful New Quick Lux. Your grocer has it now in the same familiar box. Buy a big box tomorrow for your stockings, underthings, blouses, dresses, and sweaters, for your very nice things and for your everyday things, too, to keep them new-looking longer. And now, Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars to the microphone.
Having brought Bachelor Mother to the happiest of happy endings, Ginger Rogers and Frederic March are all smiles as they report for their curtain call.
Ginger, I hope you don't always get into trouble when you try to help somebody as you did in the play.
Well, once in New York, an old lady dropped her handbag in the subway, and I tried to pick it up for her, and she threatened to have me arrested.
Really? Oh, I don't think you look like a pickpocket.
Why, Freddie, that's the nicest compliment I've had this afternoon. No, seriously, though, there's nothing like a good turn to brighten up the day.
Well, like most good ideas, I believe that's in Shakespeare. How far that little candle throws his beams, so shines a good deed in a naughty world.
Is he quoting it right, Freddie?
Don't look at me. Mr. DeMille's a former Shakespearean actor.
Oh, well, in that case, we'll give him an A on tonight's lesson.
I'll give you both plus A on tonight's performance.
Well, we certainly are grateful to you, Freddie, for stepping in and saving the show at the last minute. And I know you and Mr. DeMille join me in wishing the very speediest of recovery to Mr. Joe McCrae. And now I think it's time for Mr. DeMille to give us a report on what he's planned for next week.
We've planned a play for next Monday night, Ginger. It'll keep us busy all week. We're especially proud of both play and stars. The play is Intermezzo, and our stars will be Herbert Marshall, Ingrid Bergman, and Gail Patrick. Intermezzo is the unusual love story of a genius. On the screen, it introduced Ingrid Bergman to American picture audiences. And next Monday night, we introduce her to American radio audiences when she joins Herbert Marshall and Gail Patrick in Intermezzo.
Well, even for the world's biggest theater, CB, that's a big event. Good night.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night. You know, there's a lot more applause for you, too, that you can't hear. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Herbert Marshall, Ingrid Bergman, Gail Patrick in Intermezzo. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as J.B. Merlin, Dee Benaderet as Mrs. Weiss, Emery Parnell as investigator, Edward Marr as Jerome, Martha Wentworth as matron, Ralph Sedan as Hargraves, Thomas Mills as butler, Kenneth Lawton as clerk, Walter White as detective, and Celeste Rush, Audrey Reynolds, and Frank Martin. Ginger Rogers' forthcoming picture is RKO Gregory LaCava production, Primrose Path. Frank Albertson is now working in the MGM picture, Hooray, I'm Alive. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. We're happy to announce that the radio editors of the United States and Canada have just voted the Lux Radio Theater their favorite dramatic program in the poll conducted by Radio Daily, as well as the recent poll conducted by the New York World Telegram. May we remind you that the March of Dimes has begun. You can help to stamp out infantile paralysis by joining the march. Get a birthday card from the President's Birthday Committee in care of your radio station. And if you can't, mail the President your dimes anyway to help fight this terrible disease. Your dimes and those of your neighbors will help crippled children to walk again. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux toilet soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Fred MacMurray and Ava Gardner in Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Travel in the Far East introduces one to many fascinating places. None more glamorous or exotic than Singapore. I remember thinking, as I glimpsed its teeming wharves and tortuous alleys and sensed its age and oriental secrecy, what an ideal background it would be for a mystery. Tonight, I seem to be rewarded, as indeed you are as well, with the first screenplay to use present-day Singapore as its locale. And our stars are straight from the cast of the Universal International Picture Singapore, Fred MacMurray and Ava Gardner. No one who has ever visited the Far East, as Mrs. Keighley and I did, could possibly forget the internationally famous Raffles Hotel, a crossroads of the world. And if my memory serves me right, Lux soap was among the welcome modern touches there, as it is right here in Hollywood. In fact, my good friend Hernando Cortright, president of the Beverly Hills Hotel, host to so many famous screen stars and celebrities, assures me that Lux soap is part of every room's hospitable appointments, a friendly, thoughtful way of saying welcome to a guest. From Hollywood to Singapore, we bring you now our first act, starring Fred MacMurray as Matt Gordon and Ava Gardner as Linda Graham. Our theater lights are dimmed as the curtain rises. At the airport in Singapore, there's a modest group of officers of the British government. Among them, an office labeled Customs Division.
Welcome back to Singapore, Mr. Gordon.
Hello, Inspector.
Won't you sit down?
Well, all this attention, I'm overcome.
So am I. I thought these old eyes were failing me when I saw your name on the passenger list.
You know, Mr. Hewitt, I hoped you would have forgotten I ever existed.
But how could I? How is the pearl business these days?
Pearl business? You still don't believe me, do you? I've told you a dozen times my schooner carried nothing but copra.
Why'd you come back, Gordon? Leave something behind?
No, I just wanted to see what Singapore looked like again. Find out what the war did to it. I always loved Singapore.
I have a little report on you here.
Oh? Routine, I trust.
More or less. Matthew Gordon, Lieutenant, United States Naval Reserve. Commanded motor torpedo boat, Solomon Islands, New Guinea. Silver Star, Battle of Surigao Straits. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You must have been very useful. You know those waters like a native. Oh, your passport?
Ah. Here you are.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, where did you find those oyster beds? Off Labuan, wasn't it?
Copra, Mr. Hewitt. The dried kernel of the coconut. Copra.
Going to buy another schooner?
No.
Well, in case you change your mind, here.
Summary of Regulations, Malay States, Section 211.
Let me quote just one paragraph. Any person or persons convicted of removing pearls at sea and taking such illegal pearls into or out of a British colony shall be subject to a minimum of 10 years imprisonment.
10 years, huh? Before the war, it was only 8. But I guess everything's gone up, huh?
I see a couple of other Americans were on your plane, Mr. and Mrs. Bellows.
Tourists.
Of course. Like yourself.
Of course. Well, Mr. Hewitt, if you should want me for anything, I'm staying at the same hotel I was before the war.
Thank you. I'll be in touch with you, Mr. Gordon.
Mr. Gordon. Oh, how good to see you again. I think of you many times, Mr. Gordon.
It's good to see you, Tatum. You had a rugged time, huh?
I was in a concentration camp. That's past.
Yeah. How are you fixed for accommodations, Tatum?
For you, there is always room at this hotel.
Uh-huh. Any chance of getting that suite I used to have?
202, wasn't it?
Yes, quite a memory.
I'm terribly sorry. 202 has been already reserved for a Mr. and Mrs. Bellows. I could put you right next to them, though. Suite 200.
Right next door, huh? That'll be fine, Tatum. Oh, will you have my bag sent up? I think I'll drop in the cafe.
Yes, Mr. Gordon.
I can give you a table at the window, sir.
No, this one will do. Bring me a gin sling, will you, please?
Yes, sir.
It's been 5 long years since I've been here, but nothing really has changed. Things I'd hoped I'd forgotten, I can't forget. It almost seems that I returned to Singapore just to see this bar again, this table again. It had been our table, Linda's and mine. Linda Graham. We'd known each other only a short time. And then the war came along, and there I was at the dock saying goodbye to her.
But why must I go, Matt? Why can't I stay here with you?
Darling, we've been through all that. There's a war on. This is the last ship out of Singapore.
But we may never see each other again.
Missy Graham!
Oh, there's Ming Ling. She made it.
Oh, you did get through.
Nobody keep me from saying goodbye to Missy.
Oh, I wish I could take you with me.
Missy is so kind.
Maybe I'll come back after the war, Ming Ling. If I do, I'll find you. Here, take this.
Missy's bracelet?
Yes, my bracelet. I want you to have it.
Thank you. Goodbye, Missy.
I won't go, Matt. I won't.
You've got to go, Linda. Just don't forget me.
Whatever happens to either of us, I'll find you, Matt.
Nothing's going to happen, darling. Now, go up that gangplank.
Goodbye, darling.
I stood there watching Linda disappear in the crowded deck. I'd never felt so alone in my life. And then suddenly she was running down the gangplank and into my arms. I couldn't let her go again. I held her there as the hawsers slipped from the pilings, and the ship that would have taken her to safety slowly headed towards sea. 20 minutes later, we were here at this table, Linda and I. I asked the waiter for a telephone. Hello? Give me the desk, please. Oh, Kadam? This is Matt Gordon. Kadam, I'd like a room for a lady. Huh? Well, only for a day or so, and then we'll both be in suite 202. No, it's all right, Kadam. Don't worry. We're going to get married. Oh, thank you, Kadam. He says he hopes we'll be happy. He should know how happy.
Is that the way you propose?
Yeah.
I accept. Oh, darling, I love you so much.
Linda, you know what you're doing. You're sure.
Well, there's only one thing I regret. You see, someone's on that ship out there that I miss terribly.
Who?
The steward who has my luggage. All my alluring clothes.
Well, tomorrow you can buy all the clothes you want.
And who are you? A rich man?
I'm a pirate. In my rooms upstairs, there's a buried treasure.
Buried? In the floor?
Oh, no, that'd be too easy. It's in the ceiling. And if nobody else finds it, we'll have a fortune. The next morning, Linda and I went to a mission. We'd be married then and there. The minister's wife was listening to a radio in the next room.
You wish to arrange for a wedding. Well, first your names and date and place of birth.
Matthew Gordon, April 26, 1910, Brooklyn.
Let me see. That's in New York, isn't it?
Since when? No. Yes, sir, that's in New York.
And you, young lady?
Linda Graham, September 11th, 1919. Rochester, New York.
Linda, Graham.
H-A-M-E. There's an E on the end.
There's an E on the end?
Yes, darling.
Well, what do you know?
You haven't known each other very long?
Oh, 9 days.
Well, now, if you'll each sign here, please. You understand this is just the notice of intention to wed. You'll have to wait 3 weeks for the banns to be posted.
3 weeks?
Well, it'll give you time to get better acquainted.
Yeah, but we...
Excuse me, yes?
The radio. They just said a very important announcement is coming. Listen. They said everyone should stand by.
Attention, please, attention. Penang has just been bombed by 2 flights of Japanese aircraft. Japanese ground forces have invaded the northern part of the peninsula. All military personnel and local defense corps are ordered to report to stations at once. I will repeat.
Turn it off,
Penang
Emily.
has just
Thomas, what are we going to do?
Make the best of it, Emily.
Under the circumstances, sir, wouldn't it be possible for us to be married sooner?
Couldn't you forget the regulations just for once?
Perhaps. Be here Wednesday night. I'll try to arrange for a special license by then.
Wednesday.
I can't promise to have it that early, Mr. Gordon, but bring 2 witnesses and a ring just in case.
4 more days to wait. 4 more days. On Christmas Eve, they put up a tree in the hotel lobby. There was a tinsel star on the top of the tree with the words, Peace on Earth.
Let's get our presents, Matt. We can open them down here under the tree.
Oh, no, there are too many people here.
All right. Then run up to your room, darling. I'll join you there in a minute.
Linda had just come into my room when I became aware of a vaguely familiar scent, a special brand of toilet water. I went out to the balcony.
No, let go of me.
I knew I smelled a rat.
You're tearing my shirt. It's real silk.
You wear too much perfume, Sasha. I always told you that.
Look what you've done. Material like this, it's irreplaceable. Oh? Good evening, mademoiselle.
Good evening.
What were you doing here, Sasha?
Enjoying the view from your balcony. A perfect place to watch the Japanese attack Singapore.
I'll try not to be here when they do.
You're sailing off in your schooner?
Looks like I'll have to, doesn't it?
I hope you won't leave without seeing Mr. Moribus. That's why I came, to tell you he still wants to see you.
Tell him I won't have the time.
He'll be very disappointed. Well, my apologies for having interrupted such a charming tete-a-tete. Merry Christmas.
And who is that?
Sasha? Oh, he's part of the charm of Singapore.
Who is he, Matt?
I'll tell you about him sometime.
And who is Mr. Marvis?
Marvis? He's Santa Claus.
All right, keep your old secrets. Here, your Christmas present from me to you.
Hey,
You know what it is?
That's Burmese, isn't it? A Burmese ring. The Minla talisman.
Mm-hmm. Means one life, one love.
One life, one love. Thanks, darling. Well, here's your present. Come on, open it up. You'll have to excuse the wrapping. I tried to get some Christmas paper, but
Matt! Oh, they're gorgeous. But they must have cost a fortune. I've never seen such pearls.
You know how I got them? One day I was hungry, so I ordered some oysters. 100 oysters. I was pretty hungry. And when I opened them up, what do you think I found? In each one a little pearl. Wasn't that lucky?
You fish for these pearls from your schooner.
You're learning, darling. You used to say boat. The next day was more than Christmas to Linda and me. It was our wedding day. The war news was getting worse, but we had happier things to think about. We found Ming Ling, the little native girl who'd been Linda's housemaid. She would be one of our witnesses, and the other be Sabar, the mate of my schooner. Late that afternoon, Linda and I wandered into the hotel bar. Waiting for us at this same table was an official of the British government, Mr. Hewitt of the Customs Division.
I hope you'll forgive me. You see, I'm not here just to wish you two a Merry Christmas.
No, I'm disappointed.
I came to inquire about that string of pearls you're wearing, Miss Graham.
What about them, Mr. Hewitt?
A few weeks ago, you came to Singapore. Suddenly, we find you spending most of your time with Mr. Gordon. And equally suddenly, you appear with this remarkable necklace. What shall I call it? An arresting coincidence?
Very arresting.
You're implying that Matt stole these pearls?
The word is smuggled, Miss Graham.
I bought that necklace in America, in New York.
May I ask where?
You may, at Brett and Langhorne's.
Then you'll forgive me if I send a cable to confirm that?
Oh, no, I won't. But don't let that stop you.
I hope you understand my position, Miss Graham. We have to try to clean things up, you know, with the Japanese practically at our gates. Well, I'll try to get a cable through. You'll hear from me, Miss Graham, with an apology or perhaps to confiscate that necklace.
You performed beautifully, darling. Thanks.
Matt, what's this all about?
Hewitt's right, of course. I smuggled the pearls.
Well, now that the necklace is mine, can I do what I want with it?
Sure.
Then I'll give it to Hewitt, so he won't bother us anymore.
Oh, that won't stop him.
Oh, what else does he want?
A little bag of loose pearls worth $250,000.
Where are they? In your room?
That's what Hewitt would like to find out. Just like Sasha tried to find out last night.
Can't you sell them without smuggling them?
Sure. For about a fourth as much.
Does that make it worth the danger?
Well, maybe that's what I've liked about it.
Have you planned to do that all your life, darling?
I don't know. Plans change, Linda. Like I never planned to get married, but I'll be married in 4 hours. Come on, let's get down to the schooner. I want to make sure we get out of here tonight. Everything was set aboard the schooner. Then we picked up Ming Ling and Sabar. We'd take them back to the hotel with us. With the Japs closing in, we knew we'd have to stick close together. But when we were near the hotel, a military guard stopped us.
Sorry, sir, you can't go any further.
What's going on? We were just going to the hotel.
The government has just taken over the hotel, sir. It's a military base.
No, but we live there all our...
Better see the sergeant, sir. He may be able to help.
I told Linda to go on to the mission with Sabar and Ming Ling, to wait for me there. I know I shouldn't have left her. But the pearls, I'd run so much risk to get them and to keep them. I had to get back to my rooms in that hotel. It took me a half an hour to get a pass. By then, enemy planes were already over the city. But I didn't turn back. The pearls had become an obsession. I had to have them.
Come in.
I'm Matt Gordon.
Oh, yes, Mr. Gordon. I understand these rooms belong to you. Well, we've moved your things to the corner there. Help yourself.
Oh. Well, it's all right. I'll come back later. I'll get them later.
It'll be very likely much later, if there's anything left at all.
There was nothing I could do, not with a British major and 4 men in the room. I ran most of the way to the mission. The bombing had started and Singapore was in a panic. And then I saw it. The mission, what was left of it, burning like a torch. And huddled in the gutter, Ming Ling and Sabar. Ming Ling. Where is she, Ming Ling? Where is she? Sabar.
Mr. Graham.
Still in there, Tuan. In there. No, Tuan. Come back. Come back.
I tried to find her. Maybe I would have found her. I don't know. A wall gave way and I didn't move fast enough. When I came to, I was in the street. Sabah had dragged me out. We searched for hours everywhere until there was no hope left. When we finally went to the schooner, I knew Linda was dead. During the night, we left Singapore with as many refugees as we could carry. I never meant to come back again. But now, 5 years later, I am back. But not for memories. $250,000 worth of pearls would bring anyone back.
I hate to disturb your reverie, Mr. Gordon.
Oh. Well, Sasha.
Nice to have you back in Singapore again.
That's funny. That's what Hewitt told me.
And that is what Mr. Moribus would tell you, too.
Oh, is he still around?
Oh, yes.
I've got nothing Moribus wants.
But he has something that you may want.
Oh?
Something that belongs to you, Mr. Gordon.
What is it?
How should I know?
Okay. Tell your boss I'll drop around tonight.
In a moment, we'll return with Act Two of Singapore. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What's on your list tonight, Libby?
2 brand new hits, Mr. Keeley. The one I'd like to talk about first is the Enterprise Productions picture Body and Soul.
In which John Garfield plays the role of a prize fighter.
Yes. The prize fight scene at the end is really terrific. I know I left the preview completely exhausted just from watching it.
Well, John takes a lot of punishment in Body and Soul. But he certainly has an incentive with lovely Lily Palmer as the heroine.
And sultry red-haired Hazel Brooks as the other woman. Hazel Brooks plays the torch singer and wears some gowns that can only be described as, well, exotic. Have you seen her, Mr. Kennedy?
I have, Libby. And I'd say exotic is the word for Hazel, too.
And how would you describe that smooth Lux complexion of hers, John?
Oh, that's easy. Glamorous, gorgeous, exotic. Which reminds me, Libby, what's that other brand new hit you said you had on your list?
It's the one screen stars are talking about. It's a new version of Hollywood's own beauty soap.
The big new bath-size cake.
With that same delightful Lux soap fragrance.
Lots and lots of that wonderful creamy lather.
In a handsome, larger cake. It's exotic.
Say, that seems to be our favorite word tonight, Libby.
Well, doesn't it help describe our exciting new beauty product?
You're right. That fragrant satin smooth cake has glamour. Screen stars love it.
Hazel Brooks told me how much she enjoys her daily beauty bath with this new luxury cake. Says her Lux soap bath makes her feel like new after a long day on the set.
And now, the new bath-size Lux toilet soap is available to women everywhere. Why not ask for it when you shop tomorrow? It's in the familiar sampler wrapper, and it's the same fine quality Lux toilet soap you've always used. Only the size is different. And by the way, the men in your family will be keen about this new bath cake, too. We return you now to William Keighley.
Curtain time for the second act of Singapore, starring Fred MacMurray as Matt Gordon and Ava Gardner as Linda Graham. It's a few minutes later. In an antique shop on a fashionable street, the man called Sasha has a report for Mr. Maribus.
Gordon will see you tonight, Mr. Moribus.
Good. What else?
Mr. Hewitt spoke to Gordon at the airport. Gordon then came to the hotel, asked for his old suite of rooms, but could not get them.
No?
They had been rented. Mr. and Mrs. Gerald Bellows, American tourists. Gordon got the suite right next door.
Well, I am right. The pearls are still in Singapore, in his old rooms in that hotel. This Mr. and Mrs. Bellows. Gordon knows them.
He was talking to them at the airport when Hewitt sent for him.
Tourists, sir. My instinct tells me something, Sasha. Mr. Gordon is going to be very kind to Mr. and Mrs. Bellows.
Why, Mr. Gordon. Gerald, look who's here, Mr. Gordon.
I just thought I'd stop by and see how you're getting along, Mrs. Bellows. I know what it is to be a stranger in the Orient.
Dad blasted bathtub. Didn't they ever hear of American plumbing? Well, hello, Mr. Gordon. Say, you stopping here, too?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm right next door.
But how lovely.
Are your rooms comfortable?
Oh, we think they're just
Outside
charming.
of the bathtub, I mean. The reason I asked is that I lived in these rooms before the war. They hold a lot of memories for me. They're pretty much the same as they were. That is, they still could use a few coats of paint.
And how? Take a look at that ceiling. You see those cracks?
Oh, they're probably due to the bombings during the war.
Well, what about that electric fan on the ceiling there? That could cause vibrations.
Oh, yes,
no?
I suppose it could, but it'd be pretty warm without a fan, though.
Well, I think it's all very quaint. And we leave the fan alone, Gerald.
Well, if there's anything I can do,
Oh, there's one thing you can do. Could you tell us where that temple is in the Southbridge Road?
Oh, gladly.
They say it's a must for every tourist.
Oh, I should say it is.
There, you see, Gerald? We'll go there tomorrow.
I'd be happy to take you, if you
Oh,
like.
that's wonderful. Now, how about you having dinner with us tonight?
I'd sure like to have you, Mr. Gordon.
Well, thanks a lot. I'm afraid tonight I'll be pretty busy.
Oh, dear.
Mr. Gordon, come in, my friend. Come in. Well, this is indeed an honor.
Your boy, Sasha, tells me you're holding something for me. What is it, Mr. Moribus?
Oh, we'll get to that. You're looking very well. How was your war?
Very absorbing. How was yours?
Oh, not too bad. I rather like troubled times. They keep the police occupied.
Looks like you're back in business. But I'm not. I came to Singapore for sentimental reasons only.
You came back to get $250,000 worth of pearls.
Uh-huh. I did? Tell me more, Mr. Moribus.
In 1941, you were at sea for 5 months. You can bring up a lot of pearls in 5 months. But strangely, when you left Singapore, you took no pearls with you.
Is that so?
Yes, that is so. Among the refugees you so heroically evacuated was an acquaintance of mine. He assures me there were no pearls aboard your schooner.
So?
Well, pearls are very scarce. And I'm willing to buy yours at a price. But I do mean to have them.
There aren't any pearls, Mr. Moribus. I traded only in copra.
I have a sample of your copra, Mr. Gordon, here on my desk. You remember this necklace of beautifully matched copra?
Where did you get that?
It was found among the debris of a bombed-out mission. I would gladly give you this necklace when you sell me the other pearls I know you have hidden.
No deal. And stop bothering me. I'm not going to be here long, and I quit being sociable. Good night, Mr. Moribus.
You heard him, Sasha.
Yes.
He does not want to be sociable. But we do. Watch him closely.
Well, Mr. Bellows, I've shown you the Oriental aspect of Singapore. Now, here is what Western civilization has accomplished. A nightclub, just like at home.
Well, this is more like it. Yes, sir. This I think I'm going to like.
Oh, very well, Gerald. But it's no different than Minneapolis.
That's just what I mean. Good evening. Good evening. Table for 3, right near the dance floor.
This way, please.
Don't worry, Mrs. Bellows. We don't have to stay long. There's a Chinese theater down the street. Maybe we can... No.
What's the matter?
I just saw some... Would you excuse me, please?
Well, what came over him?
I don't know. Oh, come on, Gerald. He probably just recognized someone.
Linda. Linda.
Oh, are you speaking to me?
You don't know me?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't.
I think you're confusing my wife with someone else.
Your wife? Yes, I guess I am confused. I beg your pardon.
That's quite all right.
Captain,
Yes, sir?
that lady in the white dress. Can you tell me the name of the gentleman who's with her?
That's Mr. Michael von Leyden, sir. He owns a plantation at Medang.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Is Mrs. Van Lyden home?
Your name, sir?
Matt Gordon. I'm an old friend of hers.
If you'll wait in there, sir, I'll announce.
Mr. Gordon, won't you come in?
Linda.
Why, you're the man who spoke to me last night.
Linda, look. There's no one around now. What's the matter? What's happened to you? Why don't you want to know me?
You must be mistaken. My name isn't Linda.
Linda Graham with an E on the end. Doesn't that sound familiar?
I'm afraid it doesn't.
We met here in Singapore 5 years ago. You had a servant named Ming Ling.
Ming Ling?
You've forgotten her, too, huh? And I suppose you don't remember Commissioner Hewitt either.
Yeah, come along, darling. We're waiting for you to play doubles. Oh, I beg your pardon.
This is Mr. Gordon, dear. My husband, Mr. Van Lyden.
We, sort of met last night, didn't we?
Mr. Gordon insists I'm someone else, a Miss Graham. Or is it Mrs.?
Obviously a case of mistaken identity.
But he said
may I speak to you for a moment?
Yes, of course.
Will you excuse us, Mr. Gordon? I'd like to see you, though, before you leave.
I'll wait on the veranda.
Thank you.
Michael.
We knew something like this might happen, didn't we, darling?
Yes, but now that it has happened, it's such a shock, Michael. Names, people, and not being able to remember.
Darling, have you been happy with me?
Yes, you know that.
Then doesn't that answer everything? We don't have to know about the past.
Would it make any difference to you?
Oh, it might make a lot of difference. To both of us. I rather expected this visit from Mr. Gordon. I thought I'd try to find out who he is. I did. From the police. They're very interested in him. Do you trust me, Anne?
Yes, more than myself.
Then let me handle this alone. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Gordon. My wife sends her apologies.
That's understandable.
You knew her before the war?
Yes, I knew her.
And you're still concerned about her?
Certainly I'm concerned about her. What's wrong with her? Why doesn't she remember me?
My wife remembers none of her past. She only remembers her life from the time she woke up in a hospital after an air raid.
So, that's what happened.
Yes. We met in a hospital. And then we were 3 years in a prison camp. We've built a whole new life. She's happy, and I want her to remain that way.
How can she be happy when she doesn't remember the greater part of her life? Maybe the best part. What kind of happiness is that?
Mr. Gordon, I don't care to know about my wife's past.
Maybe you don't. But I think it's up to her to decide which part of her life she wants to remember and what part she wants to forget.
Anything else?
No. Not for the moment, Mr. Van Lyden.
Hello?
Mrs. Van Lyden?
Yes.
This is police headquarters, Mrs. Van Lyden. You inquired several days ago about a native girl named Ming Ling.
Oh, yes. You've located her?
Surprisingly enough, we have. She's married to a storekeeper in the native quarter. If you have a pencil, Mrs. Van Lyden, I can give you the address.
Missy Graham. Oh, Missy Graham. I thought you were dead.
You're Ming Ling?
Ming Ling, yes, yes. Oh, so happy you come here. Have chair, Missy. I make tea.
No, wait. Ming Ling.
You no remember, Missy? Look, on my arm, bracelet you give to me. Always wear it. Always. Oh, Missy Graham. Missy Graham.
I don't understand it, Mr. Moribus. I tell you, Gordon has made not the slightest effort to learn if the pearls are still in Suite 202 or not.
You are too impatient, Sasha. Gordon is not impatient. For one thing, Mr. and Mrs. Bellows have those rooms now. And for another, he's smart enough to know that he is being watched by us and Mr. Hewitt.
As far as I can see, he's only interested in that lady who now calls herself Mrs. Van Lyden.
Ah, that's sentiment. The pearls are business.
Nevertheless, he's bought another schooner. Is that also sentiment?
That's what I intend to find out. Tell your friend to come in.
Pepe, come in. Pepe and I used to work together, Mr. Moribus, before I joined you and big business. Pepe's had a conference with Mr. Gordon.
Oh? What about, Pepe?
I'm a loyal man. What's in it for me if I talk?
Double as much as if you don't.
That's $200 American.
After you've shown me how disloyal you can be.
Well, sir, I'm in the business of manufacturing official papers. Unofficially, of course. Mr. Gordon wants an American passport for a lady. The name is Graham. He wants to take her on a voyage, with or without her consent.
Well, now, and when does this voyage take place?
Mr. Gordon has to complete certain arrangements first. That's all I know.
Give me the money, Sasha.
Thank you, Mr. Mortimer. Now go. If you want to know anything else, Sasha knows where to find me.
With or without her consent. Interesting.
Very. Tell me something, Sasha. Have you other friends in Singapore? Good friends like Pepe? I think we can use one or two such friends. Now.
And since they told me at the desk that you'd be back, Mr. Gordon, I decided to wait for you here in the bar. I hope you don't mind.
You'll excuse me if I seem a little bewildered. After what's happened, I hardly expected you to be calling on me. Where's your husband?
At the plantation. He doesn't know I'm meeting you.
This may sound silly, but how did you happen to wait for me at this particular table?
I don't know. Why do you ask?
I just wondered.
I came in town to see someone, a native girl named Ming Ling.
You found her?
Yes, that's why I'm here. Ming Ling also says that I'm Linda Graham.
What else did she tell you?
Everything. It was like hearing a story about someone I didn't know. Someone who's dead. I remembered nothing.
All right. If Linda is dead to you, let her be dead. But we're alive, you and I. We're sitting here. The same hotel, same bar, the same table, just as it was 5 years ago. Can't you see that it doesn't make any difference if you remember or not? Linda, if I'd never known you, if I were seeing you today for the first time, I'd fall in love with you just as I did before. Can't you see that? And it's got to be the same with you. It is, isn't it? Answer me.
There is no answer. There can't be.
Because you're married.
Because I know there's no happiness if it means hurting someone else. Didn't my husband tell you how we met?
Yes. He said you were both interned.
During the whole war. I was lonelier than anyone else. You see, I didn't even have memories. The present was completely empty, cut off from everything. And without Michael, there would have been no future.
And you want me to keep out of it? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes. I won't see you again. What are your plans?
Whatever they were, they've changed in the last couple of minutes.
Whatever they are, I wish you good luck.
Thanks.
I'd like to go now.
There's just one more thing. This ring. I want to give it back to you.
There's an inscription. One life, one love. Goodbye, Mr. Gordon.
Oh, Mr. Gordon, I thought I heard you in the corridor.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Bellows.
Do come in, Mr. Gordon. We want to say goodbye.
Oh, you leaving?
Mm-hmm.
When?
Hello, Mr. Gordon. When would you guess we'd be leaving? At a reasonable hour? Oh, no. 5 a.m., 5 o'clock in the morning. Oh, would I like to meet the maniac who thinks up tourist schedules. How about a drink?
No, thanks. I've got to do some packing myself.
Oh?
You see, I'm leaving Singapore, too. We'll be on the same plane again.
Well, what a wonderful coincidence.
Yes, isn't it?
Mr. Bellows, sir.
Yes?
Excuse me, sir, but the sightseeing car is leaving in 5 minutes.
Oh, thanks, son. Oh, you can come up later and get our luggage. It's all packed.
Yes, sir.
One last fling, huh?
Another temple. Muriel just won't give up. It's got a gold-plated roof.
Gold leaf, dear.
I still say asbestos shingles are cheaper and better.
You'll be back here for dinner?
No such luck. This tour goes on half the night.
Well, I'll see you at the airport then. Have a good time.
What a nice young man. So friendly.
Service?
Give me the desk, please.
Hello?
Oh, this is Matt Gordon, Caden.
Yes, Mr. Gordon.
Do you know if Mr. and Mrs. Bellows have left yet?
Oh, yes, sir. The sightseeing car left about 5 minutes ago.
Oh. Well, it's nothing important. I'll see them later. Thanks, Caden. Oh, no. It was nothing important at all. Just $250,000 worth of pearls. The key to their room, Suite 202. For 5 years, I've hung on to this key just to... Hey, wait a minute, sucker. The pearls are tucked away in that casing around the electric fan on the ceiling. Well, you take them out. But then what? What do you do with them? You hide them again. Where? Yeah. In their luggage. In Gerald Bellows' Gladstone bag. As simple as that. Yeah. Just as simple as that.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Hewitt.
Hello, Caden. Mr. Gordon in, do you know?
Yes, sir. Should I announce you?
Oh, no. I want to make it a surprise visit. Suite 200, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Suite 200.
Hello, Mr. Gordon.
Hello, Commissioner.
Homesick for your old rooms?
No, I was just saying goodbye to some American friends of mine. Just a social call.
I'd like to meet those friends of yours. Well, they seem to have disappeared.
Mr. Bellows? Yes, they do seem to have disappeared.
Come on, Gordon. Let's have the pearls, eh?
Pearls?
Mind if I search you?
I know. Go right ahead.
Excuse, please.
Yes?
May we take the luggage now, sir?
All right, go ahead. It's all right with me. Anything else, Commissioner?
Yes. Suppose we have a little talk in your rooms.
Fine.
You can forget about the pearls for a moment. I hear you met the Van Lydens.
That's right.
She was here in the bar with you early this afternoon.
Yeah.
Did she seem all right when she left?
Certainly. Why?
Because she never got home.
What do you mean she never got home?
She's disappeared. I thought you might know something about it.
No. No, I don't.
Perhaps not. How did she leave here? In a taxi?
I don't know. I stayed in the bar.
Any idea?
No.
I don't like this, Gordon. If you find out anything, call my office.
I don't like it either. Yeah, I'll call you.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll be back with Act 3 of Singapore. Our guest tonight is an interesting young lady with an interesting job. Let me introduce Miss Billy McKim. I let her tell you about the work she does.
I'm with Universal International, Mr. Keeley, and my job is to escort important studio visitors who want to see pictures being made.
Famous names are all part of the day's work to you, then.
You might say so, Mr. Keeley, and I just love it. No matter how busy and important they are, people are always delighted to watch a story being filmed. That was especially true of the Universal International picture, The Exile. Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. does some exciting fencing in that.
Yes, Doug wrote and produced the picture, besides playing the leading role.
Yes, and Douglas Fairbanks made full use of the opportunity to bring to the screen this romantic period of Holland's history.
There's a lovely new blonde star, Paul Crocet, in The Exile. And beautiful Maria Montez plays the role of the Countess.
Visitors to the set were fascinated by her traveling bathtub.
Oh, yes, that huge copper affair. The kind used by wealthy travelers of those times.
The script called for Miss Montez to be immersed in it, and the top closed down, leaving just a place for her head.
Well, that sounds highly uncomfortable.
It was. But guess what Miss Montez did after the scene was over?
I can't imagine.
Took another bath in her dressing room.
Another one?
Yes. But what a difference. This time, she told me, it was a real 20th century luxury bath with her favorite beauty soap. I guess Mr. Kennedy wants to say something about that.
I certainly do, because it was a very special beauty bath with the brand new bath-size Lux toilet soap.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, I've visited all the dressing rooms at the studio, and the stars are certainly keen about the wonderful new bath size. I agree with them, too. That generous new case is so luxurious.
Thank you, Miss Billy McKim. It's beauty news that the fragrant white soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use is now available in convenient bath size. Women everywhere who've tried it say,
more of the rich, creamy Lux toilet soap lather. The delicate fragrance like a bouquet of fresh flowers. Such a joy to use.
You'll agree when you try the new bath-size Lux toilet soap. You'll say it makes your daily beauty bath more delightful than ever. Look for it in the familiar wrapper tomorrow. Here's your producer, William Keeley.
Continuing with tonight's play, Singapore, starring Fred MacMurray as Matt Gordon and Ava Gardner as Linda Graham. Our curtain rises on the third act. News of Linda's disappearance has sent Matt Gordon directly to the antique shop of Mr. Maribus. But if Linda has vanished, so have Mr. Maribus and Sasha. In desperation, Matt begins a search of the Singapore waterfront. Meanwhile, Commissioner Hewitt's returned to his office.
I'm sorry, Van Lyden, no sign of your wife as yet.
And what about Gordon? Why didn't you arrest him?
Because I don't think he knows where your wife is.
But he's a criminal, a smuggler.
He's a gambler. He smuggled because he loves the risk. And making a fool out of me is an added incentive.
Well, if you can't get the truth out of him, I will.
In my opinion, he's as anxious to find your wife as we are.
Did he tell you why Anne went to see him today?
No, but I can guess.
Commissioner.
Oh, yes. Come in, Tolson.
Well, Mr. Chin is with me, sir. He says he sold a schooner to Matt Gordon 2 days ago.
Mr. Chin?
Good evening, sir.
About that schooner. Did Gordon give you any reason for buying it?
No, sir. I asked him if he was going after copra again, and he said no.
Was that all?
He did make a joke. He said the sea was a good place to get one's health back. I said he didn't look sick, and he said he wasn't.
There you have it, Hewitt. Anne's health, her mental health. What else could he have meant? And you tell me he's not involved in this?
Tolson.
Yes, sir.
Bring Gordon in.
About time.
If he's not at the hotel, send out a general order.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Jimmy.
Oh, Mr. Gordon. Well, long time not had the pleasure.
Yeah, I've been away.
Oh, you come here to gamble. Plenty game downstairs. Come, I show you.
No, I just thought you might be able to help me, Jimmy.
Oh.
Has Sasha Barter been around?
Him? He does not come here anymore. Now he has place of his own. Macaw Cabaret, Sunflower Street.
His own place, huh? Well, he's coming up in the world. Thanks, Jimmy.
Good evening, monsieur.
Who are you?
I'm the manager. The waiter said you wish to see me.
I want to see Sasha Barter.
Monsieur Bardet is not in.
Then I'll wait.
It's quite possible he will not come at all tonight.
I'll take a chance. What are those rooms up there off the balcony?
Private dining rooms, monsieur.
All of them?
And the office of Monsieur Bardet.
I'll wait in his office, then. It's quiet.
What do you want? Someone is here looking for Sasha. Gordon? Yes, he's in the office. Go downstairs and stay there.
I have no wish to kill you, Mrs. Van Lyden. But believe me, if necessary, I will.
I would believe him if I were you, madame.
Where are the pearls? Where did Gordon hide them?
I've told you 100 times. I don't know.
Where are they?
I can't remember. I can't remember anything.
Where did he get the pearls for this necklace he gave you?
But I've told you I've never seen that necklace before.
You're lying. You were in his room that night 5 years ago. The night he gave it to you.
I don't remember.
I beg of you to start remembering soon, or you won't ever be able to remember anything.
I think the young lady is loyal to her friend. Let us see if her friend will be loyal to her.
But he's here?
He's here. Oh, I'm sorry, dear lady, but as they say in your country, business is business. Lock her in, Sasha. I'll join you and Mr. Gordon shortly.
Mr. Gordon, well, I'm delighted.
Skip the preliminaries, Sasha. You know why I'm here.
To bring the pearls, perhaps? Mr. Morris always said you would listen to reason.
You smell good, Sasha, but you're not very bright. You're not very bright, not very fast. What was the idea of the gun, Sasha?
What do you want?
I want you to talk. I want my share.
What share?
The share of the pearls you stole. Don't try to tell me you didn't.
Oh, but I didn't, Mr. Gordon. Really, I didn't.
Won't you turn around, Mr. Gordon? I'd hate to shoot you in the back.
Yeah, I see your point.
Pick up your gun, Sasha. Sasha. Now, what was the meaning of that?
He hit me. I hit him.
Let us be sensible, Sasha. Mr. Gordon, what makes you think we have the pearls?
All right. If you want to play games. You got them out of my room where I had them hidden. Well, you can keep them, but all I want is my cut.
I'll gladly pay you, but unfortunately we have no pearls. You still have them, or someone else has.
No one else knew where they were except one person, and she...
And she what?
Nothing.
You're overly chivalrous. But many gentlemen make the same mistake of trusting the lady of the moment.
Yes. Yes, there was a girl. She was scared to death when I ran into her again. And only this afternoon she came to find out if I was suspicious of anything. Sasha's not the only fool in this room.
Self-recrimination will get neither of us anywhere.
Yeah, but I'll find her, see? I'll show her who's so stupid.
The lady is here, Mr. Gordon.
She's here? Now, cut out the kidding. I'm not in the mood.
You're a difficult man to convince. Come with me. Come along, Sasha.
Mrs. Van Lyten, huh? Well, you're smarter than I thought, more of us.
They keep asking me about pearls. What do they want of me?
What do they want of you? How long has she been giving you this, more of us?
Too long.
I'll get the truth out of her. Just leave me alone with her.
I prefer to watch, Mr. Gordon.
All right. All right, come on, baby, spill it. So you wanted the pearls for yourself, huh? Didn't you even cut in your husband?
Oh, please.
Do I have to beat it out of you? I don't want to, but you're asking for it.
Oh, I don't know.
Give me your gun, Maurice.
Oh, no. This I keep, Mr. Gordon.
Then it looks as if I'll have to use my arm.
Mr. Hewitt, sir. He's here. Gordon is here with Mrs. Van Lyten.
Gordon? She's been hurt. She's unconscious.
Tolson, give him a hand.
Well, what's happened?
Anne, darling.
There was some shooting. A bullet grazed her head. I guess I caught one, too.
Call her, Dr. Van Lyten. Where did you find her?
You'll get a police report. Marcia and more of us and Sasha. If you don't mind, I'd like to wait around and see what the doctor has to say about
her. What is it, Doctor? Is she all right?
She will be.
Is she still unconscious?
Oh, no. Incidentally, Mr. Gordon, see that you keep that arm in a sling for a couple of weeks. Now, about your wife, Mr. Van Lyten.
Yes, Doctor.
She seems to be under some great emotional strain.
Yes, I'm afraid she is.
Well, there's nothing more I can do now. I'll stop by again in the morning.
May I see her now?
Yes, but I'd like her to rest.
Before I go in, Mr. Gordon, I owe you an apology.
Forget it, Van Lyten.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Where is he, Mingling? Matt, where is he?
Anne, darling.
The bomb! Oh, look for him, Mingling.
No, don't be frightened, darling.
Oh, Michael.
Everything's going to be all right, Anne.
Oh, where's Matt? Matt Gordon. I've seen him again, haven't I?
Yes.
Where is he, Michael?
He's gone.
Oh, but I must see him. Oh, no. No, perhaps it's better this way.
You love him, don't you?
We'll go back to the plantation, Michael. Nothing will be any different. I'm so grateful to you. You've been wonderful to me. The best friend I've ever had.
Gratitude? Friendship? Everything but the one word I want to hear. And that's reserved for him.
And you won't admit it because you don't want to hurt me. I wish I deserved it.
Oh, but you do.
No. No, for 3 years I've known all about you.
Why didn't you tell me?
Didn't want to lose you.
What happened to me? It's not your fault.
But I could have helped you, and I didn't. That young doctor was on the plantation. He said he could cure you, but I sent him away. Do you still think I'm your best friend?
Yes.
And I'll try to prove it to you. There still may be time.
Flight 5, now ready at gate 2. Flight 5, now ready at gate 2.
Gerald, just look at poor Mr. Gordon. His arm in a sling and those dreadful customs men just tossing things out of his bag right and left.
I'm sorry. This is just routine.
I'm glad they're my bags, Mrs. Bellows, and not yours.
But they didn't even touch ours. Where are they? Our bags.
Why, they're over there, aren't they?
Oh, your luggage is inside, Mr. Bellows. The commissioner wanted to go over it himself.
If they mess up those things of mine, I'll go straight to the American Consul.
They won't, Mrs. Bellows. I'll go in and see that they don't.
Open them all, Tolson. We'll have to go through the lot of them.
I can save you some trouble, Mr. Hewitt. The pearls are in a shoebox in the Gladstone bag. And just to make it worth your while, here.
Well, the necklace, too.
Yeah. Moribus gave it to me.
Is this a confession or a declaration?
That's up to you to decide.
Final call. Flight 5 for Manila, Honolulu, and San Francisco.
Your plane?
That's also up to you.
Have a good trip, Gordon.
Tolson, see the Bellows get the baggage.
Yes, sir. You know, Hewitt, I'm sorry I'm leaving so soon. Just when I'm beginning to like you.
Better get on that plane before I change my mind.
But we're turning back, Gerald. The plane's going back to the airport. Gerald, do something.
Oh, for heaven's sake. A stewardess.
Yes, sir?
My wife insists that we're going back. Would you mind explaining to her that...
But we are going back, sir. No reason for nervousness, ladies and gentlemen. We've been ordered back to the field.
What's going on here, Mr. Gordon?
Hewitt changed his mind, I guess.
What's that? What's that?
Nothing. Nothing at all. There it is. It's your plane. And here, passport and tickets.
Oh, Michael.
No seeing, darling. Goodbye. Good luck.
Matt, darling.
Sorry to interrupt your flight, Mr. Gordon.
Oh, I bet you are. What did that book of regulations say? A minimum term of 10 years?
This term's for life, Mr. Gordon. Now take her on board and get out of here.
The curtain falls on Singapore and rises again on Fred MacMurray and Ava Gardner, who return to the footlights for a well-earned curtain call. Incidentally, Fred, I understand you met Ava for the first time on the set of Singapore.
That's right, Bill. It's one of the pleasant memories of the picture.
That I can well understand. Fred, what's this about your going into farming in a big way?
Yes, where is this farm I've heard so much about, Fred?
Well, it's 65 miles north of San Francisco on the Russian River. We raise prunes and sheep, and we have a registered herd of milking shorthorn. The cows, you know.
How many head?
Oh, one to each cow. Strictly regulation, you know. Tail to balance and 4 legs, one on each corner.
And you really get plenty of milk from this herd?
Well, with meat prices the way they are today, all you have to do is give them a dirty look and they take a hint.
Well, it sounds a lot easier than cattle ranching.
Oh, it is, Ava. Joel McRae raises cattle for meat. He says it's just one big beef after another.
Well, you know Ava was a farm girl, weren't you, Ava?
Yes, I was brought up on a farm, Bill, back in North Carolina.
Oh, is that where you get that wholesome country girl complexion, Ava?
Or can we credit it to Lux soap?
Lux soap gets the credit there, Bill. I use it faithfully for my complexion. I always have.
Good for you, Ava.
Well, Bill, how about slipping us the news on next week's show?
And good news it is. with another fast-moving mystery from 20th Century Fox, The Dark Corner, starring from the original screencast, Lucille Ball and Mark Stevens.
That was a thrilling picture, Bill.
Yes, and one combining intrigue, humor, and romance. A story packed with action and suspense.
Your audience ought to eat it up, Bill. Good night.
Good night. Many thanks to both of you, and come back soon. Before we leave, may I remind you, as I do myself, that the precious liberties we take for granted in America are not ours by inalienable right. They are not a gift from nature, but something that we've fought and worked for through the years. Individual freedom. Let's never take that great American heritage for granted. For to continue to enjoy the freedom that we have today, we must be vigilant in its defense. We must exercise our powers of citizenship, our faith in liberty, to the extent that our free way of life will be a model for this troubled world. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Lucille Ball and Mark Stevens in The Dark Corner. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Fred MacMurray is soon to be seen in the Lasky McCune production for RKO, Miracle of the Bells. Ava Gardner appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Green Dolphin Street, starring Lana Turner and Van Heflin. Heard in our cast tonight were Bill Johnstone as Hewitt, Ben Wright as Van Leyden, Jack Edwards Jr. as Sasha, and Charlie Lung, Edmund MacDonald, Joseph Bell, Regina Wallace, Alma Lawton, Herbert Rawlinson, Lal Chanmera, Jack Crucian, Norman Field, George Sorrell, Guy Kingsford, Lois Corbett, and Eddie Marr. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear The Dark Corner with Lucille Ball and Mark Stevens.
Sprite, when you bake and fry. Sprite, for your cake and pie. Sprite, it's your shortening buy. Rely on Sprite.
For crispy, golden-crusted fried foods, deliciously tender and full-flavored, try Spry. You get no strange off flavors with pure all-vegetable Spry. And note, foods fried the Spry way are just as digestible as baked or boiled. When you fry,
Rely on Spry. S-P-R-Y.
be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Dark Corner with Lucille Ball and Mark Stevens. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Of all the murder mysteries, the plot which most intrigues me is the locked room. And when you take that as an ingredient and add to it elements of the supernatural, both sacred and profane, then you have a tale to tantalize and terrify, such as the one I bring you now.
Now look, Doctor, the law is... Excuse me. Well, hello there, Sheriff. New star looks good on you.
Yeah. Seems I'm going to have a use for it right away.
How, Abner?
Ben James, my deputy, just rode in hell for leather. After the doc here left Doomdorf, seems the preacher came by, headed for Doomsdorf's place, breathing fire and carrying his gun.
Looks like all hell is finally ready to break loose up there.
Our mystery drama, The Sealed Room Murder, was adapted from the M.D. Post story, The Doomdorf Murder, especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin, and stars Howard Da Silva and Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Evil and violence go with a pioneer state. But the counterbalance has kept us viable as a nation, brought us to leadership around the world. Compassion, fair-mindedness, and the essential ingredient of America, a shrewd and pragmatical eye, tempered by religion, has built us a keel which so far has kept our ship of state steady. So much for philosophy. As for the story, let Judge Randolph tell us that.
The pioneer was not the only man in the great mountains behind Virginia. Strange aliens drifted in after the colonial wars. Adventurers who were with Braddock and LaSalle and rode out of Mexico after her many empires went to pieces. Doomdorf was one of them. I shall never forget that first day he walked into the land office. Huge, black-bearded, with broad, thick hands, with square fingers. Even Abner's bulk seemed to diminish in front of him, and the child who followed Doomdorf diminished to a pygmy.
It's the place where I buy. Should I want for the land?
Yeah, I reckon. Depends on what you want it for, Mr.
Doomdorf. Angelos Doomdorf.
Oh, excuse me. This is Mr. Randolph. I should say one of our foremost lawyers in town. Saving only, that's all we got right now. One. I'm Abner Dale, county clerk. I reckon you'd term me. And what would you want this land for?
To live on.
Uh-huh. You and your daughter.
Me and her, yes.
Well, now, I got a copy of the Washington Survey and the original Crown grant here.
I have it picked already. Show you here on survey map I got from Capitol.
Now, let's see here. There?
That's it.
You sure there's land you want, sir? I think what Abner means to say is this wedge of rock has never been worth even running the lines. Do you know what you're getting into? Have you seen this piece of property?
Yeah.
It's a forbidding pile of rock, Mr. Doomdorf, and isolated.
The land is mine. I want it.
Well, pretty mean up there right now with the wind and no shelter.
I have tent, sleeping bag. All my life I live rough.
Well, that's all very well for you, but for the little girl...
What is good for me is good for her.
I don't think you quite understand. As a lawyer, I should not like to see you taken advantage of. The parcel of land which you have bought was never surveyed because it is not worth surveying. It consists almost entirely of rock.
I know what is like is right for me.
Well, how are you going to feed? Ain't much game running up in that part of Western Virginia.
I make out all right. Here is gold. Enough.
Hey, look at there. Pieces of 8, ducats, English guineas, American dollars. Yeah, you're quite a traveler, Mr. Doomdorf.
What I do is my business. And I mind my own business. I don't like anyone who stick his nose in my affairs. You take the money and give me the paper so I can go.
No offense, just trying to be friendly. That's Angelus. Angelus.
All right.
Yeah. Want to spell your other name?
I don't know. You right. You tell me.
Doomdorf. That look right?
Yeah, will do.
It's coming on to winter, sir. If there's any way we can help you build your house...
I build myself. With enough gold, anything can be done. You will see. Now, you finish that paper, senor.
Oh, yeah, I reckon. You sign right here, and me and Mr. Randolph will witness it.
Here?
Yeah, right.
I make my mark. That is legal. No.
Mr. Randolph?
His mark? Yeah, I think we can witness that, Abner. Let us not delay Mr. Doomdorf and his daughter further.
I'll add my John Hancock to that. There you are. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Your deed of possession to what we call the Devil's Hump. And welcome to our community.
Do not count me a part of it. I live to myself. Come, you.
Well, if that don't beat all.
A hard man. Evil man. One who's done a lot of living. Notice the scars?
Yeah.
I'll wager he has bullet wounds underneath his shirt to go with the knife tracks.
I sure wish he hadn't chosen our neck of the woods to hide out in.
Hide out?
What else would you figure? The Devil's Hump is no place for a man to make his home. That's a place for a man to set his back against the wall, to fight off what he knows is coming after him.
I suppose you're right, Abner. The more's the pity.
Why?
Oh, that innocent child should be dragged along to share such an exile.
Yeah. You get a real close look at her. What was she? Dumb that she couldn't speak?
I doubt it. Afraid.
And now you got it. Afraid and beaten. Well, I pity her. That's a hard man.
For all he seeks solitude, I doubt he'll find it. We have not seen the end of Mr. Doomdorf. Only the beginning. I'll stake my life on it. But it was not my life that was to be staked, but others. For a while, my uneasy feelings seemed just to be based on a negative reaction to Doomdorf himself. He squatted on a rock, troubling no one, seeking no help, while by hiring old Robert Stewart's slaves, he built a stone house on the rock. Then, in the handfuls of earth, wherever a root would hold, he started to plant the mountain with peach trees. Then the beginning of the end began to start.
Hey, Rosa, una cervera beer, huh?
You're new in town. So? The lady behind the bar is the owner, a widow lady. Her name is Mrs. Cambridge.
That's all right, Abner. Here's your beer, Vaquero.
Muchas gracias, la dama Cambridge.
Senora will do.
I do not want to make enemies. I am looking for a friend.
It's a friendly town. Who?
He is an old amigo de la guerra. A big man with a black beard, big like so. And this strange accent. I think maybe his real name is Doomdorf, like that.
Doomdorf?
Mary.
What is this? We are old comrades. I just want to find him to settle an old debt I owe him.
Well, why don't I let him know you're here and you can meet him in town?
If you will, it is no matter. But why not I just go see him?
He's kind of queer-like. Like he don't take to mixing so good.
Non importante. You see him, you tell him Jose Garcia was look for him. But I have not so much time. Maybe on my way back I look him up then. Hasta la vista.
I see you.
Why didn't you tell him where to find Doomdorf?
Just a crazy notion, maybe, but I got it set in my mind that he wanted to see him, to put a bullet in him.
We found the man who said his name was Jose Garcia, snagged on a rock at the Devil's Elbow, 2 to 3 miles below Doomdorf's mountain eyrie. His neck was broken. That was the first of the Doomdorf incidents. So many during the next 10 years, I wouldn't wear your patience to recount them. Only the highlights. There was the night, before we knew what use Doomdorf was putting his peach crop to, when he arrived at Mrs. Cambridge's inn, primed with liquor, an insensate beast.
$10. Not enough. So, 15, 20.
I think you've had enough to drink, Mr. Doomdorf. I must ask you to leave.
What? A prostituta who runs a cantina asked me to leave.
The lady. Asked you to ride out, mister. Better you go easy. By yourself.
You mean I don't go? You make me.
Yeah, no cause for any ructions. You've been drinking.
Oh, you want to make trouble?
Not me. I just want to keep the peace.
Then stay. Ale, 25.
Okay, that does it.
Abner, no.
Too late. We fight now. Outside.
I don't want to fight. What for?
You fight me here or outside. One way or other.
They were two big men, but Abner was a peaceful man and sought only to protect himself, while Doomdorf was a maniac. He gouged, butted, kneed, and finally it took 6 of us to pull him off and lodge him in the jail for the night. Abner took it in his stride, and he did everything. He was battered and bruised, and just maybe, if he'd used his whole strength, he could have broken Doomdorf. But Abner's strength was in the mind as well as in his bulk. The next highlight in the career of the man whose name spelled his future was the arrival of the circuit rider.
The days of Sodom and Gomorrah are upon us. Here's the man who takes the fruit of his field and makes a white liquid fury to destroy men's minds and their souls, and who is ready to bring out your daughters and your women like Lot for the use of any eternal
But the town was not yet ready to make any move against Doomdorf. His still was popular. He made a fair brand of white lightning until the ultimate, the unforgivable, the certain shame all those of us who knew or at least sensed the truth brought everything to a head. On a wild, rainy night, while Doc Jeffers and I were playing chess at his house, there came a hammering at the door.
Yeah. Let me here.
Doomdorf, come on in.
Well, what is it? The woman. She was in labor. I tried to bring Bambino. No good. You come?
Yes, of course. Of course, I'll get Pancho and saddle my horse.
I waited all night for Doc Jeffers to return. It was long past sunrise, with the rain still coming down that he did. Well?
I am a pragmatic man, and I subscribe to no religion, but by damn, I wish this moment I had a God to pray to.
Why?
He left that child to abort a dead baby. It's a miracle she isn't shot in septicemia. He didn't want a baby.
I'm a judge now, Ray. Maybe I can help.
No one can help. He's a beast, unprincipled and without pity or even simple human warmth, but he has papers to protect him. The girl was Mexican-born, literally sold into slavery, and she's... Oh, my Lord, she can't be any older than my teenage daughter, but she's his to do with as he wants. And as he wants. Oh, he damn near succeeded in killing her.
Excuse me. Well, hello, Sheriff Abner. New star looks good on you.
Seems I'm going to have a use for it. Right away.
How?
My deputy, Ben James, just rode in here hell for leather. After the doc here left Doomdorf, seems the preacher came by, headed for the Devil's Hump. Preaching fire and carrying his gun. Looks like all hell is finally ready to break loose up there.
All hell break loose. All right. But for whom? For poor little... Now, there's a sad thing. Poor little who? We don't even know her name. If she has one. Or has retribution caught up with Doomdorf? And if so, how? And why? And where? I'll return shortly with Act 2. It was a long ride out to the Devil's Hump, and the afternoon sun was burning hot and steaming above the great chestnut trees that shaded the trail. A trail so narrow, the judge's horse had to follow behind Abner's. Abner had his Winchester out of the holster across his saddle. Whatever hell had broken loose, he was ready for it. And now I'll turn the story back to Judge Randolph. He can tell it better. He was there.
I suppose, seeing Abner, I should have had my own rifle out. But I'm an indifferent shot. And Abner, for all he loathes violence, can part a twig at 100 yards.
I reckon there ain't no sense to push the horses up that rock trail, Judge. We'll dismount here and climb up the rest by foot.
Seems quiet enough up there.
I don't know. Look at them bushes up there. You know, when they start wheeling, there's only one good reason.
Well, maybe we should have brought some men.
No, I doubt it. Appears to me whatever hell broke loose is pure gone and burned itself out.
We had made a detour through a grove of peach trees before we set the horses out to graze, but now we were climbing in the open under the burning sun. When I saw that gaunt old circuit rider, Bronson, sitting bareheaded, hands on the pommel of his saddle, in a paved court before the door, his big red horse was dripping with sweat. I braced myself for anything. He seemed in a kind of trance.
Bronson? Where's Doomdorf?
Surely he covereth his feet in his summer chamber.
Now look here, Bronson.
No, leave him be. He's in his own world, not ours. Come on, Judge. Howdy, Mrs. Doomdorf.
Si, senor?
It's Sheriff Abner Dale, and I'm Judge Randolph. Where's Mr. Doomdorf?
Oh, senor, he went to lie down in his south room upstairs after the midday meal.
Was he feeling all right?
Oh, yes. That is what he does every day. It is his custom.
So. Did you send Ben James for us?
Send for you? Oh, no, senor. But come in. I will take you upstairs. I'm glad you are here.
Why, ma'am?
Well, I was in the orchard to gather some fruit if it was ripe, but when I came back... This is his door. I cannot wake him.
Can you open the door?
Oh, no.
Why? Why, are you afraid to?
I could not. It is bolted.
Does he always bolt it?
When it goes to lie down, yes. Or whenever he sleeps anywhere.
Why, because he's afraid of something?
Oh, yes.
Who?
Those men.
What men?
The ones he stole from, that he fought with in Mexico for the revolution. And then he ran away.
Leaving them to die?
I think. Not all. They still come after him, but he is too careful. Here, he cannot be surprised.
Yeah. Maybe just for once he wasn't so careful, and they did.
Knock on the door, Abner.
Sure thing. Doomdorf! Doomdorf, wake up. You're in there.
Let me. Doomdorf, it's all right. This is Judge Randolph. Doomdorf, come out.
If he could come out, he would. I do not think he can come out.
Any other doors to this room?
No.
Windows?
The casa, the house, is built on the cliff. No way in from the outside.
All right, Abner. Let's break it down.
Stand back, Judge. I'll get it. This time. Keep back till I make sure the coast is clear. Doomdorf, you...
What is it?
Oh, he is dead.
I'm afraid so.
Oh, then at last I have killed him.
I'd better go after her.
No need. Where can she go? No, we'd better look at him first. I'll close the door.
He's been shot.
Yeah. Pretty near ripped him in half. Look at the size of that hole in his waistcoat.
Smells like burnt powder in here. You sure we're alone?
See for yourself, Judge. Nothing in the room but some chairs, the couch he's lying on, and that table with a bottle on it.
No doors. Window shutters thrown back, but the window's closed. Well, at least we know he wasn't shot from outside.
Yeah, it kind of looks that way.
You sure he's dead?
He's cold in the mackerel. Even the sun coming in couldn't keep him warm.
Where's the weapon?
Well, right behind you, I'd say. On them 2 dogwood forks on the wall. Those would be made to rest it on.
The shotgun, yes. It's been fired quite recently. There's a freshly exploded cap right under the hammer.
Yeah, I saw that. He'd been drinking some. Heavy, I'd say.
You think it's suicide?
I don't hardly think after he got a whole blow that size in him that he'd get up and hang up that gun nice and neat.
No, I don't hardly think so neither, Abner. This is murder. The woman took that gun down and shot Doomdorf while he was sleeping on that couch.
Could be, I suppose. But what about Bronson? He came in here breathing death and destruction.
Oh, he's just a mad old circuit preacher.
Who's been preaching a crusade far and wide through the hills against Doomdorf for furnishing this here moonshine.
We have a murder on our hands.
And you think the woman is guilty?
Well, what else?
Well, let's go ask Bronson first who killed him.
But by the time we got to the outer courtyard, the old man had disappeared, although his red horse stood tethered to a rail. I hesitated for a moment or two, turning the strange and tragic event that had taken place over and over in my mind.
Come with me, Judge, around the other side of the house, huh?
Very well.
Yeah, but stay behind me for cover.
Cover from what?
Who knows? There's a murder around here somewhere.
Well, the woman has already confessed.
I think she's not quite right in the head after all she's gone through. Hey, hold it.
What?
The back of the house. Flush with the edge of the cliff. Over 100-foot drop to the river. Judge, Doomdorf was a soldier, all right.
Well, how do you reckon that for certain?
Any good general first makes sure his rear is protected, and he couldn't be flanked. The only way to flush Doomdorf out was up that goat path we climbed to the house. He knew what he was doing when he made this his castle.
Yes, Abner. I recognized that years ago when that man who called himself Garcia came looking for him. I'm sure there were others who came after all that gold he brought strapped in his money belt.
Only one difference with them, or maybe 2.
What?
They didn't ask questions, and we never found their bodies.
I suppose you're right. I hold no brief for Doomdorf. The man reeked of evil. But the fact is, as officers of the law, we do have a body, and there are things to be done.
Right enough. For the sun is getting low in the sky. You expect me to arrest the woman?
Well, at least we must question her. Come.
We should question Bronson, too.
Why?
It's a notion I got. Just to make it all neat and tidy. Yeah, there he is now. Bronson?
I cannot tarry, brother. I am about the Lord's work.
Where are you going?
To that damnable still. With this axe, and in the name of him who is my shield and my strength, I shall destroy the evil work that immoral Doomdorf has wrought.
Bronson?
What?
Who killed Doomdorf?
Why do you have to ask? I killed him. I cut him down in the prime of his sin.
By the Almighty, what is this, Abner? Everybody couldn't have killed him.
Who can tell how many had a hand in it?
Are you deliberately trying to mystify me? The thing is impossible.
The impossible here looks like the truth. Come with me, Judge, and I will show you a thing more impossible than all.
I followed Abner back into the house and up the stair again up to the room. The door swung open, the shattered edge of it with the lock hanging half out, and Abner closed it carefully behind us after we entered.
I want to show you something, Judge. The bolt.
They kept the door closed?
Yes, sir. But I want you to see that it is no way connected with the lock itself. See? And it is on the inside. Now, how could the one who killed Doomdorf get into the room when we know the door was bolted and we had to break it down to enter?
Only one other way. Through the windows.
Well, let's look at them. Now, remember, we have seen from the outside that there is a sheer drop of at least 100 feet to the river, and the rock is as smooth as glass. Now, try looking out.
Oh, just as you said, the wall of the house is plumb with a rock face.
Yeah, that isn't all. You can't open these windows. See? Examine the frames. They're cemented into their casement with dust, and they're bound along the edges with cobwebs.
That's right. These windows have never been opened.
Yeah. Then how did the assassin enter?
Well, of course. The answer is evident. Whoever killed Doomdorf hid in the room till he was asleep. Then he shot him and went out.
Where could he hide? And even supposing he could, when he left, how did the assassin bolt the door behind him when the bolt was on the inside of the door?
Then who knows? Maybe Doomdorf did kill himself.
No, we ruled that out yesterday.
Then there's only one open road out of the mystery. Both the woman and Bronson claim they killed Doomdorf. Let us go down and ask them, question them.
No. In the law court, that procedure could be considered sound sense. But, Judge, we are in God's court, and things are done in a somewhat stranger way.
In what way do you mean?
In a way that still must be put to the proof. And for that, we need to borrow time. But I have every faith that time will show us exactly who murdered, or perhaps the better word might be executed, the man who lies dead before us.
I said in the beginning, a story to terrify and tantalize. And tantalizing it must be. A man, alive and alone by himself in a locked room, has met death by the blast of a shotgun, neatly returned to its place on the wall. By whose hand? In what way? These are the questions, and others, to be answered when I return shortly with Act 3. In the room with the dead man, Judge Randolph faces Sheriff Abner Dale, a frown of puzzlement on his patrician face. His eyes search the expression of the great lumbering young man in front of him, whose whole physical appearance suggests a man of action rather than one of thought or mental ability. The judge is the first to break the silence posed by the seemingly insoluble problem they face.
What do you mean we are in God's court and things are done in a somewhat stranger way?
Before we go question those who are so anxious to be convicted of the assassination of Doomdorf, let us find out, if we can, at what hour he actually died.
How?
I seem to remember he wore a watch. Yeah, here it is in the waistcoat pocket, broken by the shot.
At what hour stand the hands?
Just past 1 o'clock. By the look of Bronson, when we found him here, he must have been far off, still on his way to this place.
And the woman, by her story, was down the mountains picking fruit among the peach trees.
That's how I had it figured.
Well, why waste time on speculation anymore? We know who did this thing. Let us go down and get the story of it out of their own mouths. Either Bronson or the woman killed the man.
I could better believe it, but for the inevitability of a certain awful law. All they that take the sword shall perish with the sword.
Oh, the good book.
Matthew. We reap what we sow. Thus, we receive what we give and nothing else. That is God's law.
Very well, in a sense. But in this case...
By all means, let us go try the method of your law courts. Your faith lies in the wisdom of their ways.
We came down the stairs together, Abner, calm and reflective. Myself, tortured and mystified. Bronson, how did you kill Doomdorf?
I killed him as Elijah killed the captains of Isaiah in their 50s. But not by the hand of any man did I pray the Lord God to destroy him with the fire from heaven. I prayed him to destroy Doomdorf.
Give me the axe in your hand. So, now, explain yourself.
His hands were red with blood. The widow and the orphan cried to heaven against him. I will surely hear their cry, is the promise written in the book.
And you were the instrument raised up to heed their cry.
Yes, and the land was weary of him. And I prayed the Lord God to destroy him with fire from heaven, as he destroyed the princes of Gomorrah in their palaces.
With fire from heaven.
Come, Abner. We waste our time here.
A moment. Bronson, you hear me?
I hear you, Abner Gale.
A little while ago, when we came, I asked you where Doomdorf was. You answered me in the 3rd chapter of the Book of Judges. Why did you answer me like that?
When I said, surely he covereth his feet in his summer chamber?
Yeah.
The woman told me he had not come down from the chamber where he had gone up to sleep. It was then I knew that he was dead in his summer chamber like Eglon, king of Moab.
How could you know?
Why, look you off there to the south. I came here from the Great Valley to cut down these groves of Baal and to empty out the stinking abomination. But I did not know that the Lord had heard my prayer and visited his wrath on Doomdorf until I was come up the mountain to his door. But when the woman spoke, I knew it. My work here is done. I must ride where the Lord calls me.
Just a minute.
Why stop him?
You're right. That was only wasted time. Bronson did not kill Doomdorf.
But do you realize, Judge, how he did die?
At least not by Bronson. And not by fire from heaven. Doomdorf was dead before Bronson got here with his fire-breathing scripture. The woman must be the guilty one. Night had entered the valley with the setting of the sun, and there were other things to do before the inquisition of the woman. By candlelight, the shadows weird and fearsome on the wall, we made a coffin. We put Doomdorf in it, straightened out his limbs, and folded his arms across his shot-out heart, and we set the coffin on benches in the hall. Then we kindled a fire in the living room where the woman had put some meat and golden cheese and a loaf on the table.
You have eaten enough?
As much as is fitting.
I will leave it as it is, in case you should want more. I am going now.
Where?
To the sea. And the ship. He is dead. And I am free.
Not quite. There's a question still to be settled. Who killed Doomdorf?
But I have told you. I killed him. It was fair.
Fair?
Oh, I remember an old man sitting against a sunny wall and a little girl who plucked yellow flowers from the grass and put them in her hair. She laughed and she was happy because she was 12 years old, and in a few days she would be 13 and she would make her novena. But they were bad times, and the big stranger with the black beard and the hard hands came to the old man and talked. And after he had talked a long time, he gave the old man a gold chain and some money. And he took the little girl away. He used her in a way she did not know. And if she tried to run away or keep him away... You like to look at the scars on my back? You want to ask the doctor who was too late to save my baby? Oh, it was fair to kill him.
But where will you go?
Mi abuelo will be gone by now. My grandfather was dying 10 years ago, but the wall will still be there. And maybe the sun and the yellow flowers. It is all right that I go?
It's up to the judge. I cannot find it in my heart to hold you, or in the law. Not a jury in Virginia who would convict you for shooting a beast like that.
I thank you, Judge. But I have not shoot him.
Not shoot him? But the man is riddled.
Oh, yes, senor. I kill him, but I have not shoot him. I kill him with witch words I have remembered from my mother.
Hey, you can't kill a man with words, man.
Oh, I know, senor. That is why I make a doll in wax. And I put a needle through his breast. And he died very quickly. Now, senor, I may go?
It was good that you let her go, Judge. No, it was pathetic. A harmless little dream to rid herself of a monster with an enchanted straw man. I think she had money in her saddlebag, but I slipped some extra just in case. And now, where are we?
Waiting, like her, for the dawn.
This is the strangest thing that ever happened. Someone shot the man, but who? And how did the killer get out of that shut-up room? For that matter, how did he get in?
Through the window.
Through the window? You yourself have showed me that was impossible. You proved it could never have been opened.
I did. It never was open.
Abner, what are you trying to tell me?
How Doomdorf died.
You're trying to say that the one who killed him climbed that sheer wall, got in through a closed window, without even disturbing a crumb of dust or breaking a cobweb?
I'm telling you, the murderer of Doomdorf did even more.
What?
We must wait for tomorrow, when the assassin returns. Then I'll show you who killed Doomdorf and how.
I could have argued, but I knew that set look on Abner's face too well to waste my time. I could not have believed that I could sleep with the thoughts spinning in my brain, but I did. We ate, and through the morning dug a grave for the dead man in silence. By the time the last spadeful of earth was thrown back, it was high noon, and Abner squinted up at the sun.
Time to throw our spades down and go lay an ambush for the assassin. He's already on the way here, Judge.
Where do we go?
Back to the house and up to Doomdorf's room. Now we must make certain preparations.
What are you doing?
I'm loading the shotgun, as it was before it took Doomdorf's life. And now I place it back on its rack, exactly as I found it.
What do you want to do with this pillow and his coat? The blood is not entirely dry.
Here, give him to me. We'll wrap the coat around the pillow as if it were a body, and place it here on the couch, just where Doomdorf lay. Now, look out the window. Is the day still clear?
Not a cloud in the sky.
Yeah, just like yesterday.
If not hotter.
Now, for the moonshine, or this bottle of still liquor. Let's see. Good. You can see by the dust ring on the table that it sets just where it did yesterday as I return it to its resting place.
Whatever you say, but I still don't see how.
Quiet. We are about to trick the murderer in the act.
But we came without guns. How can we protect ourselves?
We need no protection, Judge. It is all in the hands of the Lord. Look, the assassin is creeping along the wall. Where? Look, that point of light.
I followed the line of his extended finger and saw what he meant. A tiny disk of focused, white-hot sunlight moving slowly across the wall toward the shotgun.
He that taketh the sword shall perish by the sword. The water bottle, full of Doomdorf's liquor, is focusing the sun to the heat of a lighted match as it travels to the lock and firing pin of the shotgun. The answer to Bronson's prayer. The fire from heaven. Now, watch it. Now.
As the pinpoint of sunlight reached the percussion cap, the gun exploded as though the trigger had been pulled. The pillow, wrapped in the dead man's coat, lying on the couch where the man himself had lain some 24 hours before, leaped and shuddered like a living thing and collapsed inertly. The room was still echoing with the sound of the explosion. My own voice sounded cramped and hoarse as I said, "And we mistrust coincidence. Why, it is a world filled with the joinder of accidents.
It is a world filled with the mysterious justice of God."
The answer to the mystery of the Doomdorf murder. A fate well deserved. And brought only on himself by the dead man who had little right or reason to live. Wouldn't it be nice if an equal fate could be the lot of so many people each of us know? Except, who are we to be the judge? That belongs, thank God, to the higher power I inadvertently named. I'll be back shortly. It seems to me necessary, in conclusion, to put a quote used in this story in its exact context. When Jesus had been betrayed by Judas, and when the high priest's men came to take him by force, one of those with him struck out against the attackers, wounding him. It was then that Jesus spoke the full quote, saying, "Put up again thy sword into its place, for all they that take up the sword shall perish with the sword." As you see, it was still and always the Prince of Peace who spoke. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Fred Gwynne, Rainer Rayburn, Ian Martin, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
It's the sign. It's the sign we saw out on the main road.
Oh, maybe it's one like it, an old one.
No. It's the same sign. It's the one that pointed to the two ruts through the field.
Why would Mr. Broker have it in here?
Hey, without this sign out there, you could go right past that field. Go right past Granville and never know it was here.
Is that what they want?
Maybe your suspicions weren't so wrong, Jane.
Oh, Mike. What does it mean?
I want to ask some questions. Look, don't let on we found this, huh? Come on, let's get out of here fast before Broker gets back.
Let's leave this town right away.
Yeah, I only hope we can.
Tim Egan did.
Oh, did he? You were suspicious about that sudden departure. Now I'm beginning to wonder. He departed, but I'd like to know where.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Frederic March and Florence Eldridge in The Outsider with Douglas Montgomery.
Lux presents Hollywood. This program, made possible because of your friendship for our products, tonight brings you Frederic March, Florence Eldridge, Douglas Montgomery, Donald Crisp, and Marcel Corday in the stage and screen success, The Outsider. Also behind the footlights of our theater here on Hollywood Boulevard are two special guests, Miss Ann Dawkins, who tells us how motion pictures are edited, and Milton H. Berry, who, like the central figure of our play, is devoting his life to an amazing treatment for cripples. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. And now, here is our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The banks in recent years have had their ups and downs, but they suffered their severest loss when Frederic March became an actor. A surgeon removed Fred's appendix and his desire for banking at the same time. Up to then, he'd sat behind a desk at the National City Bank of New York. But during his convalescence, he realized that he'd rather be behind the footlights. Even before then, Fred had longings for the theater. Of all the laurels he accumulated at the University of Wisconsin, where he was honor student, manager of the football team, and class president, None meant as much to Fred as the University Vaudeville Cup, which he won for putting on the best variety act. He met and married Florence Eldridge while they were playing together in stock. Then, as tonight, they were co-starred. Lovers of the legitimate theater will be delighted to learn that this fall, Frederic March and Florence Eldridge will leave their Beverly Hills home for a while and return to the New York stage. Mrs. March entrains for the East a week from tonight, and she can blame me for holding her husband here. At the moment, Fred is up to his nautical boot tops, starring for me as Jean Lafitte in The Buccaneer. Tonight, however, he sheathes his cutlass, turns his back on the swamps of Louisiana, and becomes Anton Ragazzi in Dorothy Brandon's melodrama, The Outsider. His lovely wife is heard as Lalage Sturdy. Our all-star supporting cast features Douglas Montgomery as Basil, Donald Crisp as Dr. Sturdy, and Marcel Corday as Madame Clost. Curtain time. Our stars enter. The footlights flash on, and the Lux Radio Theater presents Frederic March and Florence Eldridge in The Outsider. A dimly lighted room in a small house in London. A heavily shaded desk lamp throws deep shadows on the whitewashed walls. Behind the desk sits Anton Ragazzi. He's leaning back in his chair, his eyes closed, waiting. Somewhere a clock strikes 3. And from the shadows on the other side of the room comes a low moan. A woman lies there, strapped to a table. Fastened to her legs are a series of weights, which slowly but surely are stretching her crippled bones back to normal. The table, like a modern instrument of torture, gleams brightly in the darkened room. She moans again, and Ragazzi comes softly to her side.
Here. What's the matter?
My legs, they hurt tonight. They feel as if they're being torn from my body. Oh.
Stop it. You wish to walk again, do you not?
Yes.
You must bear the pain. You must grit your teeth and clench your hands and say over and over to yourself, I have faith in Anton Ragazzi.
I have faith. I have. But it's been so long now. So many days and weeks.
And months, yes. The rack works slowly, very slowly. It will soon be over.
How soon?
Tonight, I hope.
Tonight?
Tomorrow morning, Madame Clost, you will take your first step.
I'll walk again.
Quiet. You must rest. Hysterical patients are bad patients. You must take no chances. Hello? Trafalgar 6840, please. Hello? St. Martha's Hospital? I would like to leave a message for Dr. James Sturdy. Tell him his patient, Madame Clost, whom he discharged as a hopeless cripple, has been cured. Tell him the rack, which he said was useless, has straightened her hips so that tomorrow she will be able to walk. Tell him if he will call his staff of physicians together at 10 o'clock, I will be pleased to give a demonstration. This is Anton Ragazzi speaking. No, not Dr. Ragazzi. Just Anton.
Gentlemen, please. Dr. Sturdy, it's my opinion we should recognize this Ragazzi. If he has a machine, a rack as he calls it, that will cure a lateral curvature, I'd like to know about it.
So would I.
You'll have your opportunity, Dr. Ladd. He's coming here at 10. But I may tell you frankly, I shall not be here. I have no faith in this man.
Nor have I. He has no degree. He has no medical background. He's obviously a charlatan.
But he has cured cripples. His facts prove it.
Lad, I think you mistake the issue. We are all deeply interested in giving our patients the best treatment possible. But we cannot expose our patients to the risks of a cure which has not been tested and proved by competent physicians and surgeons.
Well, that's not medicine. That's intolerance.
Do you really believe I'm intolerant? Perhaps I ought to tell you why.
That's hardly necessary, Dr. Sturdy.
I'm intolerant because I've learned the mischief that quacks can do in the person of my own daughter, my own child. You know her, some of you?
Oh, yes, of course.
You know that she's beautiful, talented.
Yes.
You also know that from her hips down, she is a hopeless and helpless cripple. She wasn't born that way. There was some slight dislocation, but I never knew it. Her mother died when she was born, and I refused to look at my child. I sent her away to some people in the country. Then I left England. The people never wrote. I didn't know until 3 years later that my child still couldn't walk. She crawled, dragging one little foot. They were having her treated by a local bone setter, an unlicensed physician.
That's a terrible thing, Sturdy, a terrible thing.
I think I knew I was a father then for the first time. But before I could reach her, the child's hip had been so twisted and torn that nothing could be done. Nothing ever will be done because of my neglect.
Sturdy, I think we hardly realize she is a cripple.
She has such charm.
And spirit.
Her gift, wonderful.
Yes, her music. She has her music.
Father, have you quite forgotten me?
Oh, Lally, dear.
Oh, good morning, Miss Sturdy.
How are you today,
May I come in? Or are you saying dreadful things I mustn't hear?
Of course not. Come in, dear.
May I help?
Thank you, no. I can manage a short walk. How are you, Dr. Ladd? Dr. Tolley?
Come and sit down,
Oh,
Larry.
no, I can't really. I only came to pick up Father. He promised he wouldn't be late, because I've got a big rehearsal this morning.
At Albert Hall?
My new song cycle, Moorland Love Song. You know the lyrics?
Basil Owens, aren't they?
Yes.
Yes.
We've been collaborating. He writes beautiful things.
They'll go well to your music.
You conduct yourself.
No, I can't, Dr. Ladd. You see, the thing takes nearly half an hour, and I can't stand that long without my stick. But I think this new conductor they have can give me what I want.
I've heard he's quite good.
But he isn't me. Now, don't think how you'd feel if you had to watch another surgeon performing your pet operation. Oh, well, I should be used to it. Come along, darling. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye, Miss Sturdy.
Goodbye, Lally.
Goodbye, Miss Sturdy.
You see? You see the way she has to drag herself? I will not meet this man who in his presumptuous ignorance may do to another man's daughter what has been done to mine. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Well?
Well, lad.
Sturdy is the finest chief of staff this hospital ever had. It's our duty to stand by him.
Is reception room B, the nurse said?
Yes. I'm nervous, Dr. Ragazzi.
No, don't be a fool. You walked this morning, you walk again now. This is it. Good morning.
Oh, come in, Mr. Ragazzi. I'm Dr. Ladd.
Dr. Ladd, how do you do?
This is Dr. Tolley, Dr. Israel, Dr. Mann, Dr. Wycherley, and Dr. Hausman.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. And this is my patient, Madame Clost. But, where is the great Dr. Sturdy? I came here to catch the big fish, not the small fry.
Dr. Sturdy has just left.
He will not meet me, eh? Why not?
Mr. Ragazzi, I think we'd better tell you in confidence. He's had a very painful tragedy in his family. His only daughter is a cripple.
He cannot cure her?
No.
He is a doctor. And he has a daughter he cannot cure. That puts him in a stupid situation.
An intensely painful one.
He does not like it, eh? Mm-hmm. He would like it still less if I were to cure her.
I've heard you claim to cure almost anything.
Not claim, Doctor. I have proved it. Madame Kloss, as you know, was one of your patients here. She was incurable. You admitted it, all of you. Now watch. Madame Kloss, will you walk across the room, please?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Come. No hesitation. Walk.
I'm sorry. Is this all right?
There. You see, Doctor? Hardly any limp. What little there is, I shall fix on my rack.
Dr. Ladd.
Yes, orderly?
This table...
You don't touch it. Let go.
Sorry, sir.
I took the liberty of having my rack sent over. For your approval, of course, gentlemen. There. Now examine it, please. Notice how light it is, and yet how strong.
The workmanship is beautiful.
Yes, that's because I made it with my own hands. The wheel that turns the pulleys is worked by electricity. You cannot see the turning it because it pulls only the 1,000th part of an inch an hour. That is gentle, eh?
Yes, it's ingenious. I'd like Dr. Sturdy to have seen this.
He would not have looked at it because the rack has succeeded where he has failed.
Oh, that's not the point, Mr. Ragazzi. Dr. Sturdy has no objection to your machine. It is more, I think, a matter of your qualifications to use it.
What does that mean?
You have no degree.
Oh, I see. You want me to have letters after my name, eh? That satisfies you and satisfies the public. All right? Then give them to me.
Are you suggesting that we should recommend the Royal College of Surgeons to confer an honorary degree on you?
And why not?
Have you ever served an internship or studied anatomy except from a book?
Yes.
Where, may I ask?
Where, may you ask? In America. In the stockyards at Chicago. The slaughterhouse.
Good God. Then are we to understand that you began as a butcher?
A butcher? No. I began as apprentice to my uncle. He made apparatus for doctors. They came to us and asked us to make instruments that were mechanical impossibilities. So I said to my uncle, release me for 1 year. I'll go and cut up carcasses to find out how the joints fit in the sockets, what holds them and what makes them bend. And then we will make the finest instruments in all the world.
Well, it's unheard of.
You're shocked, eh?
Mr. Ragazzi, we appreciate your energy, your enterprise, and your courage. And we realize that you cannot be and should not be content to be merely a mechanic working under surgeons. Then why not do the theoretical work also? Qualify.
What? Spend 4 years like a little boy studying books and writing answers to examination papers? You think I'd leave my work all that time? Leave crippled people waiting to be cured? Children? So I can learn Greek and Latin names for English bones? Oh, no.
Then understand. If you won't qualify, you must undertake no case without a surgeon.
You forbid me to take cases without you.
That is our rule.
To prevent unemployment among surgeons, eh?
To protect the public from unqualified practitioners. There's no back door to the Royal College of Surgeons, and no lift. Those who wish to enter must climb by the front door steps.
Or remain outside.
I will not stay outside. However much you bar me out, I will come in. I'll break down bars and bolts. I'll blow a hole in the back wall to make a door for me. I'll set the world on fire to burn your college down. Keep me out when they have let you in. Oh, no. No, gentlemen. No. Bring the rack in here.
Yes, sir.
Let it stay at home where it belongs, where it will do some good, not in the hands of fools.
There's a charge on that.
Here. Now get out.
Right.
I'm sorry things went the way they did.
You
Did?
You are sorry. Eh? Did you support me? Did you defend me? Did you turn on them like a fury when I was attacked? Or did you sit there mum as a mouse?
I walked for them.
Yes, you walked for them. You did what Sturdy's own daughter could not. Yes.
What is it?
You walked for them. Now you must walk again today for her. For Miss Sturdy.
But I don't...
I want her to see you.
But I don't know her.
What does that matter? You go to her house, you hear? Tell her your history.
But if she won't see me...
You must make her see you. If you don't, you still have treatments to be given, for which you cannot pay.
You mean you'll take away the rack?
Yes, unless you make her promise to see me. Tell her the doctors will not let her see me because they are afraid. Afraid that I will cure her. Tell her the truth, that I am an outsider, a nobody. But I do cure people.
And that's what he said, Mr. D. If you don't see him, I'll be crippled again. Please, Mr. D. Here is the paper he gave me. You can see for yourself.
To Madame Anna Kloss. I, Anton Ragazzi, guarantee to give you further necessary treatments on my special apparatus, the extension rack. If you'll persuade Miss Lalage Sturdy... Why, this is horrible. Basil, help me up, please.
Of course, dear. But hadn't you better stay where you are?
I've never heard of such a thing in my life. Is this man human?
He will sign it if you will let him come here. Only to see him. He asks nothing more. Please, Mr. D, do this for me. You don't know what it is to be a cripple.
I don't.
No, you are rich. You need never go when you're tired. You lie in bed on couches. You are carried by your servants. What does it matter? What does it hurt you to be lame? But me...
Please don't cry. I know how it must be for you. I'll see him.
Oh, thank you. May I tell him now?
Yes, tell him.
God bless you, Miss Sturdy.
Basil, you stay.
Of course, Lally. Here, sit down. He doesn't seem to be the sort of person you ought to see alone.
The arrogance. The insolent arrogance. He's only got to see me, and I'll be persuaded to let him treat me.
But, Lally, if he could cure you. You know, he does cure people. I've read about him. You'd be a woman, Lally. Not a spirit in a prison.
Basil, don't. Don't make me hope. Father says I mustn't.
Sorry?
You've been wonderful, Basil, all these years. You don't know what it's meant to have someone outside my family who didn't treat me as a cripple. You've never done that.
I've never thought of you as one.
Haven't you, Basil?
But if he could do something, anything, are you going to tell him your father says there's no hope?
I'm not going to tell him anything, or even let him see me walk. I'll just listen quietly to what he has to say, and then tell him that he's had his pound of flesh, but that he shan't touch one single bone.
That's all?
That's all, Basil.
In just a moment, Frederic March and Florence Eldridge continue in The Outsider. Meanwhile, we go to a suite in a popular hotel here on Hollywood Boulevard. A young married couple is there, hurrying to change for the evening.
Oh, Jim, I can't hurry. My dress isn't back from pressing. And now I have a run in my stockings.
Another run? Oh, why do you buy such cheap stockings?
Cheap? I'd hate to tell you what I paid for these.
All right, so they're not cheap. But I don't see why you have to get a run in them every time you turn around. Come in.
It's the lady's dress, Mr. Page.
Oh, swell, Mary. Come on in. Say, maybe you can answer this. You've been a maid around here a long time. Do all women always get runs in their stockings?
Well, I don't think they get runs so often when they wash their stockings in Lux. You mean those flakes? Yes, ma'am. That's the way I always do. It's just like it says in those Lux ads you see. Rubbing stockings with cake soap is hard on the threads. And some soaps have alkali in them, and that's bad, too. But not in Lux Flakes. You seem to know a lot about it, Mary. But does it really work? Oh, yes, ma'am. From my experience, it does. My stockings keep nice and springy. And most of the ladies that come to the hotel here think that's so, too. At least they always tell me to be sure I wash their stockings in Lux. Well, maybe you're right. I'd certainly be glad to find a way to cut down on stocking runs.
Okay, that settles the whole business. Here, Mary, get Mrs. Page a box of Lux and keep the change. And make it a large box, too. Come on now, dear, please snap into that dress.
We hear now from our producer, Mr. DeMille. The Outsider continues, starring Frederic March and Florence Eldridge, with Douglas Montgomery, Donald Crisp, and Marcel Corday. It's 1 hour later. The large sturdy lies on her couch in the sitting room, waiting for Ragazzi. Basil hovers about nervously, arranging the pillows. Suddenly, the door is flung open, and Anton Ragazzi, unannounced, stands smiling in the doorway.
How do you do? I am Anton Ragazzi.
Do you usually enter a room without knocking?
Only when I am in a hurry. Your pardon, please.
I am Lalage Sturdy.
Miss Sturdy.
This is Mr. Basil Owen.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I understand that you will sign this paper if I agree to give you an interview.
Certainly.
Then you shall have one. Now, please sign.
Of course. You must not look at me like that. I am not such a villain.
But you would have tortured that poor woman.
You think I'd take away the rack from her and spoil my best advertisement? But I had to make her think I would.
Do you call that honest?
Perhaps not. But that should reassure you.
To know that you're not honest?
Certainly. If I were not genius, I should have to be.
Oh, I say.
All is forgiven to celebrities.
Basil, this man is impossible.
Don't get up, dear.
Yes. Let her walk. I want to watch. Ah, yes.
What are you doing? You're looking at me like a doctor. I won't have it. Basil.
No. It's all right. I have seen you walk. And when you were not thinking, that is good, eh?
Lally, don't mind.
I do mind.
Mr. Owen, take her to the sofa. I will not look.
Here, Lally. Are you comfortable?
Yes, thank you.
You are recovered from the shock?
Mr. Ragazzi.
Not quite, eh? Then I will sit down and assume a bedside manner to reassure you. Now, put out your tongue and say 99. Oh, yes. Yes, you have the croup.
Oh, why do I laugh?
Because I make you. I make you let me in. I make you walk. I make you laugh. And...
Can you make her well?
Basil.
Does she want to be well?
Of course she does.
She does not say so. No. No, I will not cure her. She shall stay a cripple. That will please her father, eh?
That's a lie. Mr. Agatsy, I didn't mean to see you.
I know you did not.
But as we've got so far...
Ah, we have got so far, have we?
You'd better see the X-ray photos of me. Then you'll know. And then you'll leave.
Will I?
Shall I ring for them, Lally?
Yes, please. Oh, no. Ask Miss Cross to give them to you.
I'll be back right away.
Very handsome young man, eh?
Yes.
You love him, eh? You want to marry him?
No.
Oh, yes. But you would not curse him with a crippled wife, eh? Some other woman gets him, eh? That's not nice for you. And even if you were married to him, he would go to golf and dance with other women, eh? That's all the young ones think of nowadays, you know, dance. And they hold each other pretty close, too. Makes them think of marriage, eh?
You beast.
Yes. A man is a beast. He's a dog. A dancing dog. What a pity you are a beauty. It's no good. Must be a fine torture lying here knowing what a good time you would have if you were not a cripple, eh? Men would go mad for you. Throw themselves at your feet. You don't want that now, eh? But if I cure you...
Get away from me. What are you? A temptation of the devil? Or an answer to my prayer?
Half and half. I am not all bad.
There they are. The X-rays.
Aha, let me see. Quick, the X-ray. Aha.
Well?
Tell me.
Miss Sturdy, now I know I can cure you.
You're sure?
I'm positive.
Lally.
Basil, don't look at me like that as though you saw me with new eyes. You mustn't.
I must. Oh, Lally, see yourself as he can make you. Will it hurt? Will there be much pain?
Yes.
How long?
For 1 year.
Lying down?
Strapped on my rack so that you cannot move. 12 months. And then I shall say, rise up and walk.
Oh.
No more limping, no more lurching, no more crutches, no more boots like clumping hoofs. But you shall dance in Cinderella slippers with your prince.
With me, Lally.
Oh, Basil, don't. I can't believe it. Oh, I can't till Father says it's true.
He will say it is not true.
What?
He will believe it is not. But which will you believe? Me or him?
I don't know. I don't know.
This can't be true. Did you believe this man yesterday when he said he could cure you?
I like to hear it, Father. It was so new that it was beautiful.
Lalage, nothing can be done.
Father, he's coming here this morning. I've asked Basil to bring him.
I won't see him. He can't touch you without my permission.
He can, Father, if he has mine.
Lally, you don't mean this?
I do.
Then let me tell you this. For the sake of my patients who trust me, my reputation, if you choose to put yourself in the hands of an unqualified practitioner, you will have to leave this house and me.
I've got my mother's money and my own. I'll leave today.
Lally, has this man hypnotized you?
Perhaps. He stirred up all my senses and played on them because he knew.
What, Lally?
Oh, Father, don't you know? Basil, I want him.
And why not? But he isn't worthy of you if he doesn't know that you've got qualities of mind and soul and...
Souls don't count with men in marriage. If you were a lame woman, you'd soon find that out.
You don't know what you're saying.
All the things that all my life I haven't said. Could you have ever fallen in love with Mother if she had been lame? Could you?
Don't ask me that.
I won't, because I know. I've known it ever since I read a sentence in a book. Men are more physically particular than women. And it struck me like a blow that was true. Father Basil can't love me like this, even though he wants to. And I can't blame him. Because I know that if I were a man, I wouldn't want to marry me. I should want a woman beautifully perfect. The sort of woman Basil wants. Oh, Father, I could make him marry me for pity if I played on his chivalry. But I can't stoop to conquer.
Lily, why are you so proud?
Because my life has been one long, unending humiliation that's crucified my soul. And this man comes and tells me he can take the nails out, lift me from the cross.
He can do nothing for you, Lally. He doesn't understand enough of surgery to know he can't. There's nothing known to...
But there's the unknown. Always.
Well, Lally, he's here.
Bring him in, Basil.
Thank you. Good morning, Miss Sturdy.
You know my father?
I have had that pleasure.
Mr. Agatsy, I want you to tell my father what you told me.
It won't be necessary. I know what he told you.
And I know what you told her. That I am a liar, a fake, a cheat.
Yes.
And does she believe you? Does she? I can see she does not. She believes me.
Lally, tell this man to leave. Do you hear?
I can't, Father.
Then do you believe him?
And I believe in God. A God who does things. A God who gives people the power to do them. I'm going to believe.
Oh,
I'm going to.
Lily.
Father, darling, you're absolutely right. I couldn't stay here.
You're going to leave me? Suppose he makes you worse.
Then I shall know I never can be better. Never marry.
You can be better. Can be well. Listen, I have a house where I have had another patient. Rooms that are vacant now, with a balcony that overlooks Regent's Park. Where you shall be all day, all night long, in the open air.
And I'll come to see you, Lally, always, every day.
Oh, Basil.
That means you'll go?
Of course she will.
Lally.
Father, please understand. I must. I want life.
And I can give it to her. The right leg is fastened.
Yes, sir.
Now the left. There, so. You are comfortable, Miss Sturdy?
Yes, thank you.
There will be pain. You must try to accustom yourself to it. Turn on the switch. Now you feel the pull? Hmm? You feel it?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Increase on the left leg, increase on the right. You understand, Madame Clost?
Yes, sir.
The rack is doing well, Miss Sturdy. I have been gradually strengthening the pull.
I could tell. The night seems so much longer now.
4 months, 5 months. You must count by the months. It will not seem so long.
3 months. 4 months. 5 months. But every day has 24 hours.
Madam Clost.
Yes, sir.
Morphine.
Oh, Mr. Ragazzi.
Why did you telephone for me? Is she in much pain?
She says no, but she's so restless.
She must not be. She must lie absolutely still. I've told her that.
She's been very sad all day.
Why? Why is she sad? What is that Mr. Basil Owen around here for?
Well, he hasn't been here for a few days. Almost a week.
Why not?
He called. He's been very busy.
Busy? That fool. Doesn't he know everything depends on him? Why is she suffering like this if not for him, eh? Call his house. Tell him I want him here tonight.
Yes, sir. I've wheeled Miss Sturdy onto the balcony. He wants us to watch for him.
I'll see her there.
Yes, sir.
Is that you, Anton?
Anton himself.
I thought I heard you inside.
You recognize my voice, eh?
I recognized your language. Who is the fool?
Some friend of Madame Clost. A man called Richardson. He lives in Putney.
Why did you come tonight?
Oh, because I passed here on my way back from the palace. I was dining with the king. It is agreed no lies, eh? No. I came because Madame Clost phoned me. She said you were restless. So when I met your Mr. Basil Owen downstairs, I told him he must not come up to excite you.
Then he did come?
Of course he did. He told you that he would.
No, he only said he might.
And so you wondered if he would, hmm? And when a woman wonders if a man will come, she wonders if he loves her. Now you know, eh?
Yes.
He sends you all his love and 1,000 kisses.
All his love?
All. and says, good night, sleep well, and dream of him.
You mustn't think he's been neglecting me. He's come every time he could. It's been dreadful for him all these months.
Dreadful? To watch your spirit conquer your pain?
To see me suffer. He can't stand suffering. A woman should always be beautiful.
Should she? You think that is the only thing that matters to a man?
You're talking like my father. And when I asked him if he could have fallen in love with a cripple,
Yes?
he wouldn't answer me.
Then let me answer for him. I tell you, it is possible. I tell you...
What?
Nothing. You make yourself well for Mr. Basil. You make yourself beautiful and strong. It will be safer.
But he wants me. He does want me. Oh, not as much as I want him, perhaps. Because I'm selfish, Anton. But I'm so weak and so tired. I couldn't hold on if I didn't know. If I weren't sure.
You will hold on. He will help you. And I will help you. I will not leave you now until you go to sleep. You go to sleep, Lally, and dream until your dreams come true. You go to sleep because they will come true. He will sit beside you because he loves you. And as the months pass, he will be there always. And then a time will come, not long, when the crocuses begin to push out of the earth like flames, and you too shall rise. How he will love you then, if you will go to sleep now. To sleep. To sleep. Because he loves you. He loves you. He loves you. What?
Mr. Owen is here, in the living room.
Stay with her. If she wakes in pain, give her morphine again. She must sleep tonight.
Oh, hello.
Good evening, Mr. Owen.
What's the matter? Why'd you call me?
The matter is, I shall throw up the case.
What?
Yes, throw it up.
But...
Because I will not fail.
But I thought you couldn't fail now. Well, you've succeeded. Done everything you wanted to. You said so yourself.
I have done, but nature has not. She must lie here in perfect stillness 6 months more, till all that I have broken sets binds together. 6 months. Where have you been all week?
I've been busy. And I've needed some relaxation. I've called her.
You think that's enough? She lies there day after day waiting for you to come, and by heaven you will come. If I have to go out and find you and drag you through the street...
Take your hands off me. Lally and I understand each other. She knows.
She is so weak she cannot know. She only feels. Feels that you have another woman whirling in your arms. I tell you, I have exhausted all her strength. Yes, I've worn it to so fine a thread that if one tear falls on it, it is broken. I would as soon that she should bleed as cry.
I didn't know. I didn't think. Has it really done her any harm?
Well, I have not let it. I have told her lovely lies. Got her off to sleep by making love to her. For you.
She's asleep? Good.
Good. Good. That another man should play the lover to her? What have you in your veins? Red ink and lukewarm water?
We can do without that. I stuck it out for 6 months. You think it was easy? I've gone through hell. I never knew it'd be like this. I never dreamed that... And I can't stand suffering. I never could.
The water in your blood isn't even lukewarm. Can't stand suffering. And yet you say you love her. You do say that.
Of course I do.
Yes. Then you will come tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock and tell her so. You hear?
Yes.
But you will say it with conviction, strongly. For if you do not, if you fail me, if you make me fail, I will smash every bone within your body into splinters. So you shall be a cripple that no one can cure, not even Ragazzi. Now you can go and relax.
Mr. Ragazzi.
Well, how is she?
She woke up twice. I had to give her the morphine, but it doesn't seem to put her off. She's half under and half awake. She keeps calling for Mr. Owen.
I'll see her. You wait outside.
Yes, sir. Basil. Basil. Basil, where are you? Basil. Is that you? Is it you, Basil?
Yes.
I knew you'd come. I tried to stay awake.
You must sleep now.
Stay near me, Basil. I'm afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
Afraid if you go, I won't get well. Always a cripple. Always.
No. You will get well. You will be well and strong soon. And I will always love you. It makes no difference, Lally, darling. You must believe that. It makes no difference. No matter what happens, I love you.
Basil. Basil.
You must sleep now. Good night.
Aren't you going to kiss me, Basil?
Yes. Good night, Lally. Good night, darling.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Frederic March and Florence Eldridge resume the events of our play shortly. Tonight, our inside glimpse of Hollywood centers on film cutting. Film editors are to motion pictures what city editors are to newspapers. As the DeMille film editor, Miss Ann Borkins has helped me make pictures for 25 years. And hers are the only hands, apart from my own, to which I've entrusted a film cutter's shears. Having gone through more than 1 million feet of film, Ann is now well equipped to answer the question that is probably first in your minds. What does a film editor do?
Well, C.B., I'd say we cut out of a finished picture everything that is not essential to the most effective telling of the story. It's a great deal like putting a jigsaw puzzle together, because the last scenes of a picture may be filmed first for production economy, and the first scenes filmed last. You get an idea of how much cutting is required when you stop to think that if all the film photographed for souls at sea, for example, were shown, it would take 36 hours to run the picture. The average picture, when cut, runs about 90 minutes.
I suppose you editors wonder why we directors don't save you a lot of trouble by shooting only what's good.
No, we know that each scene has to be shot from many different angles. Otherwise, the set might have to be rebuilt at great expense if certain close-ups and angles were overlooked. Frequently, some of the best scenes and touches in a picture are the result of gambling a few extra feet of film. There are some things, however, that we can always depend upon to photograph the same, like scenery, properties, or costumes. I can remember the trouble we had years ago when costumes lost their sparkle or faded a little as the months of shooting went by. Complete new wardrobes often had to be made. We've eliminated that great waste today, or I should say the people behind this program have largely eliminated it with Lux Flakes. Lux is the official wardrobe care at Paramount because it keeps costumes looking glamorously fresh for the camera. It's a very rare case when I have to cut a strip of film because of costumes.
Well, the contributions of the film editors are not only visual, they also work miracles with sound.
And one of our tricks is what we call pinching. That consists of taking the soundtrack of a speech that is delivered too slowly and speeding it up by removing the silent portions between the words. We've also developed another science called dubbing. In Mr. DeMille's picture, The Crusades, 2 armies of knights in armor rode madly across a field and crashed together while riding at full tilt. We made separate soundtracks of thundering hoofs, clashing armor, shouting men, and the rain of blows on shields. Then we fused them all together. The result was that we had a realistic battle scene filled with many different sounds, and yet each sound remained distinct, like the instruments of a symphony. That, roughly, is what the film editor does to make a picture more exciting. If you don't mind, Chief, I'll cut right here.
Thanks, Annie. Once again, Frederic March and Florence Eldridge in The Outsider. Six months have dragged wearily by, months of torture and endless waiting. But at last the rack has completed its work. It's the day of the final test when Lalage Sturdy is to walk for the hospital staff. Ragazzi, excited at the prospect of his triumph, lifts her carefully from the table and carries her to a chair.
There. Now sit up. No. Don't try to stand. Just sit.
I could stand. I know it.
But not yet. We must wait for our friend, for the physicians and surgeons who forbade me to practice because I knew no medicine. They shall see. Madam Clost.
Yes?
Where is that Mr. Basil Owen? Has he called?
Not yet.
And you call him. Tell him he should be here.
Perhaps he's ill.
Tell him to come if he's dying. If not, I'll go and bring him dead.
Yes, sir.
You mustn't go, Anton. You must be here when the doctors come. I won't have your triumph spoiled.
I have no triumph if you have not yours.
What do you mean?
When first you walk, you want to go to Basil Owen.
I want him to be here.
I also.
Why?
Because for you and for him, I have made something straight again.
Yeah. I've never even thanked you, Anton.
Oh, I want no thanks. I shall have glory.
Is that all you care about?
Yes.
It's strange. You've done everything for me. And yet I must have felt it wasn't for me. Because I'll remember what he did when I've forgotten.
He?
Basil.
Oh.
I was afraid for a while in the beginning. I thought he was weakening. And then one night he came to me, after you'd put me to sleep. And I knew then that he was mine. All mine. He told me it made no difference. That was love, Anton. Real love. For the first time.
Yes. Yes, it was. And so because of that love, when you take your first step,
I shall go to him.
11:30. Why in heaven's name don't they come?
Basil, sit down. You're walking around like a caged tiger.
I can't help it. I'm nervous.
I'm not. Look, see my hand?
I don't see how you can be so calm.
Because I have faith, Basil. In myself, in Anton, in you.
You're so sure.
Yes. It's hard to explain, but I am sure. Perhaps it's because I have so little to lose. Because even if I should fail, I could still be happy.
Happy? Lally, how can you say that?
Well, you said it for me. Remember? It makes no difference, darling. I love you. No matter what happens, I love you.
Lally, I don't know what you mean.
Well, that night you came to me when I was alone.
I don't know what you mean, Lally.
Basil, you are nervous. You haven't forgotten.
Forgotten what? Lally, darling, you must have been dreaming.
Oh, I see. If you're afraid, Basil.
No, of course not. But, well, I never said that, Lally. I didn't.
You don't have to be so apologetic. I never meant to hold you to it. It was only that it gave me strength all those months. Just to think you did love me enough not to care about.
Oh, Lally, please, please.
And that's why you're nervous. You're afraid I'll fail. You're afraid you'll be burdened all your life with a cripple. When you needn't worry. You won't be.
Lally, listen. You're going to be all right. I just know you are. But, oh, God, Lally, don't make me say it.
No, don't. Because I couldn't bear to listen. If only you'd waited, Basil. If only you'd given me the chance. if I did fail, to let you go. But the fear was in your eyes when you walked in this room.
Lally, if I've hurt you...
You have. Oh, not because I've lost you. I should have known it was too beautiful. But because just this once, I hoped, believed, that someone loved me, just as I was.
Lally, darling.
Here, gentlemen, here. Our laboratory, where we will perform the great experiment. Lally, you're all right? Lally?
Yes.
Now, gentlemen. You have seen the X-ray plates. You have seen how the bones have been stretched. Now you shall see the final proof. Miss Sturdy has still not taken her first step. We have been waiting for you. Now, Mr. Owen, will you stand over there, please? No. In front of her chair, about 10 steps away. There. Now, Miss Sturdy, take my hand. Now, stand up slowly. So. Now, weight evenly on both legs. So. Now, let go of my hand. So. Now, walk over to Mr. Owen.
I've forgotten how to.
Nonsense. No. Look, right foot, left foot. Think. What's the matter? Here, walk. I tell you, walk. Mr. Owen, call her. Hold out your arms to her. Call her to you.
Lally. Come to me.
I can't.
Catch her. Pick her up. Get her on the couch.
Stand back. All of you, stand back. Lally, are you all right?
It feels so good to lie down again.
They're gone. All of them.
Yes. All of them.
How do you feel?
I feel nothing.
Why don't you cry? Why don't you scream and bring down curses on my head?
That wouldn't help. It isn't your fault. You tried. And I failed you.
12 months of torture. 12 months. And you don't hate me.
No, Anton.
Come in.
Dr. Sturdy is here.
Father.
Lally.
Oh, Father.
Lally, my darling, don't cry. Don't cry, darling.
You know.
They just told me.
That Ragazzi has failed. Yes. I have sent it to the papers myself.
Mr. Ragazzi, it was not necessary.
You think I cannot take my medicine? That I am finished? Oh, no. No, you can tell your doctor friends with notebooks that I'll begin again tonight. I've found out the doctors know something that I do not. So I shall become a doctor myself. Yes, to find the way to cure Lally.
What if you have found it?
Father.
What did you say?
Mr. Ragazzi, you have taught me how to cure my daughter.
How to cure her?
I've seen your x-rays. I know now what we can do.
Father, don't say it just to make me feel.
It's true, Lally. You'll walk again. You will.
Oh, God.
Lally.
Then it has not all been wasted?
It's just beginning. She'll owe it all to you, Mr. Ragazzi.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I would like to feel I did something.
I'm going to take her home now. I'll have the car brought around.
Anton.
I'll leave you alone.
No, please. I hate to leave here, somehow.
It will be better. You will be happy again. He will return to you.
Basil?
Yes. He will come back when he knows.
Do you think I want him as he is?
He is, as he was, always.
I never loved him then. I loved someone else.
Who? Who, Lally?
A man who spoke to me in a dream. A man who came to me that night. Who held me in his arms. Held me to him, soul and body. That man never would have left me. But there is no man like that.
There is. Oh, Lally, darling, I love you. It makes no difference. No matter what happens, I love you.
Wait. Oh, wait. That night, was it a dream?
No. It was the truth. Goodbye, Lally.
Don't go. Don't go, Anton. You were there. It was you that night.
Yes.
Oh, Anton.
Don't stand up.
Anton, hold out your arms for me. Call me to you. Call me, Anton.
Are you really walking?
Yes. To you. To you. Walking to you, Anton.
Our play ends, but not our stars' performances. A little later, we'll hear again from Frederic March and Florence Eldridge. Each week, we try to bring you as guests someone of particular interest. Tonight, we've been unusually successful. Standing beside me now is a man whose life work parallels that of Anton Ragazzi to a startling degree. Befriended 38 years ago by a cripple, he resolved to devote himself to the help of other such unfortunates. Never having been to school, he was not equipped to enter a medical college, and so developed his own methods. Though not a physician, he is founder and head of the Milton H. Berry Institute for Paralysis Correctment, located near Hollywood. Its directors include the famous author Rupert Hughes and Fred Stone, the noted actor. Through our play, we learned of a man who dared to aid the hopeless when all usual efforts failed. Such a man is our guest, Milton H. Berry.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and permit me to state that I am not a doctor. I'm a teacher. My institute is a school, not a hospital. Those who come to me are not looked upon as patients. They are pupils.
And from my friend Rupert Hughes, I've learned some amazing things concerning your work. Of little children who've come to you helplessly crippled. Of men and women whose spines have been broken in automobile accidents, brought back to health and normal activity. Of Mary Blackford, the Hollywood actress, who was paralyzed from the neck down, but now can lift her hands above her head and walk several hundred feet. How, Mr. Berry, are these things brought about?
One must thoroughly understand the action of muscles of live bodies, the laws that govern the mechanics of locomotion, and be able to apply them to the individual case. Before you can train the mind to concentrate with sufficient force to re-educate impaired muscles, the physical energies of the body must be developed.
Well, at some time in your career, Mr. Berry, something must have happened, some case must have arisen that made you feel you had discovered a successful method for re-educating damaged muscles. What was that case?
Yes, it did happen. Many years ago in Des Moines, Iowa. It concerned a young woman completely paralyzed from the waist down. A dozen doctors gave me their diagnosis of her case and told me I was crazy to think she would ever walk again. I did not blame them in the least. What did matter was the fact that 4 months later, several thousand people gathered in front of a Des Moines hospital and saw that woman walk unaided. Since then, I have helped over 2,000 infantile paralysis cases and 400 victims of other types of paralysis.
It's not that I doubt what you've told us, Mr. Berry, but assuming that it is true, why aren't your methods practiced everywhere?
Remember, Mr. DeMille, I had been but one lone man practicing this method until I taught it to my son, Milton Jr., and Mr. Marion French. Our foundation, which is strictly non-profit, was formed for the purpose of establishing a larger school to teach this method to qualified young men and women who in turn can go to centers of population and do just as we've been doing at the Berry Institute. Until the plans of the foundation are complete, I'm limited to 100 cases at one time. In behalf of those 100 children and young adults now under my care, let me thank you and the Lux Radio Theater for the splendid entertainment you bring them every Monday night.
We've been happy to have you here, Mr. Berry. Very happy. To Mr. and Mrs. Frederic March, I owe a debt of gratitude. To Miss Eldridge, for helping me interest her husband in the role of Jean Lafitte. And to Fred for the superb characterization he's giving Lafitte in The Buccaneer.
Such great material, C.B., it's pretty hard to miss. Like most people, I only knew Lafitte as a pirate, not as an American hero.
You know, it was a revelation to me to find out that unless he'd plunged in with men and ammunition to help Andrew Jackson and his catted army at the Battle of New Orleans, all of America west of the Mississippi might now be part of Canada.
One of Lafitte's most exciting exploits, and amusing, occurred when Governor Claiborne offered a reward of $500 for him, dead or alive. Lafitte was so indignant at the small amount, he rode around New Orleans posting offers of $10,000 for the governor, dead or alive.
Yeah, that Buccaneer was the only pirate in history who saved a nation. There never has been a more mysterious figure. No one really knows where he came from or where he went after his career in America was over. He was a resourceful, brilliant, and romantic man with all the color of a fiction hero. The Buccaneer is the answer to an actor's prayer. You remember the old saying in the theater, C.B.? Fat parts make fat actors.
Well, speaking of the theater, what about this play the Marches are going to do?
It's called The Christian Hero, Mr. DeMille. It's based on the life of Sir Richard and Lady Steele.
You mean the Sir Richard who, with Joseph Addison, wrote The Spectator and The Tatler?
That's right. John Cromwell is going to direct, and we hope to open on Broadway around Christmas time. Playing here tonight has certainly given us the itch to get back to the stage. I hope it'll be as much fun.
We'll miss you both in Hollywood. But my wish is that the play will have a record-breaking run. To both of you, a great success.
Thank you,
Thank
C.B.
you.
Good night. When Edna Ferber wrote Cimarron, she enriched modern literature and the screen with one of the most compelling stories ever dedicated to the romantic West. Our adaptation of that story awaits you next Monday night. Had we personally asked each one of you, whom, above all others, would you choose for the spirited role of Yancey Cravat, I feel certain your decision would be identical with our own. So we bring you Clark Gable. Starring with Mr. Gable, Virginia Bruce, and a special guest, Miss Edna Ferber. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Clark Gable and Virginia Bruce in Cimarron. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
We wish to call your attention this week to the Silk Parade, a brilliant feature in your local stores. It offers a colorful pageant of rich displays and timely hints on the latest fall fashions. Good silks are amazingly durable, and most of them are safe in water alone, which means that you can trust them to gentle Lux Flakes. So you are being thrifty as well as fashionable when you wear silks in this season of elegance. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, May 17th.
The Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Davis and Fred MacMurray in another language with John Beale and May Robeson. Lux presents Hollywood. This program comes to you through the makers of Lux Flakes as a means of showing their appreciation of your pronounced preference for these remarkable soap flakes. Our stars tonight are Betty Davis, Fred MacMurray, John Beale, May Robeson, Margaret Hamilton, and Hal K. Dawson. Our guests, Mrs. James Roosevelt, mother of our president, and Miss Janet Henley, one of Hollywood's foremost wardrobe authorities. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers, all of whom join me in saying, welcome to the Lux Radio Theater. Before going ahead with our play in other language, I want to tell you about a little club in Paterson, New Jersey. Miss Laura Brock, the secretary, writes,
We are a group of girls who meet every Monday night. Wanting a name for our club, we have taken the liberty of calling ourselves the Lux Time Girls. One of our bylaws reads as follows. Any member getting a run in her stocking during the course of any meeting must pay a fine of 10 cents. Our treasury hasn't been increased by a single dime so far because all the girls are Lux wives. And as a matter of fact, we very seldom get runs at all anymore.
They know that Lux cuts down runs because it saves the elasticity. The letter continues.
We thank you for the splendid entertainment of the Lux Radio Theater, and we wish you continued success.
And we thank you, Miss Brock, for your letter. We hope all of your club members are listening in tonight to hear Betty Davis, Fred MacMurray, and John Beale in another language. And now, our producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some years ago, Mrs. Rose Franken, a housewife and mother of 3 children, surprised her friends by writing a play. Several people promised to produce it, but when nothing happened, Mrs. Franken became so provoked she wrote another. It fooled everyone. Another language ran 344 performances and was promptly sold to pictures. Betty Davis, who commands the stage tonight in the role of Stella Hallam, earned her first money waiting on tables in school. Facing the camera for her screen test in New York, she fainted but passed, only to spend many weary months in Hollywood playing fill-in parts in screen tests for other hopefuls. As far as I know, her record of making love to 36 men in one day before the camera is still unchallenged. While Betty was eating lunch one day, Pandro S. Berman passed by, stared at her for a few moments, and informed her she would play opposite Leslie Howard in Of Human Bondage. Starred from then on, she won the Academy Award for Dangerous and is next seen in the Warner Brothers film That Certain Woman. Fred MacMurray's Paramount Pictures, his 2 previous performances in the Lux Radio Theater, and his many other air appearances find us greeting him as an old friend. He's heard tonight as Vicky Hallam and will be on the screen shortly in Exclusive. John Beale, who created the role on Broadway and in pictures, is again Jerry Hallam. John took to the footlights right after graduating from the University of Pennsylvania, dropping his original aim of becoming an illustrator. He's just completed Border Cafe for RKO. And I'm especially pleased to welcome one of my oldest friends of stage and screen, that distinguished character actress, Miss May Robeson, in the role of Mother Hallam. The parts of Grace and Walter will be filled by Margaret Hamilton and Hal K. Dawson, who played them so skillfully in the theater and film. Curtain time, ladies and gentlemen. Our stars make their entrance, and the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Another Language, starring Betty Davis, Fred MacMurray, John Beale, and May Robeson, is on the air. Our scene is a tiny studio apartment in downtown New York, the unpretentious but charmingly furnished home of Vicky and Stella Hallam. It's early Monday morning, and we find Vicky at the telephone. He seems to be having a little difficulty making himself understood.
Now listen, is this a Center Art Institute or isn't it? All right. Now, what? I don't care if you're only the cleaner. I don't care if you're the president. All I want to know is Mrs. Hallam's still there. Mrs. Victor Hallam. Yeah, she's one of the students in the art class. Well, there must be somebody there. Well, run up and take a look, will you? It's important. I said run up and take a look.
Hello, Vicky.
Oh, never mind.
How are you, darling?
I'm all right. Do you know what time it is?
Yes, I'm terribly sorry.
It's nearly 8 o'clock. I've been trying to get you on the phone.
I know it's awful of me, but I couldn't stop before. I was right in the middle of the new piece. But it's done now. It's in the cast, and, oh, Vicky, I think it's going to be all right.
That's good.
You must be starved. I'll get you something right away.
Well, wait a minute. Maybe you don't remember what night this is.
Why, it's Monday.
Yeah, and we were supposed to be at my mother's at 7 o'clock sharp.
Oh, Vicky. Oh, Vicky, darling.
No, it's all right. It's not the first time you've forgotten it.
Are you angry with me, Vicky?
Well, I'm not exactly happy.
I'm sorry. I know how sacred these Monday night family meetings are.
They're not sacred, but I think we could make a little effort to get there once in a while. Walter manages it, and so does Paul. And their wives are there every time.
Yes. Has it ever occurred to you, Vicky, that maybe your brother's wives are a little more welcome than I am?
What do you mean by that?
I don't know, but sometimes I feel I can't help it. I feel they resent me.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Why should my family resent you?
I don't know. But I think they do, Vicky. All except Papa. He's a dear.
And the rest of them are a lot of palookas, I suppose.
I didn't say that.
Well, that's what you meant.
I didn't mean that at all. I like them, Vicky. I only wish I could make them like me, that's all.
Well, maybe you don't try. Maybe if we went up there a little more often, you'd get to know them better. It's not their fault, Stella.
I know that.
It's just that they don't understand you, all this art school stuff.
Oh, but you understand it. You do, don't you, Vicky?
Well, sure, I do.
Then give me a kiss, darling, and tell me that you're not mad anymore because I'm late.
Oh, but why did you have to pick the night of all nights to hold things up, Stella?
I couldn't help it, darling. Honestly, I couldn't. This bust of you was the first thing I've done that I thought was really good. And I feel like shouting. Probably it's because the subject was so grand.
Crazy.
Don't spoil it, Vicky. Kiss me and make it perfect.
Now, hurry up and get ready.
I'll only be a minute.
Oh, Walter and Grace are going to stop by for us.
Are they?
Yeah, I told them you'd be late, so they're taking their time.
When Walter comes, make sure you don't smoke one of his cigars.
Huh?
If I remember, the last one you smoked flew up.
Oh, Walter's all right.
Of course he is.
Blow up, will you, Walter? My feet are killing me.
Which apartment is it, Grace?
12.
Boy, what a joint. What did Vicky ever want to live down in this part of town for, anyway?
Stella, you mean?
Yeah.
She's got him wound around her little finger. Ring the bell.
All right.
Guess she thinks living down here makes her arty or something.
Hello, Walter. Hello, Grace.
Hiya, Vicky boy. How's the kid?
Fine, thanks.
Well, step right in, Gracie. Make ourselves to home.
That's right, Walter. Well, Grace, it's been a long time. How are you?
All right.
Oh, Grace is dying. She says her feet are killing her. Hoof and mouth disease, that's what she's got. Guess we'll have to shoot her, eh?
Ha-ha.
Where's the little woman, Vicky? Putting on the war paint?
She'll be ready in a minute.
Give her the gun, boy. Give her the gun. You know what I do to Gracie when she keeps me waiting? I give her the icy clutch.
Now, Walter, you stop it.
You know, you sneak up behind him, Vicky, and get him by the nape of the neck like this.
Crazy fool.
The icy clutch, Vicky. Get it?
Hello, Grace.
Hello, Stella.
Hiya, Stella, old girl. How's the kid?
Fine, Walter. How are you?
Well, I'm like the weather. Everybody complains about me, but nobody does anything.
Oh, shut up.
Say, we'd better get going. Mom will be waiting for us.
I'm ready.
I'll run down and hail a cab.
Oh, don't be foolish, Vicky.
Oh, we've got to, Grace. We're late already, and it's my fault. I'll turn out the lights.
No sooner said than done.
Oh, Walter, not all of them.
I
We'll
can't
break
see
our
my hand
necks.
before my face.
Ooh, boogie, 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 boogie.
Stop it now, Walter.
The icy clutch.
Oh!
Come on, Mama. Come on. Open up.
Stop it, Walter.
Hello, Mama.
Hello, Victor. Hello, dear.
Hiya, Mom.
Come in. Oh.
Well, Mama, how's my best girl?
Oh, I'm fine, my boy. You know, I was afraid you were not coming. Oh, how do you do, Stella? Well, this is a surprise.
Hello, Mother. I'm awfully glad to see you. How are you?
Pretty well, thanks. Oh, these flowers for me? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. But you shouldn't, you know.
Ooh.
Walter, my boy, I knew I could count on you. How are the children, Grace?
Johnny's got a sniffle. Everybody here tonight, Grandma?
My sons never forget Monday nights.
Listen, what's the matter with your son's wives?
I always say my sons' wives are very good to me also. All except Stella. You know, I'm afraid we are not quite high-toned enough for Stella.
Oh, Mother, you know that isn't true. You don't understand.
I understand perfectly, my dear. Well, come in. Don't stand here in the hall. They're all inside waiting.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Etta.
Well, hello. You're a stranger.
I know. I'm really ashamed.
I feel as if we ought to be introduced.
Oh, Etta, it isn't as bad as all that.
Stella, my child, I knew you'd come.
Hello, Father.
Hello, Stella.
Paul, how are you, Paul?
Say, aren't those chrysanthemums beauties? Those are beauties, Stella. Aren't the beauties, everybody? They must have cost something, all right.
Yes, they're very lovely. It's too bad we haven't anything to put them in.
Gee, you blew yourself. Hard times didn't seem to hit you, Vicky. They're wonderful, beautiful.
Yes, but Stella, you know, you shouldn't let your husband spend so much money for nothing. How's your new maid, Grace?
How is she? She ate 3 eggs for breakfast this morning. That's how is she.
That's nerve.
Do
Do
you know it? I'll say it's nerve.
Oh, I wouldn't keep her.
I'm not.
Hi, yet, old kid.
Stop that, Walter, Helen. Grace, that husband of yours is too fresh entirely.
Well, you know, Walter has to have his little joke.
Walter, did you see the new brooch Paul gave Etta?
No, let's see. Say, not bad, not bad.
I like that center diamond, Etta.
It's a marquis.
Never met him. My acquaintance begins and ends with a chip.
Oh, Paul, where's Jerry? Everybody's here now but Jerry.
He said he'd drop in later if he could.
Well, that's right, you know. You're not firm enough. You're not firm enough with your son, Etta. You know, Monday nights ought to begin to mean something to him. Now Jerry's quite old enough to...
That's true, Mama. Etta, you ought to talk to him.
You know, I don't think I've seen Jerry since...
You know how long? I'll tell you. Not since your wedding. That shows how often you visit us, Stella.
But that's not possible.
You wouldn't know him now, Stella.
Yes, he's a grown-up man all of a sudden. Oh, I can't believe it myself.
He reminds me a lot of the way Vicky used to look.
Oh, there's a strong resemblance between all the boys. I said to Grandma the other day, Vicky's getting to be the image of Paul, now that he's putting on weight.
Who's putting on weight?
You.
Oh, you're crazy.
Oh, Vicky, you big fat thing. You know you gained 11 pounds in the last year.
Victor gained 11 pounds? Why, that's wonderful.
You don't seem to think it's so wonderful, Stella.
What? Stella, you're not happy that your husband's putting on flesh?
I want him to stay young and handsome.
Oh, nonsense. People should eat plenty. Never mind how they look.
That's right, Mommy. You tell that to Stella. She's positively starving me.
Oh, Vicky, Mother actually believes it.
No, she's pretty good to me, my wife is.
And I guess you're pretty good to her. All my boys are good husbands.
Good, but not romantic.
What have we got to be romantic, huh?
Yeah.
Well, sit down, Stella. Sit down. Don't act like company.
Oh, I'm not. Really, I'm not.
Well, you don't even take your hat off. That's not very nice, you know.
She knows it's becoming.
Why, it's so light I didn't even know it was on.
Well, take it off. We all saw it.
Oh, here's Jerry now.
Come on in, Jerry. The door's open.
Fine time to be coming.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Jerry.
Hello, Grandma.
You've been forgetting your old grandmother.
Oh, no, I haven't, Grandma, but you know how it is.
Hello, Jerry.
Oh.
Jerry, this is your Aunt Stella, for goodness sakes. You remember your Aunt Stella. Say, how'd you do? Where's your tongue?
Oh, he does remind me of the way Vicky used to be.
Sure, I remember Aunt Stella. How'd do, Aunt Stella?
Aunt Stella? That makes me feel so old.
Well, if I don't call you Aunt, I can't kiss you. And besides, you're not a bit like an aunt. I mean, well, you're not a bit old.
Hey, go on, Jerry.
He even puts his foot in it the way Vicky used to.
His ways are a lot like Vicky's, but I don't notice the resemblance so much.
Etta means Vicky was never so good looking.
Oh, yes, he was.
Here, you're a businessman now, Jerry.
Yeah, Dad decided last week he couldn't get along without me. Oh, so we're not going to have an architect in the family, huh? Well, it doesn't look like it.
Jerry, did you really want to study architecture?
I was crazy to. I guess I still want to about more than anything else in the world.
Well, come on in, everyone. There's lots to eat.
That's the best news I've had since breakfast.
Come along, Vicky. We'll show that pretty little wife of yours how a boy should be fed.
Yeah, let me at it.
What's that you're playing, Aunt Stella?
Debussy.
It's swell. Oh, listen to them in there. I bet they'll sit over that table till 12 o'clock.
They're enjoying themselves, Jerry.
You know, Aunt Stella, you don't seem to belong to these Monday evenings. Aren't they awful? You have to sit around all night and jaw over things that aren't important and eat a lot of things you don't want. I hate to come here.
I know how you feel, Jerry.
Do you? Is it true you're an artist, too, Aunt Stella? I mean, do you paint and sculpt?
I used to before I was married. I'm beginning again.
Well, good for you. You know, when I was a kid, well, when I was about 18, I mean, I used to love to design buildings and theaters and things like that.
Oh, but that's wonderful, Jerry.
Dad couldn't see it, though. Nobody could. They seem to think that anything that has to do with drawing isn't business. I wanted to go abroad and really study. At first, Dad said he'd think it over, and then the family, I don't know, sort of got him out of the idea.
Oh, that's too bad, Jerry.
Well, what are you two hobnobbing about?
The two artists. You think they were long-lost friends.
Well, I only hope Stella's not putting ideas in his head.
Well, what do you mean? Can't anybody even sit
Careful,
together?
son. You're talking to your mother.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything.
No, of course you didn't. Jerry's a good boy.
Come on, Stella, get hot. How about a little swinger? Let's hear you go to town.
Walter, I'm afraid I'm not up to it. Why don't you?
Sure, shove over. I'll show you how to tickle the ivories.
He does it all by ear.
Never took a lesson in my life.
Aunt Stella, I'd like to see you sometime when we could talk by ourselves. I mean, I would like to talk to you about paintings and things. There's nobody much around here I can talk to.
Why, of course, Jerry, anytime. Listen, wait a minute. Vicky, dear.
Yeah?
Vicky, why couldn't everyone come down to our place next Monday evening?
Oh, that's an idea. Hey, how about it, everybody? All come over to our place next Monday.
Oh, no. That's too big a trip for an old lady like me. Perhaps if you lived a little nearer.
Oh,
yes.
come on, Mama. Just this once won't tire you. It's a swell idea.
Then you will come, all of you?
I'm willing if the rest are.
Okay by me.
Fine, then it's settled. Our place next Monday.
No. You know, I'm an old lady. It's much better for you young people to come to me.
Oh, no, Mama, dear. I'll blow you to a taxi.
Yeah, how about a bicycle, Mama?
Well, Aunt Stella, I meant to talk to you alone, not with the whole gang around.
Why, then, anytime, Jerry. Just drop in and have dinner with us.
Thank you.
Oh, gosh. I'm dying for sleep. We ought to be going, Walter.
Me, too. I can't keep my eyes open hardly.
I ought to wash my hair.
Come on, Stell. Get your duds on. Here's your coat. Catch.
Here, let me help you on with it, Aunt Stella.
Thank you, Jerry.
Here, let me help, too.
You got you that time.
That's a fool trick. You want to watch out what you're doing, do you hear?
Jerry. What's gotten into you? Talking to your Uncle Walter that way.
Apologize to your uncle this instant.
Go on, Jerry. Say, excuse me, Uncle Walter. You were very fresh, really.
I apologize, Uncle Walter.
Oh, don't mention him, my boy. I know your business troubles make you irritable.
Jerry, don't mind them. You will come to see me, won't you?
Stell, are you ready? Stell.
Yes, Vicky. I'm ready.
Before going on with our play, let's stop at the home of one of our friends. 14-year-old Margie is out in the kitchen with her mother. They are doing the dishes together. Margie is drying them.
Mother, how many years have you been washing dishes?
Oh, a long time. It'll be 16 years this month since we started keeping house.
Wee, you don't look it.
Thank you, darling. What makes you say that?
Why, Mother, your hands are so pretty and white. Not at all dishpanny looking.
Well, they probably would be if I hadn't been washing my dishes in Lux ever since I was married. And before, too.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I used to help Grandmother when I was a girl, just as you're helping me now. Only I usually washed and Gran dried. She always kept a package of Lux on that shelf between the windows in her kitchen, remember?
Uh-huh.
And we never used anything else for dishes. Actually, I have tried other soaps a few times, but they always hurt my hands. So I went right back to Lux. And good old Lux seems to get the dishes clean faster. If anybody ever asks you, you can tell them your mother thinks Lux is just about perfect.
Once again, Mr. DeMille.
Back now to another language, starring Betty Davis, Fred MacMurray, John Beale, and May Robeson. 1 week has passed. Since their meeting at Mother Hallam's, Stella has been seeing Jerry occasionally, trying to bolster up his spirits. It's Monday morning, and Vicky is sitting at the breakfast table as Stella comes from the living room.
Who's that on the phone?
It's Jerry.
What, again?
Yes, he sounded a little upset about something. He wants me to have tea with him this afternoon at the Ardmore Hotel. Said he wanted to talk to me.
No, 10 to 1 he wants to beef about something.
Oh, but they're all so against him. We're the only ones who can help him. We can't close him off, Vicky.
Well, I'm not going to close him off exactly, but I'm certainly going to mind my own business. And you do the same. Paul wants him over at the factory, and that's all there is to it.
But Paul has enough money to let the boy at least try to find himself.
And waste the best years of his life trying.
But it wouldn't be waste. Putting him in business now when there's so much in him that wants to come out. That's waste. You should have seen his face at the art exhibition. It was like a new world to him.
A kid like that, a kid that age oughtn't to be hanging around art galleries. It's a lot of bunk, if you ask me.
Vicky, when you talk like that, I could just shake you. It's so awfully typical of the...
Typical of what?
Well, of the kind of mentality that ridicules what it doesn't understand.
Oh, so I've got that kind of mentality, eh?
I never thought you had.
But you do now, is that it?
I don't know what to think of you anymore, Vicky.
Oh, you don't?
Sometimes, if I close my eyes, I think it's Paul or Walter.
Now, look here, Stella. I've warned you often enough to leave your opinion of my family out of our conversation.
But it isn't the family, it's you. If you're so blind you can't see that Jerry ought to get away to find himself, then... Well, then something in you that's always been very dear and precious to me has died without my knowing it.
Well, you're certainly taking the kid's troubles to heart.
Because he's so much the way you used to be, Vicky. Maybe that's why I'm so fond of him.
Well, I'm glad you like somebody in my family.
I could like them all if they'd only let me.
That's a laugh.
No, it isn't. I've never fooled myself about the way they feel toward me. They resent me terribly.
Well, if they do, it's because you high-hat them. Try to make yourself somebody miles above them.
That isn't true, and you know it. If I were someone miles above them, I could understand their hatred. But I'm not. I just want more out of life than waking up in the morning and going to bed at night. Oh, I want a great deal more than that, Vicky. And I want a great deal more of marriage than the mere routine of a man and woman living together. Because that doesn't have to happen. It shouldn't happen. Especially when two people began by loving each other the way we did.
Well, that's a funny thing to say. What's the matter with me?
Nothing, Vicky.
You used to think I was pretty good. You used to even love me a little.
I still do. More than anything else in the world.
Like fun you do. You know what's the matter with you, don't you? You're just plain garden variety romantic.
Oh, you can't name it with a word, Vicky.
You want a honeymoon to last forever. But good Lord, Stella, you can't expect that. It's bound to wear off, and well, something a lot better comes in its place.
What comes in its place, Vicky?
Well, you know as well as I do.
I know this, Vicky. Nothing can ever take the place of tenderness and respect and chivalry. You just stand still without them. Or you keep going down and down and down.
Oh, that's bunk, Stella. Honestly, bunk. I'm going to call you Romantic Susie. Come on, kiss me, Romantic Susie.
Oh, Vicky, be serious. We need a talk, you and I. Believe me, we do.
Nonsense. I understand you a great deal better than you think I do.
But you don't know what it means to be lonely.
Oh, what have you got to be lonely about? Afraid I don't love you anymore? Come here. You little fool.
No, Vicky, please.
Oh, Stella, I do love you.
Vicky, every night I pray this prayer. Dear God, bless Vicky, whom I love. And all my dear in-laws.
Hey. Like it?
It's lovely, Jerry. You know, your Uncle Vicky and I used to come here sometimes to dance. Oh, that seems a long time ago now. It was such fun.
Stella.
What's that they're playing? I love it, don't you?
Stella, please don't keep putting me off.
Well, what is it, Jerry?
Oh, I feel like a fool now. You didn't act this way on Saturday.
Well, I remember that we went to the exhibition.
Was that all?
Why, yes.
Well, I remember more than that. I remember every word you said and the way you looked when you said it.
Jerry, this is dreadful.
No.
You know, you sound like a detective.
No, I'm not fooling. Being with you that day made everything different and wonderful. But all it meant to you was going to an exhibition, I guess.
Oh, no, it didn't. It meant more than that, Jerry. Because, you see, I enjoyed seeing the pictures with you. It was nice being with someone for a change. It was awfully nice.
Oh, well, I see. Sure. I'm just crazy, I guess. Forget it, will you, Stella? I was just sort of crazy when I called you and asked you to come here, that's all. We'd better have our tea. Waiter!
Yes, sir?
Tea for the lady.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
Stella?
Just the tea, I think. I have to hurry home to dinner.
And for you, the same, sir?
No, brandy.
Yes, sir.
Jerry.
Oh, I'm just a fool, that's all. Go on, laugh at me. I don't blame you. But Saturday when we were going around together, I was walking on clouds all the time. And you were happy, too. I could see it in your face. Because you were with me and away from Vicky.
Jerry.
I can see the way he treats you. As if you were a piece of furniture. Something that's in the house when you go to work and you're sure it'll be there when you get back.
Jerry, don't be silly. Uncle Vicky and I love each other very dearly. We're not romantic anymore. Romance doesn't mean anything. Wears off and something much better comes to take its place.
I don't believe that. And you don't believe it either. It's just that he doesn't know how to make you happy.
I am happy.
Well, then Saturday was all a dream. I mean, then I guess I only imagined
No,
it.
no, you didn't imagine it, Jerry. It was wonderful. I did love it. You know, it was just as if I were under a spell. As if time had gone back 7 years. But it wasn't you I was happy with, Jerry. It was Uncle Vicky. Don't you see?
Well, then there isn't any place for me at all.
No, Jerry. Jerry, listen to me. You're not in love with me the way you think.
Stella.
Oh, no, you're not. I'm just taking the place of the girl you'll love someday. Now you're lonely, I guess. And you're dazzled by the experience of talking to someone who understands the things you want to say.
Would that make me suffer the way I'm suffering now?
I think so.
Would that make you suffer the way you're suffering?
Jerry, stop it.
I won't stop it. I know what you're doing. You're treating me like a child because you're afraid. You're afraid of yourself and you're afraid of me.
Jerry.
Oh, Stella, there's nothing wrong about it, Stella. We didn't ask it to come. It just happened. Like something natural and beautiful.
Jerry, don't. You mustn't. Jerry.
Right over here.
Here's your Uncle Vicky.
Vicky, you told him we were going to be here?
Of course, why not? He's going to take me home.
Waiter.
Jerry.
Waiter, take the check out of this and keep the
Oh,
check.
Jerry, you mustn't run off like this.
Hello there. Hey, Jerry. What's the matter with him? Hey, Jerry.
Let him go, Vicky. He's just upset, that's all.
What's eating him now?
I don't know. Oh, Vicky, you wouldn't understand.
He went out in an awful hurry. What's it this time?
Vicky, I wish you'd do something for me.
What?
Speak to Paul. Ask him to let Jerry go abroad. For my sake.
Nothing doing. That's none of our business.
All right.
Now, let's get going, shall we, if we're going to entertain the family tonight?
There they are now, Vicky. Hurry, I'll go and let them in.
I'll be out in a minute.
Oh, Jerry, it's you.
Yeah, it's me.
Come in, Jerry.
I want to apologize for acting the way I did this afternoon, Stella.
Oh, but you needn't.
I guess I just sort of lost my head there. I went back to the office, and I wasn't even going to come up here tonight. Then I got to thinking about it and realized what a sap I was.
Oh, but I understood it, Jerry. You mustn't feel badly about it.
Well, I do. Oh, gee, this room's beautiful at night, with the candles and everything. I've never seen it like this before. Where's Uncle Vicky?
In the bedroom changing his clothes.
I brought you something.
You did?
Here.
Oh, Jerry, how nice. Shall I open it now?
Sure, if you want to.
Oh, it's soft.
Go ahead, see what it is.
Oh, the little toy dog.
Do you remember it?
Of course I remember it. We were walking across 57th Street after the exhibition. It was in a shop window.
Yeah, and you were like a little kid the way you stopped and laughed at it.
I've always had a weakness for toy stores.
And you said, oh, Jerry, look at that puppy. Isn't it adorable? And I knew right then and there I'd have to buy it and surprise you with it.
But you shouldn't have done it, Jerry.
Well, don't you like it?
I love it. It's one of the sweetest things that ever happened to me. You're surprising me this way. But it won't do. You see. It just won't do.
Wait, you're crying.
Nonsense. Why should I cry over a funny little dog?
I don't know.
Neither do I.
Do you really mean you won't keep it? Stella, you're not angry.
Jerry, no, dear. Only I don't want you to spend your money on me. It must have been expensive.
Oh, that's not the reason. You're just making that up.
Well, then I'm your aunt. Little boys oughtn't to buy things for their aunts. It ought to be the other way around, if anything.
Well, here we are. Oh, hello, Jerry. Thought you were the family. Say, what was the idea of that disappearing act you pulled this afternoon?
I had to get back to the office.
Busy man these days, huh, Jerry?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, where'd the dog come from? Gosh, they certainly can make stuff these days.
Jerry bought it for his girl. He opened it for me to see, Vicky.
Oh, so there's a girl in this, too. Well, women like this kind of nonsense. Say, didn't I buy you something like that when we were first married, Stella?
Yes, I think you did, Vicky.
Yeah, it was some kind of a stuffed animal, a pig or a rabbit.
It was a kitten with a blue ribbon around its neck.
Oh, that's right. I threw away $5 on it without batting an eyelash.
You didn't throw it away, Vicky, because I still have the kitten on a top shelf in a box.
You still have it? Gosh, women are nuts, all right. Hey, careful, Jerry. You better go easy. What's her name?
There isn't any girl the way you mean.
Don't tease him, Vicky, please.
Oh, it's all right, old man. You're not the first one to fall, you know. How old is she?
Let him alone, Vicky. It's unkind.
Oh, say, Jerry, you're in soft with your Aunt Stella. Do you know it? Oh, there they are. Come on, Jerry, cheer up. You'll only upset Grandma carrying around a face like that.
Hello, Vicky.
Hello, Vicky.
I gotta get out of here. I can't stand it.
Jerry, please don't. Hello, everybody. I'm so glad you're here. Come in. It's wonderful to have you here at last, Mother.
Oh, thank you.
Say, Mama, where's Paul?
Yes, where are Paul and Etta?
Well, they'll be here later. Didn't Jerry tell you?
Don't you know what happened?
No, did Jerry tell you, Stella? I forgot.
Oh, that's not a very nice thing to forget, Jerry.
Etta's sister got appendicitis. They rushed her to the hospital.
No.
Really?
Yeah, they operated right away.
For heaven's sakes, Jerry, how on earth you happen to forget to tell Aunt Stella?
Yeah, how come you forgot?
Oh, lay off the kid. He couldn't help it. He's in love.
What? Oops, but so that's it.
Oh, what nonsense. He's much too young for that.
That's it. Puppy love. That's what it is. Got any dog biscuits, Stella?
Shut up, will you?
Jerry, don't. All right, everybody, give me your coats, will you?
Come on, folks. The evening's young. Let joy reign unconfined.
Gosh, I'm so full of food I can't move.
Nice work there, Stell. Those sandwiches were swell. Not big, but swell.
Thanks, Walter.
Oh, I do like that record, Vicky. It is a nice phonograph, isn't it?
Come on, Grace, let's dance. We'll show them a thing or two.
Oh, Walter, I'm rotten at the do dances, and you know it.
Oh, now just keep in time and follow me. Atta boy.
Nice work, Walter.
Walter, I can't. Let me stop, Walter. I'm busy.
Whee! How's this, folks?
Look at Walter. Walter's good.
That ought to take you down around the hips, Grace. Come, Vicky. Why aren't you dancing? Oh, come along now. Dance with your wife.
Yes, Vicky and Stella.
Oh, I'm no good.
Well, go on, Vicky, dance.
Well, come on, Stella.
I'd love to, Vicky.
Ah, now that's right. That's right.
Give out with that stuff, Vicky.
Yeah, if I don't give out myself. Well, who's leading, Stella, you or me?
You, darling.
Oh, let's stop. I guess we're just rotten.
Well, you used to dance good together, you two.
When did you ever see us dance?
You danced at your wedding. And you held her tight, all right.
Come along, Jerry. Now, what's the matter with you? You must dance. Go along. Dance with one of your aunts.
I'd rather not, Grandma.
Oh, come on. Show us some new steps, Jerry. This is getting to be a real party.
That's right. Forget your troubles, Jerry, old man, and tread the light fantastic.
Hey, that's a good idea. Here, you can have my wife as a partner.
Yeah.
Jerry and Stella. Ah, now we're going to see something.
Yes, the two youngsters ought to be able to give a good performance.
Please, no.
Go on, Stella. Don't be silly.
Oh, come along, Jerry. Ask the lady, please.
No, I'm tired.
Oh, dear. Stella's always tired.
Oh, be a sport, Stella. Why do you have to spoil the fun all the time?
Vicky's right. Go on, Jerry. Just make her dance.
All right, Stella.
All right, Jerry.
There. See how beautifully they do it.
Say, that Jerry's quite a snake. Attaboy, kid.
Look how they do it. So smooth. Why can't you and me do it like that, Walter? You think they dance together all their lives?
Well... Looks like they win the dance contest, all right. Hey, well, what do you say, folks? Hey, break. Hey, you win. Come on, break. Do you hear me, Jerry? Break.
I'm sorry.
They ought to get a loving cup.
No, not a loving cup. I know the bust. The plaster bust over there on the table. Here, give it to me.
Oh, that's great.
Sure, because it's hollow, just like Vicky's head. Mr. Jerry Hallam and Mrs. Victor Hallam, on behalf of the management and in recognition of your swell elegant exhibition of Terpsichorean art, permit me to...
You fools, you! You fools! All of you!
Come back, Jerry.
He broke the statue.
This is the second time he's done that to me.
Well, he can't get away with it. I'll get him back.
Oh, no, Vicky, no, please let him go. I don't mind his breaking the bust. It was just practice work. I don't care, really.
You don't care, but I do. Just because he's got a grouch in the world, he can't go around smashing things up in my house.
Oh, but, Vicky, he didn't know what he was doing. He's terribly unhappy.
That's no excuse for this. He's just a sore pup because he can't get his own way.
What's eating him?
Oh, you know, he's dissatisfied over at the factory.
Carrying on for that. Imagine.
He ought to be walloped.
I should say he should.
Oh, you are fools. You blind idiots.
I thought so. Stella has been encouraging him for all she is worth.
And if I have, is it any worse than what you've done?
What are you saying?
1 minute, Vicky. I would really like to hear what it is that we have done.
If you really want to know, I'll tell you. You're all so sure of yourselves. You're trying to mold Jerry's life to fit your own, and it's wrong. I know what I'm talking about, because you've done the same thing to Vicky and me, and you mustn't. You've got to let the three of us alone. You've got to let Vicky and me keep our marriage the way it started out. It's the only thing that'll save us.
Stop.
Why, the idea.
Stop, please. I've heard enough.
Vicky, I think your wife's lost her mind.
Oh.
Grace, get some water for Mom. She's going to faint again.
Vicky, you know what I'm driving at. You know I'm right. Make them see it.
Shut up, can't you? Make some excuse for your actions, Stella.
No.
Oh, I'm going home.
Oh, no, Mama, wait.
No, Vicky. Vicky, don't stop me.
I can't stay after such insults. I'm going home.
We're all going home.
Oh, now,
Come
wait a
on,
minute,
Grace.
You can come out now. Stella.
Don't use that tone to me, Vicky.
Oh, so that's going to be your line. Why, you ought to be glad I even give you the chance to explain.
There's nothing to explain. I needed you. But you didn't love me enough to know about it.
Love you enough? When it comes to love, I wouldn't talk. The only single thing I've asked of you in our married life is to be decent to my folks. And what do? The first time they've all been to my home in over 2 years, you insult them so they have to leave.
I wish it hadn't happened that way this evening. Maybe it's just as well for all of us to know just where we're at.
Yes, and I'll tell you where you're at. Tonight was the turning point between you and me, if anyone should happen to ask you. And I'll leave you to think that over.
Where are you going?
If you want to know, I'm going up to the folks.
Vicky, if you go up there now, we'll never get back to where we were.
You've got the cart before the horse, Stella. It's up to you to make the first move to get back to where we were. My slate's clean. I've been as good a husband as any man could be to a woman.
Have you, Vicky?
Well, haven't I? I ask you. Haven't I given you everything you've ever wanted? Now, who's that? Oh, hello, Jerry.
Where's Aunt Stella? I got to speak to Aunt Stella.
Look here, kid. It's a pretty rotten thing you did, losing your temper.
I know it. That's why I came back.
You've got to learn to control yourself. When it comes right down to it, though, I blame your Aunt Stella more than I blame you.
You don't know what you're saying. She didn't have anything to do with it.
Oh, Jerry, keep quiet. Go away, please. I don't want you here.
You stay exactly where you are, Jerry. And listen, Stella, if my nephew has the decency to come back here and say he's sorry, you at least have the decency to hear him out. I've stood as much insult to the members of my family as I'm going to stand.
But Jerry and I had nothing more to say to each other. He has nothing to do with what's happened between us. It's you and I who need to talk.
No, we don't. I told you I've had my say. I'm through until you come to your senses.
Gee, Uncle Vic, you can't do this to Aunt Stella.
That's all right, Jerry. Your aunt and I understand each other perfectly. Good night.
I'm going to get him back. He's crazy.
No, Jerry, let him go. You go, too. I want to be alone.
But you oughtn't to be alone now. The way they all walk out on you. And it's their fault, too.
Don't worry about it, Jerry. Just go home.
Oh, but, gee, Stella, I can't leave you like this. I just want to do anything for you. I don't care what it is. I want to do something to take that look out of your eyes.
Then go home, Jerry. Go home and forget everything you've seen and heard tonight. I only wish I could forget it, too.
But you can't forget it. And I can't either. I love you, Stella.
Jerry, don't. Please don't. You see, I'm too tired to scold you the way I ought to.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Betty Davis, Fred MacMurray, John Beale, and May Robeson continue Another Language in just a moment. As you listen to the Lux Radio Theater tonight, doubtless you're struck by the attitude of one particular character. I speak of Mother Hallam. Through her own words and through the influence she exerts on her children, you probably resent her type of motherhood. Fortunately, most mothers speak another language, the language of great and understanding hearts. Such a mother talks to us tonight. She's sitting at this moment in the study of her home on East 65th Street in New York City. On the desk nearby is a photograph of her son, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking to us from New York, the mother of the President of the United States, Mrs. James Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, for your invitation to take part in a program from your splendid Lux Radio Theater. It's a pleasure also to hear Miss Davis, whom I remember as a charming young lady when I met her in Washington. I think tonight that you're doing something even more important than entertainment. For through Mother Hallam, you're showing, it seems to me, many other mothers what not to be and why. Early in the second act of the play, there was one line that has stayed with me. Stella was speaking, and she said, "Let the boy at least try to find himself." That phrase might well be the watchword of every mother and father, too. A selfish, over-possessive mother so often means unhappy children. Unhappy because they are not free. Of course, I don't mean that a child should not be guided, but the child's own identity should never be smothered under that guidance. A boy or a girl may be your child, but at the same time, he is an individual. And perhaps first on the list of his training should be teaching that child to find himself. I get so impatient with mothers who say, "Oh, my boy never could do that." And when I hear it, I always want to say, "You mean you never let him do it?" I remember in my own experience it was hard for me always to see that, especially when my son wanted to climb tall trees or go hunting or other such hazardous expeditions. But my husband would always say to me, "Teach him how to do it right, and then let him go ahead." And when your child grows up, that's another time, when a mother must recognize her child as an individual in his own right. No matter how much you want your boy to be a lawyer, if he wants to be a painter, let him do it. If you don't, he will be unhappy as a lawyer and probably a very poor one. But with a sympathetic understanding, he may become a great artist. A final word to mothers now. Remember, your child's father may have some very good ideas, and his influence and cooperation are very important. You all know what happens when you say no and your child answers, "But Daddy says I may." Help your son develop a character of his own. Let him find himself. You'll be a very happy mother when you can point to your child's achievements and say he did it all himself.
Our thanks, Mrs. Roosevelt, for honoring us with your presence. It's inspiring to hear from you, and I know mothers throughout America will cherish your words. We're back in Hollywood now, where Betty Davis, Fred MacMurray, John Beale, and May Robeson are ready to continue another language. It's the following morning. With Vicky at his mother's house, Stella has had a chance to think things out for herself, and she's come to a decision. Vicky has called saying Mrs. Hallam has been taken ill, and Stella has gone to her mother-in-law's home. She's calm, almost too calm, as Vicky greets her at the door.
Hello, Stella. Come in. Guess I ought to say thanks for coming over.
Why? I'm doing this for myself, Vicky.
Oh, I kind of thought you were doing it for me.
No. I didn't want to hurt Mother, and if it'll make her feel any better for me to say so, it would be stupid to stay away.
That's talking.
May I go up to her now?
Walter and Grace are with her. Say, do you know you haven't said good morning to me yet?
Haven't I?
Well, look here, Stella. Are you still mad or what?
Why should I be mad? You act a certain way because you're you. I act a certain way because I'm me. And that's all there is to it.
All right, let's forget it. You did wrong last night, but you can't do any more than say you're sorry. I did wrong maybe by leaving you alone, and I'm sorry. It was what you needed, though, young lady. Come on now, wasn't it?
No, Vicky, it wasn't.
Did you get the woozies being by yourself? I couldn't sleep a wink.
I wasn't by myself very long.
Huh?
Jerry didn't leave until almost 3.
Oh, Jerry. What did he do, talk your ear off? You should have pitched him out. You're too soft with him, Stell.
I wasn't soft with him, Vicky.
Did you talk some sense into him?
I hope so.
Good. Now let's kiss and make up, huh?
I wish it were as simple as that, but it isn't. There's no use in our kissing and making up. It'll only be the same thing over again.
What do you want me to do? Bring a pound of candy and a bunch of roses home tonight?
I won't be there, Vicky.
You... Well, where do you think you're going?
I don't know yet.
Listen, are you after a separation or something?
Nothing quite as spectacular as that. At least not yet. I just want to be alone for a little while to think things through. Think things through, too, Vicky. It's high time.
Oh, listen, Stell, this is a lot of hysterical nonsense. You're not going.
I don't know what you're going to do about it, Vicky.
I'm going to do this about it. Here I am all ready to take you in my arms, and I can't find you. That's the way I sort of feel.
And it's the loneliest feeling in the world, isn't it, Vicky?
Hello.
Oh.
Hello, Grace. Sorry to interrupt the love scene, but Grandma knows you're here.
I'll go up then.
Tell her I'll be up to say goodbye, Stell.
Everything hunky-dory?
Huh?
I said everything hunky-dory between the lovebirds.
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure.
Who's that coming down the areaway?
Oh, it looks like Etta.
Paul, too. My Lord. Grandma bats an eyelash and the whole gang comes trooping in. I'll go. Hello.
Is Jerry here?
Is he here, Vicky? Is he here?
No, what's the matter?
He didn't come home all night.
Didn't come home? Oh, that's funny.
We came over to find out if he'd up your place with the others.
No, he didn't.
Oh, Paul, I know something's happened to him.
Oh, nonsense. He probably went off in a bat somewhere.
Oh, no, not Jerry. Oh,
God, don't let anything happen to him. He's all I've got.
Come on now, way to control yourself.
Well, I can't. He's in some hospital somewhere.
Oh, listen, Etta, you would have heard in case of accident.
Well, that's easy to say, but I'd be half out of my mind if I was Etta, especially the mood he was in last night. Lord knows what he's up to.
What mood?
Oh, the kid was upset. The family sort of got his goat, I guess.
Oh, I know it was that. I know he's not happy down there in that business. I've said it all along.
Nonsense. If the boy can't adjust himself, he'll have to learn to.
He's in love. That might explain a lot.
That's right. We were teasing him about it.
Etta, do you know anything about this?
Not a word.
Vicky, how do you know about it?
He told Stella.
Did he tell you who the girl is?
No, but Stella's funny that way. She wouldn't if the kid asked her not to.
Well, I'm going to get to the bottom of this if I have to.
Wait a minute. Here's the kid big as life. See him? He's coming down the areaway steps.
Thank God.
He'll give an accounting of himself, all right.
Now, Paul, please don't lose your temper with him. You don't know what's happened. Oh, Jerry, where have you been? How could you frighten me like this?
I'll attend to this. Well, young man, suppose you explain yourself. Since when do you take to staying out all night?
I'm not a child. Leave me alone. I came over here to tell you I was home. If you're going to start hounding me, I'll leave.
I'm asking you where you spent the night, and I want the truth. Do you understand?
Walking. Most of it.
Most of it. And where'd you spend the rest of it?
Well, what's it to you? Oh, look here, Jerry. Come out with it. You don't need to be ashamed.
Leave me alone. There's a woman in this, isn't there?
What do you mean?
Who is she?
Oh, leave me alone. Why can't you?
Oh, Jerry, don't act this way. If you're in love with a girl, that's all right. Papa's not angry at that part of it.
Yes, I'm in love.
Jerry.
Well, I think that's fine, Jerry. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's swell.
Come on, boy. Who is she?
I can't tell you.
Is she someone you'd be ashamed to let your mother meet?
No, she isn't. She's the most wonderful person in the world.
Then why can't you bring her around? That's what I want to know. And I'll know it before I'm through with you.
Well, she's married.
Oh, Jerry.
Married?
Oh, so that's it.
Where did you pick her up?
In heaven, that's where.
Yes, we know all about that. One more question, and I want the truth out of you,
That's
or I'll...
enough, Paul. Let him alone, can't you?
Let him alone when he's mixed up with some tramp.
You use a word about her, and I'll kill you.
I'll call her by her right name, and that'll be a whole lot
lay off
worse.
him, Paul, will you, I tell you?
Let me manage this, Vicky, will you?
Well, this is no place for a scene with Mama sick upstairs. What's the matter with you?
Yeah, here comes Stella now. I bet anything Grandma wants to know what's doing.
Stella.
Jerry. Jerry, why do you look that way? What's the matter?
I'll tell you what's the matter. He's running around with a married woman. That's what's the matter. For all I know, she's trying to frame something on him.
Paul, she's not framing anything on him.
How much of this do you know?
Everything.
Come on, out with this, Stella. Tell us what you know.
No, Stella, don't. They wouldn't understand. Don't tell them.
I don't know whether you know it or not, but he didn't come home all night, this young fool.
I didn't know it.
What time did he
No.
leave your house?
I can tell you that. 3:00. Who told you, Uncle Vicky? Stella. What else did she tell you? What else was it to tell me, Jerry? Nothing.
All right, let's stop beating around the bush. I want to know where you went after you left Stella's. Who's the girl? And how long have you been carrying on with her?
Oh, come on, Stella. Let's get out of here.
Stay where you are, Jerry. There's no reason to run away.
I don't want to run away. I'd like to tell him. I'm proud of loving you, Stella. You get that, all of you? I'm proud of loving her.
Watch this. Stella. Why, you...
Stop it. I've heard enough.
Vicky, you poor deluded fool. No wonder you've heard enough. So this is the sort of stuff she does behind your back.
Who says it's behind my back? What do you take me for? Don't you suppose I've known it all along? Didn't you hear me say I knew he'd been down at her apartment until 3:00? Does that look like Stella was doing anything behind my back?
Well, what are you made of? Blood or water?
Common sense. What was the use of making a fuss about it? I knew the kid would get over it and Stella'd handle him. How could anybody take it seriously, a tempest in a teapot?
When did this begin with him?
I guess it began that night at the folks last week. We got home and Stella said, I think I made a hit with your nephew. We laughed ourselves sick over it.
Oh, Vicky.
Stella, you laughed.
Jerry, no.
What did you think we'd do, kid? Sit down and bust out crying over it?
You laughed.
Jerry, no, of course I
It's a
didn't.
lucky thing for you we did take it as a joke.
Why, the idea, a big boy like you making such a spectacle of yourself. You go right over and say, I apologize, Aunt Stella.
I apologize, Aunt Stella.
No, Jerry, don't believe it. Come back.
Let him go.
But you can't let him go that way. He believed it. Oh, Vicky, you don't know what you're doing to him.
Now, listen, just calm down. I'm his father, and I'll take the responsibility.
That boy loves me. And if it's the last decent thing I do, I won't let you destroy something that's been beautiful to both of us.
To both of you, eh?
Pretty late to talk that way, Stella. After you've been making fun of him all along.
I haven't been making fun of him. Vicky lied when he told you that. He didn't know anything about Jerry and me until now.
I thought there was something phony. Vicky's been lying to save your face.
I'd rather think that, Paul, than anything else in the world. But it isn't so. Vicky lied to save the family. Oh, you made a gesture for me, Vicky, I admit it. But it wasn't good enough. Fear, that's all it was. You were afraid for them to know that I was the tramp they were talking about. So you made a joke of it and hid behind it like a coward. And you didn't care what they did to Jerry as long as you were safe.
That's a good story.
She's telling the truth. Don't you know it when you hear it? She's right. I didn't have the guts to face the truth before the family because for 7 years you've been waiting to say I told you so. Now go ahead and say it.
And you're going to let her get away with it?
No, I'm not going to let her get away with it because I don't have to. Stella, when you came in here this morning, you said you wanted to go away. Well, you listen to what I have to say first, and then if you want to go, I won't keep you. I'm not even going to ask you if there's anything between you and Jerry. I'm going to tell you there isn't. Do you understand that? There isn't. I know there isn't because I know it.
Oh, Vicky, do you really?
Children. Excitement again.
Mama shouldn't be up.
Oh, excitement. I couldn't rest.
I'm sorry, Mother.
Oh, where did Jerry go?
Jerry,
Yes, he was down here. I heard him. Why couldn't he come up to see his old grandmother after last night? What is the matter with him? Victor, I asked you something. What is wrong with Jerry now?
There's nothing wrong with him, Mom. Poor kid needs a break, that's all. Maybe I can help him get it. Maybe he ought to be an architect if he wants to. And if I can help him, I will.
Thank you, Vicky.
You're siding with Jerry against your whole family?
Yes, I am. And if it isn't too late, with Stella. And now, if you'll excuse us, Stella and I, we're going home. Are you ready, Stella?
I'm ready. And Vicky, darling, it isn't too late.
A little later, Betty Davis, Fred MacMurray, and John Beale report back to the microphone. But now some facts about clothes and the care of clothes from Janet Henley. Miss Henley, after 10 years as head of women's wardrobe at Columbia Studios, knows clothes from A for apron to Z for zipper. She had charge of this department for recent hits like Lost Horizon and When You're in Love, and is now concerned with the next pictures to be made by Irene Dunn and Grace Moore. Ladies and gentlemen, one of Hollywood's foremost dress authorities, Miss Janet Henley. First, Miss Henley, congratulations on your excellent work in Lost Horizon.
Thanks. It was one of my most interesting assignments. Interesting because it featured so many unusual costumes. Take, for example, those affairs worn by the native women. In the back, from the waist to the ankle, was a very heavy piece of cloth covered with shells, coins, and semi-precious stones, representing prayers. Each woman had 108 braids of hair which reached to the waist and were tied to the top of this piece of cloth, in keeping with the styles of Tibet. But I imagine you're having plenty to think about, too, Mr. DeMille, in costuming your new picture.
The Buccaneer. Well, there'll be lots of variety, Miss Henley. For the story takes place during the War of 1812. That means costumes for frontiersmen and the beautiful Creole ladies of New Orleans, for Frenchmen and Spaniards, for sailors and pirates, and for the armies of England and the United States. I expect to keep my stars, Frederic March and Francesca Gall, so busy that I'm having wax figures made on which their costumes will be fitted without calling them from the set.
Every star, ladies and gentlemen, has a wardrobe assistant whose duty it is to keep her costumes in perfect condition. This means that every night all washable garments are laundered and made ready for the next day before the camera. We use Lux Flakes entirely, simply because nothing else does the job so well and so economically. We found that clothes last so much longer when we take care of them in Lux. We have pieces of lingerie, for example, that have been used in pictures for as long as 7 years and still look just as fresh and new as ever. I recommend Lux most heartily to all women who want to look their best, and particularly if they have to watch their budgets.
Well, let's take a girl who doesn't earn a great deal of money, say about $25 a week. What kind of a wardrobe would you recommend for her?
Well, any girl with a small income should buy conservative clothes that will look well on almost any occasion. I'd suggest that she have one good suit with a separate skirt to go with it, and 2 or 3 blouses for variety. Also, one simple black and white dress that will do for dinner and theater as well as the office. In selecting such a dress, get one that can be worn without a collar or with different colors or costume jewelry. This also for variety. I'd get one navy and white outfit, one dinner dress, and 2 or 3 simple prints. When you think of the coats and shoes and hats to go with them, this is about all a girl could afford on $25 a week. But it's all she needs. Take care of everything washable in Lux Flakes and iron your clothes carefully, and you'll find you'll be as well dressed as most women are, who have a great deal more to spend. I hope I've been of a little help. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Miss Janet Henley, ladies and gentlemen. And here's Fred MacMurray.
And for a very good purpose, Mr. DeMille. On behalf of Betty Davis, John Beale, and myself, I want to say how fortunate we've been to have appeared tonight with such a splendid cast. There's May Robeson, who played Mother Hallam. Miss Robeson's been acting for more than 50 years, and I wish I knew just a little of what she's forgotten about characterization. Thanks also to Margaret Hamilton and Hal K. Dawson, who played Grace and Walter, and to all the others. Edward Keene as Paul Hallam, Myra Marsh as Etta Hallam, and Sam Flint as Mr. Hallam.
On behalf of the cast, Fred, thank you. And now, John Beale.
Well, I'm sure the audience would rather hear from Betty Davis than from me, so I'll be very brief. I'll pick up where Fred left off, Mr. DeMille, and speak not as an actor, but as one of your regular fans. I think the Lux Radio Theater is the most worthwhile hour on the air, and I say that because I mean it. All right, Betty, where are you?
Right behind you, John. Mr. DeMille, I do want to say how impressed I was by Mrs. Roosevelt's talk from New York. It makes me very proud to have appeared on the same program with a woman of such keen understanding and sincerity. As for the part I played tonight, it's one I've wanted to do for a long time. I saw Dorothy Stickney do it on the stage and Helen Hayes on the screen, each with such distinction. I tried to make Stella live as believably as they did. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and good night to you all.
We'll look for you soon again, Betty.
Thank you, Betty Davis, Fred MacMurray, and John Beale. This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melville Ruick. Next week's stars and play will be made known in just a moment by Mr. DeMille. Miss Davis, currently seen in Kid Galahad, appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers. Mr. MacMurray and Mr. DeMille, Paramount. John Beale, RKO. May Robeson, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. And Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he supervised music for the new film Café Metropole. And now, back to our producer.
Next Monday night, we take you to the far boundaries of civilization, to northern Africa, savage land of scorching sand, home of perilous adventure and daring romance, and Inferno patrolled by a handful of glorious troops flying the colors of the French Foreign Legion. Of all tales born of this background, none has attained the perennial popularity of Under Two Flags. First favored in novel form, it ran for generations as a play and was 3 times a motion picture. We bring it to you next Monday night, starring Herbert Marshall as Corporal Victor, Olivia de Havilland as Lady Venetia, Lupe Valdez as Cigarette, and Lionel Atwell as Major Doyle. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Under Two Flags with Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Valdez, and Lionel Atwell. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.